Mei Shuqin quickly found out Huo Weihong's department. She had met Huo Weihong a few times before, but they weren't close, and she looked down on Huo Weihong for abandoning his original wife and marrying a much younger student. This time, because she needed Huo Weihong's help, her attitude was much more polite. When they met, she directly told Huo Weihong her purpose. Huo Weihong adjusted his glasses, looked at Mei Shuqin, and frowned thoughtfully before speaking. Xiao Su was indeed poisoned, but luckily it was caught early, so she's fine now. He is a very clever person and, from Huo Qingshan and Su Suining's words, he realized that the poisoning was not so simple. Especially the fact that Su Suining was born with poison. The fewer people who know, the better. Mei Shuqin asked again, "How did you find out she was poisoned? Is she okay now? Will there be any long-term effects?" Huo Weihong sighed. "Any poisoning damages the body. Since Xiao Su is pregnant, we don't know if it will harm the baby in her belly. The poison was found in the malted milk drink. As for who poisoned her, I don't know." Mei Shuqin tightly held the fabric pouch in her hand. Could it be true what Lu Beiting said? Did Lu Beiting put the poison? Seeing Mei Shuqin silent, Huo Weihong thought for a moment and said, "You don't need to worry. Everything is fine now. Go back and wait peacefully for the baby to be born." Mei Shuqin wanted to ask more, but a patient came to see Huo Weihong, so she had to leave. After leaving, she thought for a long time, but still couldn't believe Lu Beiting would poison Su Suining. There was no motive at all. Su Suining and Lu Beiting had nothing to do in the morning, and were at home pondering how Lu Beiting could be caught in the act. Lu Beiting wanted to confront Lu Beiting directly, but was stopped by Su Suining. "Go find her. She won't admit it, and she bought that malted milk herself. If she claims she was poisoned so obviously, isn't it just digging her own grave? How can you explain that?" Lu Beiting frowned. "That's true. She's very clever and good at defending herself." Su Suining nodded calmly. "So, we need to make her anxious and reveal herself. Look, she's so eager to come to the provincial city. That shows she's already worried. She'll probably do something next. Let's wait and see." Lu Beiting was anxious. "I think we're just sitting here waiting to be caught." Su Suining waved her hand. "No, no, no. You need to stay calm and analyze who is the most anxious. We stay steady now, and she will think we haven't noticed. Let's see what she does next. She's feeling guilty right now. Lu Beiting isn't a spy. How strong can her mental strength be? As long as she feels guilty, she'll panic and might even end up shooting herself in the foot."
Su Suining found herself slowly, thinking quietly.
Then she asked Lu Beiting, "Why do you think she poisoned me? Shouldn't she have poisoned Huo Qingshan? What could I threaten her with?" Lu Beiting also didn't know. Maybe she couldn't stand to see my second brother doing well. As they whispered and thought, Chen Kaihua hurried over, carrying 2 fish in one hand and holding a child in the other. The 2 fish were still not fully dead, each weighing about 7 or 8 jin. Golden tails of the fish flickered now and then. Su Suining looked at Chen Kaihua, who was sweating heavily, and was surprised. "Mom, take it slow. Just call us over." When she tried to go to get the fish from Chen Kaihua, she dodged quickly, saying, "Too heavy, you can't lift it." She then handed one to Lu Beiting. "Put it in the water bucket. One is for eating, the other is to be preserved and dried. We'll eat it slowly later." Su Suining hurried to bring a stool for Chen Kaihua to sit down and poured her a bowl of cold water. "Mom, why did you bring so many? Just keep one for yourselves. Half a fish is enough for us." Chen Kaihua rolled her eyes. "How can you give away half a fish? Your dad's factory distributed 2 fish to each family today. Bring them all over. Since you said you're having twins, you should eat 2 fish." Su Suining smiled, went to get some peach cookies for Xiaobao, and prepared some milk powder for him. Chen Kaihua didn't stop her. She took a breath, sat the child on a small bench beside her, and let him eat the peach cookies. Then she looked around and said, "This place is much better than the mountains. Will we live here in the future?" Su Suining shook her head. "No, After a while, Huo Qingshan finishes his studies, and we will go back. Chen Kaihua nodded. That's fine. The family compound over there is small, but it has everything, and we even have running water. That's good enough. She mumbled, having water makes things much easier. It would be great to wash the kids and rinse them. While speaking, she reached out to pick up the peach cookie crumbs that Xiaobao dropped and easily puts them in his mouth. Su Suining looked at her, feeling a bit touched. Chen Kaihua was the kind of person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart, simple and thrifty. Lu Bayan finished arranging the two fish and came over to ask Chen Kaihua, Annie, shall we eat here at noon? I'll prepare the fish. We'll have fish stew for lunch. Chen Kaihua repeatedly waved her hand. No need, no need. There's a neighbor watching the child. I'll sit for a while, and then go back. Just then, Mei Shuqin came over carrying a piece of pork. Seeing this, Chen Kaihua was momentarily stunned, then acted as if nothing happened and handed the meat to Lu Beiting. I bought some meat. Later, I'll stew it for your second sister-in-law. Lu Beiting still remembered the slap from yesterday. He stood up with a grim expression and went to clean the fish in the water bucket. Mei Shuqin couldn't get angry in front of outsiders. She placed the meat in a basin by the stove and covered it with gauze to keep flies away. She instinctively came over and sat opposite Su Suining. When are you going to have the baby? When the time comes, will someone take care of your postpartum recovery? Chen Kaihua raised her eyebrows and looked at Mei Shuqin with a sideways glance, then turned to Su Suining and asked with her eyes, who is this powerful woman? Su Suining smiled at her and then looked at Mei Shuqin. Someone is arranged. Qingshan has already taken care of it, so you don't need to worry. Mei Shuqin held back her anger and said, no matter what, I am Qingshan's biological mother and the child's grandmother. I will definitely care. Although I am busy with work, I can pay for a nanny to help when the time comes. Su Suining shook her head. No need. Before she finished, Chen Kaihua patted her arm and interrupted her. She looked at Mei Shuqin with curiosity and said, so you're the real mother-in-law. I am Suining's mother. I heard that Qingshan was switched at some point, and I thought the child was quite pitiful. Who would have thought that the biological parents are officials from Beijing? Why is his life so lucky? Suining is also naive. When the mother-in-law said they could hire a nanny, that's a good thing. It's really needed. She secretly glared at Su Suining and then smiled at Mei Shuqin. You know, Qingshan has suffered so much since he was a child. As his biological mother, you should really make it up to him. Mei Shuqin was overwhelmed by Chen Kaihua's chatter, feeling a bit confused. Yes, I should make it up to him. Chen Kaihua's eyes twinkled as she smiled. And what about the girl who was switched? How do you plan to handle her? Mei Shuqin didn't want to talk about this with Chen Kaihua, but Su Suining was sitting nearby. If she didn't say anything, Su Suining might go and tell Qingshan nonsense, making it less likely that he would recognize them later. She forced herself to speak. They are already grown up. The past can't be changed. I just want to acknowledge Qingshan. Beiting can continue living at home, like having more children. Chen Kaihua clapped her hands and said, no, 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 mother-in-law. That's not right. That girl has taken over Qingshan's identity for over 20 years, and she's benefited from it. What about Qingshan suffering for over 20 years? That's just bad luck. Maybe he was unlucky and didn't reincarnate properly, ending up in his mother's? Mei Shuqin's face changed slightly. We indeed made a mistake back then. We will make up for it in the future. Chen Kaihua's expression grew serious. It should have been made up already. Also, that girl can't stay. She should leave where she came from. Her own mother was so cruel, swapping children. She can't be a good person. Mei Shuqin was choked and couldn't speak properly. You can't say things like that. Ting is raised by me, and I understand her personality. Chen Kaihua snorted. What do you understand? Don't be fooled by others. If I were Huo Qingshan, I wouldn't recognize you as such a confused mother. Is it bad that she's your biological daughter? You still want to keep the swapped one. Mei Shuqin's face gradually looked worse, but she held back, feeling that dealing with someone like Chen Kaihua lowered her own dignity. Su Suining looked at Mei Shuqin, whose face was as ugly as a spilled paint palette. She felt secretly pleased. She didn't expect Chen Kaihua to be so fierce. Lu Beiting was busy pounding fish. After hearing Chen Kaihua's words, she couldn't help but smile with a raised brow. Mei Shuqin was silent for a while. This is a matter between us and Huo Qingshan. I will handle the relationship properly. Her words implied that Chen Kaihua, as an outsider, shouldn't interfere. Chen Kaihua had raised 4 children. For these children and for honest Su Guoyang, she had fought many battles with neighbors. She was naturally quick-witted and sharp-tongued. Hearing Mei Shuqin's words, she snorted. It was originally your business, but now that your daughter married Huo Qingshan, it becomes our business. If you really want to keep her, how much money will you give my daughter each month?
Mei Shuqin was surprised.
Why should I give money? How can family love be so? Chen Kaihua was displeased. You said making up is about compensation. Is it money or feelings? Huo Qingshan isn't a baby anymore. He doesn't need your coaxing. Not giving money and talking about making up here. Aren't you being a bully? What are you dreaming about? I see now you want that excellent son of yours, but you also don't want to give up raising your own daughter. Now you're just trying to find a ready-made son to take care of you. You're really dreaming big. Chen Kaihua said this while occasionally reaching to brush off the crumbs from Xiaobao's peach pastry. Mei Shuqin was so angry her face darkened. She couldn't sit still and looked at Su Suining with a black face. I'll come back later when Qingshan returns. She huffed and left in a huff. Chen Kaihua stared at Mei Shuqin's back. When she couldn't see anyone, she looked away and said to Su Suining, "Let me tell you, you can't be too naive." What do you mean by not wanting? That's how Qingshan stuff, and you should want it. If she only thinks about kissing on the lips and then on the chin to recognize her son, that definitely won't work. She said she's hiring a nanny? Let her do that. Not only should she hire a nanny, but she should also give you a monthly living allowance and support for the 2 kids. To live well, you need to be smart. Don't let the person who has adopted benefit too much. Su Suining hadn't thought about this. She really just wanted to have nothing to do with anyone, to keep everything distant. Chen Kaihua's words gave her a new idea, and it sounded very reasonable. Lu Beiting carried a water bucket over. While scraping fish scales, she said to Su Suining, second sister-in-law, "I think what Annie said makes a lot of sense. My parents have been supporting Lu Beiting the most these years." Su Suining was surprised. She's alone, has her own salary, so why does she need so much money? Lu Beiting shook her head. I don't really know. I often see my mom giving Lu Beiting money and food coupons. Chen Kaihua patted her leg.
See?
I knew that woman isn't easy to deal with. If she goes back to the mountain village, she definitely wouldn't want to. But your mother-in-law is really interesting. She doesn't want her own son but treasures a foster daughter? Thinking about it, Su Suining still felt she was simple. She whispered softly, I think she just wants to adopt a son and have a face to show off. She wants to take advantage of this, so we shouldn't suffer losses either. Having 2 kids means a lot of expenses in the future. Don't just give in. If she doesn't agree, then let her stay far away from her real mother. Su Suining chuckled and looked at Lu Beiting. Lu Beiting's face turned red with embarrassment. Although Mei Shuqin wasn't good, she was still her biological mother. Chen Kaihua finally realized what was happening, let out a laugh, and said to ease the awkwardness, all right, you all busy yourselves. I need to take little Bao back quickly and cook for the 2 little ancestors. She hurriedly left in a flurry, bringing the children along. Su Suining smiled and went over to help Lu Beiting tidy up the fish, but Lu Beiting refused. I can do it. Second sister-in-law, I think your mom is pretty good.
Su Suining nodded.
Yes, at first I couldn't understand my mom, but now I do. Although she speaks bluntly, her intentions are really for the kids' good. Just like her earlier opinion, you can't let money come between you and others. The fish was so big that it filled half a pot when cooked. Su Suining simmered a piece of tofu in the pot. While cooking the fish, she placed a steaming basket on top of the pot to cook rice. When the fish was ready, the rice was also cooked. Su Suining looked at the large pot. She and Lu Beiting couldn't finish it in 2 meals, so they sent a big plate to Su Hongmei's next door. Su Hongmei was polite and immediately sent back a plate of freshly steamed flour buns after receiving the fish. Lu Beiting preferred noodles and said while eating a bun, "Everyone in this housing estate is so nice. It's like my childhood neighborhood. Everyone left their doors open, kids running around everywhere. If they happen to be eating when we passed by, we just join in." She chuckled and added, "Of course, some people are a bit stingy. Food was precious, so they planned their meals carefully. Sometimes, if they saw us, they wouldn't cook until we left. Some wouldn't even open the steamer when the buns were ready, afraid they'd disappear instantly." Su Suining found this amusing and said, "I like this kind of community life, full of warmth and kindness. Whether generous or stingy, it's all about the rich human touch." Lu Beiting suddenly looked sad and said, "Second sister-in-law, when I'm so happy, what is my second brother doing?" Su Suining paused, softly replying, "Working, getting scolded, maybe not allowed to eat." As she spoke, she looked outside the yard at a person walking from afar, then suddenly sat up straight. "Bayan, someone's coming." Lu Beiting was still biting her bun when she saw it was Lu Beiting, and she immediately threw down her chopsticks to stand up. Su Suining held her hand and said, "Go get some malted milk powder and soak some for her." Lu Beiting reacted quickly. "Second sister-in-law, are we trying to lure the snake out?" Su Suining smiled without saying much. It wasn't really about tricks or schemes, just a coincidence. Just as Lu Beiting took out the malted milk powder and sat down, Lu Beiting arrived. She was carrying luggage. Lu Beiting didn't come directly into the yard. She looked over the fence at Su Suining and said, "I'm here to say goodbye. If I've caused any misunderstandings or made you unhappy before, please forgive me." Su Suining put down her chopsticks and smiled. "Come in and sit. Don't disturb the neighbor's rest." Lu Beiting was surprised and asked softly, "How could I disturb the neighbors?" She then carried her bag inside and sat at the table, looking at a pot of braised fish. Su Suining and Lu Beiting both looked healthy and rosy. Lu Beiting was about to speak when she suddenly saw the can of malted milk near Lu Beiting, and her face changed. Su Suining and Lu Beiting exchanged meaningful glances silently. Lu Beiting looked at Lu Beiting, then took an empty bowl, poured some malted milk into it in front of Lu Beiting, and pushed it toward her. "This is for you." The words sounded stiff and dry, with a hint of frustration. Lu Beiting glanced at Lu Beiting, then at Su Suining, who smiled kindly but with a deeper meaning in her eyes. She looked down and remained silent for a moment, then took the bowl, drank the malted milk in one gulp, and looked at Su Suining. "I really came to say goodbye. Maybe I overthought things before. I couldn't let go of some things, so I was a bit greedy. Now I understand. If it's not mine, then it's not mine. Forcing it won't help." Lu Beiting was skeptical. "Are you really sure you've understood?" Lu Beiting paused, looking at Lu Beiting with some sadness. "Bayan, you've called me sister for over 20 years. Don't you trust my character? Since I was a child, I've always protected you, and I've never done anything bad. Why do you doubt me like this?" Lu Beiting shrugged. "I didn't mean that. I was just asking. Why are you thinking so much? Are you feeling guilty?" Lu Beiting was really angry. She just wanted to confirm whether Su Suining was okay. But Lu Beiting kept stirring the pot. However, it seemed Su Suining and the others had already noticed the malted milk had a problem, so they were testing her. Such a foolish test method. Thankfully, she knew early on that the small amount wouldn't be deadly, just make someone feel unwell for a few days. Drinking water would help clear it out. Having gotten the answer she wanted, Lu Beiting didn't want to argue with Lu Beiting anymore. She said goodbye to Su Suining. "All right, I've said everything I needed to. I'm leaving today. Please tell Huo Qingshan I'm sorry for me." She grabbed her bag and left. Only then did Lu Beiting complain. "I really don't understand her anymore. She used to not act so pretentious." Su Suining was curious. "Where do you think she's going? Maybe you should follow her and see?" Lu Beiting immediately stood up. "Can I really go?" Su Suining nodded. Sure, go ahead and check. Lu Beiting quickly ran out. Su Suining ate her meal slowly, tidied up the remaining dishes, and washed the plates. When she was resting in the yard, Lu Beiting returned, sweaty and exhausted. Looking at Su Suining with surprise, she said, "Second sister-in-law, Lu Beiting really went to the bus station. The ticket she bought is to Lu Zhenping. I even secretly asked the staff, and her referral letter is also from Lu Zhenping." Su Suining wasn't sure. Did she really go? Zhang Guilin has been caught, so what is she still doing there? Lu Beiting also couldn't figure it out. The more this happens, the more suspicious she seems. After thinking for a while, Su Suining asked, "Does Lu Beiting know anyone here?" Lu Beiting shook her head, "Probably not. It's her first time coming to the Northwest." Su Suining thought for a moment and smiled. She's quite capable then. She can figure everything out after coming here. In the evening, Huo Qingshan returned and brought a few apples for Su Suining. He put 2 in his pocket and held 3 in his hand. Su Suining looked at the bright red apples and was a bit surprised. Where did these come from? Although it was the season for fruit, since fruit isn't a daily necessity, buying it was difficult. There were limits and it was hard to get. The family compound was relatively better. In a few days, some fruit would be distributed, mainly apples. Huo Qingshan always found ways to get fruit for Su Suining. After studying today, he worked in the orchard and asked the leader for some apples that had fallen. The leader was surprised because Huo Qingshan was usually quiet and never made requests. Since he asked for a few apples, the leader naturally agreed happily. Su Suining didn't think much about the work Huo Qingshan mentioned and gave 1 apple to Lu Beiting. She also gave 1 to Huo Qingshan, rinsed it with water, and took a bite. Maybe because the fruit was scarce, Su Suining, who never liked apples, found them especially delicious here, crisp, sweet, and juicy. Huo Qingshan watched Su Suining and Lu Beiting happily eating apples, then put down his own, and went to wash his hands to prepare dinner. Lu Beiting saw this and stretched her neck to remind him, "Second brother, we're not cooking tonight. We had fish for lunch, and second sister-in-law left you half of the fish belly meat." While biting her apple, Su Suining went over to instruct Huo Qingshan to reheat the leftover rice. In the afternoon, she also cooked a pot of mung bean porridge. Now it was cool and refreshing, and without sugar, it was still tasty. When Mei Shuqin came over again, she saw Su Suining holding her stomach with 1 hand and an apple in the other, eating while talking to Huo Qingshan busy at the stove. The smoke surrounded Huo Qingshan, making him look softer and more gentle. He turned to look at Su Suining with a gentle expression, his eyes lowered slightly, and his lips slightly curved upward, showing he was happy. Mei Shuqin's heart skipped a beat. It seemed Su Suining still held a very important place in Huo Qingshan's heart. She composed herself and stepped into the courtyard. When Huo Qingshan saw her, he slightly lowered his lips, his face serious and cold. This time, Mei Shuqin lowered her attitude significantly. "Qingshan, I still want to talk to you." Huo Qingshan stood at the stove without moving or replying. Mei Shuqin tidied her hair. "You should also know, you have an older brother named Lu Beiting, who is a very good person. He sacrificed himself on the border 3 years ago. Over these years, we've been very sad. I admit I was wrong before. I didn't come to find you right away. Seeing you again, I felt both sad and excited, and also very worried. I was sad because I still see your brother's shadow in you. I was excited because I felt blessed, knowing that my sorrow was seen by heaven and that I was given a son. I feel worried because of how you lost your way because of my and your father's carelessness, suffering so much and enduring so many hardships. But I am also comforted because you are truly a child of the Lu family. No matter how difficult the environment, you grow resiliently." Mei Shuqin's words were heartfelt, and she herself was almost in tears. Huo Qingshan was unmoved, frowning as he looked at Mei Shuqin. "Are you done? Then go. We need to eat." Mei Shuqin didn't expect to be moved to tears by her own words, but Huo Qingshan showed no gratitude. It seemed he really didn't care what his biological parents did or how it affected him. Su Suining held back a smile, turned around, and winked at Huo Qingshan. Mei Shuqin didn't leave after Huo Qingshan's words. She stood silently for a moment. Qingshan, if you really can't accept Lu Beiting, we can publish a notice in the newspaper to declare it, and have no contact with her in the future. If even then you still can't forgive us, your father and I will hold the Huo family responsible and report them for kidnapping children until you forgive us. Is that okay? Huo Qingshan frowned, his face already showing anger. I think I've made myself clear. I don't want to return to the Lu family, and I hope you won't disturb our lives anymore. Mei Shuqin's face stiffened as she looked at Huo Qingshan. Before coming, she was very confident that, with the Lu family status, Huo Qingshan wouldn't ignore them. The first time she was rejected by Huo Qingshan, she thought he might be feeling unbalanced because he had endured too much hardship and was using coldness to control them. Only at that moment did she realize that Huo Qingshan truly did not want to acknowledge them. She suddenly felt anxious and even a bit suffocated with sadness. In the end, she stiffly turned around and walked out slowly, hoping Huo Qingshan would stop her or that Lu Bayan would call her back. No one spoke until she left the hospital. Mei Shuqin could only muster her courage and leave, her last hope shattered. After Mei Shuqin left, Lu Bayan approached Huo Qingshan and said, "Second brother, I used to think our whole family could recognize each other and be happy together. Now I see. You don't need to feel awkward. Just acknowledge me and Grandpa, that's enough." Huo Qingshan looked up at Lu Bayan but said nothing, squatting down to continue cooking and heating the meal. Mei Shuqin visited the family compound several times, and everyone there learned about Huo Qingshan's background. People secretly discussed it, feeling sympathetic after hearing about his childhood experiences. Even Su Hongmei came early to gossip a little. She was curious, if the Lu family accepted Huo Qingshan, what about the girl they had mistakenly taken? When Lu Bayan said that Mei Shuqin wanted to keep both children at home, Su Hongmei was surprised. How can they both stay? Even though she's been with us longer and has feelings, she's the daughter of a bad seed. If I were in her place, I wouldn't be able to mistreat my own son and then still pretend to be kind to the daughter of an enemy. I just couldn't do it. Lu Bayan didn't speak. Such simple logic was clear to outsiders, but Mei Shuqin simply couldn't see through it. Su Suining didn't want to discuss this topic and changed the subject with a smile, asking Su Hongmei, sister-in-law, "Did you give birth in the hospital or at home?" Su Hongmei shook her head. "Not necessarily. When I had my son, I was back in my hometown, so I gave birth at home. Some people in the family compound also give birth at home, while others go to the hospital. But if you're expecting twins, you'll definitely need to go to the hospital, probably the military hospital." Su Suining nodded and changed the subject again, talking about other things. After a few days of comfortable days, Mei Shuqin didn't come back. It's unclear whether she returned home or stayed in the provincial city. Su Suining felt restless. Recently, her body felt heavy, and she had trouble sleeping at night, though she felt energetic during the day. Huo Qingshan was worried, always feeling that poor sleep at night might harm her health. He took leave and insisted on taking her to see Dr. Huo. On the way to the hospital, Su Suining was still smiling and comforting Huo Qingshan, saying, "You don't need to be so nervous. I don't sleep much, but I feel very energetic. I'm not tired at all during the day. Look, I don't even have dark circles." She said this while pulling Huo Qingshan to show him her eyes. Huo Qingshan used to resist, not wanting to be too close to Su Suining outside. But now, when she asked him to look at her eyes, he genuinely leaned down and looked carefully. He didn't understand what Su Suining meant by dark circles. All he saw was her dark eyebrows and eyes, with a playful smile in her eyes. Su Suining smiled and said, "See? No dark circles? I'm fine, don't worry." She gently acted cute and coquettish towards Huo Qingshan. Huo Qingshan's expression softened visibly, and his voice became gentle. "Yes, let's go." Mei Shuqin watched the scene from afar, feeling a mix of emotions. Her son was kind, caring, and full of feelings, especially towards his wife. But he refused to acknowledge her. These past days, she stayed at the guest house, thinking about why Lu Beiting didn't want to go home, why Lu Beiting was hostile towards her, and why Huo Qingshan refused to recognize her. She only wanted what was best for them, but now they seemed to see her as an enemy. Mei Shuqin couldn't understand it. She looked exhausted these days and couldn't help but want to talk to Huo Qingshan. Before reaching the family courtyard gate, she saw a warm scene from afar and decided there was no need to go over. She decided to return to Beijing first and discuss with Lu Zhenping. No matter what, she was determined to bring her son back. Watching Huo Qingshan and Su Suining walk away, Mei Shuqin felt a bit lonely and turned back to the guest house. Near the entrance of the guest house, she saw Lu Beiting rushing out and then quickly turning right, walking fast. Her back looked hurried and a little anxious. Mei Shuqin was puzzled. Wasn't Lu Beiting supposed to go to Lu Zhenping? Why was she here? She instinctively followed, but Lu Beiting was too focused on her hurried steps to notice Mei Shuqin behind her. After walking for more than 20 minutes, they entered a small courtyard. Inside, Lu Beiting nervously spoke to a man. "No, I can't find a chance to give Huo Qingshan and Su Suining poison. They must have discovered something now. I can't even get into the family courtyard. And Huo Qingshan must have figured it out, waiting for me to take the bait." The man replied casually, "What are you afraid of? If you want to stay in the Lu family forever, Huo Qingshan has to die, or you have to completely crush this man's pride. Su Suining is his weakness. As long as he destroys Su Suining and the baby in her belly, Huo Qingshan will be completely finished. Can Huo Qingshan endure such a? Wouldn't it be better to let him live in misery and pain?" Lu Beiting was silent for a moment. "I just went to the guest house. My mom wasn't there, and I couldn't find what you wanted. It might not be with my mom either." The man's gentle voice said, "That's okay. If it's not there, then it's not there. You still need to find a way to poison Su Suining." Lu Beiting was a bit anxious. "I really don't have a chance. Plus, Su Suining has Lu Beiting with her, watching her like a guard dog. It's easy for me to be caught. If I get caught, they definitely won't let me go. Then, I would be finished. Are you still afraid of Lu Beiting? Trick her out, pay some people to hurt her, and see how she can face others afterwards." Lu Beiting hesitated. "No, Lu Beiting is annoying, but this plan. Aren't you afraid of losing your current status? Think carefully. What do you really want? Sometimes killing a few people doesn't matter. They are obstacles in your life, and they deserve to die." Lu Beiting gritted her teeth. "Fine, I'll do it." Mei Shuqin couldn't bear to listen anymore. She pushed open the courtyard door and stormed in. "Lu Beiting, how dare you?"
You.
She hadn't finished speaking when she saw the man's face and was stunned. "It's you?" Lu Beiting saw Mei Shuqin rush in and was also startled. She instinctively shouted, "Mom, why are you here?" Mei Shuqin looked at Lu Beiting with anger. "If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known how cruel you are. Not only did you poison Su Suining, but you also want to harm Lu Beiting?" Lu Beiting's face turned pale. She went to hold Mei Shuqin's arm. "No, Mom, listen to me. I didn't mean to hurt Bayan." Mei Shuqin forcefully shook her arm. "I'm not deaf. I heard everything just now. Your hearts are truly wicked." She pushed Lu Beiting's hand away and tried to turn to leave. But Lu Beiting tightly grabbed her wrist. "Mom, you can't leave. If you go, everything's over for me." Mei Shuqin turned in shock and looked at Lu Beiting. "What are you trying to do?" Lu Beiting hesitated. She wouldn't hurt Mei Shuqin. "Mom, just believe me. Believe I didn't mean to hurt Lu Beiting, and I will let you go." Mei Shuqin forcefully shook her off.
Impossible.
"You want to kill them all, so how could I still protect you?" After turning to leave, I was suddenly hit the back of my head. I blacked out and fainted. Su Suining went to see Huo Weihong. After checking Huo Weihong's pulse, he comforted Huo Qingshan. "You don't need to worry too much. Her reactions now are normal. Also, in late pregnancy, the body is under more stress, so poor sleep at night is normal. It's good if it doesn't affect her daytime energy. She's probably going to give birth in about half a month. Recently, you should watch her closely. If she feels uncomfortable, call me, and I'll come over." Huo Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. Hearing that the baby would be born in about half a month made him nervous again. Su Suining saw Huo Qingshan's expression tighten instantly, and he smiled, touching his hand with the back of his hand. It's okay. After the baby is born, I'll be more relaxed. Then, it'll be your turn to take care of the baby every day. Huo Weihong also comforted him. Yes, once the baby is born, everything will be better. Don't you want to see what the baby looks like? Su Suining changed the subject and looked at Huo Weihong. Teacher, I think you can record my case as a typical example. When the time comes, more students can learn from it. Huo Weihong looked confused, as if he didn't understand what Su Suining was saying and didn't respond to his suggestion. But Su Suining, eager to become his disciple, was persistent. I can follow you and let you record my process from poisoning to recovery. During that time, I can also learn from you. Huo Weihong had no way to deal with Su Suining's persistence and waved his hand. All right, let's talk about this after you have the baby. For now, just focus on preparing for the birth. Su Suining was happy. Teacher, do you agree to accept me as a disciple? Huo Weihong looked serious. I didn't say that. Don't overthink it. Su Suining didn't care. He grabbed Huo Qingshan's arm, supported his belly, and stood up. He bowed to Huo Weihong. Thank you, teacher. Huo Weihong couldn't help but laugh, feeling both amused and helpless. Your skin is really thick. Su Suining smiled. Learning skills is worth having a thick skin. Huo Weihong finally smiled. All right, if it gets too hard later, don't cry, okay? Su Suining kept smiling. Don't worry, I can definitely endure hardship. Huo Qingshan looked at his wife with gentle eyes, smiling as she talked to Huo Weihong. Her delicate personality was truly charming. Su Suining's wish was fulfilled. As she was about to leave, a nurse hurried over. Dr. Hua, a patient was just brought in. Her vital signs are very weak. Please go and see her quickly. Huo Weihong stood up and hurried out. He has a special status at the hospital, so he doesn't belong to any specific department. Whenever there's a need, they call him to help. Su Suining and Huo Qingshan follow behind. They walk slowly and happen to see someone pushing a patient toward them. Huo Weihong quickly follows. Su Suining glances at the patient on the bed and exclaims, Mei Shuqin? She only sees the clothes and a lady's watch on the hanging hand, which makes her think it's Mei Shuqin. Huo Qingshan hears her voice and looks over. Sure enough, it's Mei Shuqin. After confirming the patient is Mei Shuqin, Huo Weihong shouts to push her into the emergency room. Su Suining pulls Huo Qingshan's arm and goes over. She's very curious. How did Mei Shuqin get hurt? She was almost done with her illness. Huo Qingshan didn't want to join the fuss, but since Su Suining wanted to see, he could only satisfy her curiosity and go with her. Su Suining isn't tired of watching. At the emergency room door, there are no benches, so she asks Huo Qingshan to find her a chair. She sits at the door, waiting. She just wants to see what exactly is happening. Huo Qingshan remains silent and patiently stands beside her, listening as she occasionally mumbles. What's going on? Was she hit by a car or attacked by someone? She was fine and not returning to Jing City. Why is she here? Worried she might be thirsty, Huo Qingshan takes out a military water bottle filled with plain water and hands it to Su Suining. She drinks while waiting curiously. She also went to the bathroom twice and came back. Huo Weihong finally came out of the emergency room, and the patient was moved to a ward. Seeing that the two haven't left, Huo Weihong suddenly remembers that Mei Shuqin is Huo Qingshan's biological mother. Thinking they're concerned about her, he sighs and says, she was attacked on the back of her head with a heavy object. We can only hope she wakes up tonight. Su Suining is shocked. She was beaten? Huo Weihong nods. At the back of her head. The attacker wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, she might have been gone. Su Suining is stunned. Where's the attacker? Huo Weihong isn't sure either. The neighbor saw it and called someone to bring her here. I don't know if they called the police. Su Suining reaches out and pulls on Huo Qingshan's sleeve, blinking at him eagerly. She strongly suspects it was Lu Beiting. The attacker didn't seem very strong, which matches Lu Beiting's gentle and fragile appearance. Huo Qingshan also suspects, but doesn't say anything in front of Huo Weihong. After Huo Weihong leaves to handle other matters, Su Suining can't hold back anymore. It was definitely Lu Beiting. Did Mei Shuqin discover something? Then Lu Beiting got angry and lost her temper. Huo Qingshan agreed with this view. It should be. Su Suining was excited, grabbing Huo Qingshan's hand and pulling him outside. Let's go quickly find the police and report Lu Beiting. Huo Qingshan hesitated for a moment before speaking, but Su Suining was happy again. A good citizen should actively report the illegal actions of these wrongdoers. If we wait too long, Lu Beiting will run away. Huo Qingshan wanted to remind Su Suining that even if they went now, Lu Beiting might have already escaped. Plus, they didn't know where the crime scene was or how to report it. Seeing Su Suining so excited, he finally said nothing and followed her to find the police. When they saw the police, they realized they didn't know where the scene was or that a kind citizen had brought Mei Shuqin. At this moment, people were eager to help but not keen on calling the police. Their awareness of the law was quite weak. Because of Huo Qingshan's status, the police still accompanied them to the hospital, hoping that once Mei Shuqin woke up, she could provide useful information. Huo Qingshan was worried that Su Suining might tire herself from going back and forth, so he kept glancing at her. Su Suining was not tired at all, only excited about the gossip and eager to catch the bad guy quickly. At the hospital, they just arrived when Mei Shuqin woke up. Mei Shuqin was awake, but her mind was not quite right. She kept shouting about catching the bad guys and arresting Lu Beiting. While Huo Weihong treated her, she held Huo Weihong's hand tightly. Lu Beiting, catch Lu Beiting. She's a spy, a bad person. She wants to kill people, she wants to poison. She kept repeating this over and over. Su Suining and Huo Qingshan watched from the door, both surprised. Has she gone crazy? Huo Qingshan frowned. This result was better than he expected. Huo Weihong wanted to give her acupuncture treatment, but she refused to cooperate, throwing a tantrum on the bed. In the end, they had to call a nurse to give her a sedative injection. After the shot, she soon fell back asleep, completely quiet. Huo Weihong pushed up his glasses and shook his head at Huo Qingshan. After a severe, she damaged her nerves, and this is the result. The police accompanying them also frowned. Is there any hope for her recovery? They were already thinking of giving up. If Mei Shuqin didn't pursue the attacker, they didn't want to get involved. Many unresolved serious cases had already caused them headaches. Huo Weihong shook his head. Nerve damage is irreversible. With acupuncture, she might improve a little, but she won't return to her previous state. Su Suining sighed softly to herself. It was quite ironic that Mei Shuqin, who was so clever and calculating, ended up appearing foolish and naive. She quickly told the police, the patient didn't just shout earlier, it was Lu Beiting who caused her. She also said Lu Beiting poisoned her. So, Lu Beiting must be the culprit. The police listened in silence and looked at Huo Qingshan, wanting to hear his opinion. Huo Qingshan nodded. Right now, Lu Beiting is the main suspect. You should first control her to prevent any harm to society. The police then asked about Lu Beiting's appearance and where she lived. This question stumped Su Suining and Huo Qingshan. They shook their heads, unable to answer. The police had no choice but to investigate on their own, which made the task much harder. The city wasn't too big or too small. Even if they searched around the ghost houses and nearby areas, it would take a lot of time and manpower. Meanwhile, the kind citizens who brought Mei Shuqin to the hospital couldn't be found either. After leaving the hospital, the two police officers felt overwhelmed. This case was like searching for a needle in a haystack. They muttered quietly, "This is just a family matter. An adopted daughter who turned against her family. But family matters must be dealt with. No matter how hard, we have to find her. The officers in this unit are not easy to deal with." They whispered to each other and then returned to diligently search for Lu Beiting. Seeing that there was no more excitement, Su Suining and Huo Qingshan went home. On the way back, she discussed with Huo Qingshan, "Where do you think Lu Beiting could be hiding?" And how did Mei Shuqin suddenly realize something? Huo Qingshan didn't know, and since it was a local investigation, he couldn't interfere too much. Thinking along the way, Su Suining told Lu Beiting, who was washing clothes, about the case when they got home. Lu Beiting was so shocked that her clothes fell to the ground, and she hurriedly ran to the hospital. Although she opposed her mother's actions, now that Mei Shuqin was injured and hospitalized, she felt very upset and scared. After some thought, Su Suining and Huo Qingshan went back to the hospital again. They thought Lu Beiting was very upset, so they wanted to comfort her. Walking slowly, Huo Qingshan also slowed down. When they arrived at the hospital, Lu Beiting sat by Mei Shuqin's bed, holding her hand and crying. Mei Shuqin, having taken sedatives, was still asleep. Lu Beiting's eyes were red as she looked at Huo Qingshan and Su Suining entering. Why is Lu Beiting so heartless? She wanted something, and my mom gave her everything. How could she still do this? Su Suining shook his head and said, "There are definitely things we don't know yet. Don't worry too much. The police are already looking for Lu Beiting. Once your mom wakes up, ask her and see if she can give us any clues." Lu Bayan heard Lu Beiting's name and felt angry, her teeth hurting. "Since she's so cruel, I won't be polite to her when I see her." As she spoke, Mei Shuqin woke up, her eyes confused. When she saw Huo Qingshan, her eyes lit up. Beifeng, is that you back? I knew you weren't dead." She struggled to get up, but Lu Beiting reached out and held her down. "Mom, stay calm. This isn't Big Brother. This is Huo Qingshan, my second brother." Mei Shuqin frowned, still confused. When she saw Lu Beiting, she tightly held her hand. "Lu Beiting is trying to hurt you. Run quickly." Her mind was all over the place, constantly urging Lu Beiting to run. Su Suining watched nearby, serious and thoughtful. After Mei Shuqin went crazy, why was there still a hint of motherly love? Lu Beiting comforted her. "Mom, stay calm. Listen to me. Do you know how Lu Beiting plans to hurt me?" Mei Shuqin couldn't answer. Her mind was full of broken images. Lu Beiting grabbing her hand, begging her not to leave. She quickly waved her hands. No, it wasn't Lu Beiting. She told me to keep it a secret, to not say anything." Her words were jumbled, but Lu Beiting understood. "Mom, she knows you found out, so she told you not to say anything? Is that right?" Mei Shuqin couldn't hear her clearly and kept talking nonsense. Huo Weihong arrived quickly, checked Mei Shuqin again, and shook his head at Huo Qingshan. Her condition hasn't improved at all. Plus, if she keeps her emotions so tense, it will harm her a lot. Lu Bayan's heart tightened. "What should we do?" Huo Weihong frowned. "It's better to send her back to Jing City. Their medical equipment is much more advanced. Maybe there's a way." Lu Beiting didn't hesitate. "I'll call my dad and ask him to come pick her up." She finished and ran out to make the call. Huo Weihong looked at Mei Shuqin, still muttering on the hospital bed, then sighed at Huo Qingshan. "You don't need to worry too much. At least she's alive." But he didn't know that neither Su Suining nor Huo Qingshan was worried about Mei Shuqin's life, only about when Lu Beiting would be caught. After a busy day with no news from the police, dinner time came. Su Suining thought it was better to wait until later. Now everywhere has surveillance cameras and linked databases. As long as they want to check, they can find out everything about a person in minutes. Now, if Lu Beiting really hides away, she will be very hard to find. Huo Qingshan saw her distracted even while eating and, still holding the uneaten fried egg, handed it to her. "Eat your meal and go to bed early. The more sleep you get, the better." Su Suining snapped out of her thoughts and smiled at Huo Qingshan. "I was just thinking, where could Lu Beiting be hiding? Do you think she might disguise herself and hide somewhere, secretly my child, or take advantage of my distraction to harm me? After all, her original target was me." Huo Qingshan hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "No, she wouldn't dare. She doesn't dare appear in the city now because the inspections are very strict." Lu Beiting also looked distracted. Since her phone call at noon, she had been at the hospital, watching her mother act strangely, which made her feel even worse. Now, hearing Huo Qingshan and Su Suining, she looked up. Second sister-in-law, don't worry. I'm here, and I will be very alert. Su Suining comforted Lu Beiting again. You don't need to worry too much. Your mom has gone back to Beijing. Maybe she can be treated there. Lu Beiting sighed. I used to say I wanted to see her regret the day she found out Lu Beiting's true nature, but I didn't want her to end up like this. Then she asked Huo Qingshan again, second brother, where do you think Lu Beiting might be hiding now? Could she have gone to Lu Zhenping? Huo Qingshan hadn't analyzed it and wasn't sure. Even if she runs to the northwest border, she shouldn't go to Lu Zhenping. There, she has nowhere to hide. Lu Beiting was a bit annoyed. I really can't believe she's so malicious in her thoughts. After 2 days of searching, they still couldn't find Lu Beiting. The police even used the photos Lu Beiting provided to look for her, but she was nowhere to be found. In those 2 days, Lu Beiting probably sneaked past the checkpoints and left the provincial capital. If she was still in the city, with the neighborhood watch checks, she wouldn't be able to hide at all. Now, no one dared to hide her or shelter her. If she was reported, it would be a serious crime. Su Suining listened to the information Huo Qingshan brought back and sighed. Lu Beiting is just wasting her good days, choosing to turn herself into a fugitive. Huo Qingshan sat on the edge of the bed and massaged Su Suining's calf. In late pregnancy, her legs swelled more and more, especially her calves and feet. She couldn't even fit into normal shoes. Her feet were swollen like buns, and the swelling couldn't be relieved. Huo Qingshan didn't know how to help. Today, he also asked Hua Weihong, who told him that giving her massages when possible could help reduce the pressure caused by swelling. Su Suining lay under the blanket, her legs resting on Huo Qingshan's lap. She watched him massage and thought deeply. Suddenly, an idea for a big mystery murder story appeared in her mind. She quickly sat up, grabbing Huo Qingshan's hand. When I have the baby, you must be there. Watch the baby carefully so no one can steal him. And me, you also need to watch over me. Don't get so busy with the baby that you forget about me. If Lu Beiting sneaks in and tries to harm me, be careful. Huo Qingshan paused, shook his head, and said, that won't happen. I've already talked to the military hospital. There won't be any accidents. Su Suining didn't believe him. She had seen enough on TV about such things. We also need to watch out for some people pretending to be doctors or nurses to get into the ward. They might even use some kind of smoke to confuse people. Huo Qingshan didn't understand why Su Suining kept having such strange ideas. He patiently comforted her, saying, at the military hospital, if bad people try to sneak in, the hospital director and military leaders will be punished. After all, it's a military hospital, not a market. It won't be chaotic like that. Su Suining thought for a moment and agreed. Still, we should be extra careful. After speaking, she lay back down to enjoy Huo Qingshan's massage. It felt so good that she closed her eyes, almost falling asleep. Just as she was about to doze off, she suddenly opened her eyes again. I want to eat fried candies. Huo Qingshan paused. Candies? Su Suining nodded eagerly, feeling her mouth watering. At the counter on the first floor of the People's Department Store, the thin, light yellow candies, tasty, sweet, with a little spicy flavor. She had never craved this before, but today she suddenly wanted it so badly. Not being able to get it made her feel anxious and restless. Her mouth was watering even more. Huo Qingshan hadn't tried it before, nor had he seen Su Suining or Lu Beiting eat it. He didn't know what she was describing. Wait at home. I'll go buy some for you. Su Suining nodded again. Yes, turn left after entering the store. Third counter. Huo Qingshan remembered her instructions, carefully rolled up her pant leg, and asked, you rest at home for a while. Lu Beiting is at the hospital. Should I tell Sister Hongmei to come over and keep you company? Su Suining didn't refuse. Okay. I also want to ask Sister Hongmei how to add stitches when knitting a sweater. After Huo Qingshan left, Su Suining couldn't sleep. She decided to hold her sweater and go find Hongmei. Hongmei was friendly, skillful, and patient. She taught Su Suining how to add stitches and also showed her how to knit a wheat ear pattern. After practicing several times, Su Suining remembered most of it. The rest was just practice to become more skilled. Su Hongmei was watching Su Suining knit a sweater and casually asked, "I heard Captain Huo's mother was hurt by her adopted daughter." Now, she's not thinking clearly. What really happened? Su Suining, enjoying her gossip, replied, "She probably found out Lu Beiting wanted to harm someone. Lu Beiting got scared and killed to cover her tracks." Su Hongmei exclaimed, "That woman is so cruel. She's had a good life at the Lu family for many years. I heard her work is good now. What more does she want? She can't expect her own son to ignore her and just accept her, right?" Su Suining nodded repeatedly. "My sister-in-law is right." Su Hongmei thought for a moment, then said, "Lu Beiting hasn't been caught yet. She might come back to cause trouble for you. I'll tell the family members in the courtyard to be careful, to prevent her from using or secretly harming you again." Su Suining chuckled. "Actually, no need to worry about that." Su Hongmei waved her hand. "You don't understand. The people in our family courtyard are quite united on this. Although everyone has their own little plans, when it comes to big issues, we stick together. We may not be very educated, but we know we can't shame our men." Su Suining nodded firmly. "That's what I think too. No matter what, I won't let Huo Qingshan down." Su Hongmei smiled. "Exactly. Men train hard and do important work to protect our country. We can't hold them back. Plus, the family members here have their own conflicts, but they keep it to themselves. No one dares to make a scene. Do the men not want to work anymore?" Su Suining smiled and agreed, noticing that although the military families in the courtyard had their own groups and rivalries, they didn't have serious conflicts. Everyone cared about their husbands' futures and reputation. Huo Qingshan bought the candy Su Suining mentioned, which looked very sweet and rich. After buying it, he passed by a watch display, bending down to look at the watches inside. There was no watch he liked. There was a lady's plum blossom watch with luminous features. "When will it be in stock?" The clerk shook her head. "That model is very popular. We haven't had it in stock. It might be available in Jing City or Mo City. I can't say for sure here." She added, "And that watch is expensive. If you want to buy something for your wife, you can look at other options. These other ladies' watches are also nice." Huo Qingshan looked again, but still felt it wasn't as good as the one he had seen before. At that time, he didn't have a watch ticket. Now he has a ticket, but the watch he wanted is gone. He is a very stubborn person and decided to wait until the watch is available again. When he was leaving with candies, he ran into Luo Zhendong. Luo Zhendong was surprised to see Huo Qingshan. "I just arrived and was going to the military district to find you. I heard you were off today. I was planning to buy some things and visit sister-in-law at the staff compound." Huo Qingshan looked at his empty hands. "I was just about to buy some meat." "You can buy some meat too." Luo Zhendong paused and smiled helplessly. "You're really not polite." "Okay, I'll go buy the meat." Huo Qingshan ignored his teasing and took Luo Zhendong to the neighboring grocery store to buy meat. Luo Zhendong bought 3 jean of ribs and a piece of pork belly. When he came out carrying the meat, Luo Zhendong wanted to ask how Huo Qingshan was doing lately and how Su Suining's health was, but Huo Qingshan spoke first. "Lu Beiting found that man in Beijing, the one who is giving you a hard time." "What is he doing?" Luo Zhendong was stunned and looked unhappy. "Why are you bringing this up now?" Huo Qingshan simply explained the situation with Lu Beiting and Mei Shuqin. Luo Zhendong was shocked. Lu Beiting hurt Mei Shuqin? Now Mei Shuqin is disabled? Huo Qingshan nodded. "That's right." Luo Zhendong clicked his tongue several times. "I didn't expect Lu Beiting to be so ruthless." But he was curious. What does this have to do with the man she found? Huo Qingshan frowned. She couldn't do this alone. Also, what would Mei Shuqin have discovered? There are only 2 scenarios. One is Lu Beiting talking face-to-face with someone. The other is her on the phone. If it's a phone call, it would be monitored, and Lu Beiting wouldn't dare say anything too obvious. Luo Zhendong stopped and looked at Huo Qingshan in surprise. So, you suspect there was a 3rd person present? Why didn't you tell the police?" Huo Qingshan frowned. "They can't even find Lu Beiting. How could they find a third person? Although Luo Zhendong thought Huo Qingshan's analysis was reasonable, he felt something was off. You make a good point. Why do you think it was definitely a man? Huo Qingshan looked at Luo Zhendong. Then, do you think it was a woman? Luo Zhendong hesitated for a moment, realizing he couldn't communicate well with Huo Qingshan. Furthermore, Huo Qingshan is not as sharp in catching problems. Maybe Huo Qingshan's analysis is actually correct. He thought for a moment and reluctantly spoke. Lu Beiting was looking for that man who works in the logistics department of the Academy of Sciences. He looks to be in his 30s. I don't know where he went later. Huo Qingshan asked again, what's his name? What does his family do?
Do you know?
Luo Zhendong remembered and looked a bit uncomfortable. I didn't ask. I thought it was embarrassing at the time, so I didn't ask what that man's name was or what his family does. He then became curious. Why are you asking? Does that man have some special background? Huo Qingshan patiently analyzed with Luo Zhendong. Lu Beiting doesn't want to leave the Lu family, which shows she values her family background. Marrying you, she must also care about your family background. If he has no status or background, do you think she would be willing? She values power so much. How could she choose someone unknown and unpromising? Luo Zhendong was speechless. Honestly, Huo Qingshan's analysis was quite reasonable. Then, should I go find out more later? He still felt very embarrassed. Huo Qingshan didn't speak. He thought that even if they couldn't find Lu Beiting now, they should uncover her network of connections. The two returned home. Su Suining was sitting in the yard knitting, with Su Hongmei watching nearby. When Huo Qingshan came back, Su Hongmei smiled and greeted him before leaving. Luo Zhendong watched Su Suining stand up and was startled. It seemed that in just a few days, her belly had grown so big it looked like it might burst. And her body was very thin, which looked a bit frightening. Luo Zhendong knew it was impolite, but he couldn't help asking Huo Qingshan, sister-in-law, is your belly too big? I've seen others about to give birth, and theirs isn't this big. Huo Qingshan slightly lifted his chin and softly said, it's twins. Your sister-in-law is thin, so it looks big. Luo Zhendong unexpectedly saw a hint of pride and show-off on this usually expressionless man's face. He couldn't help but laugh. That's really wonderful. Hopefully, she'll have a pair of healthy twins. Su Suining happily said, all good, as long as the kids are healthy. Luo Zhendong smiled, of course. Sister-in-law, I'm coming to the provincial capital for a meeting. I'll stop by to see you all. Su Suining smiled and offered her seat, then called Huo Qingshan to pour tea. Luo Zhendong quickly stopped her. Sister-in-law, no need, I can do it myself. Afterward, he looked around. Where's Bayan? Su Suining glanced at Huo Qingshan. She's at the hospital taking care of Mei Shuqin. Lu Zhendong didn't expect that Lu Beiting would still be taking care of Mei Shuqin at the hospital. Thinking about it, it made sense. She is still kind and gentle at heart. After sitting down, he drank tea and chatted with Huo Qingshan about the team's affairs. Lu Zhendong reassured Huo Qingshan, you can rest assured and stay here peacefully. Recently, a new deputy team leader was transferred in, and he's quite capable. I think once you leave, he will be promoted to team leader. Although Su Suining knew they shouldn't ask too many work questions, she couldn't help but ask, are you being transferred? Where to? Huo Qingshan hurried to explain, it's a normal transfer. I won't stay in one position for long, about 3 years, I'll be promoted. I'll probably be transferred to the division headquarters or the military district by the end of this year. Su Suining thought that was good. I see. I thought you made a mistake. Since you didn't leave, a new team leader would come. Lu Zhendong smiled, sister-in-law. The army and official circles are quite different. They're simpler and more straightforward. Again, she was surprised. Huo Qingshan, this simple-minded man, actually paid close attention to his wife's little moods and patiently explained. It was quite rare. Huo Qingshan started preparing dinner, and Lu Zhendong went over to help. Su Suining sat in a chair, continuing to knit a sweater. Recently, she had been knitting whenever she had free time. She had already knitted quite a bit, thinking it would be good for the cold weather. But she forgot that she was about to have a baby and wouldn't have time to knit sweaters. Lu Zhendong and Huo Qingshan cooked together very smoothly. Lu Zhendong stewed pork ribs, and Huo Qingshan placed a steaming bowl of rice on top, meant for Su Suining. Just as the meal was almost ready, Lu Beiting returned. Her once bright and healthy face was now pale and listless, looking very unenergetic. Seeing Lu Zhendong, she was only slightly surprised, then called out Brother Zhendong and sat down listlessly. Su Suining waited until Lu Beiting finished a glass of water before asking, "How is your mom today?"
Lu Beiting sighed, "Still the same."
"It's not that I said Lu Beiting is a bad person, just told me to be careful." Then later, she pointed at me and scolded me, saying I was Lu Beiting and ungrateful. She was just acting crazy. Fortunately, Lu Beiting knew her boundaries and never took food from Su Suining to bring to the hospital, nor did she buy things to bring here. Instead, she just ate at the hospital cafeteria and brought food for Mei Shuqin. When Mei Shuqin was resting, she would run back quickly to see Su Suining. Su Suining could only comfort Lu Beiting, saying, "Don't worry too much. Once your dad comes, it will be better." Lu Beiting pouted and looked a bit sad. She said, "I used to think that if my mom acted like this, I wouldn't care about her anymore. But now, I can't be heartless. That's why I really hate Lu Beiting." She gritted her teeth with anger. Su Suining didn't say anything and let Lu Beiting vent her feelings. After dinner, Luo Zhendong suggested going to the hospital with Lu Beiting to visit Mei Shuqin. Lu Beiting was surprised. "You want to visit my mom?" Luo Zhendong nodded. "She's an elder in the big yard. I should go see her." Lu Beiting was silent for a moment. "If my mom says something unpleasant, don't take it to heart." When Su Suining heard Luo Zhendong wanted to visit Mei Shuqin, she also felt like going. Mostly just to see what was happening. Huo Qingshan looked at her with a curious expression and felt a bit helpless. "After they leave, I'll walk with you. Dr. Hua said you should walk more when you're fine. It's good for the baby." Su Suining quickly nodded. "Yes, let's walk to the hospital and then come back." Huo Qingshan was silent, but agreed, not wanting to dampen her interest. Su Suining and Huo Qingshan followed Lu Beiting and Luo Zhendong to the hospital, but they didn't go into the ward. Instead, they went to find Huo Weihong. Huo Weihong was about to cook when he saw them again. He put aside his cooking to bring over a chair for them to sit. He specially brought a high stool for Su Suining, so she wouldn't strain her belly. Huo Weihong looked at Su Suining and said, "You look good. Keeping a positive attitude is the best medicine. Don't be nervous about the birth. Everything will be fine."
Su Suining nodded repeatedly.
"Yes, with you here, I won't be afraid." Huo Weihong was surprised. "I won't deliver the baby myself, but there's a doctor at the hospital who's very skilled. I'll wait outside. If anything dangerous happens during delivery, I'll be there to make sure you're safe." When he mentioned danger, Huo Qingshan immediately sat up straight, his expression serious. Seeing this, Huo Weihong quickly comforted him. "Don't be nervous. You're calmer than a young girl. Look at Xiao Su. She's not afraid at all." Huo Qingshan pursed his lips without speaking. He didn't know why, but any small thing related to Su Suining seemed very serious to him. Su Suining smiled at Huo Qingshan. His nervousness was quite cute every time. She reached out and patted his hand. "It's okay. Giving birth can be dangerous, but with the doctor here, it will be fine."
It was.
She paused, looking at Huo Qingshan, her tone a bit shy. "I just heard from my sisters-in-law that giving birth is very painful, even worse than breaking bones." Huo Qingshan's face changed slightly. He knew childbirth was painful, but he didn't know exactly how much. Huo Weihong saw Su Suining acting deliberately and also noticed Huo Qingshan's nervous expression. He kept thinking to himself that Su Suining was very clever, good at comforting people, and knew how to act a little cute. Huo Qingshan's heart was already tightly held by her. When Luo Zhendong and Lu Beiting went to the ward, Mei Shuqin was awake, sitting on the bed with messy hair, constantly muttering. Seeing Lu Beiting and Luo Zhendong come in together, Mei Shuqin froze for a moment, her face showing fear. She ran over barefoot and pulled Lu Beiting aside. "You can't be with him, Lu Beiting." Listen to Mom, he's not a good person. Lu Beiting frowned. Mom. I am Lu Beiting, not Lu Beiting. Mei Shuqin was stunned again, nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 you are Bayan. Lu Beiting is bad. She wants to hurt you. Run quickly. She kept talking nervously. Lu Beiting pulled her to sit down and gently helped her lie back on the bed. Mei Shuqin, obediently lying down, stared at the ceiling, still mumbling that Lu Beiting was a bad person. Lu Beiting looked at Luo Zhendong helplessly. My mom is like this now. She used to be so strong, but now she's like this. It's a bit pitiful. If she had listened to me earlier and not believed Lu Beiting so much, she wouldn't be like this. She also felt wronged. She just doesn't believe me. Now she's harmed herself. Luo Zhendong was surprised that Mei Shuqin was worse than he thought. He comforted her. Going to Jing City, the medical technology will be much better. There will definitely be a way. Lu Beiting didn't say anything. Huo Weihong said that nerve damage is irreversible, so even going to Jing City probably wouldn't help. Luo Zhendong looked at Mei Shuqin's condition and thought again about Huo Qingshan's words. After leaving the ward, he made a call back to Jing City to investigate Lu Beiting's former lover. He found someone to ask about this, but it was a bit difficult for him to bring up. Although he wasn't at fault, it wasn't something to be proud of. He contacted a childhood friend who had grown up with Lu Beiting. When the friend heard he was asking about Lu Beiting's lover, he immediately became secretive. Lao Luo, this has been so long ago. Why are you still asking? I actually wanted to tell you a long time ago. He suddenly spilled everything, clearly explaining Lu Beiting's lover's identity. Luo Zhendong didn't expect that Huo Qingshan had really guessed right. He is from the Chu family in Jing City, the youngest son who is already married and has a son. His affair with Lu Beiting is known by many in the large courtyard. For a while, they were not careful about hiding it. His wife was so angry she took medicine to try to kill herself, but they later calmed down. Then Luo Zhendong came back and caught them in the act. However, this matter was covered up by the Chu family, so not many people knew. The Chu family's youngest son still works in a logistics department at a research institute in Jing City, and his position is quite high. Lu Beiting was also involved because of this. Luo Zhendong hung up the phone with a dark face. He only felt embarrassed at the time and didn't investigate further. He didn't expect Lu Beiting to find a married man. Even if, as Huo Qingshan said, Lu Beiting found a man with a good background, that doesn't mean the man and Lu Beiting are working together. Plus, his friend just said the Chu family's young man hasn't left Jing City recently. Luo Zhendong couldn't understand and went back to find Huo Qingshan, telling him briefly what he had learned. In the end, he summarized, the Chu family's network in Jing City is complex, with many people in high positions. Huo Qingshan didn't understand much about their family, but focused on what he cared about. Has the man who is good with Lu Beiting been to the provincial capital? Luo Zhendong shook his head. They broke up 2 years ago, and the Chu family guy hasn't left Jing City either. Huo Qingshan caught a detail. Did anyone see them break up? Luo Zhendong was surprised. How should I know? And now they are both unmarried and not together, so it means they're not involved anymore. Huo Qingshan frowned. Does Lu Beiting have other connections?
Can you find out?
Luo Zhendong shook his head. I can only ask around by phone. I haven't been in Jing City for many years, so I don't know many people. Huo Qingshan was silent for a while. Can you help me buy a women's plum blossom watch with luminous features and oval shape? I can draw a picture for you. Luo Zhendong quickly refused. No, I'm not going back to Jing City. How can I buy it for you? If I ask someone else to buy it, how will they send it? I can't get it. Huo Qingshan frowned. He originally wanted to give this watch to Su Suining when she was having a baby. Now it seems that's not possible anymore. Luo Zhendong sighed twice, looking at Huo Qingshan. You really dare to ask for anything for your wife. It's clear you love her very much. Huo Qingshan hesitated for a moment and looked at Luo Zhendong with some dissatisfaction. She is my wife, and I should treat her well. You using that word. It has a very capitalist tone. Luo Zhendong chuckled awkwardly. All right, just be stubborn now. You'll understand later. Huo Qingshan said nothing, feeling that people who constantly talk about love and relationships are often very superficial. So he didn't believe he would say such things himself. When he returned home, he told Su Suining everything Luo Zhendong had said. Su Suining was surprised. If your analysis is correct and Lu Beiting is the mastermind behind everything and she doesn't even know me, why would she want to harm me? And how does she know about my background? Unless she is my real father. Su Suining also thought she was overthinking and couldn't help but laugh softly. No matter what, it's good to investigate. I just don't know where Lu Beiting is. Huo Qingshan stayed silent and went to wash his hands to prepare dinner. Su Suining wanted to help, but was stopped by him. I can do it. Luo Zhendong will come later to eat too. He didn't want her to work because of her big belly. Every time she bent over or got up, his heart would tighten with worry. Su Suining didn't insist and smiled at Huo Qingshan. All right, you cook, and tonight I'll give you a massage. Huo Qingshan looked a bit uncomfortable but quickly washed his hands and started cooking. The massage she mentioned was quite mischievous. Her hands were always wandering, with a teasing air. It always made Huo Qingshan feel excited, but he couldn't do anything about it. He thought to himself that she really knew how to tease people. Luo Zhendong came back just before dark, bringing 2 packs of brown sugar. He smiled and handed them to Su Suining. I saw these 2 packs of brown sugar at the service station. I still have some sugar coupons left, so I bought them for my sister-in-law to help with her health. Su Suining was a little surprised to accept the sugar. Although she had 2 jean of sugar coupons each month, which was enough, white sugar was easy to buy, but brown sugar was more precious. They had some at home, but she wasn't sure if it was enough. She heard from neighbor Hong Mei that new mothers should drink red sugar water every day. It's always good to stock up. Luo Zhendong kept thanking her. Deputy Political Commissar Luo is so thoughtful. I went to the supply store a few days ago, and they didn't have any. Luo Zhendong shook his head. I found that the military district's supply store isn't as complete as the division's. Many things are probably reserved in advance, through connections. During dinner, Luo Zhendong also talked with Huo Qingshan about Lu Beiting's secret admirer. He didn't avoid Su Suining because he knew that with Huo Qingshan's character, he would definitely tell Su Suining everything when he returned. I called again to ask. Lu Beiting and the Chu family seem to still have contact, but that man recently changed jobs to get a promotion, so he isn't as open with Lu Beiting. He's worried about his conduct being affected. Su Suining was a bit surprised. He's still worried about conduct? His wife was so angry she tried to harm herself. Luo Zhendong's eyes twitched. He guessed correctly that Huo Qingshan told Su Suining everything when he came back. He looked at Huo Qingshan and saw him calmly eating his meal with a peaceful expression. Luo Zhendong sighed inwardly and explained to Su Suining, their family is quite powerful. They've already suppressed this matter and told others he died of an illness. Also, on Lu Beiting's side, Mei Shuqin has also found ways to deny any relationship between them. Everyone knows the truth, but doesn't dare to say it openly.
Su Suining sneered.
Having power is really great. Since it was Luo Zhendong's dark history, he didn't want to say too much. After dinner, Luo Zhendong was about to leave when Lu Bayan hurried over, followed by a middle-aged man. Su Suining only glanced and immediately recognized him as Huo Qingshan's father, Lu Zhenping. He didn't expect him to come so quickly. Lu Zhenping looked tired and dusty, with a bit of excitement when he saw Huo Qingshan. You're Qingshan. That's great, really great. Huo Qingshan stood still, frowning slightly as he looked at Lu Zhenping. This family was really annoying. One after another, they kept coming endlessly. Lu Zhenping didn't mind Huo Qingshan ignoring him and turned to Luo Zhendong. Zhendong, you're here too. I really have to thank you this time. If it weren't for you coming here, we wouldn't have found Yaya and been able to recognize Qingshan. Luo Zhendong was momentarily stunned and politely nodded. It was just luck. But inwardly, he had some reservations. Lu Zhenping had been a long-time official, and his speaking skills were getting better. He knew Huo Qingshan didn't plan to acknowledge them, yet he directly shifted the focus to him, making it seem like they had already recognized each other. Unfortunately, Lu Zhenping didn't understand Huo Qingshan. Indeed, Huo Qingshan frowned and said, "I think you already understand what I mean. There's no need for recognition. Living our own lives separately is fine. You coming here repeatedly has seriously affected my life and work." Lu Zhenping had heard from Mei Shuqin that his son didn't want to acknowledge them and was straightforward and blunt, but he didn't expect him to be so direct. He showed no respect at all. Lu Zhenping adjusted his glasses and seemed to ignore what Huo Qingshan said, continuing to talk to Luo Zhendong. "This time, I might need your help again. Your mother, your aunt was hurt, and it was Lu Beiting who did it. I think you should contact the local police to catch Lu Beiting quickly. No matter her reasons, the culprit must be brought to justice." Luo Zhendong looked confused. "Uncle, it's more convincing if you talk to the local police." Su Suining, who had been standing there curious, saw that Lu Zhenping's words were full of falsehood and official arrogance. She felt no interest and sat down, leaning on her waist. She had previously thought that Mei Shuqin's attitude towards recognizing Huo Qingshan was not sincere enough. Now she saw that Lu Zhenping's attitude was even more fake. He still hoped Huo Qingshan would voluntarily acknowledge him, and he didn't even want to intervene in catching Lu Beiting, fearing it would tarnish his reputation. He just couldn't let go of his official pride. Lu Bayan was also annoyed by her father's attitude. "Dad, you said you wanted to see my second brother. Now that you've seen him, you should hurry to the hospital to see my mom." Lu Zhenping frowned, looking displeased. "You child, what do you think I should do?" "Of course I know." Then he looked at Huo Qingshan. "Can I talk to you alone?" Huo Qingshan refused. "There's nothing to talk about. If you don't come again, that's the best outcome I want." Lu Zhenping fell silent for a moment. "All right, think about it again. This matter was our mistake. We accidentally lost you, but which parent doesn't love their child? If we had known, we would have come to find you long ago. I know you've suffered a lot, and it's natural for you to blame us. We will try our best to make it up to you in the future." Huo Qingshan's face darkened even more, his lips pressed tightly as he silently looked at Lu Zhenping. He just couldn't understand why Mei Shuqin and Lu Zhenping seemed to be deaf to what people said. Lu Zhenping didn't stay long and hurried with Lu Bayan to visit Mei Shuqin at the hospital again. Luo Zhendong looked at the displeased Huo Qingshan. "In the past, I still hoped you could acknowledge the Lu family. Now I think it's fine if you and sister-in-law live a good life." Huo Qingshan didn't want to pay attention to him either. He knew he was the main culprit. He turned around to support Su Suining's arm, wanting to go for a walk with her. Su Suining suppressed a smile in her eyes, glanced at Luo Zhendong, and followed Huo Qingshan out for a walk. Luo Zhendong felt a bit amused and helpless. Why was Huo Qingshan still acting like a child, blaming him? Su Suining held her belly and slowly followed Huo Qingshan towards a small square in the residential area where a group of children was kicking a ball. "You were chasing me, and it was very lively." Su Suining stopped walking, afraid that mischievous children might accidentally bump into her. Watching the energetic children, she happily said to Huo Qingshan, "It's already dark, and these little monkeys haven't gone home yet. Will our son be as naughty?" Huo Qingshan thought it was fine. He liked that the children were healthy and happy. Suddenly, Su Suining reached out and held his hand. "You, me, and our 2 children, our family of 4, can be very happy. So, you don't need to worry about Lu Zhenping's attitude. Whether he comes or not, it shouldn't affect your mood. You have me and the kids, and that's enough." Huo Qingshan's originally annoyed mood was instantly soothed. He didn't feel any affection for Lu Zhenping and Mei Shuqin. Their coming only made him feel troubled. He had never felt any grievances or resentment from Lu Zhenping and Mei Shuqin. It was Su Suining who understood him best. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but hold her hand again, holding it tightly and never letting go. The cover of night gave him more courage. When he heard someone calling the children to go home, Huo Qingshan finally released Su Suining's hand. She was happy and followed Huo Qingshan back. She had fully embraced this era now, liked the man beside her, and looked forward to the baby in her belly. Lu Zhenping went to the hospital and looked at Mei Shuqin with a serious face. I'll take your mom back to Jing City in the next couple of days. As for Lu Beiting, you should communicate with the local police. Lu Bayan was surprised. Dad, I should talk to them?
Why not you?
Lu Zhenping was silent for a moment. Your mom is already hurt. If we can't catch Lu Beiting, there's no evidence, and it doesn't necessarily mean she did it. Lu Bayan was stunned again. Dad, what do you mean? Lu Zhenping's tone was serious. No matter what, Lu Beiting is still part of our Lu family. Her household registration is still in our family book. If this gets out in Jing City, it will have a bad impact. Your mom is already hurt. This matter ends here. Later, I will publish a notice to cut ties with Lu Beiting. Lu Bayan understood that his father was doing this solely for his own benefit. His heart instantly cooled, realizing that his father valued his career greatly, but didn't care about his wife in the face of career. Dad, if my mom becomes like this and we don't hold Lu Beiting responsible, that would be too lenient on her. Lu Zhenping frowned. How do you plan to hold her responsible? It is widely known that Lu Beiting hurt her mother. After all, no one outside knows that Lu Beiting is not her biological daughter. Even if they do know, they might think that her changed behavior is due to poor parenting. If anyone is to blame, it should be her mother, who trusted and spoiled Lu Beiting too much. Now she's suffering the consequences. Lu Bayan looked at Lu Zhenping in disbelief. Dad, you can't blame my mom entirely. The children are raised by both of you. If there are problems, you also share responsibility. Also, it was you who looked down on my second brother because he was from the countryside and hesitated to acknowledge him. That delay caused today's problems. You can't blame everything on my mom. Lu Zhenping waved his hand impatiently. Enough. Let's do as I say. He then glared at Lu Bayan, who looked upset. What are you so unhappy about? I'm doing this for our family, for your sake. If this scandal gets out, it will cause trouble. Even Lu Beiting will be affected. Lu Bayan opened her mouth to reply, but swallowed her words. She knew her father was very serious about official matters and wouldn't allow such a scandal to spread. Lu Zhenping looked at Lu Bayan with displeasure. You're not young anymore. You should learn about social manners. Loyalty isn't everything. Lu Bayan stayed silent, watching as Lu Zhenping went over to Mei Shuqin and helped her sit up. Strangely, after seeing Lu Zhenping, Mei Shuqin calmed down a lot and started speaking more normally. Zhenping, go catch Lu Beiting. She's going to harm Bayan. Lu Zhenping nodded and gently touched her shoulder. It's arranged. Stay calm and don't think about these things. I'll take you home in a couple of days. Mei Shuqin obediently nodded, then suddenly reached out and held Lu Zhenping's hand. And Huo Qingshan, he's our son. He really is our son. Why doesn't he acknowledge us? What if he doesn't acknowledge us? What should we do? Lu Zhenping, still patient, tried to soothe her. You don't need to worry about that. I'll handle it. Just focus on eating and recovering, okay? Mei Shuqin quieted down and lay back, muttering to herself. Lu Zhenping watched his wife in silence, lost in thought. The next day, Lu Zhenping went to the police himself, saying the case no longer needed to be investigated. He even expressed his trust in his adopted daughter, Lu Beiting, believing she wouldn't harm Mei Shuqin. He thought Mei Shuqin was confused and had mistaken someone else, so her words couldn't be used as evidence. The police originally didn't want to get involved. Since the husband's client said not to pursue the matter, they naturally didn't want to interfere and quickly withdrew the case. Su Suining was shocked. Not involved? Not arresting Lu Beiting? Lu Bayan also didn't want to speak. We worked so hard here, but my dad says not to pursue it, so Lu Beiting can go free. Su Suining was silent for a moment, then understood Lu Zhenping's intention. Anyway, Mei Shuqin has already become like this. If they arrest Lu Beiting, Mei Shuqin won't get better, and he also knows that Lu Beiting's real target isn't Mei Shuqin. It has nothing to do with others. As long as his reputation is protected.
Su Suining secretly sneered.
Old Master Lu is also unlucky. How could he have such a selfish and greedy son? Lu Zhenping and Mei Shuqin are a perfect match, both very selfish and self-righteous. Huo Qingshan wasn't surprised by Lu Zhenping's decision and didn't react much. He silently went to wash his hands and cook dinner. Recently, Huo Qingshan has been returning home on time and cooking dinner every night. He knows Su Suining likes rice, so whenever he cooks, he first steams a bowl of rice for her. He can eat some buns or bread himself. Lu Bayan rests her chin on her hand, watching Huo Qingshan busy cooking. In the swirling smoke, his outline is unclear, but she can feel his delicate care for Su Suining. He doesn't talk much, but his love for her is shown in every word and action. Lu Bayan watched for a while, then turned to look at Su Suining sitting in a chair knitting a sweater. She whispered softly, "Second sister-in-law, I suspect my dad and mom don't really have feelings for each other. Maybe it's just revolutionary friendship. If it were you, like my mom, being hurt, my second brother definitely wouldn't give up so easily." Su Suining chuckled. "That's not comparable at all. First, I wouldn't believe outsiders like your mom. I wouldn't even trust my own family. Second, Huo Qingshan doesn't care so much about power." Lu Beiting sighed. "You're right. I didn't expect that after my dad came, this matter became so trivial." Su Suining was also surprised. "I didn't expect it either. But maybe that's human nature. We can never really guess what others are thinking." After dinner, Huo Qingshan took Su Suining for a walk. After walking a few steps, she suddenly felt her stomach dropping and had an instinct. "Huo Qingshan, I think I might really be going into labor this time." Then it seemed like something was about to slip out of her body. Suddenly, her stomach started to hurt badly. Su Suining stood still, too scared to move because of the pain. Her body was bent like a small shrimp. Huo Qingshan was surprised for a moment. Then, without hesitation, he bent down and picked up Su Suining. "Don't be afraid. We'll go to the hospital." He ran quickly towards the hospital, not hearing Su Suining calling out or asking him to stop to get things for childbirth. Huo Qingshan left the residential area, carrying Su Suining as he hurried to the hospital. Some people quietly followed behind, tailing all the way to the hospital entrance. This time, Su Suining was really going to give birth. Once inside the delivery room, she began to experience contractions. Huo Qingshan went to find Huo Weihong. At the door of the delivery room, he listened to Su Suining's painful screams inside. Huo Qingshan's face changed drastically, his lips turning pale. Huo Weihong saw Huo Qingshan, whose hair was soaked with sweat dripping down his face, but he didn't bother to wipe it. He reached out and patted his shoulder. "Relax. If not, Xiao Su might need emergency help, and I'll have to help you instead. Women have to go through this hurdle when giving birth, and Xiao Su is having twins, so it's a bit harder for her." Huo Qingshan pressed his lips tightly and said nothing. He felt Huo Weihong's comfort was worse than no comfort at all. Sweat on his forehead dripped more fiercely. Su Suining knew childbirth was painful. She had watched many videos before and heard others share their experiences, saying childbirth was a level 10 pain, extremely painful. But she never expected it to be this bad. The pain made her feel like her soul was about to leave her body, floating in the air, while she clearly saw the woman on the delivery bed, crying out in agony. It felt like her bones were being sawed open with steel, the pain of skin and bone being torn apart. There were doctors shouting at her to relax, push hard, and breathe deeply. She mechanically followed their instructions, but her mind was filled with chaotic images. She even saw the original owner, full of resentment, returning and saying she had understood now. She wanted to live well, and asked Su Suining to give her body back. Su Suining panicked. What if she gave her body back to the original owner? Would she never see Huo Qingshan again? But the original owner didn't care. She just looked at her belly and said, "Thank you for taking care of my body these days. I'll live my own life from now on. No need for you to do it for me." Su Suining refused, blocking her body to stop the original owner's soul from passing through. "You can't.
You don't like Huo Qingshan."
The original owner looked at her with a strange gaze. "I don't like Huo Qingshan, but this body is mine. How I live is my own business.
Don't worry about it.
Go back to where you belong." Su Suining was anxious. "Do you like Huo Qingshan? Will you treat him well?" The original owner was a bit impatient. "How could I like an uneducated rough man? We have nothing in common. It's impossible in this life, and it will be in the next. Su Suining held on to her. Then I can't return the body to you. If you don't like him, don't hurt him. He's already suffered so much. Are you going to use him too? If you're done with him, then don't come back. Seeing the original owner rush towards the body, Su Suining was anxious and almost cried. No, I can return the body to you. Please treat him well, okay? He's a really good man. Please don't hurt him, okay? The original owner pushed away Su Suining and lunged at the body. Su Suining heard a few crying sounds and saw the doctor carry out 2 children, happily saying to Huo Qingshan at the door, "Congratulations. They're 2 chubby boys." Huo Qingshan didn't look at them. He stretched his neck to look into the delivery room. "Where's my wife?"
How is she?
The doctor smiled. "Don't worry, the mother is fine. She just gave birth and is a little weak. She's sleeping now." Huo Qingshan relaxed a bit. "Can I go in and see her?" The doctor nodded. "Yes, go ahead." Huo Qingshan entered the delivery room. He looked at Su Suining lying on the bed, her face paler than the blanket covering her. She was quietly and weakly lying there, looking especially lifeless. Huo Qingshan paused, then stepped closer, leaning down to gently touch Su Suining's face. Suddenly, Su Suining opened her eyes, looking confused. When she saw Huo Qingshan, a flicker of disgust crossed her eyes, and her expression was cold. Huo Qingshan immediately straightened up, took a step back, and looked at her with shock and deep thought.
Su Suining frowned.
Seeing that Huo Qingshan ignored her, her voice was weak and a bit unhappy. "Where are the children? Why aren't you watching them outside?" Huo Qingshan staggered slightly, then turned to find Hua Weihong. "Help me go check on them." Su Suining floated in the air, watching Huo Qingshan bend down, and then suddenly straighten up in shock, noticing the anger radiating from him. Her heart tightened. Did he find out? Hua Weihong came in to check Su Suining's pulse but found nothing unusual. Her body is okay, just too weak. She'll recover with some rest. He also advised her to take good care of herself during her confinement, so she could nurture both children. Su Suining lowered her eyes and responded softly, completely lacking her usual lively spirit. Hua Weihong didn't think much, and assumed she was just too weak after giving birth. He turned to Huo Qingshan and said, after giving birth, Xiao Su's body is very weak. She needs to rest and recover. Once she's out of the confinement period, she can detoxify. Huo Qingshan pursed his lips, nodded silently. Su Suining was pushed into the hospital room, and the 2 children were also brought in. Huo Qingshan didn't look at the children, and Su Suining didn't care about them either. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere grew cold and tense. Finally, Huo Qingshan, feeling a heavy weight in his chest, said, "I'll go get you some food." His voice was cold and distant, carrying an unspoken sadness. After leaving the room, Huo Qingshan's tense emotions could no longer be contained, and tears welled up in his eyes. Su Suining, standing nearby, saw this clearly. Feeling heartbroken, she also started to cry. She wanted to reach out and hold him, but her body passed through his. Lu Zhenping hurried over after hearing the news. Seeing Huo Qingshan leaning against the door of the room, he noticed that Huo Qingshan didn't show the joy of becoming a father. Instead, he looked lost and very distressed. Even his normally straight back was slightly hunched. Lu Zhenping was shocked and quickly approached, asking what's wrong. Has the wife given birth? Huo Qingshan tried to straighten his back, but after several attempts, he couldn't. Every movement caused his heart to ache painfully, as if it was being pulled, to the point of suffocation. He turned to look at Lu Zhenping and spoke in a hoarse voice. Yes, she gave birth. 2 sons. Seeing Huo Qingshan's lifeless eyes, Lu Zhenping's voice was also cold and distant, lacking any joy. This made Lu Zhenping even more anxious.
Then,
what happened? Huo Qingshan didn't know how to explain to Lu Zhenping. He reached out and said, "Give me a cigarette. I want to go outside and be quiet. Can you stay at the door for me?" Lu Zhenping didn't know what had happened but understood that now wasn't the time to ask. He quickly handed Huo Qingshan a cigarette and a match. Watching Huo Qingshan hunch his back and walk heavily down the corridor, he curiously peeked into the room. Su Suining was lying peacefully on the hospital bed, with the 2 children beside her. Isn't she doing well? Why is Huo Qingshan acting so strange? Su Suining felt heartache. She realized Huo Qingshan had known all along that she wasn't the original Su Suining. She also immediately noticed something was wrong. While feeling sad, she also felt a little happy. Huo Qingshan liked her. She followed Huo Qingshan outside and saw him kneeling on the steps at the door, clumsily trying to take out a cigarette. He struggled to light it with matches, trying several times before finally lighting up. There were tears on his face. Su Suining's heart broke suddenly. She sat close to Huo Qingshan, crying as she watched him smoke. She saw his jaw tighten and tremble. She wanted to reach out and touch him, but suddenly Huo Qingshan stood up, threw away half a cigarette, and ran toward the hospital room. Su Suining's heart tightened, and she quickly followed Huo Qingshan. In the early morning, the hospital room was very quiet. The nurses were resting at the nurse station. The corridor was long, dimly lit, and eerily silent. Huo Qingshan ran quickly into the room, stopping at the bed where the children were, looking at the 2 sleeping babies with slow breathing. He bent down to look carefully at the 2 children. Su Suining breathed a sigh of relief. She thought Huo Qingshan had noticed something, but he was just checking on the children. On the bed, Su Suining was also sleeping. Her body was so tired that she couldn't open her eyes even when she heard sounds. Lu Zhenping brought back a pot of hot water and was surprised to see Huo Qingshan suddenly appear in the room. Seeing Huo Qingshan staring at the 2 children, he felt something was strange. When you went out just now, sister-in-law was awake. Maybe she's just very tired and fell asleep. Why don't you stay here and watch over her? I'll go get some breakfast. As a man, it was awkward for him to be in the room. So when he saw Su Suining awake, he quickly looked for an excuse to open the water. Huo Qingshan nodded, still staring at the children, lost in thought. Suddenly, he reached out to touch the child's neck. Su Suining was startled. Lu Zhenping, standing nearby, was also shocked. What are you trying to do? Huo Qingshan paused, straightened up, and looked at Lu Zhenping. You and Lu Bayan should go back together and bring the children's clothes. Also, he looked at Su Suining on the bed, hesitated for a moment, and said, bring her clothes too. Lu Zhenping felt confused. Why did Huo Qingshan seem so cold towards Su Suining? Just yesterday, he was warm. Why the sudden coldness? Thinking about Huo Qingshan's earlier action of grabbing the child's neck, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind.
Could it be?
These 2 children don't look like Huo Qingshan? Huo Qingshan suspected the children weren't his, so he became cold towards Su Suining and even wanted to harm the children? Thinking this, Lu Zhenping's mind cleared instantly. He knew he had to keep a close eye on Huo Qingshan and prevent him from making mistakes. He hesitated for a moment and said, well, I'll call Bayan to come and watch over her. Neither of us, big men, knows how to take care of my sister-in-law. Let's go together to get some things. Huo Qingshan nodded in agreement. His quiet personality was his best cover now, so Lu Zhenping didn't notice anything unusual. Lu Zhenping went to call Lu Beiting. When Lu Beiting heard that Su Suining had given birth, she was very surprised. How come I didn't know? Why didn't you call me earlier? Oh my, when did she give birth? How is my sister-in-law? How is the baby? A series of questions were answered by Lu Zhenping in one sentence. It was very sudden, but mother and baby are safe. Lu Beiting finally felt at ease and tiptoed into the hospital room. She looked at Su Suining, who was sleeping peacefully, then turned to see the 2 tiny babies sleeping soundly. She exclaimed, oh my goodness, what adorable little babies. They look so beautiful. Realizing her voice was too loud, she quickly lowered her voice. They're so cute and well-behaved, not crying or making trouble. Huo Qingshan looked at the children without saying anything. He didn't feel like examining their faces carefully. Inside, he even felt a little anger. If it weren't for their birth, why would Su Suining disappear? He felt a deep sense of helplessness. If a living person disappears, he can go look for her. But Su Suining is gone. Where can he find her? Huo Qingshan didn't speak to Lu Bayan. Instead, he followed Luo Zhenping out of the ward. Lu Beiting was excited at first, but then realized no one responded. She even noticed that Huo Qingshan didn't seem happy. She scratched her head, feeling confused. Why isn't her second brother happy? Could it be because she had 2 sons and is unhappy? Huo Qingshan followed Luo Zhenping out of the hospital area. Outside, the sky was already bright. Luo Zhenping was about to ask Huo Qingshan what had happened, why he looked so
sad.
Before he could speak, hospital security came over and saluted Huo Qingshan. Captain Huo, last night we caught a suspicious person near the hospital. Do you want to check it out? Huo Qingshan nodded. Let's go. Luo Zhenping was surprised. Why do you need Captain Huo to handle the suspicious person? Can't your security team deal with it directly? The staff shook their heads. Captain Huo gave instructions earlier. When his sister-in-law was giving birth, if there were any suspicious people, he wanted to be notified. Also, we're strengthening hospital security recently. Huo Qingshan didn't say anything but felt a sharp pain in his heart. He closed his eyes and remembered Su Suining's bright smile as she told him to take good care of the baby and not let anyone steal her away. She also told him to watch over her carefully. Do not secretly enter the hospital room and suffocate her to death. He knew she was worried, so he quietly made arrangements, but he didn't expect her to disappear in this way. Unable to feel sad, he went with Luo Zhenping to the security department. The person caught was Lu Beiting. When Lu Beiting saw Huo Qingshan and Luo Zhenping, she nervously tried to stand up, but the security staff scolded her softly and made her sit down. She looked at Luo Zhenping with some fear and said, "It wasn't me who hurt my mom. I really didn't do it." Luo Zhenping was very annoyed with Lu Beiting. If it wasn't you, then tell us what you were doing recently. How did Mei Shuqin get hurt? It wasn't you, so why are you running? Lu Beiting had been hiding and avoiding these days, eating poorly and sleeping badly. She looked old and tired. Now, hearing Luo Zhenping's questions, she started to cry with grievance. I was too scared. My mom fell right in front of me. I was afraid. So I ran. Luo Zhenping didn't believe her at all. Since it wasn't you, just explain clearly. And you probably know who did it, right? Name that person and you'll be fine. Hearing this, Lu Beiting fell silent and drooped her shoulders. Huo Qingshan just stood there, looking coldly at Lu Beiting, with no desire to ask questions. If he asked, would Su Suining come back? Seeing the dark look in Huo Qingshan's eyes, Luo Zhenping asked on his behalf, did you poison Su Suining? Who ordered you to do that? Lu Beiting shook her head hard. No, I didn't poison her. How could I? Luo Zhenping sighed. You're really something. Not shedding tears until you see the coffin. Then why did you come to the hospital? Lu Beiting was silent for a while. I saw Huo Qingshan bring her to the hospital and just wanted to see her give birth. Luo Zhenping was so angry he laughed. You're full of lies. Do you believe what you're saying? If you don't tell the truth, we'll have to take you to the police station. Lu Beiting remained silent. She knew that as long as Lu Zhenping didn't pursue her, Huo Qingshan and Luo Zhenping had no evidence. Even if they took her to the police, they couldn't do much. At most, she'd be detained for a few days and then released. Huo Qingshan suddenly spoke. Lock her in the security department first, and we'll decide later. Lu Beiting was shocked and looked up. You can't keep me locked up. You don't have that right. Huo Qingshan stared at her. You were wandering outside the military hospital late at night, and you can't explain why. We suspect you're colluding with spies or have other motives for the hospital. Lu Beiting was even more surprised. No, I'm not. This accusation was more serious than her being involved in a murder. Huo Qingshan spoke with great weight, so no one dared to doubt his suspicion. Huo Qingshan didn't want to say more and turned to leave. Lu Beiting shouted in fear, Huo Qingshan, I'm not a spy. I didn't do it. Don't you want to know who wants to harm Su Suining? Huo Qingshan stopped and turned to look at Lu Beiting. Who is it? Lu Beiting clenched her teeth and still wanted to negotiate with Huo Qingshan. Let me out of the security department first, then I'll tell you. Huo Qingshan was too lazy to say another word and walked out directly, ignoring Lu Beiting's shouting behind him. Luo Zhendong looked at Lu Beiting deeply and followed Huo Qingshan out. Even at this moment, Lu Beiting still wanted to negotiate with Huo Qingshan. Wasn't that asking for trouble? Su Suining had been floating nearby Huo Qingshan and was surprised to see Lu Beiting arrive so quickly. She was anxious, hoping Huo Qingshan would go back and check on the children. She also realized she could only stay close to Huo Qingshan. She couldn't even go see how the children were doing on her own. Huo Qingshan hurried out of the security department and rushed toward the family compound. Luo Zhendong quickly followed and asked directly what exactly happened. Your sister-in-law had her baby and mother and child are safe. That's good news, isn't it? Why are you angry? Huo Qingshan's lips pressed tighter. He didn't know how to explain to Luo Zhendong. Was Su Suining lying in bed not the same Su Suining he knew? Or was the Su Suining he liked not the one in the hospital bed? His heart felt empty, like cold wind sweeping across a high plateau, carrying snowflakes and pounding every part of his chest, making him so pained he didn't want to say another word. Suddenly, he felt that living no longer had any hope. Luo Zhendong saw his face darken further, with deep sadness in his eyes. He had seen this look before in Lu Beifeng. When he couldn't find Su Man, he was like that, overwhelmed by sadness that seemed impossible to shake. Huo Qingshan remained silent. After returning home, he quickly grabbed Su Suining's packed bag, which was on top of the cabinet. Inside were the children's clothes, a small blanket, and Su Suining's change of clothes. He left the house like he was fleeing, unable to believe that yesterday she had promised him that as long as she and the children were there, they would be a happy family, yet now she was gone without a trace. Luo Zhendong felt helpless and couldn't comfort Huo Qingshan, so he could only follow him back to the hospital. Su Suining has woken up. She is weak and leaning against the bed, not speaking to Lu Bayan. She frowns as she looks at the two children on the neighboring bed. There is still a hint of dislike in her eyes. She can't believe she actually had children with this rough man. Her whole life seems to be over now. Suddenly, she regrets it. She wishes she could just be reborn. Why did she impulsively tell Su Suining to return to this broken body? Sharing a bed with a rough man who has no common language feels worse than death. Lu Bayan stands helplessly nearby. Since her sister-in-law had the baby, she has become very cold. She tries to talk to her, but her sister-in-law doesn't respond. She ignores her and the children. When she sees Huo Qingshan and Luo Zhendong come back, she finally feels relieved. Second brother, you came back just in time. My sister-in-law has woken up, and the two children are awake too. They cried for a while. The nurse came to change their diapers and gave them some water. Now they're sleeping again. She babbles on and winks at Huo Qingshan, hinting that her sister-in-law seems a bit strange. Huo Qingshan nods, glances at Su Suining, then goes to check on the children. Luo Zhendong looks at Su Suining leaning against the bed, but she appears less warm and more weak and indifferent than usual. Something feels off. Lu Bayan sees Huo Qingshan go to check the children and quietly whispers to Luo Zhendong, "Why does my sister-in-law seem like a different person after giving birth?" She's not paying attention to second brother either. Did they have a fight? Luo Zhendong isn't sure either. Ask the doctor. If they did fight, let the couple handle it themselves and close the door to the ward. Huo Qingshan looks at the two somewhat wrinkled, unattractive babies, but can't seem to like them. He even absurdly thinks that if these two children weren't here, maybe Su Suining wouldn't have left. That thought flashes by quickly. He leans in carefully, trying to find Su Suining's shadow in the children. The two babies seem to sense their father's displeasure. They pout and cry loudly. One cries and the other frowns, then starts crying too. Huo Qingshan is stunned and suddenly feels heartache. He hurriedly tries to hold one of them, a soft little child, but he's so nervous he doesn't dare squeeze too hard and doesn't even know how to hold them properly. He tries several times but can't hold them. He then tries to hold the other, but that one is also soft and limp, with no strength in its neck, feeling like it might fall apart if he holds it too tightly. After several attempts, Huo Qingshan is sweating and anxious. Su Suining sits coldly on the bed, watching the scene. The crying children make her even more irritated. I regret my impulsiveness even more. If I had known, I wouldn't have come back. Su Suining was worried as she floated beside Huo Qingshan. Seeing his clumsy actions and the crying child, she couldn't help but try to help a few times. But she couldn't reach the child at all. Doctors and nurses heard the child crying and hurried over. Dr. Huo also came over, watching the nurses skillfully change the diapers of the two children. Once the little ones had clean diapers, they immediately calmed down, turned their little heads, and fell asleep with their eyes closed. Dr. Huo looked at Huo Qingshan, who was sweating all over, then at the patient bed where Su Suining was lying. He whispered, "This big kid, crying and fussing probably means she wet herself." Then he approached Su Suining and said softly, "Let me check your pulse again." Su Suining looked back, saw it was the doctor, and extended her hand for Huo Weihong to take her pulse. After checking her pulse, Huo Weihong's face changed several times. He looked at Su Suining carefully, then asked quietly, "Do you feel unwell?" Su Suining shook her head.
No.
Her voice was dry and dull, unlike before when she seemed lively and energetic. Huo Weihong frowned and was silent for a moment. "Rest well. Giving birth takes a lot of energy. Eat well and rest, so you can recover faster." He then stood up and looked at Huo Qingshan.
Come with me for a moment.
With doctors, nurses, Lu Bayan and Luo Zhenping present, Huo Qingshan trusted and followed Huo Weihong outside. They reached the end of the corridor, where Huo Weihong stopped, pushed up his glasses, and looked at Huo Qingshan. Little Su's pulse is very strange. I mentioned before that her pulse shows signs of exhaustion, meaning her body was already very weak, almost close to death. But later, her pulse improved a lot, showing signs of vitality and development in a good direction. Once she has the baby and detoxifies properly, her body will recover well. But just now, her pulse showed something odd, a dark, silent, deathly aura. Huo Qingshan pursed his lips and said nothing. He understood what Huo Weihong meant. His throat felt like something was stuck, making it hard to speak. He felt uncomfortable, but had no one to talk to. Huo Weihong shook his head. If her pulse is like this, little Su probably won't make it through tonight. She was supposed to be discharged today after giving birth, but you should stay one more night and observe her. Huo Qingshan's heart sank even more, feeling overwhelmed and confused, unable to find any clear answer. Su Suining listened nearby and suddenly realized that she still had to follow the story from the book. The original owner died after childbirth due to a difficult delivery. Although the timeline is a bit off, this story still needs to be told. I just don't know. The original owner has passed away. Huo Qingshan, feeling heavy and tired, returned to the hospital room and tried to stay strong. He learned from the nurse how to change diapers and wrap the small blanket. The baby was so tiny his little feet were shorter than his thumb, and his legs were very short. Huo Qingshan held the baby carefully, afraid to use too much force and accidentally break his legs. Lu Bayan and Luo Zhenping also watched closely, with Lu Bayan even gesturing in the air, worried she might forget the steps. Su Suining looked coldly at the group circling around the two children, then touched her belly. After giving birth, her stomach was still a bit swollen and loose, which made her feel even more upset. In the afternoon, Su Hongmei from the family compound brought some sisters-in-law to visit. Because the baby was too small, they only looked in from the door, and then left. They reminded Su Suining to take good care of herself and said they would visit again when she went home. Su Suining responded indifferently, and they didn't take it to heart, thinking it was because she was still recovering from childbirth and hadn't regained her strength. Lu Bayan and Luo Zhenping went to buy food and specially bought a bowl of wonton for Su Suining. During this time, Huo Qingshan didn't say a word to Su Suining. He just helped her pour brown sugar water and then went to the cafeteria to bring back brown sugar eggs. He placed the items on the bedside table under her disapproving gaze and then sat beside the children. He occasionally looked up at Su Suining. She refused to eat or drink what Huo Qingshan brought, and she didn't want to see this dark, dull man. She turned her head to look out the window at the flying birds. She had no memory of that woman, so she didn't know how she and Huo Qingshan had gotten along these past few months. But from the woman's crying pleas, she could tell they had a good relationship. She couldn't help but frown, puzzled about how anyone could like a rough man. Lu Beiting brought back the wonton, but Su Suining didn't eat it and frowned, saying, "It's too greasy. I don't like it." Lu Beiting looked confused for a moment and said, "How could that be? Second sister-in-law, you used to love eating his wontons." Su Suining frowned, her mouth turning down, and said, "I don't like greasy food. Take it away." Lu Beiting glanced at Lu Zhenping, then took the lunchbox and felt puzzled. The doctor said some new mothers after giving birth might experience personality changes because they are still adjusting to their new roles. But sister-in-law's change was too extreme. Lu Beiting carried the lunchbox and went out with Lu Zhenping, muttering, "Why does sister-in-law seem like a different person all of a sudden? She wasn't like this before." Lu Zhenping also looked confused. "Forget it. Let's go first and let them handle it themselves." He observed that they hadn't spoken a word all day. He noticed that Huo Qingshan brought over some brown sugar water, but Su Suining didn't even look at it. It was very different from the sweet, clingy couple they used to be. Lu Beiting refused to leave and stayed at the door of the ward, worried that second brother might still need her help. Lu Zhenping had to return to the group tonight, so he had to leave first. He also reminded Lu Beiting, "If anything happens here, call the group and let me know." Huo Qingshan sat silently, looking annoyed. Su Suining stood up, clutching her stomach, and headed out. Huo Qingshan instinctively got up to help her, but Su Suining pushed him away. "Move aside." Her eyes and tone were full of disgust, as if she had touched something dirty. Huo Qingshan fell silent and took a step back, watching her clutch her stomach and walk toward the door with difficulty. Still, he called out Lu Beiting. Lu Beiting rushed in and quickly helped her. "Second sister-in-law, do you need to go to the bathroom? I'll help you." Before, nurses would come to help wipe her and assist her to the toilet. Now, at night, only the on-duty nurse was available, and she was too busy. Su Suining thought for a moment, but didn't refuse Lu Beiting's kindness. She let her help her to the bathroom. Huo Qingshan stood at the door, watching her back, feeling helpless again. He silently turned back to the ward and looked at the two sleeping children. At the bathroom door, Su Suining refused to let Lu Beiting help her inside. "That's enough. I can go in by myself." Lu Beiting still felt uneasy. "Second sister-in-law, I should go in with you." "Inside." Before she finished, Su Suining interrupted. "What's inside? Just watch how I go to the bathroom. Do you understand manners?" Lu Beiting choked and wanted to turn around and leave. In the end, for Huo Qingshan's sake, she couldn't help but let go and let her go alone. Lu Beiting really couldn't understand. How could giving birth make someone so unreasonable? Su Suining stayed inside for a while. Lu Beiting heard some faint movements inside and called out twice at the bathroom door, "Second sister-in-law, second sister-in-law?" There was no response. Worried something might be wrong, Lu Beiting quickly rushed inside. She saw Lu Beiting also in the bathroom, tightly holding Su Suining's neck and dragging her toward the window. Lu Beiting didn't think much and rushed over shouting, "Lu Beiting, let go. Are you crazy?" Seeing Lu Beiting became even more panicked. "This has nothing to do with you. Hurry and leave. I must deal with her today." Lu Beiting quickly reached her, grabbed her hair, pulled her away, and kicked her in the calf. Lu Beiting, in pain, loosened her grip and pushed Su Suining harshly. Su Suining, who had just given birth and hadn't eaten all day, was exhausted and had no strength left. She was pushed, and her head hit the brick near the window frame. Her forehead started bleeding heavily, and she fainted. Lu Beiting was good at fighting and knocked Lu Beiting out with a few punches. Seeing Su Suining also fainted, She was so frightened she wanted to shout but was afraid of disturbing Huo Qingshan in the ward. The ward was now only him. If he came out and others entered, it could harm the two children. Lu Beiting thought quickly, kicked Lu Beiting again, bent down to pick up the unconscious Su Suining, and ran toward the nurse station. She shouted for the on-duty doctor to help Su Suining and kept running back to find Huo Qingshan. Second brother, hurry. Second sister-in-law just fainted after being hit by Lu Beiting. She's in the emergency room. Breathless and sweating, she forgot to rest and said, "You watch over second sister-in-law. I'll watch the kids." Oh, I knocked Lu Beiting out in the bathroom and also called security. Huo Qingshan didn't wait for her to finish and said, "Take care of the kids. I'll go to the emergency room." He didn't want anything to happen to her now. In the emergency room, the doctor had just bandaged Su Suining's wound. Seeing Huo Qingshan arrive, they quickly said, "The wound isn't deep, and the bleeding has stopped." Huo Qingshan sighed in relief and looked at Su Suining peacefully, lying on the bed. He couldn't help but walk over carefully, staring at her as she slept. She looked like herself, but her pain hit him again. He watched her for a long time and couldn't resist pulling the blanket down a little. Su Suining didn't like to cover her chest with a blanket when she slept, saying it made her feel stuffy and sleep poorly. Huo Qingshan suddenly sat up straight, just about to turn around when his finger was grabbed. Then he heard Su Suining's delicate voice. Huo Qingshan heard the voice and froze, too scared to move or look back. He thought it might be a hallucination, but when he turned around, he saw that face he disliked, full of disdain. Su Suining tugged at Huo Qingshan's hand. "Huo Qingshan, I just had a baby, and you already dislike me? You won't even look at me?" This time, Huo Qingshan was sure it wasn't a hallucination. He turned around happily, seeing Su Suining smiling softly, her head wrapped in gauze, looking fragile and pitiful. But he was certain his beloved, the person he cared about, was back. He bent down, trembling slightly as he touched her face. Tears filled his eyes, and his voice trembled. "You're back." Su Suining smiled with her lips slightly raised and nodded. "I'm back, Huo Qingshan." He didn't ask many questions, and she didn't say much either, but both understood what the other wanted to say. Suddenly, Huo Qingshan smiled, tears still shining in his eyes. He gently stroked Su Suining's face with his thumb. "You almost scared me to death." He leaned in, his cheek pressing close to hers, tears falling in secret where she couldn't see. Su Suining felt the wetness on her face and couldn't help but cry too. She reached out and hugged his neck. "Huo Qingshan, don't cry. I'll feel sad if you do. I won't leave anymore. I won't go anywhere." When she returned, the original owner had told her one thing. She was willing to endure these days without freedom. But she wanted to be reborn and pursue her freedom. This made Su Suining feel completely at ease. The big part of the story in the book was finally over. Huo Qingshan held Su Suining tightly for a long time, reluctant to let go, afraid she would disappear again if he did. Then Su Suining remembered they had two children. She pushed his shoulder quickly. "Come on, take me to see the kids. I want to see them." Huo Qingshan nodded and lifted Su Suining horizontally. Startled, she exclaimed, "I can walk." Huo Qingshan refused. "You just had a baby. Your body is still weak, and your stomach might hurt. It's better to rest." Ignoring the looks from the doctors and nurses outside, he carried her back to the ward. Su Suining smiled, hugging his neck. She looked at his tense jaw. His lips curved into a silly, happy smile, something she'd never seen before. She couldn't help but laugh and poke at his lips. "Huo Qingshan, your smile looks so good. You should smile more often, okay?" Huo Qingshan nodded. "Okay. As long as she is here, he can do anything." Lu Bayan was pacing anxiously in the hospital room, looking at the sleeping child, then at the door, peering outside. She saw security staff taking Lu Beiting away. Feeling a bit relieved, she walked around the room a few more times, then went out again and saw Huo Qingshan carrying Su Suining back. The corridor was dimly lit, so she couldn't see Huo Qingshan's expression clearly. But she could clearly feel that he was walking lightly, radiating happiness. Compared to the gloomy mood during the day, Huo Qingshan now seemed completely different, happy and lively. Also, the two who hadn't spoken during the day were now holding each other when they returned. Lu Beiting was stunned, not knowing what to say, her eyes wide as she watched Huo Qingshan carry Su Suining over. She quickly moved aside at the door, then watched him carefully place her on the hospital bed, propping up her pillow so she could lean on it and tucking in the blanket. Lu Beiting rubbed her eyes. The whole day felt unreal. She hesitated and called out, "Second sister-in-law?" Su Suining smiled and looked at Lu Beiting, raising her eyebrows. "What's wrong?" "Oh, I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat?" Lu Beiting pinched her arm, feeling a sharp pain, confirming it wasn't a hallucination. She hurriedly bounced over. Yes, I brought some wontons from tonight. I'll find a place to heat them up." Su Suining waved her hand. Forget it. It's late at night. Where would I heat the food? Just eat something simple." She was really hungry, so hungry she felt her insides were pressed against her back. Even talking made her tired. The original owner's ability to go without eating or drinking was incredible. Was she not feeling uncomfortable? Huo Qingshan stood up, picked up the lunchbox from the bedside table, and said, "There's brown sugar eggs here. I'll mix some hot water for you. Eat a little first."
Su Suining nodded.
As she reached out to take the hot water, Huo Qingshan unexpectedly fed her with a spoon. She paused, smiling happily with her eyes, opening her mouth to eat. Lu Beiting stared in shock. Were the two really arguing? They had just made up in the emergency room, and now they were back to being sweet and loving, even more than before. Su Suining ate 3 steamed eggs and drank a large bowl of brown sugar water, feeling alive again instantly. She wanted to see the child but felt a bit unwell. The brown sugar water was powerful. Her body's bad blood seemed to be flushing out. She quickly covered her stomach. "I need to go to the bathroom." Huo Qingshan reached out to carry her, but Su Suining stopped him. "It might be too late. Bayan, please bring me a basin." He pushed Huo Qingshan and said, "You go out first. I'll ask Bayan to help me." Huo Qingshan didn't move. "Let me do it. She's not strong enough." Finally, Lu Beiting went out. Huo Qingshan calmly helped Su Suining clean her body and change into fresh clothes. Su Suining blushed, too shy to look directly at Huo Qingshan, even though they were close to the final step of intimacy. They had already done many things, just not so carefully before. She was still very shy. Huo Qingshan remained calm, even feeling happy inside, tidying up some dirt and placing it on the ground. He was about to cover Su Suining with a blanket and then go outside to take out the trash. The two little ones started crying again, competing to be louder. Lu Beiting hurried in and, with Huo Qingshan, clumsily changed the diapers of the two children when they saw they had a messy diaper. Lu Beiting was a bit confused. She knew that changing a diaper was easy when it was just, but what about when it was? The little bottom was dirty. Huo Qingshan also fumbled, grabbing a diaper and wiping randomly. Su Suining supported her belly and looked down. She saw how small the two children were, but their voices were very loud. She felt sorry for the crying little mouths and quickly directed Huo Qingshan, "Be gentle when you wipe, then wash with a damp towel. Dry them before putting on a clean diaper." She remembered what the nurses had told her during her pregnancy and had seen how they did it when she was with Huo Qingshan during the day. So she remembered clearly, but she also felt Huo Qingshan's rough hands were clumsy and might hurt the children. "Maybe I should do it," she suggested. Huo Qingshan and Lu Beiting both refused to step aside. After finally cleaning the children, the two little ones immediately stopped crying, closed their eyes, pouted their little mouths, and started looking around for food. Su Suining couldn't breastfeed, so she was anxious and bent down to try to hold the children. Huo Qingshan stopped her, saying, "Lie down. It's better for recovery. During the confinement period, don't hold the children too much, or your arms will hurt later." Su Suining could only lie on the bed and lean against it. Huo Qingshan then prepared a little milk powder. Since the children's mouths were small and they couldn't he used a small spoon to carefully drop some milk into their mouths. The children happily ate, their little mouths making popping sounds as they ate. Su Suining watched with interest. When the children finished eating, they went to sleep. She called Huo Qingshan to hold the two children beside her as they lay down. She looked carefully and said, "They look just like you. Why are they so beautiful?" No matter how she looked at her own children, she thought they were very pretty and smelled nice. Huo Qingshan couldn't tell who the children resembled, but Su Suining said they looked like him, so he agreed. Although he hoped the children would look more like Su Suining. Lu Bayan also came over and asked, "What are their names?" "Second brother, second sister-in-law, it's time to choose names." Huo Qingshan spoke without hesitation. They will all have the surname Su in the future. Request failed. Lu Beiting saw Su Suining gently looking at the children, with second brother nearby changing a diaper. Dr. Hua also helped hold a child, creating a warm scene. Feeling completely at ease, she smiled and went over, saying, "Second sister-in-law, I brought breakfast for you. Porridge and potato buns. I also bought a chicken. Later, I'll make chicken soup for you." She hurried over and placed the food on the bedside table. After Huo Qingshan took the children away, she couldn't wait to open the lunchbox and let Su Suining eat. Su Suining happily took the box, which contained plain rice porridge with sugar and 2 poached eggs. The eggs looked quite odd, not like those made in a cafeteria. She took a bite and said, "It tastes pretty good. Did you make this?" Lu Bayan felt a little embarrassed and said the cafeteria's porridge was too plain. It felt like just a few grains of rice and water, so I cooked some at your house. The buns were bought from the cafeteria. Su Suining sincerely thanked her. "Bayan, I really appreciate what you did this time." Lu Bayan felt even more embarrassed and said, "Second sister-in-law, what are you saying? We're family. Protecting you and my 2 big nephews is my responsibility." Su Suining was truly hungry. She finished a large box of porridge, 2 poached eggs, and 3 large potato buns. After eating, she suddenly felt alive again. Her spirit was better, and her body had strength. Her stomach still felt a bit uncomfortable, but compared to life and death, these minor issues didn't matter. Huo Weihong waited until Su Suining finished eating, then checked her pulse again, confirming she was truly fine, except for a slight residual toxin. "Based on this, you can be discharged today. After you go home, focus on postpartum recovery. Having 2 children has seriously weakened your body, so you need to rest well. If you plan to breastfeed, the detoxification should wait. If you switch to formula after the month, it's fine." Su Suining considered breastfeeding, but Huo Qingshan spoke without hesitation. "Use formula." Although he didn't know much about raising children, he understood that if she breastfed, it would be very hard for her. 1 child was manageable, but 2 children, both boys, had big appetites, and she would need to eat more to keep up. Lu Bayan quickly agreed, "Second sister-in-law, just use formula. When they get a bit older, they'll be able to eat more, and you won't get drained. I will pay for the formula. I have the money. Although I haven't received a salary for these months, old Master Lu has been sending me money each month to help support Huo Qingshan. I haven't had the chance to spend their money yet, but now the opportunity has come." Su Suining was surprised and smiled, saying, "All right, let's see what happens. If there's food, I'll feed her. If not, I'll give her formula." Actually, she was worried about whether breastfeeding might pass toxins to the baby. She was poisoned in this, so what about the 2 children? But Dr. Hua didn't mention it, so it should be fine. Lu Bayan looked at Su Suining finishing breakfast and urged Huo Qingshan to eat as well. "Second brother, you haven't rested or eaten all night. Hurry and eat, then go home and rest for a while." Huo Qingshan naturally refused. He didn't dare let Su Suining leave his sight now, afraid something might happen again. However, he really needed to go out to handle Lu Beiting's matter. He told Su Suining and repeatedly warned Lu Bayan not to leave the hospital room and to take good care of Su Suining and the 2 children before leaving with Huo Weihong. Lu Bayan couldn't help but sigh, saying, "It's rare to see my second brother so talkative. Not only that, but he's also quite caring."
Su Suining smiled.
Although Huo Qingshan only said he was going out, she knew he was probably going to find Lu Beiting. After all, Lu Beiting had sneaked out of the security department and almost hurt her. That was a very serious matter. Huo Qingshan went to the security department. This time, Lu Beiting was handcuffed and locked in a room. Seeing Huo Qingshan come in, Lu Beiting started crying. I really didn't do it on purpose. I didn't mean to hurt Su Suining.
I just wanted to ask her something.
Huo Qingshan looked at Lu Beiting coldly. If you don't honestly explain your problem, you'll be handed over to the authorities. Then you'll be tried in a military court. Lu Beiting panicked.
I'm not a spy. I didn't sell any secrets.
You can't wrong me. Huo Qingshan frowned. Just tell me who forced you to do this, and I can send you to the detention center. Lu Beiting opened her mouth, then clenched her teeth and said, whether you believe it or not, no one ordered me. I just simply couldn't stand Su Suining. Out of selfishness, I didn't want you to go back to the Lu family. We've had our lives swapped for so many years. Why switch back? Now that you have a good position and a bright future, there's no need to return to the Lu family. You can live well anyway. Why did you appear? I can't do anything to you. I can only destroy Su Suining. She's your weakness. As long as she's gone, it's like destroying you. Huo Qingshan clenched his fists, holding back his urge to go and kick her. He turned and left without paying attention to Lu Beiting's wild words, going to report to the security department. They would handle the interrogation as they saw fit, without hesitation. When he returned to the ward, Lu Bayan had already packed her things, ready to leave at any moment. Su Suining's complexion had improved significantly. Only the fatigue from childbirth remained. Seeing Huo Qingshan enter the room, she smiled warmly. The brief separation of a day and night made her feel happy every time she saw him. Huo Qingshan also felt happy when he saw Su Suining's bright smile. Lu Bayan couldn't hold back and asked Huo Qingshan, second brother, did you go to find Lu Beiting? Did that crazy girl say why she wanted to hurt second sister-in-law? Huo Qingshan shook his head. She didn't say. Lu Bayan couldn't help but curse. Is she crazy? Does she even know second sister-in-law? She actually tried to poison her. If we hadn't kept Mo and Yang close, she might have tried to harm the children too. Su Suining also found it strange. What grudge do I have with her? But it's okay now, we're fine. If it weren't for Lu Beiting's sudden actions, she wouldn't have come back. She suddenly wanted to thank Lu Beiting and give her a few gentle taps on the head. As they prepared to leave the hospital, Lu Zhenping suddenly came over. Lu Bayan almost forgot her parents were still here. Seeing Lu Zhenping, she was surprised. Dad, why are you here? Lu Zhenping looked serious. Your second sister-in-law had the baby. Why didn't you tell me? I just went to the water room to turn on the tap and heard about it, so I came over. Lu Bayan was stunned and muttered softly, I thought you didn't care. Lu Zhenping ignored her and looked kindly at Huo Qingshan. Xiao Su, it was hard for you to have the baby. If you need any help, just tell me. Then he looked gently at Su Suining. You've worked hard. As a grandfather, I don't have much prepared. He took out a stack of 10 yuan bills and placed them on the bed. Here's some money. Use it to buy something to eat. Su Suining glanced at it with a calm expression and said nothing. She knew Lu Zhenping was more hypocritical than Mei Shuqin and could pretend well. They might love the children, but they loved themselves more. Seeing no one responded to him, Lu Zhenping was not angry. He looked at the children again. They look very healthy. That's good. After praising the children, he looked at Huo Qingshan. Qingshan, come out with me for a moment. I have something I want to talk to you about. Huo Qingshan knew that if he didn't go out, Lu Zhenping would keep bothering them endlessly, so he decided to go along. They walked all the way to the courtyard before Lu Zhenping finally stopped and asked, Lu Beiting, what do you plan to do about this? Huo Qingshan guessed what this was about and answered coldly, she's been sent to the security department. Lu Zhenping frowned. She's not a soldier. Why send her to a military court? Just hand her over to the local police. Huo Qingshan didn't reply, clearly unwilling to compromise. Lu Zhenping sighed. You're here, but you don't understand many things. The Lu family in Beijing isn't perfect, but if something happens to Lu Beiting, our family will be finished. If they label her as a spy, I'll be involved too, including Lu Beiting and you. Huo Qingshan frowned. What does that have to do with me? That's your family's business. Lu Zhenping frowned. It has everything to do with you. You're a child of the Lu family. If something happens to Lu Beiting, you can't escape being involved. Huo Qingshan looked very helpless. I don't recognize you guys. We might have blood relations, but right now we're not connected. If you're so eager to prove I'm a Lu family member and drag me into this, do as you wish. He turned to go to the hospital room, but Lu Zhenping quickly stopped him. He couldn't let Huo Qingshan send her to the security department. If they really treat her as a spy, who in their family could escape? Huo Qingshan, you know very well that Lu Beiting isn't a spy. You're giving her an unjustified charge. That's abuse of power. I think. Huo Qingshan turned around coldly and looked at him. Do whatever you want. Just don't appear in front of me and my wife again. He turned and left decisively. Lu Zhenping glared angrily, took off his glasses, and wiped them vigorously, then put them back on. Watching Huo Qingshan's back as he left, he clenched his teeth. He didn't expect Huo Qingshan to be so stubborn. But Lu Beiting must not be labeled as a spy. The consequences would be too serious. He still needed to find connections to handle this. Huo Qingshan returned to the hospital room as if nothing had happened. He calmly packed his things, letting Lu Bayan watch over Su Suining and the children. He went to the military district to borrow a car to pick up Su Suining and her son to go home. Lu Beiting was still curious. I don't know what my dad will say to the second brother, but please don't use his work attitude to pressure my second brother. Su Suining found Lu Zhenping and his wife quite interesting. Do you know where Lu Beiting is now? Lu Beiting nodded, still in the security department. Are you going to see her? Su Suining quickly shook her head and said, No, if I were healthy, I would go see her and give her a good scolding to vent my anger. But now, I think it's better not to cause trouble. As she spoke, she gently touched the child's small hand and sighed. How can such tiny, beautiful hands belong to someone so young? Lu Beiting also nodded and said, I think they are really cute. Among all the children I've seen, they're the most adorable. Su Suining also thought so. No matter how she looked at them, they were very lovely. In fact, the two newborn babies had swollen eyelids, so they couldn't look very good. Chen Kai-hua hurried in, looking lively. When she saw the two people looking at the children, she exclaimed, Why didn't you tell me when you had them? When did they be born? Su Suining secretly thought something was wrong, but kept a calm face and lied. They were born the night before last. I was in so much pain yesterday that I forgot to tell you. I said they'd be discharged today, and Qingshan would tell you. Chen Kai-hua believed her and muttered softly, Childbirth is never painless. You're too delicate. When I had my children, I was able to cook in the afternoon after giving birth. If I didn't cook, your grandma would scold me to death. She mumbled a bit more, then looked down at the children and smiled. Really good. Both kids are so cute. She then stood up and advised Su Suining, since you've had two children, you must rest well during your confinement. Don't hold the children too much or go out too often, or your hands and arms will hurt later. She still cared deeply for this girl she raised, giving her a sidelong look. You're too thin. You need to eat well during your confinement. Chen Kai-hua was still worried. When Huo Qingshan came to pick up Su Suining, she and Lu Beiting each held a child and followed. Su Suining also advised, Mom, we still have little Bao at home. You should go back first. Chen Kai-hua didn't mind and said, I've already told your eldest brother and second brother to take the children to Grandma's house to watch over them. I'm freeing up time to take care of your confinement. I sent them off early today, and I was going to visit the family courtyard to see when you'd have the baby. I didn't expect it to happen already. Su Suining's heart instantly felt at ease. She was worried that the three beginners might not take good care of the two children, but now with Chen Kai-hua here, she felt relieved. Huo Qingshan drove back to the family courtyard. Next door, Su Hongmei heard the noise and hurried out to help. She went over, lifted the curtain, and saw Huo Qingshan carrying Su Suining into the house. She couldn't help but smile. The love between this young couple is really strong. In the neighborhood, whenever someone has a baby, they don't stay in bed. They go out to walk. He smiled as he looked at Chen Kai-hua and Lu Beiting holding the children. They are really cute. Their skin is red now, but later they'll have fair skin. Chen Kaiwa loved hearing this. The only thing she was unhappy about was that his skin was a bit dark. If the child looked like him, he would be like a little black mudfish, which wouldn't be very good-looking. Huo Qingshan put Su Suining on the bed and the two children beside her. The small double bed was already full. Chen Kaihua suggested nearby, "Qingshan, you could get a small bed by the window. You sleep on the small bed, and if Suining makes any noise at night, you can hear it." Huo Qingshan didn't reply, already thinking about how to make the bed bigger so all four of them could sleep on it. Su Suining understood Huo Qingshan well. Seeing him frown and stay silent, she knew what he was thinking. She smiled and said, "We can move the cabinet and connect the small bed and the big bed." Chen Kaihua ignored them. She was busy preparing food. "We have some ingredients at home. I'll cook for you." Lu Bayan quickly said, "Annie, I bought chicken. Please make chicken soup for my second sister-in-law." Chen Kaihua agreed and went outside quickly to boil water, kill the chicken, and pluck the feathers. Lu Beiting hurried to help. Su Hongmei came over again to look at the children. "The boy is strong. Don't wrap them too tightly. And about the legs, aren't you tying them?" Su Suining lifted the small blanket, looking at the children's legs, which were like frogs, curled with soles facing each other. She was a bit confused. "Why do we tie their legs?" Su Hongmei straightened the children's legs and gestured. "Tying them like this helps the legs grow straight and prevents bowlegs." Su Suining finally understood. These old traditions weren't very good. Tying the children was uncomfortable. Being free was much more comfortable. She just smiled and didn't argue with Su Hongmei. Su Hongmei chatted for a while longer. "You should rest soon. Later, I'll bring you the eggs I prepared." After Su Hongmei left, Su Suining looked at Huo Qingshan, who was folding the children's diapers. "Bring me the diapers, I'll fold them." Huo Qingshan naturally refused. He stepped over and supported her shoulder. "Lie down and rest for a while. Sitting all the time will hurt your back." Su Suining held his hand and looked at his serious face with a smile. "Where did you learn all this? You know so much." She moved closer to him. "Huo Qingshan, I've noticed you've been nicer to me. I tend to be spoiled and pampered. Aren't you afraid of spoiling me too much?" Huo Qingshan's throat bobbed, and he looked down at the bright little face in front of him. He was almost hypnotized and gently kissed the corner of her lips. "Where is your salt?" Chen Kaihua's voice suddenly entered the room. Seeing the scene inside, Chen Kaihua exclaimed, "Oh my." She quickly backed out. "Where did you put the salt?" "I asked Lu Beiting to buy some tofu, but I forgot to ask her earlier." Then she went to the yard, muttering, "Huo Qingshan, why is he acting like a lovesick fool?" Huo Qingshan immediately stood up, looking a bit uncomfortable. Su Suining chuckled softly, nudging his arm. "Go check outside." Huo Qingshan went out silently, found the salt jar, and handed it to Chen Kaihua. Chen Kaihua looked at him with a dark face and shot him a quick glare before taking the salt jar to get busy. Huo Qingshan rubbed his nose, then went to gather firewood and rolled up his sleeves to wash the baby's used cloth diaper. Seeing him diligently washing the diaper at the faucet, Chen Kaihua felt a little better and reminded him, "Make sure to rinse the diaper with cold water. Otherwise, it will smell bad and cold water cleans it better." After watching Huo Qingshan wash the diaper for a while, she went to marinate half a chicken with salt, then left it to stew in the pot. She wiped her hands with an apron, looked at Huo Qingshan again, then went inside. She saw Su Suining lying on the bed with two sleeping children beside her, whispering softly, "Why aren't you wearing a hat? If your head catches a chill, you'll have a headache for life." Su Suining touched her forehead. "It's very hot inside. I don't need to wear a hat, right?" Chen Kaihua rolled her eyes, took a red nylon hat, and without asking, gently lifted Su Suining's head and forced the hat onto her, a bit roughly. "Don't be stubborn. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Of course, I know it can cause headaches. When you get a headache later, I'll see where you go crying." She roughly helped Su Suining lie down, then reached out to pull the blanket over her. "And remember, during the confinement period, no intimacy." Su Suining blushed and looked a bit helpless. "Mom, I know. You don't need to remind me." Chen Kaihua snorted coldly. Well, you know, men are all the same, always thinking about that stuff. If you give them a little, they'll keep pestering you. Not just during confinement, even after, for the first 3 months. Take it easy. Su Suining nodded repeatedly, but she was secretly happy. Chen Kaiwa looked at her and said, "Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue. After your confinement, if you get pregnant again, I'll think you're embarrassing." She huffed and stormed out angrily. In her eyes, Su Suining was just like her late mother, unable to survive without a man. Previously, because of Chen Jingchen, she was desperate. Now, because of Huo Qingshan, she looked the same. With Chen Kaihua around, Huo Qingshan and Lu Beiting learned many skills for taking care of children. In the evening, Huo Qingshan moved the small bed into the room, propping up the foot with bricks so it was as tall as a big bed, turning it into a huge bed that could fit 4 people. Chen Kaihua held the baby and stood by the bed, looking at the large bed, and suddenly said, "The bed isn't sturdy. Don't toss around, okay?" Huo Qingshan, who was making the bed, stiffened and blushed at the ears. Su Suining chuckled and quickly covered her face with the blanket. Lu Beiting held the baby and didn't understand what Chen Kaihua meant, feeling curious. "This wooden bed is quite sturdy. I can sit on it without any problem." Chen Kaihua glanced at Lu Beiting, remembered she wasn't married yet, and changed the subject. "Tonight, I'll cook some noodles with chicken soup. Do you want anything else?" Su Suining couldn't think of anything. Mainly because of limited conditions, she couldn't get what she wanted to eat. Also, she had a little secret. She couldn't breastfeed, but her were painfully swollen, feeling heavy like 2 stones pressing down. After Huo Qingshan finished tidying the bed and went to wash his hands, he asked Chen Kaihua what to do. Chen Kaihua, experienced, said, "You need to squeeze it out. If not, it might get infected and hurt more later. Be sure to massage it until it's clear." Su Suining reached out, grimaced, and looked at Chen Kaihua. "It hurts just to touch it. How am I supposed to squeeze?" Chen Kaihua put down the baby and was about to help, still complaining, "You're so delicate. How painful can it be?" Su Suining didn't want Chen Kaihua to touch her and quickly covered herself, saying no need. "I can do it myself." Chen Kaihua snorted and stood up, thinking for a moment. "No, let Huo Qingshan help you out." Su Suining's face turned bright red. She felt her words were quite bold, but Chen Kaihua was even more intimidating. She clicked her tongue and said, "The baby is born now. What's there to be shy about? I tell you, tonight will be more painful. You'd better think of a way and avoid going to the hospital later." Su Suining nodded and looked to Huo Qingshan for help. It seemed he wouldn't mind doing it. He probably liked doing this kind of thing. After dinner, Chen Kaihua prepared to go home and said she'd come back early the next morning. Before leaving, she kept reminding Huo Qingshan to remember to give the baby formula at night, change the diaper before feeding, and not to change the diaper after the baby has eaten to avoid vomiting. She kept talking and giving instructions. Su Suining didn't remember many things. Her mind was only filled with worries that her children would cry at night, be hungry, and need to eat several times. Overall, it was very troublesome. Lu Beiting also had to return to the guest house at night, leaving only Huo Qingshan to take care of Su Suining and the 2 children at home. Huo Qingshan was quite skilled, feeding the children, changing their diapers, and dressing them in small shirts. The 2 little ones needed their diapers changed every 2 or 3 hours, along with the small blankets on the bed. Su Suining felt that Huo Qingshan was constantly washing diapers and small blankets. She couldn't help but think that disposable diapers would be much more convenient later. When Huo Qingshan finished washing the diapers and returned, he carried a basin with a towel on top. Su Suining initially thought it was for her to wash up and get ready for bed. But instead, Huo Qingshan stood by the bed with the basin, silent for a moment, then awkwardly said, "Mom said before she left that she wanted to use a hot towel to apply on the face, and then..." Su Suining was momentarily stunned before realizing what he meant, and she smiled with a squinted eye, looking at Huo Qingshan. She confidently undressed herself. Later, Su Suining was in pain and sweating profusely, saying, "That hurt so much. It was even more painful than giving birth. Looking at Huo Qingshan, he appeared a bit embarrassed, with slightly reddened eyes and very bright lips. But despite his awkwardness, he looked surprisingly handsome. Su Suining couldn't help but chuckle softly. Huo Qingshan looked a bit helpless. She was really good at acting spoiled and being stubborn. Chen Kaihua came over for several days in a row. Seeing Huo Qingshan working quietly and diligently, taking care of the 2 children in a small house with no smell at all, she was quite impressed. She saw how clean and tidy the children were, unlike some who, after giving birth, had a strong smell of mixed with milk. Her opinion of Huo Qingshan improved a lot. While cooking, she also started chatting with Huo Qingshan, saying, Suining has been in poor health since she was young, quite delicate and picky about food. But now she's much better. Still, you need to be more patient in the future. Huo Qingshan replied seriously, I will. Chen Kaihua believed he would keep his word. Taking care of 2 children was hard work. She suggested when they get a bit older, you can send one of them to my house. I can help take care of them. Huo Qingshan thought Su Suining wouldn't agree. No need, we can manage ourselves. Chen Kaihua rolled her eyes at him. You're at the military district more often lately. When you return to the regiment, will you still have so much time to stay at home every day? I know soldiers well. Even if you're with the troops, it doesn't mean you'll be home every day. Isn't your motto, sacrifice the small family for the larger good? Later, Su Suining will be the one working hard alone. There are no explicit or inappropriate scenes in this text. Here is the corrected and simplified version. And also, my eyelid has been twitching a lot these days. I feel uneasy inside. After burning those things the other day, I keep thinking that Su Suining's real father, that young man, didn't die. She spoke very softly, afraid someone might hear her. Huo Qingshan was silent for a moment. Mom, do you have a picture of that man? Chen Kaihua asked, who would dare keep a photo? And I really don't have one. Huo Qingshan frowned. If you see him, can you recognize him? Chen Kaihua wanted to say she could recognize him even if he turned to ashes, but then she thought she only saw him once, and he was wearing a hat. It's hard, but he's very fair-skinned. Huo Qingshan remained silent again. Being very fair-skinned covers a wide range of looks. Chen Kaihua was still worried. Anyway, you know everything is kept secret. If you're afraid of getting involved, you should send Suining and the children back to me early. Huo Qingshan was very firm. I've never disliked anything. Chen Kaihua believed he was telling the truth. She had never seen the man taking care of her during her confinement period. She had 3 children, and she took care of herself during her postpartum period. Especially at night, feeding the children and changing their diapers, she did it all herself. Su Guoyang was considered a good man who cared for his family, but he never got up at night to help her. Compared to him, Huo Qingshan seemed much better. Lu Zhenping still used connections to get Lu Beiting taken to the local police. Because of the espionage case, it was quickly downgraded to a simple fight. As long as nothing serious happened, a fight was just a warning, and the person could be released. Regarding the poisoning case, Su Suining and the others had no evidence, so they couldn't prove Lu Beiting's guilt. Lu Bayan, after hearing the results, went to ask Lu Zhenping, Dad, Mom is like that and you don't pursue it? She almost killed second sister-in-law, and you don't care? How can you be so careless? Lu Zhenping frowned and looked at her angrily. Lu Bayan, use your brain. I'm not protecting her. She's still part of our Lu family. If something happens to her, it will involve us. Lu Beiyan scoffed. Then you should publish a notice, saying Zhang Guolan committed a crime, swapped the children secretly, and caused our family to be separated for so many years. Now you want to take back second brother and let Lu Beiting return to her original family. Lu Zhenping immediately refused without thinking. No, now's not the time. Your mom is hurt. I said it wasn't Lu Beiting who hurt her. If I suddenly publish a notice, won't that prove I'm lying? If someone with bad intentions uses this situation to cause trouble, it could be very difficult. Lu Beiyan sneered. In the end, it's all about yourself. No wonder second brother doesn't want to acknowledge you. Actually, it's better that he doesn't. There's no need for someone like this to come back to the family. Lu Zhenping was angry. What are you talking about? You're still young and don't understand the seriousness of this. Since second brother is a child of our Lu family, he should acknowledge us. Lu Bayan couldn't understand her father's logic anymore. You haven't taken care of second brother for a day, and now you're hurting him. Why should he still acknowledge you? Anyway, I support second brother. Dad, you'll definitely regret this someday. Seeing that she couldn't persuade her father, Lu Bayan decided not to say anything further. She wasn't planning to go home anyway, just waiting for her father to regret his choices. After returning home, Lu Bayan didn't want to tell Su Suining about this, worried it would disturb her postpartum rest. Unexpectedly, Su Suining already knew about it, and it was actually told by Huo Qingshan. Lu Bayan muttered softly, "Second brother, why did you tell second sister-in-law? It might affect her mood." Su Suining smiled. "It's okay. I know and will be careful." Huo Qingshan didn't react much to this matter. Knowing that Lu Zhenping was involved, he was sure he could handle Lu Beiting. Lu Bayan was very worried, but Lu Beiting is a tricky person. If we let her go out, she might come back to cause trouble for you. What if she tries to harm you? Should we just sit back and do nothing? Su Suining looked at Huo Qingshan and gently comforted Lu Bayan. It's okay. Letting her out isn't necessarily a bad thing. The mastermind behind her might even show up. Hearing this, Lu Bayan became more energetic. Actually, I know most of the people Lu Beiting knows. Su Suining was curious. Then, do you know her close friend with the surname Chu? Lu Bayan scratched her head. Yes, I do. How could I not know about such a shameful thing? He's 38 years old. I really don't understand what's wrong with Lu Beiting that she would like someone with the surname Chu. Su Suining became interested. Could it be that her friend with the surname Chu is the mastermind behind this? Lu Bayan was surprised. That can't be. Why would he want to hurt you? Also, after Lu Beiting divorced brother Zhendong, they haven't had much contact. She thought for a moment. As for others, I don't know much about her colleagues at work, but I know most people. It probably isn't anyone else. After all, they're all from the same big family, so they're familiar with each other. Huo Qingshan frowned. What is that man's name? Lu Bayan is very clear. Chu Zhongnan is the lost child of the Chu family, found when he was 18. He seems to be doing well these days. Because he's much older than me, I haven't spoken to him much. He's quite good-looking, but he has a scar on his face, which makes him look a bit fierce. Afterward, she comforts Su Suining. Second sister-in-law, don't worry. I will stay alert and protect you and your little nephew. Su Suining smiles. It's okay. I don't go out of the family compound now, and she can't come in either. She thinks that Lu Beiting won't appear for a while. Recently, the security team is so scared they might die. If she dares to come again, it would mean she's trying to frame herself for murder. But Lu Bayan is truly afraid that Lu Beiting is mentally unwell. If she comes again, who can handle it? Huo Qingshan has his own plan. He told Su Suining that he wants her to be cautious too. But what he's really thinking is that this time, he not only wants Lu Beiting to reveal the person behind her, but also wants Lu Zhenping to stumble. Since he used connections to protect Lu Beiting, later he plans to use Lu Beiting's help to get him inside. Blood ties don't matter to him. He only cares that Su Suining isn't bullied for no reason. After Lu Beiting was released, she knelt and cried in front of Lu Zhenping, promising again and again. Lu Zhenping weighed his options and decided that in about a month, after an election for a key position, he would announce publicly that he was cutting ties with Lu Beiting. He didn't tell Lu Beiting about this. He just told her to take care of herself and warned that if she made such mistakes again, no one could protect her. Lu Zhenping was very busy. The next day, he took Mei Shuqin and Lu Beiting and left the northwest to return to Beijing. He planned to take Lu Beiting away so he could watch her closely and prevent her from causing trouble. Once he was done with his work and cut ties, whether Lu Beiting lived or died wouldn't matter to him anymore. But he never expected that Huo Qingshan wouldn't just let Lu Beiting go. He wouldn't let him go either. When Lu Zhenping left, he didn't tell Lu Bayan. She only found out later. She was so angry she cried with red eyes and ran to complain to Su Suining. My dad is really too much. He left without saying a word. Su Suining smiled and comforted her. Calm down. Don't be angry. Lu Beiting left with her too. That means we can have some quiet days. You should take good care of me during my confinement. When it's your turn, I'll take care of you. Lu Bayan was shocked. Second sister-in-law, I don't even have a boyfriend. When am I going to have my confinement? Just then, the baby on the bed woke up and started crying loudly. Lu Beiting quickly went to change the diaper and soothe the baby, then did this and that. I couldn't help but complain. I used to think having twins was great, but now I realize I have to do twice the work. Su Suining leaned on the bed, laughing as she listened to Lu Beiting's chatter. After learning that Lu Zhenping had left with Mei Shuqin and Lu Beiting, Huo Qingshan went to the message room, picked up the phone, and dialed a number he usually avoided calling. Huo Qingshan made the call, and after a while, someone answered. He spoke in a serious tone. Connect me to Deputy Director Dong's office. The call was transferred quickly and a calm, deep voice responded. This is Dong Shugong. Deputy Director Dong, from the Northwest Military District, 318th Division, formerly the Special Agent Regiment, now the Reconnaissance 1st Battalion Commander, Huo Qingshan. Dong Shugong listened carefully as Huo Qingshan introduced himself. He chuckled loudly, and his tone softened. You kid, finally figured it out? You're willing to call me now. Why did you decide to call me? Did you run into trouble? Huo Qingshan was silent for a moment. There's something I need to ask for your help with. Dong Shugong laughed. This quiet, straightforward, and diligent man still took the initiative to contact him. He encouraged him warmly. All right, go ahead. He was worried that being too strict might scare Huo Qingshan. This soldier was a promising talent. When he visited the grassroots years ago, he immediately took a liking to him and even wanted him to be his grandson-in-law. But Huo Qingshan refused. Later, he wanted Huo Qingshan to join the Beijing Military District Guard Command. He was rejected again. Dong Shugong wasn't angry. Instead, he admired Huo Qingshan's integrity and told him that if he ever faced any difficulties, he could call him. Huo Qingshan explained briefly, but Dong Shugong understood. He was a bit surprised. You're actually from the Lu family? How come I never noticed you looked like old Lu? No wonder he felt this young man was promising when he saw him. Dong Shugong was also surprised. Are you already married? Huo Qingshan's tone brightened at this, clearly happy. Yes, my wife just had a baby, twins. Dong Shugong congratulated him repeatedly. Congratulations. I didn't get to attend your wedding. Remember to treat me to a meal sometime. About what you just mentioned, I'll arrange it right away. But... He paused, then chuckled. You didn't go to old Lu, but instead contacted me. I'm glad, but you also have to agree to one condition. Huo Qingshan understood this well, and agreed happily, you say. Dong Shugong chuckled cheerfully. Recently, the military has a task that requires selecting a group of talented young officers. I mentioned you at the meeting, so even if you don't come to me, I will find you. Huo Qingshan has never objected to any mission. Dong Shugong happily hung up the phone. He genuinely liked this young man, but his only regret was that he hadn't waited to see him become his son-in-law. This young man, to stand up for his wife, even dared to ask him directly. It shows he cares a lot about his wife. This made him curious about Huo Qingshan's wife as well. After hanging up, Huo Qingshan made 2 more calls. He couldn't leave the provincial city, and his time was limited. So, he had to ask others to help him with some tasks. Anyway, he was determined to take down Lu Zhenping and uncover Lu Beiting and the people behind her. After finishing his call and returning home, Lu Bayan was in the yard, busy washing diapers. Seeing Huo Qingshan come back, she couldn't help but complain. Second brother, you need to control your 2 sons. They earn so much every day. Then she pointed to the ropes hanging in the open space of the yard, with diapers hanging all over. Look at this, whose confinement period could be this grand? Huo Qingshan silently looked at her, said nothing, rolled up his sleeves, and went over. I'll wash them. You go talk to your second sister-in-law. Lu Bayan's eyes lit up. She quickly covered the basin. No, I'll do it. I was just talking. My 2 nephews are only a few days old. How can I manage them? She was very happy because Huo Qingshan just called her second sister-in-law. That was like admitting he was her second brother. It made her feel more confident, as if her hands that were washing diapers had gained strength. Huo Qingshan didn't understand why Lu Beiting suddenly felt so happy. Since she didn't want him to wash, he didn't insist. He took the already dry diapers back inside. Seeing Su Suining sleeping, he tiptoed over to look at his sons. The 2 little guys looked different every day, and it seemed like their faces had gained some flesh, looking chubby and adorable. Maybe it was because Su Suining, every day when he opened his eyes, would kiss each of them, his eyes full of affection. So now, he also thought the 2 children looked much cuter. He looked at Su Suining for a while longer, then sat on the bed and quietly folded diapers. Su Suining felt that because of his weak body, he could sleep several times a day. Although each sleep wasn't long, he easily got sleepy. When he woke up, he felt comfortable all over, and his body felt much more energetic. He opened his eyes, and the room was a bit dark, but the lights weren't on. Huo Qingshan sat at the foot of the bed, unable to see his expression clearly, but he could feel a sense of calm. Su Suining smiled softly, with squinted eyes. Huo Qingshan, how are you so caring? I heard from Sister Hongmei that many men don't do these things when they go home. Huo Qingshan gently pressed the edge of the diaper with his fingers. Even though it was a diaper, he folded it neatly, with sharp corners. His tone was gentle. You made a home for me, so I should do these things. Su Suining was surprised and let out a small gasp. She sat up on the bed. Huo Qingshan, come here for a moment. Huo Qingshan didn't know what she wanted to do, but obediently moved closer. Su Suining smiled and leaned in to kiss his lips briefly. She teased, I want to see if you've been sneaking something outside because you're so sweet-talking lately. Huo Qingshan was momentarily stunned and a bit helpless. He reached out to touch Su Suining's cheek and tugged her hat to straighten it. What do you want for dinner tonight? Mom has something to do, so she won't come for dinner. I'll cook. Su Suining shook her head. I don't want to eat. I've already eaten several times today, and I'm not hungry now. Plus, I can't get out of bed, so I haven't had a chance to digest. She held Huo Qingshan's hand. By the way, I want to wash my hair. I wear a hat every day, sweat a lot, and I smell bad. I want to wash my hair. She tried to take off her hat, but Chen Kaiwa didn't want her to, and Huo Qingshan also disagreed. He was quite traditional and believed that during the postpartum period, as Chen Kaiwa said, one must wear a hat and avoid the wind. Seeing that Huo Qingshan was silent and knew he disagreed, she leaned in again and kissed him. My scalp feels terrible, and I'm so irritable. If I don't wash my hair soon, I won't even feel like eating. During the postpartum period, you can wash your hair. If you don't believe me, ask Dr. Hua. Huo Qingshan frowned. Mom said that if I wash my hair, I might get headaches later, and it would be hard to treat. Only after another month of postpartum rest can it be okay. Lu Bayan walked in, swinging her arms. When she heard Huo Qingshan say another month of postpartum rest, she was shocked. What? Are you guys planning to have another baby?
Su Suining chuckled.
No, I don't want another baby. I just want to wash my hair. Second brother said, I can't wash it. Lu Beiting wasn't sure if she could wash her hair either. She'd heard that it wasn't allowed. Then, sister-in-law, just bear with it. Su Suining pushed Huo Qingshan's hand. You go ask Dr. Hua if I can wash my hair, and ask him to bring me a book to read. I have nothing to do during my postpartum rest, so I might as well learn something. Huo Qingshan was worn down by Su Suining's persistence. As soon as she pouted or acted cute, his principles disappeared entirely. Lu Beiting watched helplessly as Huo Qingshan hurriedly left, smiling to herself. Second sister-in-law, you really have a way. How do you make second brothers so obedient? Su Suining smiled softly and seriously explained to Lu Beiting, men need to be coaxed and pampered. When you do that, they are happy to do what you want. Of course, you also need to see if the man is worth it. For example, someone like your second brother, he's worth me pampering. Lu Beiting was surprised. Second sister-in-law, you're wrong. It's actually my second brother, who pampers you. He always thinks about you when he has something tasty. Su Suining waved her hand. That's different. I pamper him emotionally. I comfort him. You see, your second brother has never really experienced what it feels like to be loved. Now I want him to understand what love is and what a normal family looks like. Lu Beiting was a bit moved. Second sister-in-law, I'm really touched. You're so good to second brother. Su Suining smiled without saying anything. Huo Qingshan also treats her well. As I said before, because he's worth it. Huo Qingshan went to see Dr. Hua. When Huo Weihong heard that Su Suining wanted to wash her hair, he couldn't help but shake his head. I knew this girl was full of ideas. But she's right. During postpartum confinement, you can wash your hair, but you must not get cold or catch a draft. I'll give you some herbs. Boil the water with them, and let her wash her hair. After washing, she must dry her hair thoroughly, completely dry. Otherwise, the wind can cause headaches. Huo Qingshan nodded, saying he remembered. He had one more task. Do you have any books? She said she's bored and wants to read. Huo Weihong shook his head repeatedly. I knew she'd be restless. Starting to learn during postpartum? Forget it. Since I promised her, I will teach her. I have a book here. You can give it to her to read, but you must keep it safe. Don't let others see it. Also, during her postpartum period, she should use her eyes less. You read to her. He then took out an old, yellowed book, already well worn at the edges from many readings. Huo Qingshan took the book and flipped through it, feeling a bit troubled because all the characters were in traditional Chinese script. These characters. Huo Weihong waved his hand. Xiao Su knows them. If you don't recognize any, just ask her. She'll definitely know. Huo Qingshan looked carefully again. Some characters he could recognize based on their shapes, but others he couldn't recognize at all. Seeing him studying seriously, Huo Weihong smiled. You can learn with Xiao Su and improve together. Huo Qingshan carried the herbs back and told Su Suining she could wash her hair. Su Suining was happy to hear that. She ate 2 bowls of plain noodles for dinner, even though she didn't feel very hungry. After dinner, Huo Qingshan started a fire to boil the medicine. Once cooled, he helped Su Suining wash her hair. After washing and drying her hair, Su Suining suddenly felt as if her head weighed 7 or 8 pounds less. She insisted that her hat was dirty and needed washing. Huo Qingshan washed her hat, but since she had no other hat to wear, she felt especially comfortable. Su Suining sighed to Lu Beiting. I never thought that one day, washing my hair would feel so happy. Lu Beiting smiled happily and helped her comb her hair again. Feeling comfortable, Su Suining was in a good mood. At night, Huo Qingshan read her a book. When she encountered unfamiliar characters, she leaned over and asked him about them. Some traditional characters she couldn't quite understand, even with context, so she marked them with a pen for Huo Qingshan to ask Huo Weihong. They studied together under the lamp, while the 2 children slept soundly on the bed. Huo Qingshan occasionally looked at the little heads leaning over and felt lost in thought. He had never dreamed of such a scene before. Lu Zhenping returned to Jing City. First, he took Mei Shuqin to the hospital, then hired a nanny to take care of her. After tidying up, he went to his office early the next morning. Just as he was about to open the door, 2 men with red armbands stopped him. Your office isn't here, it's on the 1st floor. Lu Zhenping was momentarily stunned. The offices on the 1st floor were for some clerks. He, a senior official, was going to the 1st floor? He glared angrily. Do you know who I am? Who gave you the authority to change my office? The 2 men were unafraid. We know, but this is the order from above. We're just following instructions. We hope you won't make things difficult for us. Lu Zhenping was stunned. He had only been gone a few days, and suddenly he was removed? No one had informed him at all. He felt angry and turned to find a leader to ask what was going on. After Lu Beiting returned, because she wasn't feeling well, she decided to continue asking for leave from her workplace. The notice I received was that there are few spots for rural training, and she is one of them. She should prepare herself to go whenever needed. Lu Beiting was shocked and went to see the director. Is it because I took too long leave? That's why I have to go to the countryside? I've never met the requirements for going. The director sipped his tea and looked at Lu Beiting. We know you've been doing well at work, but you young people need to improve your awareness. Going to the countryside isn't a bad thing. We all come from the community and return to it. Sharing work and meals helps us grow and improve. Lu Beiting couldn't listen to the director's official tone. The most difficult place for rural training is in the remote mountains of Yunnan and Guizhou, where transportation is poor. It's not just for a day or two, but for 2 years. And after 2 years, it's not certain if she can come back. Director, does my father know about this? The director looked displeased. His face hardened. Comrade Lu, I know your family is well off, but the more privileged you are, the more you should go for training. It's for your own good. If everyone is like you, afraid of hardship and using parents as an excuse, should we still keep working? Lu Beiting kept silent, feeling things weren't so simple. In the past, the director had been very kind to her because of the Lu family. Every time they met, he would call her Little Lu warmly. He never assigned her dirty or tiring work. He would think of her first when there was any benefit. Why has his attitude suddenly changed? Could it be because he found out she's not really from the Lu family? Lu Beiting left the director's office with a dark face. This was her biggest fear, that people only treat her well because she's from the Lu family. If she weren't, they would immediately show their true, mean faces. She didn't want to give up her previous life, and she definitely wouldn't go back to the mountain village of Lu Zhenping, where life depended on luck. She had to find a way to quickly become vice director. Su Suining's life was still very comfortable. During the day, she was accompanied by Lu Bayan and Chen Kaihua. Chen Kaihua, though temperamental and blunt, worked quickly and cooked delicious food. She often complained that Su Suining ate too little, filling a big bowl for her and watching her finish it all. Su Suining felt that, now that she was halfway through her confinement, her face had gained a little more flesh. With good nutrition and enough sleep, her face was pink and glowing. Looking in the mirror, she felt her blood and energy were abundant. Su Suining looks very attractive herself. The shameless Huo Qingshan, who just returned, said, "Look at me now. Describe me with a 4-character idiom." Huo Qingshan couldn't think of a good answer. He looked at Su Suining's face and thought hard for a moment. Plump and healthy? Suddenly, Su Suining's smile froze, and her face turned a bit fierce. Su Suining pretended to look fierce as she glared at Huo Qingshan. "Huo Qingshan, I'll give you one more chance. Think carefully and tell me a 4-character idiom." Huo Qingshan couldn't think of anything, but he liked the phrase plump and healthy, which suited Su Suining very well. Her small face looked very lucky, round, soft, pink, and white, full of health and energy. In his eyes, Su Suining was still a little thin. If she gained a bit more weight and was softer, it would be even more comfortable to hold her. Seeing her so angry, he didn't dare say these words. Su Suining reached out to tug Huo Qingshan's ear. "How can you call a girl fat? You can praise me with phrases like round and glossy, or face like peach blossoms." Huo Qingshan honestly replied, "You're not really fat. Your face is just a bit rounder than before, and you look very nice. If you gained a little more weight, you'd look even better." Su Suining gently pinched his ear. "But you can't describe me as white and chubby." Huo Qingshan let her do as she pleased, a smile still in his eyes. He enjoyed days like this. Chen Kaihua entered the room and saw Su Suining kneeling on the bed, pulling Huo Qingshan's ear. She exclaimed, "Su Suining, you're so bold. Hitting a man? Quickly let go." Su Suining hurriedly released her grip, surprised, and asked Chen Kaihua, "Mom, why are you so quiet every time you come in?" Chen Kaihua glared at her. "Who told you not to close the door? Anyway, I came in to ask if you want to eat wontons at noon." Su Suining had no objection and quickly nodded. "Okay, Mom. But can we put a little less salt in the filling? Eating too much salt can cause swelling." Chen Kaihua rolled her eyes. "I only added a little. After giving birth, you shouldn't eat salty food." Otherwise, you'll sneeze and wet your pants.
Susuining.
Chen Kaihua looked at Huo Qingshan again. You spoil her too much. You even wash her hair. When she gets a headache later, you'll be responsible. After saying that, she stomped out angrily.
Susuining chuckled softly.
Since she knew she washed her hair, Chen Kaihua had been scolding Huo Qingshan every day. Sometimes she scolded him multiple times, blaming him for spoiling her. Huo Qingshan helplessly said, "Just lie down properly. I need to go to the military district. I'll be back in the evening." Su Suining reached out and held his arm. "Go see Dr. Hua and get something for me." Huo Qingshan looked confused. "What do you need?" Su Suining gestured with his hand. "A chart of acupoints. I saw Dr. Hua has one, and I want to take a look first." Huo Qingshan thought about telling Hua Weihong that during the confinement period, she should rest more and read less, especially for her eyes. Before he could speak, Su Suining suddenly leaned in, kissed the corner of his mouth, and said, "Go ahead. My sons and I will wait for you at home." Huo Qingshan couldn't say anything, but he left happily. After lying down, Su Suining couldn't help but smile. Huo Qingshan was really easy to please. Commander Lu Zhenping came to the military district for a meeting. Afterward, he specially visited the training team to see Huo Qingshan. He looked at Huo Qingshan with a smile and said, "You're quite something. Not only are you a sharpshooter, but you also have twin sons." Seeing Lu Zhenping, Huo Qingshan remembered something. He took out a watch ticket he had carefully kept in his shirt pocket and returned it to Lu Zhenping. Lu Zhenping was a bit surprised. "Why don't you want it anymore? Didn't you say you wanted to buy a watch for Xiao Su? Why not now?" Huo Qingshan frowned. "It's unavailable. That model has been out of stock for a while." Lu Zhenping looked at him cautiously. "So, what do you want with the watch ticket?" Huo Qingshan didn't beat around the bush. "I don't need it. You can give it to someone who needs it more. About the family house in the unit's compound, I want to change to a different one. You know, with 2 sons at home, it's too crowded." Lu Zhenping laughed bitterly. "I never thought you'd be so thick-skinned. If you want to change the house, go to the logistics department. The family housing in your unit's compound is still under your control, isn't it?" Huo Qingshan stayed silent, still considering how to bring it up to Lu Zhenping. Lu Zhenping suddenly understood and pointed at Huo Qingshan. "You're eyeing that small yard in the officer's family compound, aren't you? According to your rank, you should get a unit, but..." Huo Qingshan didn't hear the last 2 words and gratefully said, "Thank you, Commander. I remember a unit just became available not long ago." Lu Zhenping, tired of dealing with Huo Qingshan's shamelessness, said, "You're quite clever. Fine, keep the watch ticket. Come, let's go see the kids." Huo Qingshan accompanied Lu Zhenping back to the family compound. On the way, Lu Zhenping praised the new deputy commander, Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng is quite capable in his work, and he's physically strong. He's a good young talent. Huo Qingshan knew that Qin Zheng was already set to become the battalion commander. Moving out of the unit's family compound was only a matter of time. Lu Zhenping kept praising Qin Zheng and how Qingshan had his own thoughts. He smiled and said, "But still, he's a bit behind you. Where do you want to go? To the headquarters or the military district?" Deputy Director Dong called me a few days ago and told me they are selecting top officers from the entire army to train as excellent commanders, and your name was mentioned. However, this training involves all branches, Navy, land, and air, so you'll be away from home a lot. It won't be as comfortable as now. Huo Qingshan nodded and said, "I can go." Lu Zhenping was surprised. If it had been before, Huo Qingshan would have gone without hesitation. But now, with his wife and young child, he probably wouldn't want to leave. He understood and said, "This plan will happen after the new year, about 6 months. It might actually be good for you." After stopping, he looked at Huo Qingshan and said, "Huo Qingshan, from the day I recruited you into the army, I knew you could go higher and farther without relying on anyone. Because you can endure hardships and are eager to learn, so don't worry about starting late. As long as you keep improving, you'll have your moment to shine." He patted Huo Qingshan on the shoulder, full of pride. The more outstanding Huo Qingshan became, the prouder Lu Zhenping was. He watched this soldier grow up. Lu Zhenping went to see the children but didn't go inside. He just asked Huo Qingshan to bring the kids outside so he could look at them. When he arrived, Lu Zhenping was prepared. He gave each child a red envelope with 10 yuan and made simple red paper for New Year couplets, turning it into a small red envelope. He looked at Huo Qingshan and Lu Beiting holding the children. The little ones were sleeping, but their pretty features were already visible. Their small faces were pink and tender. Lu Zhenping couldn't help but sigh. You're quite lucky, having 2 sons at once. Take good care of them. When they grow up, they can join the army too. Huo Qingshan didn't say anything. Inside, he hoped his sons would become cultured people like Su Suaning. But being a scholar and joining the army didn't seem to conflict. Lu Zhenping stayed for a little while, then left after looking at the children. Su Suaning heard the noise inside. When Huo Qingshan and Lu Beiting came in holding the kids, she asked curiously, "Why didn't you invite the commander to eat? Or take him to the canteen?" Lu Beiting smiled and said, "The commander is so busy, he probably doesn't have time to eat. He's likely going out for dinner with the military district leaders tonight." Su Suaning smiled as she gently held her son's small hand. "Our little baby loves to sleep. Every time someone visits, he's always sleeping. They don't know how beautiful his eyes are when he opens them." This made her proud, as a mother feel a little bit of pride. Originally, Chen Kaiwa had already gone home, but she hurried back to bring some news. "Mom, Chen Jingchen committed suicide in the countryside." Su Suaning almost forgot who Chen Jingchen was. She was confused for a moment before remembering he was the handsome young man she liked before. She didn't react much. If he wanted to die, that was his choice. It didn't really matter to her. She wasn't even interested in asking why he did it. Someone as proud as Chen Jingchen probably couldn't handle the hardships in the countryside. He was proud and couldn't bear the pressure, so he decided to end his life. Huo Qingshan thought that Chen Kaihua rushing over meant there was more to the story. He asked, how could he suddenly commit suicide? Chen Kaihua took a deep breath. They say he was afraid of being punished. The police found a lot of yellow powder on him, which is banned. Su Suaning was lying down but suddenly sat up when she heard this. Chen Kaihua winced and said, "Can't you go slower? You're hurting your back." Su Suaning was more interested in the yellow powder. It was the substance that had poisoned her before. How did he get that? Why would he commit suicide because of fear of punishment? Chen Kaihua shook her head. He said he couldn't stand the people in the countryside and poisoned his roommate. When he was caught, he was taken to the police station. He was threatened and told everything, including the poisoning incident involving you. He said that the can of malted milk was sold to Lu Beiting at a high price, and she didn't know anything about it. Chen Kaihua snorted and said, "I knew that little white face wasn't a good person. Look at what almost happened to you." Su Suaning awkwardly smiled and looked at Huo Qingshan, who had no expression. She asked, did he really die like that? Did he say anything else? Chen Kaihua shook her head. Not clear. Anyway, he's dead. The Chen family hung a white cloth at the door. They said he hanged himself. It was a terrible sight. His tongue was sticking out so long. She gestured with her hand, making Lu Beiting next to her laugh out loud. After sharing this story, Chen Kaihua hurried off, eager to let Su Suaning know the gossip first. Su Suaning couldn't understand. When did Lu Beiting meet Chen Jingchen? How could she still use him? No need to think about it. Chen Jingchen was set up and Lu Beiting can now clear her name. Huo Qingshan thinks this is not important. No matter who dies or refuses to admit guilt, Lu Beiting won't be able to clear her name. Plus, it's useless. Doing more only makes her feel more guilty. Lu Beiting also agrees. Is Lu Beiting really crazy? She's already started killing. Chen Jingchen definitely didn't want to die. She was forced by Lu Beiting. Su Suaning suddenly turns to look at Huo Qingshan. Lu Beiting has already gone back to Beijing. Who's behind all this trouble? Huo Qingshan remains silent, also thinking about who is really behind these actions. Chen Jingchen has died, and a funeral was held at his home. Chen Kaihua went to see the scene and arrived a bit late. She also brought a fish, threw it into a water bucket at the entrance, then went inside to gossip with Su Suining about Chen Jingchen's family. She wanted Su Suining to see clearly how blind she was when she chose her friends. While changing her child's diaper, Chen Kaihua muttered, "Wow. Chen Jingchen died, and his brothers and sisters are causing trouble, going to the village to ask the village secretary for compensation, and to the youth station for help." His mother kept crying behind, while the children rolled around and cried in front. "Luckily, I insisted that you not be with Chen Jingchen back then. Otherwise, you'd be suffering from that mother-in-law and the little sisters-in-law and brothers-in-law now." Su Suining smiled awkwardly. "Mom, I was young and naive back then. Now I understand. I know that's a dangerous trap I shouldn't have entered." Chen Kaihua snorted coldly. "You didn't think you were naive back then. You thought you were like a savior, criticizing me for being short-sighted and saying Chen Jingchen's brothers and sisters were sensible. As long as you educated them well and let them learn right from wrong, they'd treat you well in the future." Su Suining. Would the original protagonist really do such saintly things? Chen Kaihua, after a wild rant, finally felt better. In recent years, she was often kept awake at night by Su Suining, that little troublemaker. She was always on high alert, afraid she and Chen Jingchen might do something shameful. She was worried about getting pregnant again and embarrassing herself. Several times, she followed Su Suining out and saw her sneaking into the small woods with Chen Jingchen, hugging each other. She grabbed a stick and rushed over to break them apart. Because of this, Su Suining hated her even more. She said many harsh words and even cursed her for a bad ending. Listen to this. Is this what a daughter should say? Chen Kaihua remembered this and glared at Su Suining. "If I hadn't been watching you, could you be living like this now? If I didn't care about you, you would have been pregnant by Chen Jingchen long ago. Men who are with you only think about these things." She then poked Su Suining's forehead. "Think carefully. In the future, live well with Huo Qingshan. Read fewer messy books." Su Suining smiled happily and held Chen Kaihua's hand. "Mom, don't scold me yet. I've been reading books lately, learning to see patience. If you're uncomfortable someday, I can help you." Chen Kaihua was half convinced. She had heard that Su Suining was reading about traditional Chinese medicine recently, but she was worried that Su Suining's interest might not last long. Before, she had suggested that Su Suining follow a factory doctor and become a barefoot doctor to earn a living. She believed that no matter the era, people get sick, and doctors are always needed. So the medical profession always has work. At that time, Su Suining didn't listen at all. Not only that, she even said Chen Kaihua was selfish, claiming she studied medicine just to make it easier to treat her family. This made her so angry she didn't want to talk to Su Suining anymore. Now that Su Suining said she wanted to study medicine, she was afraid it was just a passing interest. She snorted coldly. "You'd better stick with it. Don't be lazy and give up after a few days." Su Suining smiled and suddenly reached out to hug Chen Kaihua. "Mom, don't worry. I will study hard and not let you down."
Oh.
Chen Kaihua let out a soft exclamation, feeling a bit uncomfortable, and pushed Su Suining away. "Just talk. Why are you hugging me? I've never seen you so clingy before. Let go quickly, I need to cook." Su Suining pursed her lips and happily let go. As Chen Kaihua turned around, she couldn't help but smile. Su Suining hadn't been this close to her in many years. She had raised her children with care, but Su Suining had hurt her feelings before. Now, when Su Suining was kind to her, she softened. More than that, she was happy. This child was finally waking up, and it wasn't a waste to raise her. Because she was in a good mood, Chen Kaihua felt energized while cooking lunch. Su Suining felt that today's noodles, although still light on oil and salt, tasted very fresh. Seeing Su Suining enjoying her meal, Chen Kaihua raised her eyebrows and smiled. "Tasty, isn't it? I cooked these noodles with fish broth. I used a method from the cafeteria, no fishy smell at all, just fresh flavor." She muttered. "I asked Lu Bayan to help buy some things, but she still hasn't come back?" Su Suining, holding her bowl, looked confused. When did Lu Beiting leave? Didn't I just hear her talking in the yard? Chen Kaiwa also didn't notice the time, but felt she had been gone for a while. More than half an hour? Just as she was wondering, Lu Beiting hurried back, her face scratched and bruised, clearly having been clawed by someone. When Su Suining saw Lu Beiting's face, she was shocked.
Who did you fight with?
And with Lu Beiting's skills, she shouldn't have been hurt like this. Lu Beiting was annoyed. I wasn't paying attention. A crazy person came over and hit me. She had gone outside to buy colorful thread at the service counter to make hats for the 2 children. While she was digging in her purse for money, a woman rushed over and scratched her face. Lu Beiting, naturally not one to suffer losses, couldn't tolerate this unfair attack. She endured the pain and fought back. She even broke one of the woman's fingers. If the security team hadn't stopped her, she might have broken all the fingers scratching her face. Hearing this, Su Suining couldn't help but ask, "Who is it? It can't be a crazy person." Lu Beiting rubbed her torn face and got angrier. The mother of that little white-faced guy. Yes, Chen Jingchen's mother. She said I caused her son's death. She's just crazy. I don't even know her son. I didn't kill him. When I went to the security office, she said she was mistaken and was actually looking for you. Su Suining. Can I just stay at home and rest for a month? Why blame me? Chen Kaihua was already cursing loudly. Zhang Sui, that shameless woman, has liked to flirt around since she was young. She's crooked from the top down, and her son is also a worthless brat. She even dared to scratch you. She's asking for trouble. She turned and headed outside quickly, so fast that Su Suining couldn't stop her. Su Suining put down her bowl and hurriedly told Lu Beiting, "Go and watch out. Don't let my mom get hurt. Oh, and report to the police." Lu Beiting covered her face. "All right, sister-in-law, you stay home and take care of the kids." She was just thinking she hadn't had enough fun earlier, so she ran after Chen Kaiwa. Su Suining sat on the bed, anxious. She was still in her postpartum period and couldn't go out, plus she had 2 children. She wanted to help but couldn't. Chen Kaiwa hurried to Chen Jingchen's house, her steps swift. When she arrived, Lu Beiting was right behind her. There was a white couplet posted on the big gate of the small courtyard. Chen Kaihua saw Lu Beiting and thought she was trying to stop her. She waved her hand and said, "Don't interfere. I'm not going to cut her tongue today. Will I let her gossip about me in the future?" Lu Beiting nodded repeatedly. "I don't care. Later, I'll help hold her arm." As she spoke, Chen Kaihua kicked open the door and shouted angrily, "Zhang Sui, come out here." Zhang Sui had just entered. She was holding a towel over her face, which was still blood-stained, with one side swollen, and her hair was messy.
She came out and saw Chen Kaihua.
She frowned and said vaguely, "What are you here for?" Chen Kaihua spat and said, "What am I here for? You hit my girl. I came to settle the score." Seeing Lu Beiting beside her, Zhang Sui couldn't help but step back 2 steps. She was strong and used to heavy work. She didn't think much of Lu Beiting, who was thin and not very muscular. But she didn't expect Lu Beiting to punch out her tooth and break her finger. Now, seeing Lu Beiting still looked a bit scared, she instinctively stepped back a few more steps. Chen Kaihua saw Zhang Sui retreat and took a step forward. "What are you retreating for? Today, you tell me clearly, why did you hit my daughter?" Zhang Sui glared and said, "She's not your daughter." Chen Kaihua spat again. "She is my daughter. Are you still looking for Suining? Come, tell me what you want with Suining. I didn't want to bother with you because I felt sorry for your dead son, but you keep causing trouble. Open the door wide so everyone on the street can hear what's really going on." She shouted outside. A few neighbors, who had been trying to listen secretly, saw her so openly speaking and moved closer. Chen Kaihua pointed at Zhang Sui. "Look carefully. When her son was dating my daughter, everyone knew I was strongly against it. Later, my daughter married a soldier and started a good life. Her son? He was messing around with boys and girls, lost his job, and went to the countryside. Now he's gone, and he's coming to trouble my family. My daughter is now postpartum, and she's still causing trouble for us. I've never seen anyone so shameless. She kept talking loudly, not letting Zhang Sui speak. Since it was a factory compound, Chen Kaihua spoke carefully. She kept bringing up Chen Jingchen's past affairs and said that Su Suining and Huo Qingshan now had a good relationship and even had a child. She also emphasized Huo Qingshan's profession. The neighbors already knew what was happening. Now, after hearing Chen Kaihua speak, they all think Zhang Sui is sick. Her son died, and she goes to bother Su Suining. What's her purpose? Everyone looks at Zhang Sui with contempt. Chen Kaihua points at Zhang Sui again. Today, I am here to warn you. If you dare to cause trouble again, don't blame me for being rude. I will write down everything you've done before and post it everywhere. Do you want to be ashamed? You have 3 children. If you're shameless, I will make sure you and your children are all humiliated. She finishes with a harsh spit at Zhang Sui and calls Lu Beiting to go home. Lu Beiting glances at Zhang Sui, who has been silent for a long time, and quickly follows Chen Kaihua back. On the way, she is still curious. Auntie, I thought you would hit her hard. Chen Kaihua snorts. Hitting her won't make me feel better. Tonight, I will write big posters and stick them all over the factory area. Su Suining watches the two come back safely and feels relieved. She was worried they might go to her house and get into a fight. Chen Kaihua still feels upset. I was about to roll up my sleeves and hit her. I saw the factory women's director outside, and if I fought her, I wouldn't be in the right. Su Suining smiles and comforts her. Calm down. Why would she suddenly look for Bayan and me? How does she know Bayan? Lu Beiting knows. Zhang Sui already knew you were in the provincial city. She told the security committee she secretly visited you, so she also knows me. Su Suining can't figure out what Zhang Sui is really up to. She pats the bed. Bayan, sit down. I'll take care of the wounds on your face. There is iodine disinfectant at home, which can be used to disinfect the children's umbilical cords. She can use it to clean Lu Beiting's face. Lu Beiting sits down, and Su Suining finally sees that her 3 wounds are quite deep. They're no longer bleeding, but the surrounding area is swollen. She gently wipes the wounds with a cotton ball dipped in iodine, frowning. So deep? They're a bit inflamed. This afternoon you should see Dr. Hua to see if he has any scar-removing ointment. Chen Kaihua leans over to look. That Zhang Sui is really vicious, hitting her face like that. Su Suining feels that Zhang Sui's motives and excuses for attacking Lu Beiting are very superficial. If Lu Beiting hadn't dodged just in time, and the attack hit her face directly, it would have been very ugly. Lu Beiting has no choice now. I was too careless. If I had been more careful, she wouldn't have caught me. Su Suining shakes her head. You can't blame yourself. Who would expect someone to go crazy like that? After Lu Beiting finished eating, she hurried to find Huo Weihong to get some ointment applied, so she wouldn't leave a scar. In the evening, before Huo Qingshan returned, Chen Kaihua prepared dinner and then left. When Huo Qingshan came back, Su Suining told him again about Lu Beiting being scratched. After speaking, she muttered to herself with doubt, I feel like the person behind Lu Beiting is in the provincial city. Could it be his doing? Su Suining's mind was sharp. Suddenly, she turned to Lu Beiting and asked, Bayan, think carefully. Has your family offended anyone in Jing City? Was your older brother's sacrifice normal? Lu Beiting was a bit confused by Su Suining's question. I don't know. I don't know who we might have offended. But my mom's work involved a lot of house searches. She must have offended someone, but now everything is like this. My older brother's sacrifice. It should be normal, right? It was at the border, saving local villagers, and he was shot with a cold gun. Huo Qingshan didn't expect Su Suining to suddenly connect Lu Beiting's sacrifice with other things. He was slightly surprised. Why do you think that? At this moment, Su Suining was very alert. She sat up and started analyzing with her fingers. Lu Beiting's incident happened 3.5 years ago. Was Luo Zhendong also divorced from Lu Beiting in that year? Lu Beiting nodded mechanically. Yes. 3 months after their divorce, my brother had an accident. Su Suining felt her suspicion was more reasonable. So, from the beginning, someone has been watching every child of the Lu family, first Lu Beiting, then Lu Bayan's brother. Now it must be Bayan and you. And I might be just a target caught in the crossfire and accidentally poisoned. There was a doubt here. She couldn't figure out the reason. Lu Beiting was shocked by Su Suining's wild guess. Second sister-in-law. Could it be Chu Jingnan? Su Suining wasn't sure. I just think this explanation makes more sense. Otherwise, we really can't find a proper reason to explain what the person behind Lu Beiting wants. Lu Beiting fell silent, not speaking. Huo Qingshan looked at Su Suining with gentle eyes. Although her analysis was somewhat far-fetched, he was willing to believe it. During dinner, Lu Beiting still felt very down, with little appetite, eating only half a bowl of rice. While Huo Qingshan was outside washing dishes, Su Suining quietly called Lu Beiting over and asked softly, "Did what I just said make you upset?" "I was just analyzing, and maybe I was wrong." Lu Bayan's eyes were red, and she paused silently before shaking her head. "No, second sister-in-law, it's not your fault. I just thought of some things that make me very sad. My mother did many things. Grandpa advised her many times, telling her she shouldn't be so extreme, and she shouldn't take advantage of the situation to secretly get revenge. Grandpa really tried to persuade my mother many times, but she wouldn't listen. She even told Grandpa not to interfere and claimed she was defending the fruits of the revolution. Grandpa was very angry and said that what my mother did would bring her bad karma sooner or later. He also asked my mother to do good deeds for the children." Hearing this, she felt even sadder. "When my eldest brother got into trouble and our family is like this now, I think Grandpa was right that it was karma." Seeing that Lu Beiting was about to cry, Su Suining quickly said, "I'm just saying, it's all just coincidence. Your eldest brother is a hero, and he has many good deeds and blessings." Lu Beiting rubbed her eyes. If he truly has blessings, why did sisters Su Man die? Yaya has also suffered for so many years. Su Suining held her hand. "Don't cry. Look, you're very lucky. Your third brother is doing well now." Lu Beiting still felt upset inside. "But now someone wants to harm you and second brother, right?" Seeing that Lu Beiting had fallen into a dead end and was too distressed to be persuaded, Su Suining could only quietly stay with her. Her analysis was baseless, just random talk. At night, after Lu Beiting left, Huo Qingshan boiled a pot of herbal water and first helped Su Suining wash her body. Since washing her hair, Su Suining had to take a bath every other day, secretly. She didn't want Chen Kaihua and Lu Beiting to know, to avoid them constantly nagging. But she also asked Huo Weihong that the herbal water had to be warm and her body must be dried thoroughly, kept dry and out of drafts. After helping Su Suining bathe, Huo Qingshan also bathed his two sons. He used the same herbal bath mixture, saying it could prevent eczema and boost the baby's immune systems. Huo Qingshan was now very skilled. One hand held the sleepy child, while the other splashed water to wash his face and body. The little one didn't cry, clutching his tiny fists and kicking his little feet happily. Su Suining sat on the bed, watching Huo Qingshan gently and patiently bathe the children, full of contentment. Her heart was filled with gratitude. Huo Qingshan, in the future, our sons can do whatever they want. You can't limit their lives. Huo Qingshan was momentarily stunned. If they don't want to go to school, that's not okay. Su Suining chuckled softly and said, "I'm not talking about going to school. I mean finding a job in the future. If they want to join the army, let them go. If they want to do something else, let them do that." She quietly calculated in her mind that her son's generation is quite lucky, having benefited from several good times. As long as they work hard, life won't be too bad. Huo Qingshan responded with a hum, but said nothing further. He believed boys should be disciplined properly. If they are mischievous, they need a good scolding. Huo Qingshan finished washing one child, changed the water, and then washed the other. Su Suining sat on the bed, dried the children's bodies, took some baby powder, and applied it to her son. She smiled and leaned in to smell the little guy's neck. My little Yuan Yuan smells so good.
Such a sweet baby.
Mom wants to eat you up. Yuan Yuan grunted and turned his little head, just staring at his tiny feet, not yet able to interact with his mom. But that didn't bother Su Suining at all. Huo Qingshan occasionally looked up at her and the children. He didn't quite agree with how she kept the kids so fragrant every day. Boys, after all, why make them smell so nice? But he didn't dare say this in front of her. After bathing the children, Huo Qingshan quickly took a shower outside, tidied up the room, changed the diapers of both kids, and fed them milk. Once his two sons were peacefully asleep, he finally lay down after washing the bottles. Su Suining glanced at the clock. Almost 11 o'clock. She was surprised. She hadn't noticed before, but Huo Qingshan had been busy nonstop from 7 o'clock until now. Indeed, household chores are trivial, but take up a lot of time. After lying down, Huo Qingshan turned on his side, reached out, and gently touched Su Suining's face through the two children. His fingers also brushed her eyebrows and eyes. This was his favorite thing to do, at night recently. He didn't say sweet words to make her happy, nor did he know what to say to show his joy. So, this was the only way he could express his inner happiness. Su Suining understood his feelings and would naturally press her face against his palm. Gentle and obedient, she made him feel that she was just as happy. After a moment of silent communication, Huo Qingshan withdrew his hand to go to sleep, but Su Suining spoke up. Mom said during the day that the baby's full moon should be celebrated at her house for one night. She said it's to move the crib. Do you think I should go? Huo Qingshan was momentarily stunned. What about me?
Su Suining chuckled softly.
Of course, we'll go together. I can't take both kids alone. Mom says it will help the children grow faster. Huo Qingshan heard that they could go together and had no objection. Okay. Su Suining smiled, reached out to hold Huo Qingshan's hand, then felt reassured and lay down. During the day, because of Lu Bayan's matter, she didn't sleep in the afternoon. So, after lying down for a while, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. But the scenes in her dream made Su Suining feel scared. In the dream, Huo Qingshan was lying in a pool of blood, clutching a lady's watch tightly in his hand. Su Suining had never experienced such a clear dream before. Huo Qingshan's face in the dream looked so real. He was covered in blood, both face and hair, but his eyes were open, looking ahead with some regret, clutching the watch tightly. Su Suining shouted loudly, wanting to rush over. For some reason, even though he was right in front of her, she couldn't reach him. Tears kept flowing as she anxiously and hoarsely called out, Huo Qingshan, get up. Huo Qingshan, open your eyes and look at me. Wake up. Huo Qingshan was startled awake by Su Suining sobbing. He sat up quickly and pulled the lamp cord. He saw Su Suining lying on her back with her hands on her chest, her head constantly shaking, calling his name, tears running down her cheeks onto the pillowcase, which was already soaked. Huo Qingshan carefully moved the child aside and reached out to touch Su Suining's face. I'm here.
Su Suining?
Wake up. It was just a nightmare. Wake up now. Awakened by his gentle shake, she opened her eyes, took a moment to adjust, then sat up and hugged Huo Qingshan's neck. Her face, full of tears, rubbed against his neck. Huo Qingshan, I dreamed you were covered in blood. It scared me to death. Huo Qingshan gently stroked her back to comfort her. It's okay, it's okay.
It was just a nightmare. I'm fine.
Su Suining hugged him, sniffed, and her voice still choked with emotion. Huo Qingshan, I am very selfish. If you go on a mission and face danger, you must think more about me and our son. Although she knew saying this was pointless, given Huo Qingshan's personality, if he really encountered danger, he would definitely prioritize his comrades' lives. Huo Qingshan silently stroked her back, saying nothing, because he couldn't make that promise. They lay down again. Su Suining leaned into Huo Qingshan's arms, but couldn't help but think of the dream just now. It felt so real that remembering it still made her heart ache. She muttered softly, I also dreamed you were covered in blood, holding a watch in your hand. Huo Qingshan, don't give me watches in the future. They're unlucky. Although she really wanted a watch to tell the time more conveniently, considering Huo Qingshan's safety, she decided she didn't want one. Huo Qingshan patted her back and said, "Don't overthink.
Sleep well."
But he didn't stop thinking about giving Su Suining her watch. He held her in his arms, gently comforting her by rubbing her back. Su Suining wrinkled her nose and sniffed his neck, saying, "You smell so good." Huo Qingshan stayed silent. The scent on him was from the two mischievous boys' powdery smell, which was strong and irritating, but he couldn't do anything about it. After calming down, Su Suining realized it was just a dream. She told herself not to take it too seriously, so it wouldn't affect her mood upon waking. She only needed to remind Huo Qingshan to be careful. While they quietly hugged, the two little boys behind Huo Qingshan woke up, making noises and starting to cry. Huo Qingshan quickly got up, changed their diapers, fed them milk, and watched them sleep again. After all the fuss, they lay back down, and it was almost dawn. Su Suining wasn't sleepy and didn't bother Huo Qingshan, knowing he had a full day of studying ahead. She stared at the ceiling, lost in thought, turning slightly until dawn, then finally fell into a deep sleep. Since she slept late, she woke up late too. When she got up, the two children had already been changed and fed. They were lying there with their eyes open, staring blankly. Their eyes were very pretty, with double eyelids and a slight upward flick at the corners. Although their eyes lacked spirit, they were big and round. The more Su Suining looked at them, the more she liked them. She leaned over to kiss one, then the other. Chen Kaihua entered the room and saw Su Suining happily teasing the children. She asked, "Have you brushed your teeth? Just kissing the kids? Don't you care about hygiene?" Su Suining stuck out her tongue and said, "I didn't kiss their faces. I kissed their necks, and the clothes there." Chen Kaihua wasn't happy about that either. "That's not okay. You told me before that bacteria are everywhere, and you should wash your hands before holding the kids.
You can't just kiss them like that.
Why is it different here?" Su Suining chuckled, realizing she had been so fond of the children that she forgot about hygiene. But seeing Chen Saihua's words sounded like criticism, yet she looked happy. She was curious and asked Mom what happened. "Why are you so happy?" Chen Kaihua snorted with a proud smile.
Don't worry about it.
"Anyway, I vented my anger, and I'm happy. I'll make dumplings for you at noon." After washing up and sitting on the bed to prepare breakfast, Lu Beiting came in. It seemed she hadn't slept well all night. Her eyes were swollen, and her dark circles were very noticeable. Su Suining held a bowl of brown sugar eggs and looked at Lu Beiting in surprise. "Did you stay up all night? What are you daydreaming about?" "I already said I was just talking nonsense." Lu Beiting frowned, feeling down. "Second sister-in-law, I thought about it all night. I realize you're not wrong. What my parents did, it's only natural for people to hold a grudge. It's unfair to blame everything on the older brother and a few others." Su Suining didn't expect her casual analysis to upset Lu Beiting so much. She called Chen Kaihua to bring an empty bowl, then divided the eggs and red sugar millet porridge in the bowl into 2 halves for Lu Beiting. "I haven't started eating yet, so here's half for you.
Take it and get some good rest.
Don't think too much in the future." Lu Beiting didn't refuse and took half the bowl of red sugar egg porridge, starting to eat. Su Suining didn't know how to comfort her either. After eating, Lu Beiting eagerly went to wash the dishes. Chen Kaihua watched her busy figure outside the window and muttered to Su Suining, "Honestly, Lu Beiting is pretty good. She has a kind heart and doesn't follow her greedy parents. I've never seen parents like that, raising a venomous snake and still hoping to keep their official positions." Su Suining was worried. Her casual words had hurt Lu Beiting quite a bit. Lu Beiting is a simple girl with strong feelings, so she gets hurt easily. By noon, Su Suining found out what Chen Kaihua had done that made her so happy and excited all morning. She had written a big poster about Zhang Sui overnight, 贴满了厂区和张家大门. Zhang Sui was furious and annoyed, but dared not tear it down. Tearing it would lead to punishment. Chen Kaihua was also praised for her report. Listening to Chen Kaihua and Lu Beiyan happily talking, Su Suining was amazed. One sentence really can be deadly. Lu Beiyan didn't expect Chen Kaihua to follow through and was a bit surprised. Auntie, you said if Zhang Sui dared to hit second sister-in-law, you'd write a big poster, right? But she hasn't done that. Chen Kaihua snorted. That kind of talk is just venting. What good does it do? Now I've taken the initiative. So Zhang Sui won't cause any more trouble. Now she's not even working in the factory. I want to make her lose face. Her 3 kids also won't get jobs in the factory. Those little brats aren't good people either. Su Suining was both amused and speechless at Chen Saihua's actions. But thinking about it, Chen Saihua's personality is pretty straightforward. If you don't bother her, she won't bother you. If you provoke her, she'll definitely tear you apart. Lu Beiyan rested her chin on her hand and looked at Chen Kaihua with admiration. Auntie, you're really amazing. Second sister-in-law is so smart and loyal. She must be following your example. Lu Beiyan's praise didn't sit well with Chen Kaihua. Instead, she rolled her eyes at Su Suining. Only now is she clear-headed. Before, she was a mess. I always thought, marry this little far away and let her never come back. So, when Huo Qingshan and Su Suining got married, Chen Kaihua seriously told Huo Qingshan to take her away and never let her return. Su Suining knew Chen Kaihua was sharp-tongued but kind-hearted inside. The original owner had hurt her before, so it was only right for her to scold her a bit now. She smiled and listened to Chen Kaihua complain without arguing. Old Master Lu was very happy when he learned that Su Suining had twins. He wanted to visit in person but couldn't because Yaya needed someone to watch her, and he hadn't fully stepped back from work. He still had many community visits in the next half year and couldn't leave. He had a secretary buy a lot of things and send them all to Huo Qingshan. There were many clothes for the children, some quite big, suitable for 3 or 4-year-olds. He also bought a lot of cotton and fabric for making warm clothes. Not satisfied with that, he sent his savings and ration tickets and also wrote a letter to Lu Beiyan, asking Su Suining to take photos of the children so he could send them back later. The more Lu Yuanguang thought about it, the happier he felt. His spirits lifted noticeably. When Lu Zhenping came over, Lu Yuanguang and Yaya were having dinner, taking care of Yaya as she grew. There was also a plate of meat and vegetables. Seeing Lu Zhenping arrive, Lu Yuanguang's good mood instantly disappeared. He glared at him. What are you here for? Lu Zhenping sat down with a look of pity. Dad, I don't know what's going on. Suddenly, there was a personnel change, and I was removed from my position. Lu Yuanguang snorted coldly. That's normal. Who knows what enemies you've made over the years? No, I should say, haven't you made many enemies over the years? Lu Zhenping was choked and looked a little wronged. That's because of work. What can I do? Dad, you know the current situation. If I stand out as a good guy, what will happen to me? Dad, there are precedents for this. I don't want our Lu family to be finished. Forget it. I don't want to argue with you. You're in your 60s. How can you not understand common sense? Of course, if you think my ideas are wrong, you can report me to the authorities. Lu Zhenping feels helpless. Dad, I'm not here to argue. I just want you to help me. Please contact those old subordinates and ask them what's really going on. Who did I offend? Lu Yuanguang straightforwardly refuses. Don't even think about it. Who you offend is your business. He pauses, then looks sharply at his ungrateful son. And about Lu Beiting, even though I'm not in Gansheng, I've heard about her. She poisoned Su Suining and hurt Shuqin. Why are you still bringing her back to Beijing? I really don't understand how your mind works. Lu Zhenping grits his teeth and explains. Dad, I have my reasons. Lu Beiting is raised by us. If something happens, it's our fault for raising her wrong. It would also affect us. I think we should wait a couple of days, then publish a statement saying we have nothing to do with Lu Beiting and clarify our relationship. That way, everyone can accept it better. Lu Yuanguang almost laughs out loud, slamming the table. Enough. Don't disturb my meal. If you don't leave now, do so quickly. I don't want to get involved in your affairs, but I warn you, if Qingshan and Suining get hurt, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my son. Lu Zhenping is driven out, feeling annoyed. He really can't understand who he offended. Even Lu Beiting has been sent to a remote countryside for hard labor these days. It's a tough place, and coming back will be very difficult. As for him, he's only been given a minor, insignificant position. As long as he doesn't make big mistakes, he can retire peacefully. Lu Zhenping is deeply dissatisfied. He could have reached a top position, but suddenly it's all changed. The huge gap makes him feel 10 years older instantly. He's unwilling but powerless. Su Suining feels like time is flying. Maybe it's because she's been surrounded by Chen Kaihua and Lu Bayan every day and at night. Huo Qingshan's caring makes her feel so happy that time seems to pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, the two children are about to turn 1 month old. Before the full moon, she received 2 big packages from Lu Yuanguang. Lu Bayan borrowed a cart to bring them back. Su Suining looks at the 2 packages being carried in and is surprised. Why so much? She knows Lu Yuanguang's gifts are never small, but she didn't expect this much. The 2 packages are dragged inside, filling the room and leaving no space on the floor. Lu Bayan was also surprised. It seems Grandpa has bought clothes for Yongyong and Momo for many years. Chen Kaihua was very pleased with Lu Yuan's performance. She was unpacking and told Su Suining, a grandpa like this is worth recognizing. In the future, we should also transfer Yongyong and Momo's household registration to Beijing. Then my little grandchildren will be Beijing residents. Su Suining thought it was a good idea. Having a household registration in Beijing is very valuable. She smiled as she watched Chen Kaihua take out something and exclaimed, "Oh my, this fabric is indeed good quality, so comfortable to touch." She took out another item. Wow, it's still in Beijing style. Look at this clothing design. I've never seen anything like it. The fabric she bought for Su Suining was actually several pieces of silk, which are rare and valuable now, something money can't buy. Most people don't even have enough money for such things. Chen Kaihua kept looking at the fabrics and compared them on herself. So beautiful. Suining, if you make a dress with this fabric, it will definitely look good. Su Suining looked at the light yellow embroidered fabric, which looked very luxurious. But she hesitated to make clothes out of it, thinking it wouldn't be appropriate for her to wear. Everyone else was dressed in plain cotton cloth, while she wore silk, which might easily attract gossip. Chen Kaihua also thought about it and carefully folded the fabrics. Keep it for Yongyong and Momo to get married someday. Every year, take it out to sun it. Good fabric is always valuable. Su Suining was happy. She hadn't thought about storing the fabric for so long. As Chen Kaihua packed up, she discussed with Su Suining about the upcoming month-old baby's visit. I've already talked with your dad and your 2 brothers. When the time comes, you'll stay in my and your dad's room. Stay for 2 nights, then come back. Move to a different room to avoid bad luck. In the future, my 2 little grandchildren will grow up healthy and strong. Su Suining had no objections. Okay, when you think the time is right, we'll go. Chen Kaihua calculated in her mind. The day after tomorrow. I'll come to pick you up in the morning. Your dad can push a cart to carry you and the kids back. Su Suining felt that after a month of confinement, her bones were probably already stiff and moldy, and she could easily walk there herself. But Chen Kaihua insisted, "No, that's not good. You should walk less. Having 2 children is more exhausting than 1. Resting more is always better." Su Suining couldn't argue and had to agree. They agreed on the time. Huo Qingshan was just resting at home, waiting with Su Suining for Chen Kaihua and Su Guoliang to come pick them up. They waited until almost noon but didn't see Chen Kaihua and Su Guoliang. Su Suining felt a bit confused and asked Lu Beiting, "Did my mom say the day before yesterday was in the morning? Why is it almost noon now, and we haven't seen anyone yet?" Su Suining was puzzled inside. She wanted to ask Huo Qingshan to go out and check, but she was afraid they might get sidetracked and take a detour, wasting more time. Huo Qingshan looked at the time and decided to cook first. It was the same whether he ate lunch now or later. While cooking, Chen Kaihua hurried over, sweating and looking a bit anxious. I'm afraid you can't go. Your older brother had an accident. Su Suining had never met this older brother before. She had hoped to visit this time and meet her two brothers. If they were nice, she thought they could keep in touch in the future. Seeing Chen Kaihua's worried look, she quickly asked, "What happened? Is it serious?" Chen Kaihua stubbornly wiped her tears. There was an accident in the workshop. 3 of his fingers were crushed. Lu Beiting let out a surprised sound, and Su Suining's heart skipped a beat. What? That's so serious? Chen Kaihua sighed. I don't know exactly what happened. The workshop supervisor said your older brother was distracted, so he made a mistake. I won't say more. I'm going back now. She wiped her tears and left quickly. Huo Qingshan caught up and handed Chen Kaihua 20 yuan. Mom, take this first. If it's not enough, tell me. Chen Kaihua didn't refuse this time. Although the surgery itself was free, there would be expenses for nutrition and recovery later. Watching Chen Kaihua hurriedly leave, Su Suining felt uneasy. During the past month, she had come to trust and rely on Chen Kaihua, both emotionally and in daily life. She thought for a moment and discussed with Huo Qingshan, we still have 2 cans of malted milk and 20 eggs. Later, you can take them to check on him. Huo Qingshan agreed. Okay. Don't worry too much. As long as he's alive, there's hope.
Su Suining nodded.
I'm just worried that Mom will be too upset. In the original owner's memory, her impression of her older brother Su Jian was not good. But now, her memories of him were blurry. She hadn't met Su Jian before, so she didn't have any feelings for him. She was mainly worried that Chen Kaihua would be too sad and hurt her health. Lu Beiting blinked and suggested, second sister-in-law, why not give some money to Auntie? I have a little here. I'll give it to you. Su Suining waved her hand. No need. Money can't solve everything right now. Even if they are family, giving money so easily might cause unnecessary trouble later. People can be greedy and selfish. Giving money too easily might encourage greed. Lu Beiting thought for a moment and agreed. It's still your sister-in-law who thinks ahead. I only focus on the present. Su Suining smiled and said it's okay. You have me here. I can help you. Huo Qingshan prepared lunch. After Su Suining finished eating, he changed the baby's diaper and fed him milk powder before feeling at ease to visit Su Jian in the hospital. This was also Huo Qingshan's first time seeing Su Jian. When they got married, because the original Su Suining and Su family had a big argument, only Chen Kaihua attended the wedding. In the ward, Su Jian was lying in the corner bed. He looked a bit thin and refined, sitting against the wall with a hint of sadness. Su Guoyang and Chen Kaihua were taking care of him nearby. Chen Kaihua was very strong. Actually, it's not a big deal. You just need to think more positively. Losing 3 fingers doesn't change much. You can still eat and drink normally. Think about those who lost arms or legs. Aren't they even more pitiful? They still live well. Look at Lu, the 6th in our family compound, who has no legs but is optimistic and uses a cane. He lives happily at the factory gate. Su Jian still felt depressed. Mom, it's not like that. He felt he couldn't communicate well with his mother. His right hand was injured, especially his thumb, index, and middle fingers. Although he could still eat and drink, he had to say goodbye to his favorite hobby, drawing. Over the years, due to policies, he secretly drew at home, and he also designed the posters at the factory. He was not only good at drawing but also good at writing. During the new year, families lined up to have him write spring festival couplets, which made him proud. But now all those proud moments were gone. Chen Kaihua clearly understood her son's feelings. It's just that you can't write or draw anymore. As long as you're alive, there's always a way. If you lost your right hand but still liked it, you could try using your left hand. Huo Qingshan was surprised. He had always thought that his mother-in-law was easygoing, bold, and didn't care about details. But unexpectedly, she was thoughtful and good at comforting people. He carried some things over and called out Mom and Dad. Su Guoyang saw Huo Qingshan and nodded politely. Why are you here? You must be busy with work. You don't have to come if you're too busy. Huo Qingshan nodded and looked at Su Jian. How is he? Is the surgery finished? Chen Kaihua sighed. It's done. Our technology isn't very advanced here. I heard if we were in Beijing, they could sew the finger back. From now on, you'll have to use your left hand. Huo Qingshan heard Chen Kaihua just now advising Su Jian and agreed, saying, as long as you're alive, everything else can be overcome. Su Jian glanced at Huo Qingshan, knowing his position in the military, and politely nodded. Suining just had a baby, the family is busy. You don't need to come over. Huo Qingshan pressed his lips and said, it's Suining's worry that made me come see you. To check if you need any help, and also, these things were brought by Suining to help you regain your strength. Although Huo Qingshan is usually quiet, he is good at speaking when it matters. He led Su Suining to the front, which changed the impression the family had of her. Sure enough, Su Jian was surprised. In the past 2 months, Chen Kaihua kept saying that Su Suining had changed, becoming more understanding and better in character. But he didn't believe it much, remembering how Su Suining once pointed at him and scolded him, saying she sold her sister to live a better life. That made him very angry, feeling Su Suining was ungrateful. So, he was unwilling to forgive her. Chen Kaihua couldn't bear to see her, but that was her own matter. He decided to keep his distance from Su Suining, pretending she wasn't his sister, to avoid conflicts or her scolding him again. When he heard Huo Qingshan's words, he found it hard to believe. Could she really have changed? Su Guoyang was also surprised, knowing that Su Suining had changed a lot, but he didn't expect such a big change. He felt somewhat relieved and said, it seems Suining has really grown up. Chen Kaihua immediately felt proud. Of course, even stubborn kids have their moments. Just don't be too stubborn. Seeing that the three of them were in good spirits, Huo Qingshan comforted Su Jian to rest well and recover. Chen Kaihua nodded repeatedly. I just told him to rest well and not think about all that nonsense. It's useless. Su Jian felt a bit embarrassed. Mom, I need some time to get used to this. Huo Qingshan comforted him a few more words before saying goodbye and leaving. After sending Huo Qingshan out, Chen Kaihua returned and happily told Su Jian, see? The husband we found for Suining is really good. Su Jian agreed. Huo Qingshan stood there with a bit of pressure but also gave a strong sense of security. He and Su Suining seemed very compatible. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Chen Kaihua and asked, Mom, I was distracted at work because last evening, a man stopped me and said he was Suining's biological father. What's going on with that? Chen Kaihua was shocked and stared wide-eyed at Su Jian. Lower your voice. Who? Who told you that someone was looking for you? Su Guoyang was also startled. Seeing that the person on the next bed seemed to be asleep, he lowered his voice. Don't talk nonsense. How could Su Suining's biological father appear now?
Who am I then?
Don't believe the rumors outside.
Su Jian Frau Wen.
Seeing his parents suddenly speak more quietly and with a strange caution, he realized that what that man said might be true. He really is Su Suining's biological father. Chen Kaihua was furious, but still whispered to Su Jian, what does he look like? Is he a fair, handsome young man? Thinking about how many years had passed, that was probably old now. Maybe a silver-haired old man. Su Jian thought for a moment. He's a bit fair, looks quite young, and was wearing a hat. He suddenly came to me and said he's Suining's biological father, and he wants to take her back. Chen Kaihua spat. Forget it. He's dreaming. No way. She quickly added to Su Jian. Don't think too much. Suining is your sister, born from my belly. How could I not know? Su Guoyang thought for a moment, then told his son, you rest first, and pushed Chen Kaihua out. Later, in the hospital garden, once they confirmed no one was around, he hurriedly said, back then, when your sister was pregnant, he disappeared. How does he know this child is his? Chen Kaihua didn't know. From the time her sister was pregnant to giving birth, she was always nearby. She hadn't seen that young man, so she could now insist that the child is theirs, and no one could prove otherwise. Thinking of this, she felt much more at ease. No matter what, he can say whatever he wants. We'll just insist that Sui Ning is our child. No evidence can prove otherwise. She was the one who delivered the baby and buried her sister, so there was no other proof. What was she afraid of?
Sugulian not dead honstili.
All right, don't worry. Even if I have to die, I won't tell. I told you. I'm proud and won't be a traitor. Chen Kaihua rolled her eyes.
Fine.
I don't believe he dares to come out. If he does, I'll report him first. Right now, we need to focus on Jian and Jiming. We'll talk about it later. Don't let rumors spread. They returned to the ward. Su Jian's second brother, Su Jiming, also came over to chat with their eldest brother. Su Jiming was different from Su Jian. He was more muscular, cheerful, and spoke loudly. Seeing their parents return, he shouted, "Didn't my brother just say someone claimed Sui Ning isn't our child?" No way. He looks so much like his mother, and also like Sui Ping. Chen Kaihua slapped his arm. What are you shouting about? These people have really rude mouths. They dare to get involved in any relationship. They probably see Sui Ning doing well now and want to get close.
You don't need to care about them.
Su Jiming nodded repeatedly. I think so too. My brother just overthinks everything. Even if Sui Ning isn't our family's child, she's been raised in our house for 20 years. It has nothing to do with others. My brother just overthinks. Every little thing becomes a big deal to him. If he comes to me, I'll punch his teeth out. Chen Kaihua glared at him. You think you can do that? You just got recognized as an outstanding worker this year. Don't mess around. When problems happen, stay calm. Can a punch solve everything? Maybe he's just waiting for that punch. Then he'll accuse you. I told you, you should think before acting. Don't be like a reckless fool. Su Jiming didn't mind. If people are bullying you right in front of your eyes, shouldn't you fight back? Isn't that being a coward? Sui Ning hates me because I once hit Chen Jingchen. He always thought Chen Jingchen was no good. A man who combed his hair shiny with water every day, looking like a traitor. Sui Ning still liked him. Since the family couldn't control Sui Ning, he went and beat up Chen Jingchen. Because of that, Sui Ning called him a reckless fool, simple-minded with strong limbs but no brains. Su Jiming was very upset about this and decided not to interfere in Sui Ning's matters anymore. Chen Kaihua still felt uneasy. She told them to stay with Suin, then went to talk to Huo Qingshan and Sui Ning, worried they might miss an important message and be taken advantage of later. When Sui Ning heard her biological father had appeared, she was a bit stunned but felt no emotion. She only cares about feelings now, not blood relations. Even if she has a biological father, he's the original owner's father and has nothing to do with her. Huo Qingshan was also surprised. What does the other person look like? You can go to the police to report it first. Chen Kaihua couldn't describe him. I only saw him once back then. He looked clean and fair, with nice eyes. If I saw him again, I might recognize him. But honestly, I can't say for sure. Huo Qingshan comforted her. It's okay if you can't remember. He probably wouldn't dare to openly come looking for us. He deliberately went to find Gun. If he knew Gur and was a cautious person, maybe he was trying to distract him or cause trouble. Chen Kaihua paused and slapped her thigh. It's really like that. John has always been very thoughtful and careful. He treats small matters as big issues. For example, if we say we want to get up early tomorrow to go to the market, he won't sleep all night. He truly can't have any trouble. He keeps everything in his mind and thinks about it repeatedly. As Chen Kaihua spoke more, she became angrier. That beast not only appeared but also knows so much about our family's character. I knew he wouldn't tell Jiming. Huo Qingshan has never met Su Jiming and doesn't know his personality. But from what he observed of John, he is a very cautious person. He then reminded Chen Kaihua, if that's true, he might use that knowledge to trick second brother. You should remind him more when you go back. Chen Kaihua's face darkened.
That.
Jiming is reckless. He can get angry and act without thinking. Huo Qingshan pressed his lips. Mom, just tell second brother not to be impulsive. No matter how big the problem is, stay calm. Don't get involved too deeply, or it will be hard to get out later. Listening to their conversation, Su Suining frowned. Mom, I feel like he's here for revenge. Since he knows our family's characters so well, we all need to be careful. Chen Kaihua gritted her teeth. He dares to come out. If he comes looking for me, I'll make sure he faces the authorities.
Xu Suining comforted Chen Kaihua.
Mom, be careful too. He probably won't dare to show himself openly. Chen Kaihua grew more angry the more she thought about it. She hurriedly decided to go back and warn the family, including the married Su Zhenping. She kept scolding Xiao by Lian Bayan, the treacherous ghost, who is still causing trouble for their family. Watching Chen Kaihua rush out in a flurry, Su Suining leaned on her waist and stretched on the ground. Frowning, she turned to look at Huo Qingshan. What's going on? Why did this man suddenly appear? It feels like he's here for revenge on the Su family, not genuinely looking for me. Huo Qingshan thought it was good that this man appeared in the provincial capital. His identity is complicated. He probably doesn't dare to show up often. But since he's in the city, it makes things easier. We can find out about the poison on you and the mastermind behind Lu Beiting. It's not all bad. Su Suining also thought so. They live in a family compound, which is quite safe, so she wasn't too worried. I stretched my arm but accidentally twisted my waist. I let out a cry and held the pose, afraid to move.
Huo Qingshan, please. Help me.
Huo Qingshan quickly came over, hugged her, and gently rubbed the cramping area. Take it slow. You haven't moved much in a while, so don't make big movements. Su Suining grimaced in pain. It's not that bad. I just stretched my arm a little. While calmly massaging her waist, Huo Qingshan said, You haven't moved much this month. Your movements should be gentle, or you'll strain yourself. Take your time, don't rush. Mom said that even after giving birth, you shouldn't overexert yourself. Resting is best if you can. Su Suining leaned into his arms like a soft doll, whining playfully, If I lie down any more, my bones will get moldy. Be gentle. Huo Qingshan didn't dare to press too hard. I'm not using much force. Just bear with it. Feeling her back stiffen suddenly, Su Suining mischievously smiled and said in a sweet voice, Oh, be gentle, it hurts. Huo Qingshan was at a loss for words. His forehead veins bulged from her teasing. He simply picked her up and placed her on the bed. Then he turned around to hold the baby and soothe him. Su Suining lay on the bed, massaging her waist while smiling. Seeing Huo Qingshan look a bit uncomfortable and shy, she felt even happier. Chen Kaihua hadn't come over these days, so Su Suining was free to get out of bed, go outside, and enjoy the sunshine in the yard. Life was simply wonderful. Huo Qingshan built a small bed with wooden planks in the yard. On a sunny, windless morning, he brought the two children out and laid them on the small bed to bask in the sun. Su Hongmei saw the children being brought out from next door and came over to stand by the bed, watching them. These little kids grow so fast. They've already grown a lot in just a month. Su Suining remembered that when the children were born, one weighed just over 4 jin and the other 5 jin. She didn't know their current weights, but looked like they had grown quite a bit. Su Hongmei had a good idea. I have a scale at home. I'll go get it. You can wrap the kids in a small blanket and hang them up to weigh them. Su Suining thought it was fun to use the old-fashioned way to weigh the children. Sounds good. Let's weigh them. Su Hongmei went home to get the scale. With Su Suining and Lu Bayan's help, they weighed the two children. One weighed over 8 jin, the other over 9 jin. Both babies had gained about 4 jin each. Su Hongmei kept praising, You really raised the two kids well. I see that every day, Commander Huo comes back and is never idle. He keeps cleaning and washing, and when he brings the children out, they are always clean. Su Suining smiled and said, Yes, he's very diligent, and he doesn't want me to do anything. Without saying much, she frowned when noticing a slight smell in the house and kept asking Huo Qingshan if there was a bad odor. Su Hongmei sighed and said, My old Gu wouldn't do that. He comes home after work and says he's tired. He also holds the kids, but he doesn't seem interested. Only when I ask him to do something does he move. Then she looked at Lu Beiting and said, You should find a partner, like your second brother in the future. The Goof family loves their wife. Lu Beiting was surprised and asked, "Why are you talking about me?" Su Hongmei chuckled and said, "Just giving you a reminder. I've always had a bit of a bias against men from the Northwest. They tend to be very macho and sometimes hit their wives. But Commander Huo changed my view of Northwest men. There are good men everywhere, but also bad ones." When talking about hitting wives, Su Hongmei spoke a lot, sharing stories about family members who were abusive. Su Suining and Lu Beiting, with nothing else to do, listened to some gossip. Other residents passing by saw Su Suining and the two babies outside and smiled as they looked over. Everyone praised how well Su Suining was recovering and said the two little babies were adorable. Everyone was respectful and didn't try to hold the children, knowing they were just out of confinement and still fragile. If they were held and felt uncomfortable, it would be hard to explain. Su Suining liked this way of interaction, friendly but maintaining polite distance. She smiled and chatted with everyone for a while. The sun grew hotter, so Su Suining and Lu Beiting carried the two children back inside. The little ones were very obedient and easy to take care of. They only cried when hungry or wet, and most of the time, they were sleeping. When awake, they clenched their tiny fists and made effortful noises or tried to wave their small hands, wanting to put their fingers in their mouths. Yao Yao, the younger brother, was already able to put his fingers in his mouth and chew happily. Mo was a bit clumsy, struggling to bring his hand to his mouth. Every time Su Suining saw their adorable, clumsy expressions, she couldn't help but laugh and would reach out to help Mo. Lu Beiting watched nearby and said, "Everyone says the second child is clever, and look, it's true. Our Yao Yao already knows how to eat his hand." Su Suining thought for a moment and said, "Not necessarily. Look at your second brother. He's considered the second, but he's not very clever." Lu Beiting looked surprised and said, "My second brother is a bit quiet by nature, but that's because Zhang Guilan's family mistreated him. He's very smart, though. He can understand many things at a glance." Su Suining thought about it and agreed. Huo Qingshan indeed has a good mind. He remembers things after just one look. He also has a strong sense of insight. If he had a good learning environment from a young age, he would definitely be a genius. Second sister Miao took Jingjing back to her hometown for a family visit. She needed to pass through the provincial city and take a train home, so she stopped by to see Su Suining and the children. Su Suining was surprised to see second sister Miao and Jingjing suddenly appear. "How come you came? Why didn't you call to tell us? I could have asked Qingshan to pick you up at the train station." Returning home was not easy for second sister Miao. She carried many big and small bags, which were hard to hold, so she used a shoulder pull to carry them. Worried about her daughter getting lost, she also held Jingjing's hand with a rope tied to it. Seeing second sister Miao sweaty and tired, Su Suining wanted to help her unload the shoulder pole. Second sister Miao quickly waved her hand to stop her, then easily and quickly took down the pole, wiped her sweat, and said, "Everyone in the family knows you had twin boys. They're all curious and waiting to see the children. I just came back for a family visit and wanted to see you first." She looked around and said, "I need to wash my face. I sat on the train all night, and I'm dirty. I can't go in to see the children like this." Lu Beiting hurried to get water for Jingjing and second sister Miao to wash up. After washing her face, second sister Miao sat down, rested for a while, drank some water, and looked at Su Suining. "Sister-in-law, you had the baby, but you haven't changed at all. You look even better than before." Su Suining laughed and said, "I've gained quite a bit of weight, and my belly is still big, soft, and saggy. It looks pretty bad." Second sister Miao waved her hand. "It's okay. It will all recover slowly. After all, you had 2 babies, so your belly is naturally stretched." "Oh, sister-in-law, your vegetables this fall are growing well. I told the kitchen staff to harvest your cabbage and radishes when the time comes. We'll bury them in the vegetable garden, and you can dig them up when you go back." Su Suining kept thanking her. "Thank you so much. You're also worried about my vegetable garden." Lu Beiting went to get some cookies for Jingjing to eat and curiously asked second sister Miao, sister-in-law, how long will you stay in your hometown? Second sister Miao sighed. My family is in Shandong province. It's too hard to go back often. I plan to come back after the new year. Then I can wait for the planting season. By the way, my family is near the seaside. When I go, I'll bring you some dried fish. After resting well, Sister Miao said she would change into clean clothes before going to see the children. She knew Su Suining was particular and didn't want to offend anyone. When Su Suining took Sister Miao inside to change clothes, she suddenly remembered something. Oh, Feng Shenhua is back again, and she introduced her to the new deputy captain Qinzheng. It seems they really like each other. Su Suining was shocked. Feng Shenhua? Deputy captain? Sister Miao, while changing clothes, said, yes, I don't know why, but Sister Chenhua brought Feng Shenhua back again, and then she went on a blind date with Qinzheng. It looks like they might get together. Su Suining thought about it, and found it reasonable. Although Feng Shenhua caused trouble for Feng Chenhua, she was still her biological sister, so she naturally supported her. Feng Shenhua had also been reborn, with a soul over 50 years old, so she was much better at understanding people than Feng Chenhua. They had come back to the provincial city again. Once Feng Chenhua's anger subsided, it was normal for her to bring Feng Shenhua back. She also introduced the current deputy captain to Feng Shenhua. Feng Shenhua still looked very striking, so Qinzheng liking her was normal. Sister Miao finished changing, tugged at her clothes, and no longer hurried to see the children. She continued gossiping with Su Suining. I'm just wondering, Qinzheng is from the city. Why does he like Feng Shenhua?
She's just pretty.
Su Suining smiled. You don't understand. Sometimes, beauty is the biggest advantage. It's the same in any era. Sister Miao thought about it and said, recently, Sister Chenhua has been very happy. It's just after the 11th day of the lunar month. She said she didn't have time to get married and decided to wait until the Lunar New Year. Su Suining thought for a moment. Feng Shenhua was the heroine in the story, so she wouldn't easily disappear. Right now, the plot was deviating, and she wondered what tricks Feng Shenhua might still have up her sleeve. Sister Miao went inside to see the children. Both little ones were sleeping, but she couldn't help but praise. Such cute kids. Chubby little faces. You're really good at taking care of them. Su Suining picked up one of the children. The sun outside is nice today. Let's take them outside for a while. Sister Miao also helped hold a child, smiling as she said, it's been a long time since I held such a small child. Feels like I've forgotten how to do it. She placed the child on a small bed, and Su Suining covered them with a tiny blanket. At this moment, Sister Miao looked carefully and praised again. Lu Beiting saw that Su Suining and Sister Miao were chatting happily and wisely went out to buy groceries. He bought some meat and also a roasted chicken, planning to come back and make dumplings. It would be convenient and save effort. While making dumplings, Su Suining told Lu Beiting again that Feng Shenhua might marry Deputy Captain Qinzheng. Lu Beiting's eyes widened. That Qinzheng, is he blind? Feng Shenhua is so two-faced. Can't he see that? With such poor judgment, how did he become deputy captain? Miao Ermei laughed but agreed. We've also secretly talked about it. At first, Feng Shenhua seemed very polite and hardworking. But after getting to know her, we saw she can be a bit fake. Still, she looks good. Standing in the courtyard, she still stands out. Lu Beiting made a disgusted sound. Anyone who likes Feng Shenhua must not be a good person. Miao Ermei sighed. Everyone in the group says that after Captain Huo was transferred away, Qinzheng became the new captain. He's capable, but if Feng Shenhua becomes the captain's wife, she's not a very easy person to get along with. Lu Beiting sighed. That's not necessarily true. The army isn't a regular place. Maybe a new captain will be assigned from outside. Su Suining smiled. Forget it. This isn't something for us to talk about. We better not say anything that causes trouble. Miao Ermei quickly nodded. Yes, yes. If we really live in the same courtyard as Feng Shenhua in the future, we should just keep our distance. Miao Ermiai also needed to catch an evening train. After lunch and a short rest, she hurried to the train station. Before leaving, she secretly slipped 2 yuan into each of the 2 children's blankets. She was going back to her hometown, and for her this money was quite a lot. She carried her shoulder pole and hurriedly left with Jing Jing. After leaving the courtyard and walking a bit, Jing Jing finally spoke. "Mom, when you went inside to see my brother just now, Andy put money in my pocket and told me to tell you at the train station." Miao Ermiai was momentarily stunned. She quickly put down her shoulder pole, squatted down, and checked her daughter's pocket. It was a brand new 10 yuan note. She suddenly smiled. Su Suining has always been good at handling social relationships. She probably guessed that when she went inside, she was giving money to the children, so she didn't stop her or follow her inside. She also knew she had 2 children, but she only had Jing Jing. Worried about giving too little and causing her to suffer, especially since she was going back to her hometown and knew her family's life was tight, she gave more. Miao Ermiai happily took the money, patted her daughter's head, and said, "Jing Jing, study hard in the future. Be a smart and educated person like Andy Suining." Su Suining could guess that Miao Ermiai would give money, and also how much she would give. Just like Sister Miao thought, she gave a little extra because, after all, a poor family with a prosperous road benefits from having more money along the way. Lu Bayan was changing a child's diaper while saying, "Sister-in-law, do you think you gave Sister Miao too much money?" Su Suining was changing another child's diaper and replied, "She brought her child here and is going back to her hometown. These are 2 different things. Plus, her family's money is supporting her hometown, so they are quite tight on money. Having some money when she goes back is still better." Lu Beiting didn't say anything. After a while, she asked curiously, "Sister-in-law, you're 2 years younger than me, but you're so wise. If it were me, I might just foolishly give Sister Miao some money directly." They then had a small argument. Su Suining laughed and said, "Maybe it's because I'm so understanding that second brother likes me." Lu Beiting. In the evening, Huo Qingshan came back and, knowing Sister Miao had visited, was a bit surprised. Why didn't she stay overnight? She bought a train ticket for the evening and is rushing back to her hometown. Maybe she didn't want to trouble us and planned her schedule in advance. Huo Qingshan washed his hands and went to hold the children one by one. Su Suining watched from the side and mentioned Feng Shenhua again. Feng Shenhua is back and is dating the new deputy regiment commander. It seems they've become a couple. Huo Qingshan was just a bit surprised, but didn't show much curiosity. He's not really into gossip. After all, marriage and relationships are their own business. While talking to Huo Qingshan, Su Suining didn't hold back. Everyone says Qingjing is very capable. Can't he see that Feng Shenhua is just like a scheming girl? Huo Qingshan was a bit confused. What is a green tea? Su Suining chuckled and explained, "It's a way to describe a woman who is very cunning and good at scheming but pretends to be gentle, caring, and peaceful in front of others." Huo Qingshan still didn't quite understand. How does that relate to green tea? But he didn't ask further. Feng Shenhua's character had nothing to do with him. At dinner, Su Suining discussed with Huo Qingshan, "Tomorrow I want to visit my eldest brother. He should be discharged from the hospital. I plan to go directly to his house." Chen Kaihua hadn't come over these days, and Su Suining wanted to visit her, but Lu Beiting was watching the children alone, so she was worried. Since Huo Qingshan had a day off tomorrow, she thought it was a good opportunity to go. Huo Qingshan had no objection. "Let Bayan go with you." Su Suining was surprised. "Can you manage watching 2 children alone?" Thinking to herself, tonight only Huo Qingshan would watch the 2 children alone. She smiled and said, "That's fine. I'll also go see Dr. Hua. I've just finished my confinement, and he can teach me medicine now." Huo Qingshan still had no objection. "You guys go out. There's no rush to come back. You can also take a walk shopping." Su Suining took the chance when Lu Beiting wasn't paying attention, threw a flirtatious glance and a flying kiss to Huo Qingshan as a reward. Huo Qingshan pretended not to see and lowered his head, but inside, he felt a little excited. He also had questions he wanted to ask Dr. Hua. Su Suining and Lu Beiting left early in the morning. They passed by a service station and bought eggs and meat, 5 gin of pork belly, 4 gin of ribs, and 4 gin of pork lard. Carrying the bags all the way, their hands hurt, and they went straight to the Su family. Su Jian had just been discharged from the hospital yesterday and was sitting in the yard now, watching his son Taijun and nephew Xiaobao playing mischievously. Chen Kaihua was busy in the kitchen making soup for Su Jian. When Su Suining entered the yard and saw Su Jian sitting on a bamboo chair, she paused in surprise. She didn't expect Chen Kaihua's eldest son to look so refined and handsome, unlike the rough worker she remembered from the workshop. He had a gentle scholarly air, somewhat delicate. He looked different from the impression of the original owner. Su Suining hesitated slightly and called out, "Big brother." Su Jian looked up at her. Hearing his mother say that Su Suining had changed a lot, he was genuinely surprised when he saw her. The person in front of him looked healthy and rosy, with a bright smile that seemed to shine from within. He was completely different from the sickly, yellow-skinned, thin, and spiritless Su Suining he remembered. It was like she had become a different person. Thinking about Su Suining's background, Su Jian's expression softened, and he nodded with a smile. "You're back." Seeing Su Jian's good attitude, Su Suining felt relieved and quickly explained, "I wanted to come a few days ago, but I was busy with the kids at home. Today Huo Qingshan is off, so I hurried over to see you." As she spoke, she and Lu Beiting placed the meat and eggs on a stone table. The small round table was quickly filled. Su Jian looked at the table full of meat and twitched his eyes. In the past, Su Suining didn't understand social manners like this. Chen Kaihua heard the noise and came out of the kitchen. Seeing the table full of meat, she exclaimed, "You child, are you not living well? Why buy so much? Hurry and take some back." Su Suining smiled and said, "Now that it's cooler, I can render lard, marinate the pork belly, and cook the ribs to nourish my big brother. Moreover, since there are many family members, prepare more food so everyone can eat together." She also knows that the Su family hasn't split up. Chen Kaihua and her 2 sons live together, sharing meals. Each month, they contribute some household expenses. So, everyone agrees that with less meat, there wouldn't be enough to eat. Chen Kaihua still complains that Su Suining doesn't know how to manage daily life. Eating some meat just for flavor is enough. "We shouldn't be so wasteful and careless with money. Your 2 sons are still young. Qingshan is the only one earning money now. When the boys grow older, they might be able to help out." Su Suining chuckles, "It's okay. I'll learn quickly. When I become a doctor, I can earn money too." Chen Kaihua keeps grumbling that Su Suining doesn't know how to manage money and bought so much meat. While grumbling, she also complains that the meat Su Suining bought is too lean. Su Suining just smiles and listens. She thinks lean meat tastes better, but most people now prefer fattier meat because it's more flavorful. Plus, the fat can be used to make oil, which can be used for cooking the next meal, making dishes more fragrant. Su family and looks at Su Suining, who is always smiling, and notices she isn't upset even though Chen Kaihua keeps nagging her about buying so much meat. In the past, if Chen Kaihua nagged a few more times, Su Suining would frown and show impatience, saying, I understand. Her change is really remarkable. After sitting down, Su Suining smiles at Su family and asks with concern, "Does it still hurt? Should you use something to hang your arm? That might make it easier." Su family and shakes his head. "It doesn't hurt anymore. I find that hanging it is too troublesome. When I stand up later, I'll just tie it again." Su Suining nods repeatedly. "Yes, you still need to be careful. After all, fingers are connected to the heart, and it still hurts. You should rest well." Su family and is surprised again. Su Suining is so calm and caring, chatting with him gently. Her tone becomes even gentler. "You've been out for a while. Qingshan is alone at home. Can you watch the kids?" Su Suining waves her hand. "It's okay. He can manage. We'll go back before lunch." Chen Kaihua hears they'll return before lunch and quickly stops her. "Oh, wait.
I'll stew some meat now."
Later you can take a bowl home. No need to cook lunch. She quickly starts chopping ribs, and Su Suining tries to stop her, but can't. While chopping ribs, Chen Kaiwa talks about how busy she's been recently and asks Su Suining to watch the children. It's still quite cool in the mornings and evenings. You need to watch the kids carefully. Also, even though you've finished your confinement, when you go out, you should wear a hat. Not wearing one and rushing out is not safe. What if you catch a cold? Su Suining leaned against the doorframe, smiling as Chen Kaihua stood by the window waving a knife. The sunlight cast soft shadows on her, making her look gentler. Su Jian sat in the yard, watching Su Suining's back leaning against the kitchen door and Chen Kaihua smiling and talking through the window. This scene hadn't appeared at home for many years. The warm scene was a bit too sentimental, making him want to pick up a brush and paint it. He looked down at his right hand wrapped in a zongzi, sticky rice dumpling, and suddenly felt lonely. Lu Beiting and Su Jian had nothing to say to each other. Lu Beiting ran over to play with the 1-year-old Xiaobao. It was a fun age, full of laughter. Su Jiaji had good genes, and Chen Kaihua's children were clean and well-behaved, so both kids were very likable. Chen Kaihua put ribs into the pot. While peeling garlic, she looked up at Su Jian and quietly said, "Your older brother. He doesn't say much, but he can't get past that hurdle in his heart. He can't draw anymore, and it makes him sad." Su Suining thought for a moment. Knowing that Su Jian loved drawing, losing his fingers was a big. He can try using his left hand. It's hard at first, but if he loves it enough, he can overcome anything. Chen Kaihua sighed. That's easy to say. Your brother is quite petty. If something's bothering him, he can't get over it. He just gives up and waits. Let him think about it slowly. Fortunately, your sister-in-law has a good temper and is willing to comfort him. Chen Kaihua was also very satisfied with her 2 daughters-in-law. Although they each had their own little plans, they generally got along well. After Chen Kaihua finished nagging, she asked, "Has that person appeared again?" Chen Kaihua shook her head. "No, I'm really puzzled. What does that want? I hate him. If killing someone wasn't illegal, I'd want to cut him with a knife." Su Suining understood Chen Kaihua's anger. Her only sister had died. Though she resented her sister for being irresponsible and unable to live without a man, she also blamed her sister's death on that man. Now she was blaming him for everything happening in the family. Hating him was normal. Chen Kaihua finished cooking the ribs and served a small bowl to Su Suining. Su Suining insisted on pulling some back, tugging at it, and was scolded by Chen Kaihua before finally settling down and going home. Chen Kaihua saw the 2 off at the gate. Hurry up on the road. How can a grown man stay at home and not watch the kids? She watched Su Suining and Lu Beiting walk away before turning back to the yard and looking at Su Jian. "Is your sister really different now? I always said, how could our kids be any worse? They're raised well." Su Suining and Lu Beiting carried meat, but did not go home. Instead, they went to find Huo Weihong. Su Suining planned to give Huo Weihong half a basin of meat as a bribe. She wanted Huo Weihong to teach her some medical skills quickly. Turning into the hospital, Su Suining suddenly stopped and looked back. Lu Beiting also stopped and turned around curiously. "Second sister-in-law, what are you looking at?" Su Suining frowned. "I feel like someone is following us." "Do you think so?" Lu Beiting looked around again. There were people riding bikes and a few pedestrians on the main road. But she didn't see anything unusual. "Not now. When we go back later, we should pay more attention and see if it's just your imagination." Su Suining nodded. "Okay." She looked back again and then went to find Huo Weihong with the meat. Huo Weihong just finished work and returned to his dormitory. He was a bit surprised to see Su Suining. "You've had your confinement? Why did you come out so soon?" Su Suining smiled and handed him a small porcelain basin. "A bribe for the teacher. I'm feeling better now. When can I start learning medicine from you?" Huo Weihong looked at her face. "Your health is good. Don't rush to detox first. You're eager to learn medicine." Su Suining happily said, "When I learn from you, I'll also detox naturally. With a teacher, I'm not worried at all." Huo Weihong sighed. All right, rest for 2 more days, then come over. Su Suining was satisfied. But we'll return to the team soon. What if there are problems then? Huo Weihong pushed up his glasses. I'll give you a few books. Read them repeatedly. Even if you don't understand at first, keep looking. As the saying goes, read a book 100 times, and its meaning will become clear. Take notes if you can and show me later. Su Suining thought it over and agreed. That way, she could learn the theoretical knowledge on her own. Many barefoot doctors are self-taught now, and they learn very well. She believed she could too. Huo Weihong saw that Su Suining wasn't leaving and knew she was waiting for him to find the books. He smiled helplessly. You really have perseverance. Su Suining chuckled. Teacher, you can say I have a thick skin if you want, as long as you're willing to teach me. Huo Weihong smiled and went inside, finding 2 thick books with yellowed pages. He handed them to her. These might be boring, but if you can read them through, they'll be interesting. Su Suining happily took the books. Don't worry, teacher. No matter how boring, I can read them. I must study hard. Since she got what she wanted, she felt very happy. On the way back, she hummed a song while flipping through the book given to her by Huo Weihong. It was the Huangdi Neijing, mostly the easier version sold online later, but still somewhat difficult. From physiology and pathology to diagnosis, law, and health preservation, the book was very detailed. Su Suining read a few pages and didn't find it boring. Instead, she found it quite interesting. Lu Bayan also leaned over to look and said, Second sister-in-law, are you really going to study medicine? I find it a bit hard to understand myself. Su Suining smiled and replied, if you like it, you can understand it. By the way, Bayan, when you're free, read more books. Lu Beiting was silent for a moment. She didn't like studying, found it boring and uninteresting, but she enjoyed reading mystery and detective stories. Su Suining didn't want Lu Beiting to keep hanging around her like this. It was because of current circumstances, but in a few years, after the college entrance exam is restored, many careers will open up again. At that time, it would truly be an opportunity for those who were prepared. Right now, the justice system was chaotic, but it would recover in a couple of years. She still thought Lu Beiting was very suitable to become a judge. Su Suining thought for a moment and quietly asked Lu Beiting, what do you think about becoming a judge? Lu Beiting was surprised and said, that's a good profession, but not possible now. Su Suining nodded and said, yes, but Bayan, have you noticed that these past 2 years, things have loosened up a lot compared to before? Some policies have also changed quite a bit. I think in a few more years, there will be more changes. I think you're very just and fair, which makes you suitable to be a judge. If you like it, you should read more about this field. When the policies suddenly change in the future, it could be a good opportunity. Lu Beiting made a surprised sound and said, second sister-in-law, what you said makes a lot of sense. I do like detective novels, but I can't find any now. Su Suining nodded and said, as long as you like it, you can find ways to get books to read, including educational ones. You should also consider going to college. If you can get in, you should go. We're only in our early 20s. Life is just beginning. We can't waste it like this forever. Right now, we're not allowed to do much, but we need to be prepared. As long as the knowledge is in your head, no one can take it away. When the time comes, there will be a need for talented people like us, and we'll benefit from it. But you can also rely on your family. Before she finished, Lu Beiting quickly interrupted. No, I don't want to rely on my family. Mainly, I don't want to rely on my parents. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have a job now. I really don't have a clear plan for the future. Sometimes I feel lost and don't know which direction to work towards. In my parents' eyes, I am not ambitious, but I don't care much about many things. So I just go along with whatever happens. Su Suining smiled and linked her arm with him. That's not your fault. Most people are like that now, confused and without direction. It's the fault of the times, not Lu Beiting's problem. Lu Beiting chuckled. Second sister-in-law, I think you see things very uniquely. You never look for reasons in yourself. You always find problems in others.
Su Suining nodded happily.
That's just how it is. We shouldn't let outside things drain our emotions. Keeping things simple means not wasting energy on unnecessary worries. Lu Beiting smiled. Second sister-in-law, being with you makes me feel peaceful and happy every day. On the way back, Su Suining paid special attention behind her but didn't notice anything unusual. Lu Beiting also looked out but saw nothing strange. Second sister-in-law, there's no one around. Was that just your imagination earlier? Su Suining frowned and nodded. Maybe. Anyway, it's always better to be cautious. They passed by the cafeteria, bought a pot of dishes and some steamed buns to take home, and also bought some meat to cook something nice for Huo Qingshan tonight. Huo Qingshan isn't picky about food. As long as he's full, he's happy. At home, he tidied up the two kids carefully. While they were sleeping, he washed their diapers and clothes. Su Suining washed her hands and eagerly went to see the children. Looking at the two little ones lying in bed, she pinched one's tiny hand and then the other's little foot. Mommy's little hearts, I missed you so much while I was gone. The two kids were sleeping soundly, growing and developing, not paying any attention to what their mom was saying. Lu Beiting stood nearby, smiling. Second sister-in-law, we only went out for half a day, and you're overdoing it. Su Suining held her son's small hand and rubbed it against her face. You don't understand. I miss them a lot when we're apart. Lu Beiting deliberately teased, if you miss Yuan and Mo so much, do you miss my second brother too? Huo Qingshan had planned to come in but, hearing this, quickly turned around and left, afraid Su Suining might say something inappropriate to Lu Beiting. Seeing Huo Qingshan hurriedly leave, Su Suining couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yes, I do miss him, but I feel shy to say it when he's here. Lu Beiting didn't notice any embarrassment from Su Suining and also started to laugh. Huo Qingshan was tidying things in the yard, neatly placing everything he liked in order. Even the children's diapers are kept very neatly, almost like a compulsive habit. While tidying up the yard, a guard called out, Captain Hua, there's a phone call. It's from the headquarters. Su Suining also heard the guard's voice in the yard. Then, Huo Qingshan, through the window, said he would answer the call and left with the guard. Lu Beiting was a bit curious. What does the headquarters want with second brother? Maybe they're calling him back? Su Suining wasn't sure. It's fine if he goes back. This place isn't really home, and there are probably a lot of things to bring back. Lu Beiting looked around. There are indeed many things. Why are there so many? Su Suining didn't know either. She had only been staying for 2 or 3 months, but the house was already full, and the yard had quite a few items. It would be a problem to take everything when the time comes. Huo Qingshan answered Lei Zhenping's call, telling him to finish his studies and return to the team immediately. They were about to arrange for veterans to retire and new soldiers to enlist. There were also positions for promotion within the team that needed Huo Qingshan's input and a meeting to decide. It wasn't an urgent matter, but Huo Qingshan couldn't be absent. He had originally planned to return in a week. There are 5 days left of training. After that, I want to take my wife and children to visit my parents-in-law before coming back. Lei Zhenping clicked his tongue. You really only have eyes for your wife and kids now. I always said someone could cure you, and it looks like that person has appeared. Huo Qingshan ignored his superior's teasing. After hanging up, he felt in a good mood as he walked back. He loved the word wife very much. Every time he said it, his mood would brighten. Knowing they would return in a week, Su Suining started packing with Lu Beiting. She used to be very good at throwing things away. Anything she didn't need, she would discard immediately, without hesitation. But now, when she packed, she thought maybe she could still use some of the items later, including some clothes she couldn't wear anymore, clothes that were too big during pregnancy. She felt it was a pity to throw them away, so she decided to bring them back and modify them later to wear again. While packing, she sighed inwardly. The times had changed her so much, making her more thrifty and capable of managing the household well. That night, she asked Huo Qingshan, with so many things, how will we take them back? Huo Qingshan looked at the burlap sacks piled against the wall, feeling a bit puzzled too. How did so many things appear? He said, these can be loaded onto the military district's trucks. When the time comes, We'll just bring some personal belongings and the kids' things. Su Suining nodded and said, okay, but you also need to pack a big bag for your 2 sons. Not to mention, even the diapers will fill a large bag. Huo Qingshan didn't mind and said, you don't need to worry. I'll take care of it. You can rest during the day and watch the children. He also thought that the things Su Suining packed weren't stored efficiently. Like clothes in a sack, they weren't compressed well. Of course, he didn't dare to say this to her. Su Suining relaxed and stretched out, then shook her neck. Can you give me a massage? I haven't done much work in a long time. Packing this little is making my whole body hurt. Huo Qingshan went over to massage her, rubbing her arm. Tell me what you want to pack, and I'll do it when I come back. Don't do it yourself. Su Suining hummed comfortably and smiled with her eyes. I can't do nothing every day. You're busy during the day and busy when you come back. Aren't you tired? Huo Qingshan carefully controlled the strength of his massage, worried about hurting her delicate skin. I'm not tired. I just sit and listen to lessons during the day, so I'm not tired. And he liked this kind of tiredness. It made him feel full and satisfied. Whenever he returned home and saw Su Suining and their 2 sons, all his fatigue disappeared. Su Suining smiled and held his finger gently in her palm. But I can't bear to see you work so hard. You're my husband, not a beast of burden. I can't let you do everything. If I do, I'll spoil you. Huo Qingshan looked at her face. She was beautiful, but the light in her eyes and her bright smile made him love her even more. As long as you're happy, I won't feel tired. Su Suining chuckled softly, leaning on his arm and sitting up to kiss him. Huo Qingshan leaned closer and kissed her lips carefully and tenderly. He liked this feeling, an indescribable happiness that made his chest feel full, as if his blood was roaring and spreading inside him. Finally, considering Su Suining's health, he kissed her and gently laid her back down. He reached out and touched her cheek. You rest for a while. I'll finish packing the rest. But his eyes couldn't help but fall on her bright, moist lips and her charming, flirtatious eyes, as if they could enchant his soul. Huo Qingshan quickly looked away and got up to pack the remaining things. At that moment, he finally understood why his former comrades would discuss women. Married men would often stare at their wives' photos in a daze. They would say, you young guys don't understand what it's like to be warm at home with your wife. On the last day of Huo Qingshan's studies, Su Suining and Lu Beiting had almost finished packing everything. We can carry the essentials with us and leave the rest for the military district truck to deliver on its way back. Lu Beiting looked at the full load and felt worried. With so much stuff, it won't fit in your small house. Su Suining had heard Huo Qingshan mention this. Your second brother said that once we go back, we'll get a new house. It's a small yard, but quite big. She had passed by the small courtyard near the supply and logistics office of the headquarters several times. At that time, she thought that having such a small yard would truly make a rural life possible. Lu Beiting exclaimed, I also know that yard. It's really nice. Mainly because it's private, with a door that can be closed, so you can live your own little life. No need for the family to cook loudly, and neighbors won't know what you're eating. Su Suining was also full of hope for the new home. If your second brother stays here for a few more years, it would be great for Yo-Yo and Momo to have a small yard to play in. We could make a little mud pit for them to stomp in. Lu Beiting was a bit surprised. Second sister-in-law, what are you thinking? Other parents are afraid of their kids getting dirty in the mud, and you want to make a mud pit? Besides, near the headquarters, after it rains, there are mud puddles everywhere. Why make a special one? I'm worried you'll be chasing the kids around the yard with a stick. Su Suining thought for a moment. That's true. No need to make a mud pit. But making a sand pile for playing with sand would be convenient. She then smiled at Lu Beiting. I don't think I'd chase them around the yard with a stick. But I can't say that for sure. If they get mischievous, they'll still get a scolding. Lu Beiting laughed and reached out to play with the kids' little hands. Momo, did you hear that? You have to listen and behave, or your mom might chase and scold you too. While they were joking around with the children, Chen Kaihua came over and brought a big fish. Seeing that everything in the yard was packed up and the house was tidied up into bundles, she paused. Why have you packed everything so quickly? Hearing Su Suining say they were going back, she suddenly felt a bit sad. Why are you leaving? I thought you'd stay in the provincial capital forever. She also picked up the fish in her hand. This was sent by your older brother's unit union to show concern. Your brother asked me to bring it for you to enjoy. Su Suining was a bit surprised. Then we should keep it for Big Brother to boost his health. If we want to eat, we can buy some. Chen Kaihua ignored her and turned to look for a bucket. Watching Chen Kaihua's back, Su Suining suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. She realized she was really reluctant to leave. Let Lu Bayan watch over the children while she goes out to comfort Chen Kaihua. When she steps outside, she sees Chen Kaihua standing by the pool, secretly wiping her tears. Chen Kaihua's tears make Su Suining feel even more sad. She gently holds her arm and says, Mom, let's go back. When we have time, we'll come to see you. You can also visit us when you're free. Chen Kaihua snorts and replies, it's easy to say. It takes a whole day and night to go there. I don't have that kind of time. Besides, you have 2 sons. It's not easy to go out whenever you want. Su Suining hugs her and says, don't cry. When you cry, I feel sad too. Her eyes also turn red. Although Chen Kaihua is sharp-tongued, she really cares about her. Chen Kaihua wipes her tears and looks at Su Suining with some annoyance. Why are you crying? Just tell Qingshan to live a good life. I've observed that although this man is a bit dark and not very talkative, he treats you well. Your family is up to you. He handles the money, and he does everything when he's home. Men like that are hard to find if you miss out. Su Suining was feeling quite sad, but hearing Chen Kaihua say this, she couldn't help but chuckle. Mom, we're doing fine. Why are you saying all this? Chen Kaihua glances at her. Anyway, don't be ungrateful. Don't cause trouble with Qingshan anymore. She sighs and says, actually, I used to think that if you and Huo Qingshan just couldn't get along, you could divorce. You could come back home, and your dad, and I would take care of you. Just don't get involved with that little troublemaker. Now that I see you and Huo Qingshan are doing well, your dad and I are relieved. How come you were so stubborn a few years ago? You were so adorable when you were a kid. Hearing this, Su Suining's eyes turn red again. She coquettishly hugs her arm. Mom, I was naive before. Now I'm a mom too, so I understand your difficulties. I promise I won't make you or Dad angry anymore. Chen Kaihua, feeling a bit awkward, looks at her tearful daughter and pushes her gently. Stop crying. Everything's fine. Wipe your tears so Qingshan doesn't think I scolded you when he comes back. She's secretly happy that Su Suining is being affectionate, but also feels a bit shy. Seeing Chen Kaihua's discomfort, Su Suining smiles and hugs her again. Qingshan and I have already talked. He's taking a day off tomorrow. We'll visit your place first, let you know, and then leave the day after tomorrow. Chen Kaihua heard that they would go home tomorrow and thought for a moment, I'll ask your second brother and his wife to take a day off tomorrow. Let's have a family meal together. It's been a long time since we had a reunion dinner. Su Suining had no objection. Okay, I haven't seen your eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law in so long. If it's convenient, let's eat together. Chen Kaihua was satisfied and reminded Su Suining to cook fish herself. She then hurriedly left. After Chen Kaihua left, Lu Beiting came out of the house. Second sister-in-law, Auntie, is really kind. Although she can be a bit strict with her words, she truly cares about her children. Su Suining nodded. I didn't understand her before, but now I think she's quite lovable. It's so good to still have parents who love you in this world. The next morning, after the sun warmed up a bit, Su Suining and Huo Qingshan carried the baby to the Su family, with Lu Beiting following along. On the way, she and Su Suining took turns holding the baby. The baby, weighing about 10 jin with clothes and a small blanket, was heavy to carry and hold all the time, which was tiring. Holding the baby for a while made her arms ache. It took about half an hour to walk there, and Su Suining was sweating. When they arrived at the Su family, Chen Kaihua and her husband were there, along with Su Jian's wife. Hao Liping and Su Zhenping and his wife, Zhao Yinghua. Su Jian's wife looked thin and shy, a bit introverted, spoke little, but always smiled first when meeting people. Zhao Yinghua, Zhenping's wife, was much more cheerful and quick-tongued, though she had had some disagreements with Su Suining when she first arrived. But now, everyone in the family said Su Suining had changed for the better and that her husband was a good man. Since Su Suining moved in, she kept smiling and praising the two children, and even as they sat down, she continued to praise how well Su Suining was raising the kids. Chen Kaihua, knowing her second daughter-in-law's personality, gave her a glance. Stop chattering and go help your eldest sister-in-law in the kitchen. Zhao Yinghua wasn't upset and happily went to help in the kitchen. Zhenping's dream was to join the army. He missed the chance to take the military entrance exam because of illness years ago, which was a regret. So now, seeing Huo Qingshan, he felt both admiration and excitement. He kept trying to talk to Huo Qingshan. Huo Qingshan didn't usually start conversations, but as long as Zhenping asked questions he could answer, he was very patient. Chen Kaihua even brought out a small bed and placed it under the shade of a tree in the yard, letting the two little babies lie on it. Su Suining asked Lu Beiting to watch the children while she rolled up her sleeves and went to the kitchen to help. Hao Liping saw Su Suining come in and smiled gently. The kitchen is fine with me and your second sister-in-law. You can go rest outside. Zhao Yinghua warmly urged, Suining, it's rare for you to come back. Come inside and talk with us. Suining smiled and picked some celery. Zhao Yinghua moved closer again, saying, I see you get along well with Huo Qingshan. You should have a good life together. Though I shouldn't say this as your second sister-in-law, at least marrying Huo Qingshan means you won't have to worry about food or clothes. Look at how well you're being taken care of now. She then asked Hao Liping, big sister-in-law, am I right? Hao Liping nodded with a smile. That's true. Suining chatted with her two sisters-in-law for a while, and they learned about each other's personalities. Hao Liping is a kind person who doesn't talk much, but has her own ideas. Zhao Yinghua is talkative, cheerful, and a bit clever. Overall, they are good people. At noon, everyone had a lively meal together. Because Huo Qingshan still needed to hold the baby, no one urged him to drink. Chen Kaihua looked at everyone and muttered, I forgot to call Sui Ping back. If she brought the kids, it would be even more lively. Su Zhenping smiled. Mom, there will be plenty of chances. Next New Year, let Qingshan bring Suining to celebrate. Zhao Yinghua nodded repeatedly. Yes, there's enough space at home. Everyone can come back for the New Year. Suining looked at them happily. Okay, if Qingshan has time off, we'll come back. But the busier he is during holidays, the harder it is. Chen Kaihua waved her hand. Just focus on work first. When there's time, you can come back. After lunch, Chen Kaihua took Suining into the room to talk. She looked out the window at the two daughters-in-law feeding the children and warned, your big sister-in-law may seem quiet, but she's petty. Just ignore her. But you, second sister-in-law, be careful. She's very scheming. If she asks to borrow money later, just say you don't have any. Suining was surprised. Second sister-in-law borrows money? Is she short of money? Chen Kaihua snorted. She doesn't lack money. She keeps her salary for herself. She just likes to take advantage and borrows a few yuan but never pays it back. So, don't let her fool you. Suining smiled. Okay, I remember. Besides, I don't stay at home often, so she probably won't ask me for money. Chen Kaihua shook her head. That's hard to say. Just keep your own judgment. While talking, she secretly handed a bundle to Su Suining. Su Suining looked at the bundle suddenly placed in her hand. She wrapped it with a handkerchief. It was probably money and ration tickets. She quickly tried to put it back. Mom, we have enough money to spend.
Keep it.
Chen Kaihua pressed her hand. Here, take it. It's not much. Use it to buy milk powder for the two little grandchildren. Even if you have money, don't spend it all. You should learn to save. She looked into the yard. Hurry up and put it away. Don't let your second sister-in-law see. She causes the most trouble. Su Suining could only put the money in her pocket. Mom, if you're having any difficulties, just tell me. Chen Kaiwa waved her hand. What difficulties could we have? Our wages are enough for food. Life here is much better than farming in the countryside. Su Suining put the money away and came out of the house. Zhao Yinghua was holding little Bao, smiling as she looked at Su Suining and Chen Kaiwa behind her. Mom, what are you whispering to Suining about? Could it be that you're secretly giving her money, afraid we'll find out? Chen Kaiwa rolled her eyes. I can't even say a few nice words to her. Besides, I don't have much money. The meat today was bought with the 20 yuan Qingshan gave me the other day. Your family's living expenses for this month haven't even been given. Zhao Yinghua immediately stopped talking, acting as if she hadn't heard the last part, and turned to walk away holding the child. Chen Kaihua snorted coldly. Whenever I mention money, she acts like she can't hear. After sitting for a while longer, Su Suining and her family left with the children. The family saw them off at the gate of the family compound, watching them walk away. Zhao Yinghua couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect Suining's life to be the best now. She used to be such a troublemaker. Chen Kaihua shot her a glance. She immediately stuck out her tongue and turned around. Chen Kaihua then reminded her second son, watch your wife. Don't let her say everything that comes to her mind. And, has anyone been looking for you lately? Su Zhenping shook his head. No, I'm actually waiting for someone to come find me. Chen Kaihua patted his arm. Don't talk nonsense. When something happens in the future, stay calm. Look at you and how Qingshan, he's so steady. Su Zhenping glared. Mom, can that be compared? He's already a squad leader, and I'm just a worker. Su Guoyang spoke slowly. What's wrong with being a worker? Don't forget, wherever you are, you're contributing to the country. Su Zhenping hurriedly pushed Zhao Yinghua back home, worried that if he was a moment slower, he'd get scolded again. On the way home, Su Suining couldn't help but feel that the Su family was lively and overall, the family atmosphere was still good. Lu Bayan also thinks that the Su family is very warm-hearted, second sister-in-law, mainly because your parents are kind, and your aunt looks strict but can keep the family in order. Su Suining nods. That's true. Otherwise it wouldn't work. Lu Beiting then thinks about her own difficult family and suddenly feels sad. Seeing Lu Beiting's mood drop, Su Suining quickly suggests, there's a department store ahead. Let's go in and take a look. Huo Qingshan glances at both of them. It's too crowded inside the department store, and the air isn't good. Mom said no taking kids to crowded places. Su Suining responds, oh, I forgot about that. As the topic shifts, Lu Beiting becomes lively again, chatting with Su Suining about popular items in the department store. Halfway there, the two children need to go to the bathroom again. Su Suining and others find a bench by the roadside to change the kids' diapers. While busy, a man wearing a hat approaches, holding a note, and asks the person next to him, watching Su Suining change the diaper. Comrade, could you tell me how to get to this address? Su Suining glances at the man, then looks at his hand holding the note. His hand is scarred and bumpy, indicating he was seriously injured before. She pauses for a few seconds, then looks at the address but doesn't recognize it. We're not from around here, so we're not sure. You should ask someone else. The man thanks her repeatedly. Thank you, thank you. I'll ask someone else. He quickly walks away. Huo Qingshan is changing the children's feet diapers, glancing up at the man. He notices the man's jaw is a bit pale. When he wants to speak, the man has already turned and left. Huo Qingshan finishes changing the diapers, picks up the children, and asks, what address did he ask about? Su Suining remembers, the flower factory's address. I haven't seen it along this road. Huo Qingshan frowns and falls silent for a moment. Let's go home first. Momo and the others must be hungry. Su Suining finally notices that the two little ones, after their diaper change, are panting and trying hard to hold back tears, their little mouths on the verge of crying. She quickly hugs Lu Beiting in her arms and rushes home. Once home, Huo Qingshan prepares milk for the two children, letting Su Suining and Lu Beiting feed them while he goes to the military district. Su Suining notices Huo Qingshan walking quickly and feels a bit confused. Your second brother just came back, and he looked very serious. Lu Bayan thinks for a moment and nods. Yes, he looked serious, but he's always like that. When he's silent, he keeps a straight face with no expression at all. So she didn't notice any change in Huo Qingshan's mood at all. Shuxining shook her head. It's different. Although he has no expression, I can tell whether he's happy or not. It's very obvious.
Lu Beiting.
She simply couldn't tell. Huo Qingshan took over 2 hours to return home. That evening, while Shuxining and Bayan were cooking in the yard, Xu Hongmei came back from outside. After greeting them, she mentioned some news she'd just heard. There was a dust explosion at the West City flour mill. We don't know yet if anyone was hurt.
Shuxining's eyelids twitched.
The flour mill immediately made her think of the person who asked for directions earlier that afternoon. Lu Bayan was also surprised. How could there be an explosion? Xu Hongmei wasn't sure either. I just got back from outside. Hearing everyone talk, they're worried there might be no more flour, so they took their flour bags to the grain station to get supplies.
Shuxining felt even more uneasy.
She wondered why she kept thinking about that person who asked for directions. Could it really have been him? Huo Qingshan came out of the house after hearing Xu Hongmei's voice. Xu Hongmei didn't expect Huo Qingshan to be home and quickly greeted him, then hurried back inside, afraid he might think she liked gossip.
After Xu Hongmei left, Shuxining pulled Huo Qingshan into the house, looking a bit anxious.
She asked, "Do you remember the person who asked me for directions today?" He asked where the flour mill was.
Do you think?
Could it have been him? Huo Qingshan was not surprised. Do you remember what he looked like? Shuxining thought for a moment. He wore a hat pulled low, so I didn't see his eyes clearly. But his skin was very fair, and he had a hooked nose. Oh, and his right hand was covered in scars, crisscrossed and quite scary. Huo Qingshan was surprised that Shuxining, in such a short time, had observed so carefully and remembered so clearly. At that moment, I was changing Momo's diaper, and when I looked up, he had already walked away. Shuxining was surprised. You didn't suspect that man might be a problem back then?
Huo Qingshan pursed his lips.
He knew that because he was distracted caring for the child, he missed the chance to notice that man, who could very well be Shuxing's biological father. He was not young, had fair skin, and his walking style when he left was distinctive. They had studied enemy training and tactics before, and some movements were ingrained in soldiers. So after they returned with Shuxining and the others, they immediately went to the military district and contacted the police to report the situation. Unfortunately, they did not pay attention to his words. Shuxining saw Huo Qingshan silent and frowning. An idea suddenly struck her, and she exclaimed, "Oh my God, could he be my mysterious father?" Huo Qingshan was worried Shuxining was overthinking. It's just a suspicion, no proof. I'll go to the police station later. Shuxining felt there was no need for proof. It must be him. He deliberately approached me, asking for directions. What does he really want? People like him should be dealt with immediately. Don't give him any hope, or he might cause trouble. Huo Qingshan was silent for a moment and decided to tell Shuxining everything. If it really is him, his goal might be more than just recognizing you. It could be part of a bigger plan. Shuxining's face was serious. Let's report to the police. We must catch him and deal with him quickly, so he doesn't cause harm. Huo Qingshan agreed and went to see the police again. Although they were polite, he could tell they were avoiding involvement and worried about overstepping. After leaving the police station, Huo Qingshan went to the military district to see a leader. He suggested that they should take the explosion at the flour factory very seriously. The military district should stay alert and carefully check everyone who entered or left, especially non-military personnel. Although Shuxining was worried about this matter, they were about to return to the group, and there was little they could do now. Before leaving, she asked Huo Qingshan to visit Su's family and remind them to be careful. On the way back, Shuxining was still upset. If only he had appeared earlier or later, but no, we had to leave when he showed up. It's so annoying. Early in the morning, Lu Bayan overheard Shuxining talking with Huo Qingshan and understood what was going on. She comforted Shuxining, second sister-in-law, "Don't think too much. This person isn't very capable. He's just causing trouble here. When he's caught, they'll call him a spy, and he won't survive. He's just digging his own grave. Su Suining sighed. The main problem is we haven't caught him. He's hiding like a rat in the sewer, making trouble. Lu Beiting thought about it and wanted to say more, but she saw Huo Qingshan's cold gaze and quickly went to entertain the children. Su Suining was worried that the two kids might be upset or cry during the trip. However, the train's rocking made the children sleep even better, and they were unaffected. By morning, they arrived in the city. Luo Zhendong was already waiting on the platform, worried they had too much luggage, so he parked the car on the platform. The train stopped, and most people had already gotten off. Luo Zhendong helped carry the luggage onto the train. It rained heavily last night, and I was worried the train might be delayed, but it turned out to be clear early in the morning. Lu Bayan happily responded, holding Mo. That's right. We are lucky to go out. Even heaven is watching over us. Luo Zhendong smiled and agreed, of course. He helped load the luggage and then suggested to Huo Qingshan, let's go to the cafeteria for breakfast first, then head back. Huo Qingshan agreed, and the group went to the nearby cafeteria. While eating, Luo Zhendong watched Huo Qingshan and Su Suining each holding a child, still able to eat skillfully. He sighed, and then mentioned the new deputy leader, Qinzheng. Qinzheng got engaged to Feng Shenhua a couple of days ago, and invited me to dinner. These two just seemed to hit it off. I thought Qinzheng was good at judging people. Huo Qingshan usually wasn't interested in gossip. Lu Beiting was curious, really? Now Feng Shenhua must be so proud. Luo Zhendong didn't notice and said, but the team members speak well of Feng Shenhua. He found it strange because he didn't want to gossip about a girl. Couldn't these people see that Feng Shenhua was very scheming? Girls have some little thoughts trying to improve their lives, which is normal. But someone like Feng Shenhua, who plans too much and even harms others, is not good. Since Huo Qingshan wasn't interested, Luo Zhendong changed the subject to some work in the team, which Lu Beiting and Su Suining could listen to. After finishing breakfast, they hurried back to the family compound. The new small yard assigned by the division had just been cleaned up these days. The division commander even had soldiers repaint the walls. So, they had to stay in the team's family compound for a couple more days. When the car entered the compound, someone saw Huo Qingshan and Su Suining through the car window. Soon, half the people in the compound knew that Huo Qingshan had returned with Su Suining and the children. Many brought the prepared gifts and warmly greeted Su Suining. They kept thanking Huo Qingshan and congratulating him on having twin sons. Su Suining held the children and smiled, knowing most of these people were there because of Huo Qingshan, not because they knew her well. Their men were all Huo Qingshan's subordinates, so they naturally wanted to please him. They treated her well mainly because of Huo Qingshan's attitude. They also praised the children, knowing they had just come out of the postpartum period, and kept their distance politely. After a friendly chat, she urged Su Suining to go inside and rest. Before Su Suining left the house, she handed it over to Sister Miao Er to take care of. When Miao Er visited the family, she also gave the house key to Luo Zhendong. Knowing they would return, Luo Zhendong came 2 days early to open the windows and air out the house, and he also took out the bedding to sun. When she entered the house, she could smell the fresh scent of sun-dried bedding. Su Suining first placed the children on the bed, then went to wash her face, change her clothes, and also change the children's clothes. Just as she laid the children down, they started crying loudly. Huo Qingshan quickly put down his luggage, washed his hands, and changed the children's diapers. Luo Zhendong watched in amazement, unable to believe such a gentle man could be Huo Qingshan. He turned to Lu Beiting and said, "Your second brother is so skilled at this. It's clear he's done it many times." Lu Beiting proudly lifted her chin. Of course. During the postpartum period, it's my second brother who takes care of the children. Others don't dare to do it. Plus, he has OCD. He even folds each diaper into the same size like a little tofu block. Luo Zhendong sighed, noticing that this man radiated fatherly love, even appearing a bit adorable. Huo Qingshan had just finished changing the diaper when Feng Shenhua arrived, carrying her younger son and a half-basket of eggs. Seeing Feng Chunhua, Su Suining felt a bit annoyed. After all, she had just casually dismissed her sister's matter. How could she still come here? Her displeasure showed on her face as she looked coldly at Feng Chunhua entering the house, not planning to speak. She didn't want to ruin her mood because of others. Huo Qingshan also frowned when he saw Feng Chunhua. "Sister-in-law, we have plenty of eggs at home. You can take some back." Feng Chunhua was surprised that Su Suining ignored her. Since the men worked in the same unit, she thought she should let bygones be bygones for their sake. But she didn't expect that Su Suining wouldn't even give her a friendly look, let alone talk to her. Feeling awkward, Feng Chunhua forced a smile and said, "Congratulations on your postpartum recovery. I came today to explain about Shenhua. It's not what you think." Su Suining wasn't interested in listening and didn't even bother to smile politely. "Sister-in-law, what Shenhua is like has nothing to do with me. You've seen the children. You can go now." Feng Chunhua was taken aback and felt a bit angry. She had already come to apologize, so what more did she want? She simply said, "Then I'll go now. You all busy yourselves." She turned around and left the house. Su Suining acted as if nothing had happened and continued to tease the children. Huo Qingshan didn't care about Su Suining's attitude toward Feng Chunhua. He simply didn't associate with people he didn't like, as long as she was happy. Feng Chunhua was angry as she went home. Seeing Feng Chunhua in the yard chopping vegetables for cooking, her anger grew even more. "You better take care of yourself from now on. Don't go around Su Suining for no reason. Anqing is waiting at home. After you marry Qinzheng, you should live a good life." Feng Chunhua was surprised and remembered how Feng Chunhua had just happily carried eggs to see Su Suining, and now she was furious and back home. "Did Su Suining give you a hard time?" When this was mentioned, Feng Chunhua's anger increased. "She shouldn't be giving me a hard time. Look at what you've done yourself. If it weren't for your help to your brother-in-law this time, I definitely wouldn't let you come back." Feng Chunhua bit her lip, pretending to be very wronged, her eyes slightly red, and said nothing. Su Suining surprisingly survived childbirth and even had twins, 2 sons. How could the events of the previous life have never happened? In this life, she even took all the benefits. In this era of valuing boys over girls, having 2 sons made Su Suining feel much more confident. Seeing her sister silent and looking so wronged again, Feng Chunhua eased her tone. "All right, don't keep making that face at me. Just focus on dating Qinzheng. All those unnecessary thoughts from before, forget them. After you marry Qinzheng, live a good life. No matter what, Qinzheng is from the city, and I heard his family background is good. Even if he changes jobs later, he can find a good position. By the way, about your brother-in-law, do you think it's possible?" Feng Chunhua was silent for a moment and nodded. "Sister, I've already secretly told you. I am reborn, and everything I told you is true." Feng Chunhua sat down on a small bench, lost in thought. She agreed to take Feng Chunhua back because Feng Chunhua had written a letter saying she could help her brother-in-law change his fate and keep him in the army. Thinking about her brother's future and trusting Feng Chunhua's confident words, she believed her again. She wrote back, sent her money, and arranged for someone to get an introduction letter before returning. After Feng Chunhua arrived, she indeed proposed a plan. In November, the military district leaders would come for a meeting, including a high-ranking leader from Beijing. This leader suddenly fell ill, and if her brother-in-law Yan Jianzhong could save him, he could stay in the army in the future. Feng Chunhua asked Yan Jianzhong about it and learned that there really was a meeting in November where leaders visited the grassroots to offer their support. Feng Chunhua knew about this because, in her previous life, her sister mentioned it. During the meeting, the leader suddenly fell ill and was taken to the hospital, where he passed away. Because of this incident, the military's New Year celebrations that year were very subdued. Feng Chunhua kept mentioning to her sister that because the leader had an accident, the New Year benefits were not distributed. Suddenly, Feng Chunhua remembered and quickly wrote a letter to her sister, thinking that if her brother-in-law had arranged for a doctor to wait outside the meeting room in advance, the leader might not have had an accident. Her brother-in-law's quick rescue might have saved him, and he could have been recognized for it. Feng Chunhua was lost in thought for a moment, then looked back at Feng Chunhua. Have you met Qin Zheng recently? Feng Chunhua nodded. Yes, I saw him yesterday. Feng Chunhua felt relieved. That's good. Treat him well, and maybe prepare some nice food to send overnight. Feng Chunhua nodded, but still felt a bit uneasy. She wondered why Su Suining hadn't died, and with Huo Qingshan studying at the military district, he was sure to get a promotion. Huo Qingshan was busy making the bed wider in the room. He found some wooden planks and, with Luo Zhendong, took them to the logistics office to make bed legs. They laid the planks on top, creating a simple wooden bed. The room was small, and once the bed was added, most of the space was taken up. Su Suining thought it was okay. After the four of them lay down, there was still plenty of room. Lu Beiting had never lived in such a narrow house before and looked a bit distressed. Second sister-in-law. If second brother hadn't lost, he wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Su Suining was kneeling on the bed, smiling as she made it. That's true, but if your second brother had joined the army, he'd still have to live in a family residence like this. That's just how the conditions are. Lu Bayan thought about it and said, Grandpa said that Lu Beiting went to a very remote place to work in the countryside, and she's suffering because of it. She deserves it. Su Suining hugged the quilt and thought for a moment. Do you think Lu Beiting will come back? Lu Bayan shook her head. Probably not. Some of our neighbors have been gone for many years, and no news has come. Su Suining frowned. In just over a year, policies will change again, and everything might turn upside down. Then, many educated youths will return to the city. If Lu Beiting can seize the opportunity, she might come back. Lu Beiyan didn't know these things. Over the years, she had grown used to this life and thought Lu Beiting wouldn't come back. Thinking of this, she reminded Lu Beiyan to study and read more books. Lu Beiyan nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, second sister-in-law. I can read the books I bought in the provincial capital. I found that I don't want to do the things my parents asked me to do. But I listen to what you say. Su Suining laughs and says, that's good. Study hard, and maybe one day you'll be able to take the college entrance exam yourself. Then we can go take it too. Lu Beiyan doesn't think that day will come, but since Su Suining says so, she obediently nods. Okay, then I will read more tonight. Su Suining happily nods. That's the spirit. Opportunities come to those who are prepared. Let's start getting ready early. They chat cheerfully. Huo Qingshan and Luo Zhendong are tidying up the outer room, clearing out unnecessary things to make the space look bigger, so they can put a larger dining table. Luo Zhendong thinks it's unnecessary to bother so much. Anyway, you'll be moving to the military office soon, so just make do here for now. Huo Qingshan doesn't say anything. He prefers to have a home feel, even if it's just for one day. This makes him feel happy to go home. Luo Zhendong listens to Su Suining and Lu Beiyan's conversation inside and shakes his head. Sister-in-law really dares to speak her mind. Tell her later not to criticize these things openly, or someone with bad intentions might use it against us. Huo Qingshan hears this too, but doesn't think it's a big deal. She's very careful. She won't say anything inappropriate. In fact, he even thinks Su Suining is right. Encouraging Lu Beiyan to study isn't a bad thing. After tidying up the outer room, they go to clean the yard. Huo Qingshan feels a bit hot, takes off his military jacket, hangs it nearby, and turns to start working. He notices Qin Zheng approaching. This is the first time he sees Qin Zheng. He stands straight, quietly observing Qin Zheng as he walks closer. Qin Zheng also observes Huo Qingshan, the legendary all-around soldier king. As expected, he's tall and straight like a pine tree, with sharp eyes. That gaze seems to see through a person's soul. Huo Qingshan is surprised. Qin Zheng, over 1.7 meters tall, looks slim but strong, with good energy, though his skin is very fair. After years of training, he still has such fair skin. Qin Zheng smiles and approaches, salutes Huo Qingshan and greets him. Captain Huo, I heard you're back. I'll come after I finish training. Do you need any help? Huo Qingshan looks away and replies briefly, "No, I've finished tidying up." Qin Zheng is also quite talkative. He keeps chatting with Huo Qingshan and talks about the situation in the unit. Huo Qingshan gives only a few brief comments, sometimes not even responding. Qin Zheng spoke for a while, but seeing that Huo Qingshan had little reaction, he felt a bit awkward. When Huo Qingshan heard the child's crying and hurried into the room, Qin Zheng quietly asked Lu Zhenping, "Does Captain Huo have any opinion about me? Why does he seem so indifferent?" Lu Zhenping smiled and replied, "You're mistaken about Captain Huo. He not only ignores you, but also doesn't like chatting with anyone. When you talk about work, he responds. But when you mention the messy things in the team, he naturally ignores them." Qin Zheng thought for a moment and agreed. It seems the rumors are true. Captain Huo is cold and distant. Lu Zhenping corrected him again. He's not unkind. He's just not good at expressing himself and doesn't like to chat. Qin Zheng didn't say anything further. He listened to the women inside talking and occasionally heard Huo Qingshan agreeing. Though he couldn't hear clearly, it felt very lively. Inside, Su Suining was quietly asking Huo Qingshan what Qin Zheng was coming for. She and Lu Bayan had already looked at Qin Zheng's appearance through the window. He looked refined and handsome, not like a soldier who trains hard every day, but more like someone working in an office. He resembled Lu Zhenping, who works in political affairs. Lu Bayan also sighed. With this look, Feng Shenhua really got a big bargain. "I thought Qin Zheng was one of those ugly guys who can't find a wife." Hearing Lu Bayan's mutter, Huo Qingshan glanced at her calmly and said, "Don't judge someone's appearance rashly." Lu Bayan stuck out her tongue and smiled. "I just don't like Feng Shenhua and don't want her to have a good life." I don't want to see Feng Shenhua doing well. Anyone can have a good life, but she can't. Huo Qingshan saw that Su Suining felt the same and fell silent. "It's not necessarily a good life." Su Suining raised her eyebrows. "Why do you say that? Do you think Qin Zheng can't be trusted?" Huo Qingshan honestly replied, "You only know if life is good after you live it. It's too early to judge now." Su Suining chuckled. "That's true. All right, go out quickly. Someone's waiting outside." Huo Qingshan wasn't in a hurry. He changed his son's diaper and clothes before carrying a bundle of dirty clothes out. Qin Zheng watched in shock as Huo Qingshan carried the yellowish diaper, calmly went to the sink, took a basin, rolled up his sleeves, and squatted down to wash it. He showed no disgust and worked very carefully. He couldn't help but say, "Isn't this something women should do? My sister-in-law has finished her postpartum confinement, hasn't she?" Lu Zhenping glanced at him and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Captain Huo is just caring for his wife." Qin Zheng smiled shyly. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't do these things. He liked Feng Shenhua because she was hardworking, capable, and good at housework and cooking. After tidying up the house, Huo Qingshan went to the regiment headquarters. Su Suining and Lu Bayan slept with the two children until late afternoon before waking up. It was the children crying that woke them. Lu Bayan rubbed her eyes, groggily went to change the children's diapers. Su Suining also got up to help, tidied the children, and prepared milk powder. Seeing them eat and drink well, she was satisfied and hummed softly, closing her eyes to sleep. With a mischievous smile, she pinched her son's little face. "You woke up Mom and Annie and now you want to sleep? Hurry up and get up." Lu Bayan watched and laughed. This sleep was so deep, I didn't even hear the marching call from the regiment. Su Suining wanted to check the vegetable garden. "Later, when your second brother comes back, let him watch the kids. Shall we go for a walk in the garden?" They returned earlier than expected. The cabbages and radishes in the garden hadn't been harvested yet. Lu Bayan had no objection. "Sure, let's see how they're growing. I saw a pickled vegetable jar in General Ji's yard next door. He must be preparing to make pickles." Su Suining wouldn't know about that. "Learn how to do it then. I like sauerkraut." Talking about sauerkraut, Lu Bayan's mouth watered. "Me too. Making dumplings with pork fat and sauerkraut smells so good." When Huo Qingshan returned, the two were still excitedly discussing delicious food. Su Suining said she wanted to go see the garden, and he didn't mind. Go ahead. It's cooler outside now, remember to wear a jacket. Because of the mountain, the temperature was lower than in the provincial capital, with bigger temperature differences in the morning and evening. Su Suining and Lu Beiting put on jackets and went out. Once they left the compound, they felt the wind was even cooler. Lu Beiting linked her arm with Su Suining's. In the provincial capital, you can still wear short sleeves, but here, you need a thick coat. She looked at Su Suining again. Did second brother forget to remind you to wear a hat?
Su Suining chuckled helplessly.
Not really, it's not that cold. Maybe it's because I took a bath with that herbal medicine. I remember the recipe. When you have your baby, I'll make a medicinal bath for you too. Lu Beiting exclaimed, second sister-in-law, I don't even have a boyfriend, and you're already talking about this far ahead.
Su Suining laughed happily.
Are you still into Luo Zhenping? If you like him, be a bit more proactive. Lu Beiting blushed and fell silent, feeling a bit embarrassed. The two entered the main gate of the group, and by chance, they saw Feng Shenhua carrying a basket of vegetables coming out. When she saw Su Suining and Lu Beiting, Feng Shenhua, who was originally walking with her head held high, immediately lowered her head and hurriedly moved to the side of the road, walking past them quickly. Lu Beiting let out a loud cold snort, causing Feng Shenhua to walk even faster. Watching Feng Shenhua's panicked back, Lu Beiting slightly curled her lips. She dares to keep coming. Su Suining also turned her head to glance, thinking to herself that since she was the heroine in the story, she probably wouldn't die so easily. But Feng Shenhua cared most about her husband's future. Knowing that Feng Shenhua affected his prospects, she definitely wouldn't let her come. Now that Feng Shenhua was here again, it must not only be because she wanted Feng Shenhua to marry a good man. So, Feng Shenhua's presence was likely a trade. She used a very important matter from her past life to exchange with Feng Shenhua. After thinking this through, Su Suining felt that things made more sense. She was curious to see what major event would happen next. She didn't pay much attention to Feng Shenhua and, arm in arm with Lu Beiting, headed toward the vegetable garden. When they reached the edge of the field, what they saw made Su Suining feel dizzy and black out again. Su Suining never expected to find black, soft-bodied insects covering the cabbage leaves. The vegetables had been eaten down to just the stems, with clear veins remaining. Strangely, her family's vegetable patch was like this, but the neighboring Feng Shenhua's cabbage was thriving and healthy. Lu Beiting was also surprised. Why are there so many bugs? The cabbage leaves are almost all eaten, but their garden isn't infested? Su Suining frowned and squatted down to examine carefully. From the insect droppings on the ground, it looked like this had been happening for a while. Lu Beiting looked angry. Earlier, my second sister-in-law said everything was fine. It's only been a few days. How did it get like this? Someone must be deliberately sabotaging us. Maybe they caught bugs and threw them into our field? Su Suining looked again at the soil and then at the cabbage in Feng Shenhua's garden, then shook her head. It probably isn't. Forget it, since they've already eaten it. We'll cut everything tomorrow and not keep it. Lu Beiting sighed. Not keep it? That's such a pity. In half a month we could have harvested. Su Suining frowned. It's no longer usable. Keeping it will only cause trouble. Lu Beiting was still angry. Didn't I tell the kitchen staff? They didn't help watch over it either. Su Suining stopped him. Don't go. The kitchen staff are very busy today. It's normal to forget sometimes. Don't cause them trouble. It's just a little vegetable. When it gets cold, the service station also sells some. Lu Beiting was angry but followed Su Suining back home. Is it really not Feng Shenhua's jealousy? Did she throw a bug at us? Su Suining chuckled. What kind of place is this? She wouldn't dare. Plus, cabbages naturally attract these bugs. I suspect they sprayed pesticides on their vegetables. Our vegetables haven't been sprayed, so that's why they look like this. You probably didn't notice. The cabbages in the neighboring field have no bugs, but there are brown spots on the leaves, like water drops. That should be pesticide residue.
Lu Bayan was surprised.
She hadn't noticed this before. Isn't using pesticides normal? Su Suining shook her head. But isn't it dangerous if the pesticide levels are too high? Looking at the color, the amount used must be very large. Although she didn't grow vegetables herself, she knew that excessive pesticide residue is very harmful to health. Maybe Feng Shenhua was behind this. Su Suining explained to Lu Beiting about pesticide residue levels. Currently, pesticide concentrations are still quite high. Lu Beiting listened and was surprised. There are so many details I didn't know. She had never grown vegetables and didn't realize there were so many issues. Su Suining went back and told Huo Qingshan to find a way to test the vegetables for pesticide residue. Huo Qingshan was surprised when he heard this. It was the first time he heard of such a thing. Isn't pest control just spraying pesticides? Seeing Huo Qingshan silent, Su Suining remembered that no one was paying attention to this now. She quickly explained, "Our vegetable garden has the most bugs. The neighboring farms have none. I saw some spots on the leaves that look like they've been sprayed with pesticides. We still need to be careful. If too much pesticide is used, it's not good for our health." Huo Qingshan nodded. "Later, I'll go to the meeting and tell everyone to pay attention to this." Su Suining liked this about Huo Qingshan. No matter what she said, he never doubted her and trusted her completely. She happily went to the yard with Lu Beiting to cook. Huo Qingshan initially wanted to stop her, but then hesitated. He hadn't eaten Su Suining's cooking for over a month and missed her food. He decided to stay in the house to watch the children. In the afternoon, Luo Zhenping brought some meat. Su Suining planned to make dumplings with meat and radish filling. "I originally wanted to eat stuffed cabbage, but unfortunately, the cabbage was all eaten by bugs." Lu Beiting helped wash the vegetables and chop the filling, moving quickly and skillfully. When Luo Zhenping came over, he saw Lu Beiting cooking so smoothly and was a bit surprised, since he remembered her as the youngest and most delicate in the family. She also has a boyish personality and has never been seen cooking before. Su Suining smiled and greeted Luo Zhenping, noticing his curious look at Lu Beiting. She cheerfully said, "In the city, for this past month, Bayan has been taking care of me. Her cooking skills are improving very fast now." Lu Beiting chuckled and said, "Second sister-in-law, don't praise me too much, or I'll get embarrassed. I'm not that good." She then called out to Luo Zhenping, "Brother Zhenping, you can try my cooking later. Today, I made the dumpling filling with second sister-in-law's guidance."
Su Suining liked Lu Beiting's straightforward personality.
She liked it and didn't feel shy about it. Luo Zhenping smiled and said, "All right, I want to see if you've improved under your sister-in-law's guidance." After the children went to sleep, Huo Qingshan also came out to help light the fire and cook the dumplings. Luo Zhenping glanced at him and knew that Huo Qingshan was someone who couldn't sit still for a moment and was full of energy. But this kind of Huo Qingshan felt more lively and approachable, and many things could be discussed easily. After dinner, Huo Qingshan went to a meeting at the team and specifically asked the logistics staff to test the vegetables from the garden to see if the pesticide levels on the cabbage were too high. Yan Jianzhong was still a bit puzzled and said, "There are always bugs in the vegetable fields. Spraying pesticides is normal. Everyone has experience growing vegetables, so they wouldn't make such a silly mistake." At home, he kept complaining to Feng Shenhua about this. "Did you use enough water when spraying pesticides on the cabbage? I don't understand why Huo team leader still wants the logistics to test the cabbage leaves," and he even used a fancy term, pesticide residue exceeding the limit. He felt a bit jealous. Huo Qingshan went to the city for a trip and further studies, which increased his chances of promotion. He was young, and if he also had good education, he could reach higher positions without relying on family background. Feng Shenhua didn't take it seriously. Plus, she was annoyed after a disappointing day with Su Suining, so she casually said, "Maybe it's because his family's cabbage has bugs. Others' cabbages are fine, he's just making trouble." Although Yan Jianzhong was jealous of Huo Qingshan's achievements, he knew Huo Qingshan was not someone who mixed personal and work matters. He said, "No, he probably found something wrong. You all need to be careful in the future. We can't be careless with what we eat." Feng Shenhua listened nearby, feeling nervous. She secretly added more pesticide from the spray bottle, aiming to kill all the insects at once. She also increased the concentration so that the pesticide would stay on the leaves longer. This way, she thought, she could effectively get rid of all the pests. Currently, it seemed to work, and she believed the cabbage wouldn't be harvested for another month, by which time the pesticide would have evaporated, so it should be safe. How did Huo Qingshan notice this? Yan Jianzhong didn't think the matter was serious. He glanced at Feng Shenhua and remembered his wife's words. Next month, the leaders will come to inspect and visit. Before he finished speaking, Feng Shenhua suddenly asked, "Is the visiting leader named Dong?" Yan Jianzhong's eyes sharpened. He turned to Feng Shenhua and asked, "How do you know that?" The leaders from Beijing are very high-ranking, and their visits are usually kept secret. Even officers below the battalion level don't know about it. Yet, Feng Shenhua knew. Feng Shenhua felt nervous and didn't know how to explain. Feng Shenhua quickly explained, "Oh, did I forget to tell you? Never mind, don't act like you're being interrogated at home. Just wash your hands and go eat." Yan Jianzhong frowned but still warned them, some things shouldn't be said. You must be careful with your words after you go out. Later that evening, the logistics team received data showing pesticide residues on the cabbage leaves. The results were shocking. The head of the logistics department was also surprised. The data was tested at the military hospital, so it should be accurate. But how could there be so much pesticide? If people eat this, they could get poisoned. Huo Qingshan looked serious as he examined the handwritten report. Check all the vegetable gardens in the family quarters and the different battalions. Find out who sprayed the pesticides specifically. This is such a reckless mistake. The logistics head also looked serious. This was a big issue. When the cabbage is harvested, some of the pesticide will evaporate, so it might not cause poisoning but could cause mild diarrhea. The lab doctor also said that if someone has existing health issues, eating these pesticide residues could trigger sudden illness or even death. In that case, the cause might never be found. This involved human lives, and he couldn't help but feel scared. After Huo Qingshan handled these matters and went home, Su Suining and Lu Beiting had already bathed the children. She also took a shower and was now lying in bed, chatting with Lu Beiting, who was sitting beside her. Lu Beiting saw her second brother return and quickly stood up to leave. "Second brother, you're finally back. I need to go study now, so I'll be leaving first."
Su Suining chuckled softly.
She had just been teaching Lu Beiting how to pursue Guzhendong. Lu Beiting's face turned red from listening. When Huo Qingshan returned, he was her savior, so she ran away like a rabbit. Huo Qingshan saw Su Suining smiling slyly, like a little fox, and knew she had been teaching Lu Beiting some not-so-appropriate things. Feeling a bit helpless, he took off his military jacket and hung it at the door, then walked over. "You shouldn't fill Bayan's head with all that nonsense. She's straightforward, and your methods won't work on her." Su Suining rolled her eyes and looked at Huo Qingshan's slim waist. "What methods of mine? I don't know what you're talking about." Huo Qingshan couldn't argue with her, so he silently went outside to take a shower, then came back wearing a tank top. Su Suining couldn't get enough of looking at him. The smooth muscle lines, the strong muscles. Just looking made her want to touch. And so she did. She waved at Huo Qingshan. "Come here, let me feel." Huo Qingshan was used to Su Suining's playful attitude. He obediently sat down, letting her touch him freely. Not only did she touch, but she also pressed her hand on his muscles, muttering, "So firm, it feels really good." Huo Qingshan clenched his jaw, but let her do as she pleased. Before he returned, he had asked Huo Weihong about the matter of married couples being intimate. Huo Weihong pushed his glasses up and seriously told him that they should wait 3 months after having a baby, which was better for the mother's health. He also explained all the reasons why it wasn't good for Su Suining to be intimate now. Huo Qingshan didn't understand but trusted Dr.
Hua.
If Dr. Hua said no, then it was no. So he held back and didn't dare to move recklessly. At most, he would hold Su Suining and kiss her to satisfy himself. Seeing Huo Qingshan so tense and not touching her, Su Suining felt a bit strange. She moved closer, lifted her head, and kissed his chin and the corner of his lips. But just when the fire was burning hot, Huo Qingshan suddenly wrapped her in a blanket. It's late. Sleep well. I'll go boil some water first. I need to prepare milk for the kids tonight, or we won't see in the dark later. This reason was very convincing, and Su Suining had to obediently lie down, watching Huo Qingshan quickly leave the room. She was a bit confused. Had Huo Qingshan really held back? His hand, which had just been on her belly, suddenly retracted. Could it be because she had too much flesh on her stomach? Su Suining touched her soft belly and pondered. But she is not a person who wastes energy on internal conflicts. She sneers inwardly, thinking that if Huo Qingshan dares to dislike her, she will never want to be with him again. After a while of daydreaming, she fell asleep before Huo Qingshan entered the room. Huo Qingshan brought in a pot of boiling water and saw that Su Suining was already asleep, so he moved quietly and gently. He sat by the bed, watching her peaceful sleeping face, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He leaned down and secretly kissed her eyebrows, then her lips. He reached out and touched her cheek. There was a growing feeling of liking her more and more. The next morning, the group received a notice that the cabbage in the family courtyard vegetable garden was contaminated with pesticides exceeding safety standards and could not be eaten. They were to chop it up and use it as fertilizer. Everyone became anxious and went to find Feng Chunhua. Sister-in-law, you helped us spray the pesticide. How could it be over the limit? Feng Chunhua was also shocked. No, I followed the usual mixing ratio. 1 spray bottle of water and 2 cups of pesticide. Have we been mixing it like this all these years? One family member was suspicious. That's how it was before, but this time I smelled it, and the concentration was very high, with a strong pesticide smell. Did you notice? The others looked at each other hesitantly and nodded. Yes, that's true. Feng Chunhua felt very wronged. I didn't do anything wrong. Before. You all said that spraying pesticides was bad. When I sprayed it, I helped you do it once more. Maybe because I sprayed twice, the pesticide exceeded the limit? Hearing this, everyone thought it made sense. After all, Feng Chunhua knew that spraying too much pesticide made the vegetables inedible. They nodded again and tried to comfort her. Sister-in-law, don't overthink. We're just worried. Luckily, Captain Huo came back and noticed it. Otherwise, if someone ate the vegetables and got sick, the responsibility would be huge. Yes, I heard from my husband that when they harvest the cabbage, the pesticide level will decrease, but some people might still get seriously ill, or even die suddenly. It's very frightening. This time, Captain Huo saved us all. Tomorrow, we'll go harvest the cabbage. This year, we're waiting for the winter vegetables from the military department. We'll buy them instead. Don't worry too much, sister-in-law. But Feng Chunhua felt heavy in her heart. How could she not worry? Everyone said it wasn't her fault, but she knew they were blaming her inside. This incident caused everyone to lose a lot of money. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She went back to her room, rummaged under the bed, and found a dark brown bottle containing pesticide. She lifted it, feeling it was significantly lighter. She shook the bottle, frowned, and carried it outside to look at it in the sunlight. Her face grew even more grim. She turned to Feng Chunhua beside her and said, 1/3 less. Did you secretly add pesticides to the spray bottle? Feng Chunhua looked upset and said, I didn't touch it at all. How can you blame me? Feng Chunhua was so angry, she pointed at Feng Chunhua and said, You. You besides you. Who else could it be? Do you want to harm our whole family? Do you realize that if someone dies, there will be a strict investigation? Do you think just saying it's not you will make it go away? Have you thought about this? Next month, city leaders will come to visit, and they often pick a family to eat with casually. If someone gets sick from eating this cabbage, can we afford the consequences? Hearing this, Feng Chunhua's face instantly turned pale. Feng Chunhua suddenly remembered something. In her past life, at this time, she also went to her sister's house. She wasn't married then, just visiting relatives normally. She heard Feng Chunhua say that Huo Qingshan's wife had a difficult childbirth and died, leaving only a son, which was very sad. She casually mentioned that she should meet Huo Qingshan. Although he was older, widowed, and had a child, he was doing well. He was a squad leader after all. At that time, Feng Shenhua was young and ambitious. She had also met her husband's fellow workers and dreamed of returning to the city to become a city person. So she refused Feng Chunhua's suggestion without thinking, saying, "I don't want to marry a second marriage, to be a stepmother." Feng Chunhua didn't bring it up again. At that time, everyone was worried about the many bugs in the vegetable fields. Feng Shenhua didn't farm much at home and thought that spraying more pesticides would help. She poured half a bottle of pesticide into the spray bottle. The pesticide worked well, and no one noticed. She didn't stay long at Feng Chunhua's house and hurried back home. Later, she didn't hear of anyone getting sick from eating the cabbage. So this time, she repeated her previous mistake of adding pesticides, but deliberately didn't spray the vegetables in Su Suining's family's field. This time, the effect was the same. Pests on the leaves were quickly controlled. But suddenly, Huo Qingshan discovered it. When Feng Chunhua said that eating this cabbage might cause health issues or sudden death for those who are weak, Feng Shenhua suddenly remembered a high-ranking official who had died suddenly during a meeting in her past life. He might have also eaten at someone's house and then died during the meeting that afternoon. So, this high-ranking official might have died because he ate poison cabbage, which caused his health to fail. Then, in her past life, she was indirectly responsible for his death. Feng Shenhua became more and more nervous, her face turning pale with no hint of color. Feng Chunhua saw her sister like this and didn't need to ask any questions. She reached out to poke Feng Shenhua's forehead and lowered her voice. You really are not careful at all. If it weren't for you and Qingzhen getting married, I would want to send you back right now. Keeping you around will only bring trouble sooner or later. She was very upset with Feng Shenhua now, thinking that although Feng Shenhua claimed to have been reborn, she had no brains at all and was always doing shameful things. She was really afraid that one day Feng Shenhua would cause trouble for her, but she couldn't give up the knowledge she had gained. Also, she was about to marry Qingzhen, which was a matter that would bring honor to the family. So, she could only grit her teeth and forgive Feng Shenhua once more. Be careful from now on. Stop being so clever. Huo Qingshan didn't investigate thoroughly this time. If he had, no one could escape. After saying this, she angrily went into the house holding her little son. Sooner or later, she would be driven crazy by this brainless person. The next day, Su Suining and Lu Beiting sat in the yard, holding their 2 children and enjoying the sun. They saw family members rushing to the vegetable garden with angry faces. Some thought it was a pity to throw away the whole vegetable, so they peeled off layer after layer, brought it back, and soaked it in a water tank, hoping the pesticides would dissipate a bit so they could still make pickled vegetables. Others, scared, simply threw away the whole plant. Lu Beiting hugged Mo and watched the people passing by at the door, sighing, "I wonder who is so clever as to do something that affects the whole family." Luckily, they can't control the kitchen staff's vegetables. Otherwise, storing winter vegetables would be a problem. Su Suining squinted at the passers-by. Who else could it be? 9 out of 10, it's Feng Shenhua. Didn't you hear someone just say that Sister Chunhua made the medicine? If it was Feng Chunhua who made the medicine, then 9 out of 10, Feng Shenhua was mixing pesticides. Lu Beiting was shocked. Has Feng Shenhua gone crazy? If someone gets hurt or worse, it's almost like murder. Su Suining waved her hand. It's not that serious. When you eat these vegetables, just peel off the outer 2 layers and soak them in water. Wash them well, and there won't be a problem. But many people are reluctant to throw away the outer leaves. When washing, they just rinse them with water. That makes it easy to eat leftover pesticides. Once or twice it's not a big deal for health, but over time, it can really harm the body. Lu Beiting was surprised. Second sister-in-law, you really know a lot.
Well,
why do they still have to cut down the cabbage? Isn't that a pity? Su Suining isn't sure why Huo Qingshan gave the order to cut it all down. Probably, he's just worried about problems. After all, nowadays, even small issues can become big stories. It's better to be extra careful. In the afternoon, Huo Qingshan came back early. The weather was nice, So, he took Su Suining to see the new courtyard at the military office. Lu Beiting volunteered to stay and watch the two children. She also promised Su Suining, second sister-in-law, you and second brother can go out worry-free. I promise not to let a single fly come in. Su Suining couldn't help but laugh and cry. They just finished eating and going to the bathroom.
It'll be a while.
You just stay with them and rest. We'll be back soon. Huo Qingshan rode his bike to the military office with Su Suining sitting behind him. She reached out to hold his waist, then let go and grabbed the back of the seat. After she let go, Huo Qingshan felt a bit disappointed, though he didn't know what he was disappointed about.
Su Suining smiled softly.
Walking along the country road, like this felt special. Looking at the yellowing leaves on both sides of the road, she couldn't help but feel emotional. When she first came into this world, it was spring, and the leaves had just sprouted. Now, in the blink of an eye, they had turned yellow. Time really flies. Huo Qingshan wasn't used to Su Suining being so silent for so long. Usually, she liked to talk nonstop about good things, bad things, happy, or sad. Even a dog by the roadside could make her chat. Today, her silence made him uncomfortable. Finally, he broke the silence and started a conversation. When I was coming home earlier, I ran into Beijing. He also invited Feng Shenhua to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy things. This topic interested Su Suining, and it was the first time Huo Qingshan had ever initiated such gossip with her. She responded eagerly, it seems. There really is something between them. Beijing looks like he's very cunning. I think he's not as simple as he seems. Look at how lively his eyes are. Although she hadn't met him face to face, just a few glances through the window told her that Beijing was a clever person. Huo Qingshan agreed with her view, but his military skills are still very strong. Su Suining chuckled. Anyway, Feng Shenhua can't get any advantage from Beijing. Despite Feng Shenhua being reborn, she was clueless in her previous life, and she still is now. Having a good brain isn't something that comes just because you live another life. Huo Qingshan mostly agreed, saying, that's their business. If you don't want to deal with Feng Shenhua in the future, just ignore her. If she dares to bully you, don't hold back. Su Suining chuckled and said, don't worry, I definitely won't suffer any losses. Huo Qingshan thought about it and realized that Su Suining was not the kind to let herself be wronged. She was good at handling social situations, but she also had her limits. If someone crossed her bottom line, no matter who they were, she wouldn't give face. He liked her personality. Huo Qingshan started a new topic, and Su Suining began to grumble again, talking about the crops on both sides.
She felt it was too dry, so the corn was very thin.
Although she didn't know much about farming, she understood that for high yields, corn stalks needed to be big and strong. She softly said, things will get better because we have Grandpa Yuan. Huo Qingshan didn't hear her clearly and wanted to ask again. Beijing rode up on his bike, followed by Feng Shenhua. He cheerfully greeted Huo Qingshan and Su Suining, Captain, sister-in-law. What a coincidence. Are you both going to the supply and marketing cooperative? Let's go together. Su Suining smiled and nodded at Beijing. When she saw Feng Shenhua, her smile disappeared, and she turned her head to the side. Beijing was smart enough to see that Su Suining and Feng Shenhua had some conflict. But he didn't think much of it. It was normal for women to have disagreements. The most common misunderstandings often stemmed from small things. He rode a little faster, riding parallel to Huo Qingshan, and talked about work matters. They discussed training plans. I plan to increase training intensity in the coming days, adding some night training on top of the current schedule. Huo Qingshan frowned and disagreed. The current training intensity is already high. If we push it further, the soldiers' bodies won't handle it. Plus, if there's an emergency mission, overfatigue could prevent them from performing well. Beijing disagreed. I believe the human body has unlimited potential. As long as we push hard, we can unlock it. In fact, high-intensity training is also to reduce casualties and bloodshed during missions. Huo Qingshan still disagreed. Training intensity should be adjusted based on the region, climate, and environment. It must be tested repeatedly before being included in daily training. Our unit has thousands of officers and soldiers. Not everyone can handle intense training. The Special Forces training has already reached its limit, so there's no need to change the current plan. His tone was very serious and commanding at the end. Qinzheng opened his mouth, but couldn't find words to reply. He felt unfairly upset. Although Huo Qingshan had won first place in various competitions, he had never fought against Huo Qingshan and believed he was not worse than him. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, "That's true. You personally participated in these trainings, so you know how tough they are. However, I've heard everyone say you're very good at shooting. Maybe we can practice together sometime?" Huo Qingshan glanced at him and frowned. "I don't usually practice shooting with my teammates. If you think you're not good enough, just train more." Hearing this, Su Suining almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect Qinzheng's competitive nature to be so obvious. Qinzheng felt even more embarrassed and smiled. "All right, I'll work harder to catch up with your level." Huo Qingshan looked a bit surprised. "You don't need to compare yourself to me. You should treat every training as if it's real combat to prevent injuries among teammates. That's what we should focus on." Qinzheng suddenly didn't want to speak anymore. He wanted to praise Huo Qingshan but couldn't find the words. Feng Shenhua sat in the back seat, looking down at her toes the whole time. When she heard Qinzheng and Huo Qingshan talking, she wished she could disappear into the ground. She hadn't thought much of Qinzheng before, but now, comparing him to Huo Qingshan, he seemed so inferior, like a clown next to him. Su Suining felt a bit proud. She puffed out her chest and looked at Qinzheng, thinking he was just so. When they reached the service station nearby, Huo Qingshan led Su Suining into their new small courtyard by the roadside. There was a locust tree at the entrance, full of lush branches. Under the tree was a long stone bench. The yard was small, about 3 parts of a typical lot, with 3 main rooms and 2 smaller rooms. To Su Suining, it already looked very big. She kept exclaiming, "Great! It's so big. We can grow vegetables here, make a kitchen. We can also build a play area for the kids." She even suggested building a small flower pond, planting wildflowers and grasses to keep bugs away. Everything seemed perfect. Huo Qingshan watched Su Suining cheer like a happy little girl, constantly exclaiming and marveling at each room. She then gestured with her hands, showing him how they could arrange things later. She pulled his hand and pointed under the eaves. "Here, we can hang a hammock. We can lie here and watch the stars or tell stories to the kids." The beautiful scene made Huo Qingshan lower his eyes and smiled gently. Whatever she said, he agreed happily. Su Suining felt even happier. Holding hands with Huo Qingshan, she pointed to the wall on the north side and said, "Here, we can build a small shed as a kitchen. The stove should be bigger. With such a large space, we can make it bigger. We can use blue stone slabs to make it look clean and nice. We can sit here to eat. If it rains, we can sit here and eat, watch the rain, and listen to the sound of rain. It feels so romantic. Also, here we can plant some impatiens flowers, the kind that can be dyed red for nails. Later, Lu Bayan and I can show off a little. By the way, here we can plant a grapevine. When it bears grapes, it will be so beautiful." Huo Qingshan nodded in agreement without saying much. He didn't mention that they wouldn't stay in this yard for long, at most 3 years. His job changes often, and his family's residence also changes frequently. They wouldn't stay in one place for too long. So, planting a grapevine is fine, but they might not see it full of grapes. He didn't say this because he didn't want to break Su Suining's beautiful dream. After her excited daydreaming, she looked at Huo Qingshan with bright eyes, full of joy and happiness. "Huo Qingshan, we will be together forever, right?" Huo Qingshan nodded seriously, looking into her eyes. "Yes, we will always be together." Su Suining smiled, stepped closer, and kissed his chin while standing on tiptoe. But Huo Qingshan reached out and gently hugged her waist. Feng Shenhua watched Su Suining and Huo Qingshan go into the small yard, feeling disbelief. Only vice section chiefs could get such a house. If Huo Qingshan and they moved in, would this house be assigned to them? Huo Qingshan is now at the regiment level, which might mean he will be promoted to vice section chief soon. Even the house was allocated. The more she thought about it, the more sour she felt. People living in this small yard felt a bit more important. Feng Shuanhua's face looked sour, and her expression was unpleasant. Qingjing didn't notice and took Feng Shuanhua into the service station. Look around and see if there's anything you want to buy. If you like it, buy it. He emphasized if it's not necessary, don't buy it. We still need to buy many things for the wedding. Feng Shuanhua wanted to speak, but lost her desire to buy anything because of his words. I don't want much. Just buy some cookies for my sister's kids. Qingjing had no objection. Okay, but there are 3 children in her family. You decide what to buy. Finally, he reminded her, there's something I might not be suitable to say, but your sister's children aren't yours. You should keep some distance. Sometimes, getting too close isn't a good thing.
Feng Shuanhua nodded and said, I know.
Her dissatisfaction with Qingjing grew a little more. In fact, through her interactions, she realized that Qingjing was a very selfish, even very self-centered person. He hoped that after they got married, Feng Shuanhua wouldn't contact her family much and would take better care of her in-laws. Although he didn't say these words directly, they subtly seeped into his actions and words, almost like brainwashing. Feng Shuanhua also understood Qingjing's thoughts, but she couldn't refuse. Currently, besides Qingjing, the only person who matched Huo Qingshan's conditions was Luo Zhenping. But Luo Zhenping didn't pay any attention to her at all. Feeling angry, she chose a packet of biscuits. When she was about to pay, Huo Qingshan came in with Su Suining. Before Su Suining could speak, Huo Qingshan said first, you said you wanted canned food. If we find any, buy a few bottles and keep them to eat slowly. Su Suining nodded happily. I also want to buy some zaozi cake. Can we get some? Huo Qingshan had no objection. Get more, and share some with Bayan when you go back. Feng Shuanhua listened to Huo Qingshan's words, looked at the poor-quality packet of biscuits in her hand, and her dissatisfaction grew even more. She clenched her teeth and followed Qingjing to pay. Qingjing paid and asked, is there anything else you want to buy? Should we get it all? Feng Shuanhua also looked cold and said, no, this is enough. Life requires careful planning. Qingjing was satisfied and paid. After leaving the store, Feng Shuanhua couldn't help but look back. She saw Su Suining tightly leaning on Huo Qingshan's arm, with one hand resting on his arm and the other pointing at the counter, smiling happily without knowing what she was saying. Huo Qingshan also looked very gentle, with a focused gaze on Su Suining, and the affection in his eyes was completely obvious. Her heart started to feel a twinge of jealousy. They walked back silently behind Qingjing. On the way, Qingjing didn't feel like talking, feeling discouraged by Huo Qingshan. He had heard before that Huo Qingshan was cold and difficult to get along with, and now he saw it was true, sometimes even a bit stubborn. He only had a few first-place wins, but he used his experience as a golden rule and refused to listen to others' advice. Qingjing was not convinced by this. Before, he was also a top soldier in other places. He had never competed, so he couldn't believe that Huo Qingshan was stronger than him. Su Suining and Huo Qingshan returned home. Huo Qingshan watched the children, while she and Lu Beiting went to cook. Su Suining was cooking while sharing her new home with Lu Beiting. The new house is so wonderful. It has a private yard, and it's very spacious inside. Later, I can grow vegetables in the yard. Lu Beiting happily replied, second sister-in-law, you are really easy to please. It's just a small yard, but our big yard in Beijing is much larger. Su Suining thought for a moment and shook her head. That's still your family's yard, and because your parents have high positions, they got a good house. It's a public property. Later, when I have money, I will buy a big yard in Beijing, and it will belong to me for a lifetime. Lu Beiting was shocked. Second sister-in-law, what are you talking about? Houses can't be bought and sold.
Su Suining chuckled. Just a dream.
What if it comes true? Lu Beiting sat in front of the stove, holding her face and watching the fire. The flames flickered and cast a glow on her face, making her small face look very lively. She also looked a bit hopeful. If that's the case, I want to dream too. I want to be a judge. The books I've been reading recently have helped me a lot, and I want to help many people. She didn't finish her sentence, knowing she couldn't say more.
Xu Suining understood.
Anyway, study hard and read more books. The knowledge stored in your mind is the only thing no one can take away. Lu Beiting let out a small gasp, looking at Su Suining with admiration. Second sister-in-law, I think you're really suited to be a teacher. Like, what's it called? Like a bright lamp.
Xu Suining laughed softly.
You're flattering me too much. We can only improve together if we study together. As for being a teacher, it's not a good profession right now. That night, Lu Beiting went home and thought about the books she had recently read. She decided to call her grandfather to see if he could help find more educational books. Grandpa was surprised when he received her call, hearing that she wanted basic learning books. The mischievous granddaughter had changed. Why are you reading books now? Lu Beiting didn't hide it and even felt a bit proud. My second sister-in-law told me I should read well. When Lu Yuanguang heard it was Su Suining's idea, he already liked her a lot, and now he liked her even more. He kept praising, your second brother really found a good wife. You're right to listen to your second sister-in-law. Tomorrow, I'll ask my secretary to find some books and send them to you. After discussing work, he asked about the children. Whether they gained weight or not, he urged Lu Beiting to quickly have Su Suining and the children take photos and send them to him. I also told Lu Beiting about Yaya's recent situation. She has become much more cheerful and outgoing, and her personality is livelier now. She is looking for a doctor to help remove Yaya's scars and see if her hand injury can be treated. Finally, I shared family matters with Lu Beiting. Your father was retired early. Now he's at home and feeling quite down. Lu Beiting has also left, so it's probably hard for him to come back. Lu Yuanguang said with some surprise, your dad is clearly being targeted intentionally. He's usually very diligent and responsible at work. He stopped after saying a few words because many things can't be spoken about on the phone. Lu Yuanguang was puzzled. If it was just Lu Zhenping's competitor, he could find out who was behind it. But now, he couldn't figure it out, which made him even more confused. What could make Lu Zhenping's situation worse? Instead, he was just forced into early retirement, which saved his life and kept him safe. It also protected Lu Beiting and Lu Bayan's future. No matter what they did, their parents wouldn't influence them. In simple terms, the political review was clean. Lu Beiting didn't feel much about her father's situation. Instead, she thought that retirement might be good. No more scheming, just relaxing and enjoying life. After hanging up, she still felt happy as she went to the guest house. She planned to read a little more and discuss with Su Suining tomorrow. In the past few days, with nothing to do, Su Suining and Lu Beiting were tidying up the house. They could move out soon. Su Suining felt very attached to this small house. Lu Beiting was holding a pig fat jar. Second sister-in-law, do you still want this jar? It's a bit old, and we have a new one at home. Su Suining looked at the jar and quickly nodded. Yes, yes, yes. This one looks a bit vintage. Maybe it's an antique? Lu Beiting couldn't help but laugh. It's just a broken clay jar. Who keeps antiques to store pig fat? Su Suining shook her head. Anything's possible. Let's keep it for now. She didn't know much about antiques, but anything that looked old, she wanted to keep. What if it was an antique? She might become famous someday. She also asked Huo Qingshan about the jar. He said it was dug up when the army was clearing land nearby. Although she didn't know if any famous people were from that era, she thought it was better to keep things that were dug up. Lu Beiting saw Su Suining talking so seriously and didn't believe her. She smiled and packed her things. Fine, I'll keep it. We won't throw away any of the old stuff at home. I'll leave it for you. Su Suining chuckled happily, saying, how can you call this junk? This is my family savings, along with your second brother's. The two of them argued while tidying up, also watching the children, but they didn't feel tired at all. Counting the days, Su Suining was just waiting to move. She also planned that after moving, she would set up a heated bed, so that in winter, they could sleep warmly by the fire. The outside rooms still needed a brick wall built, and in winter, they would dry clothes and diapers for the two children, which was also necessary. While thinking about this, she planned how to decorate the house with Lu Beiting. Getting excited, she even started drawing blueprints. Lu Beiting watched as Su Suining drew, looking quite skilled, and was very surprised. Second sister-in-law, how do you know how to do everything? Even drawing blueprints? Su Suining chuckled, saying, haha, this is just from my past experience working hard. Blueprints are easy for me. As they studied, someone outside shouted, sister-in-law from the team leader's house, come quickly. The team leader and deputy team leader are fighting. Hearing the noise, Su Suining was startled and quickly turned to Lu Beiting, asking, are Qinzheng and the team leader fighting? Lu Beiting was also surprised. Let's go and see. Su Suining didn't hesitate and told Lu Beiting to watch the children at home. She hurriedly ran to the team. When she arrived at the team's gate, she saw a group of people gathered on the training ground from afar. She ran over and pushed through to see that Huo Qingshan and Qinzheng were facing each other. Huo Qingshan had a calm, indifferent expression, his uniform covered in dirt, and his gear belt was thrown aside. Qinzheng looked similar, but his clothes were even dirtier. Seeing so many people, Qinzheng smiled and said to Huo Qingshan, Captain Huo, I admit defeat. Whether it's speed or reaction, you are definitely better. Su Suining watched Qinzheng say this, but her eyes showed no respect or acceptance. She still seemed very unwilling. Huo Qingshan didn't even frown. I told you, if you feel you're lacking in anything, just train harder. Fists are not meant to hit comrades, but enemies. After saying this, he went over, picked up his gear belt, shook it, and turned around. Seeing Su Suining standing among the soldiers, he paused and then walked toward her. Why are you here? Su Suining looked at him and said, I heard you guys were fighting, so I came quickly to see if everything's okay. Huo Qingshan shook his head and didn't want to say too much in front of the soldiers. Let's go to my office. Su Suining followed Huo Qingshan to the team's office. As they walked and the crowd thinned, she curiously asked, how did you and Qinzheng get into a fight? Huo Qingshan thought for a moment. It wasn't really a fight. He was just upset with me, so he suddenly attacked. I just taught him a lesson. Su Suining was surprised. Is he sick? What's there to be upset about? If he has the ability, he should join a competition. Huo Qingshan also felt that Qinzheng was too narrow-minded and lacked tolerance. It's hard for him to take on big responsibilities. Su Suining reached out and patted the dirt on Huo Qingshan's arm. This person is really annoying, narrow-minded, and full of problems. Huo Qingshan comforted Su Suining in return. The army has all kinds of people. If you don't like someone, just stay away. Su Suining snorted. I just feel sorry for you. Why does he bully you? It's because he sees you come from the countryside but has made it this far, so he's not happy. He thinks he's more educated and capable than you, and wants to be better than you at everything. That's really strange. Seeing Su Suining's angry and pouting expression, like a little cat with a fluffy tail, Huo Qingshan felt both angry and adorable, defending him. He couldn't help but smile, his eyes slightly raised, showing a happy expression, and even his chest seemed to emit a joyful sound. Su Suining looked up in surprise, staring at Huo Qingshan's smile, and asked in shock, Huo Qingshan, are you sick? You're smiling even when fighting with someone. Recently, he often saw Huo Qingshan smiling. He was really becoming warmer. Huo Qingshan looked down and smiled at her without speaking, mainly because he didn't know how to express his happiness.
Some words were hard to say out loud.
Su Suining saw him smile and couldn't help but laugh too. Then she remembered what Lu Beiting had said. Grandpa wants us to take a family photo for him. He probably wants to see the kids. Let's take Mo and Yang Yang to the photo studio to take pictures. Huo Qingshan thought for a moment. Now, all the photo studios in town were state-run, and there were none in the village, so they had to go to the city. The kids were too young to travel back and forth. After we move, I'll ask someone from the publicity department to come to our house to take pictures. We can just pay for the film then. Su Suining thought it was a good idea. We haven't even taken a wedding photo. Let's take a family picture too. Huo Qingshan suddenly looked forward to it. In the future, whenever he went on a mission, he could bring their photos and look at them when he missed them. On moving day, Many family members came to help in the yard. Some of Su Suining's acquaintances just nodded and said hello. All came out of respect for Huo Qingshan and happily helped with the move. They used the army's truck, and it took about one trip to finish moving everything. Feng Chunhua didn't come over. She looked from afar and couldn't help but complain to Feng Chunhua. It's all because of you. You offended Huo Qingshan and Su Suining to death.
You say.
The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. If she had maintained good relations with Huo Qingshan and Su Suining, why is she now in such a mess? Feng Chunhua lowered her head silently. She truly couldn't understand why Su Suining didn't die and was still living well with Huo Qingshan. Unless Su Suining, like her, was reborn? Thinking of this possibility, she looked at Feng Chunhua in shock. Sister, do you think it's possible that Su Suining is also reborn just like me? She knows Huo Qingshan can become an official, so she refuses to divorce and has taken good care of her health. So, hearing this, Feng Chunhua suddenly felt it was very likely. If that's the case then, the chances are high. You see, she was willing to die before, but now she's suddenly willing to live with Huo Qingshan. Her personality has changed so much. It's really strange. The more she analyzed, the more frightened she felt. Are you stupid? While she's reborn and gradually improving her life, look at you. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Just focus on having a good life with Qinzheng. Feng Chunhua felt uneasy inside. Heaven seemed a bit unfair. People like Su Suining, after rebirth, can still live a good life. Su Suining happily moved into her new home. She relied on the bedroom on the east side. Huo Qingshan made a big bed that could fit all 4 family members. The west bedroom was cleared out so Lu Beiting could live there, so she wouldn't have to stay at the guest house long term. In the north wing, there was a large bed built up, still drying, and by winter, it would be ready to use. The outer room had a stove and a firewall, both newly built. The firewall was a long stretch, ensuring the house stayed warm in winter and could also dry clothes. Su Suining watched in amazement. Last time she and Huo Qingshan looked at the house, it was empty. In just a few days, everything she wanted was there. And it was exactly the same as her drawings. Originally, she planned to put the bed in the main east room, but now it seemed more suitable in the side room. It was more reasonable than what she had drawn. She turned in shock to look at Huo Qingshan. Did you see the drawings I made? Seeing Su Suining full of joy, Huo Qingshan knew she was satisfied. He happily nodded. Yes, I think this will be more convenient. In winter, we can stay here directly. Su Suining didn't pay attention to Lu Bayan and Luo Zhenping standing nearby. She happily linked arms with Huo Qingshan and said, Huo Qingshan, you're really so kind. I like you a lot. Huo Qingshan suddenly looked uncomfortable again. In front of others, he still felt a bit shy. Lu Beiting clicked her tongue and carried the child outside. She couldn't stand it anymore, seeing Su Suining acting so coquettishly towards Huo Qingshan. It was almost enough to give her goosebumps just watching as a bystander. Luo Zhenping quickly picked up the other child and went outside as well. He also thought Su Suining was very good at acting cute. No wonder Huo Qingshan was completely captivated. He took a step too quickly and accidentally stepped on Lu Bayan's heel. Lu Bayan let out a cry, stumbled forward while holding the child, and almost fell. She managed to hold onto the child tightly, but she felt a sharp pain in her ankle, as if it might break. Lu Bayan gasped and sat down the ground, still holding the child securely. She felt a stabbing pain in her ankle, as if it was about to snap. Su Suining saw Lu Bayan's face scrunch up in pain and quickly went to take the child from her, handing him to Huo Qingshan. Did you twist your ankle?
She asked.
Lu Bayan took a deep breath and said, It seems more than that. Now her ankle hurt, and her tailbone also ached terribly, making her too scared to move. She didn't dare to reach down and touch her ankle. She took a deep breath and steadied herself. Su Suining held her ankle and noticed it was swollen, but she hadn't pressed hard yet. Lu Bayan winced and said, No, sister-in-law, It hurts, it hurts. Su Suining didn't dare to press harder. She looked at Luo Zhendong and said, "Give me the child. Take Bayan to the hospital to get checked." Hearing this, Lu Beiting struggled to stand up, wanting Luo Zhendong to carry her to the hospital. But as soon as she moved, her tailbone pain flared up again, making her unable to move. Luo Zhendong felt even more guilty. It was his fault for not seeing clearly and causing Lu Beiting to get hurt. He handed the child to Su Suining and hurried over to lift Lu Beiting. Lu Beiting cried out in surprise, unprepared for being lifted so suddenly. Usually carefree, she couldn't help feeling shy now, her face flushing red, and she didn't know where to look. Lu Zhendong quickly told Huo Qingshan and hugged Lu Beiting, rushing towards the military hospital. Su Suining wanted to remind him not to use red flower oil, but before she could speak, they had already left the yard. She thought to herself, the hospital should know Lu Beiting reacts so quickly. If it were her, although instinctively she would protect the child, she wouldn't have the ability and would have to turn around and fall in a different direction. Huo Qingshan also agreed, saying Lu Beiting is very agile. It's a pity she didn't join the army. It was clear that Lu Beiting had studied hard before and was naturally quick to react. Su Suining thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. This isn't a bad thing. Maybe, this time, Lu Zhendong and Lu Beiting can make some progress. Huo Qingshan knew that Su Suining had always wanted to matchmake Lu Zhendong and Lu Beiting. He felt they weren't a good match, but couldn't quite say why. Since Su Suining was so enthusiastic, he chose not to criticize and stayed silent. Su Suining and Huo Qingshan moved to a new home, which caused a small stir in the family compound. Moving to the military headquarters meant a promotion. Most people weren't surprised by Huo Qingshan's promotion, as he was very capable and had good character. Some people felt jealous, especially those who usually looked down on Huo Qingshan's strict style and didn't care about personal feelings. Feng Chunhua also felt a bit uncomfortable. According to age, Yan Jianzhong was almost 40, but his rank wasn't higher than Huo Qingshan's. However, Yan Jianzhong had attended school, so his education level was higher than Huo Qingshan's. She felt upset, but didn't dare to say anything. During cooking, she kept a sullen face and didn't want to talk to Feng Chunhua. Feng Chunhua had been lost in thought but suddenly gathered courage and discussed with Feng Chunhua, "Sister, I think I should just give up on Qinzheng." Feng Chunhua was already upset and got angrier when she heard Feng Chunhua want to break up with Qinzheng. Give up? What are you thinking? Don't look at other people's good conditions. Besides Qinzheng, who else has better prospects? Feng Chunhua frowned. Yes, his conditions are good, but he doesn't want a wife to share life with. He just wants a free maid. Feng Chunhua was annoyed. What do you mean, free maid? Why are you speaking so harshly? After marriage, it's normal for women to do housework, take care of children, and serve the elders. What do you want? Do you want him to marry you and treat you like an ancestor? Feng Chunhua hesitated and said, "That's not what I meant. At least, there should be some respect, right? Do you think Qinzheng respects us? He looks down on us rural folks." Feng Chunhua thought this wasn't a big deal. It's normal not to be impressed. After all, he's from the city, and his parents are officials. If you marry him, you'll be living a good life. He's not letting you farm the land. Are you unhappy about that? Feng Chunhua found it hard to explain to her sister. Look at Huo Qingshan. He respects Su Suining a lot. After returning home, he actively helps out, and when they go out, Su Suining makes the decisions. Feng Chunhua threw down her scrub brush and looked angrily at Feng Chunhua. I knew it. You're still not over Huo Qingshan. Just tell me. What do you really want? When it comes to living together, everyone keeps to themselves behind closed doors. How do you know what it's like behind her door? Your brother-in-law and I have been together for so many years. When he comes back, he doesn't do anything. Are we living badly? Feng Chunhua pressed her lips together. Sister, isn't your life just being Yan's family's free nanny? Watching the kids, cooking, managing the household. Your brother-in-law's salary goes half to you, and the rest back home. With a life like that, don't you feel any resentment? Feng Chunhua was too tired to argue further. Stop telling me these useless things. Isn't every family like that? Your brother-in-law earns money to support a big family. What's wrong with me doing some work? If you really don't want to be with Qinzheng, then go back to the countryside and find the man from your past life. Feng Shenhua suddenly fell silent. She now regretted sharing her past life experiences with Feng Shenhua, mostly to satisfy her sister's curiosity and also hoping she would sympathize and keep her here. Feng Shenhua thought for a moment. Tonight, we'll make dumplings. You go call Qinzheng to come and eat. I'll also ask your brother-in-law to invite Huo Qingshan. The leaders from our group will come over, and we can sit down and discuss your marriage to Qinzheng. After all, Huo Qingshan is the group's top leader. If he speaks up, Qinzheng will definitely listen. Feng Shenhua fell silent. She didn't want to go back, but she also didn't want to change her fate through other means. Maybe marrying Qinzheng was the only choice. She heard that Qinzheng's parents were also city officials, and even if life was hard, it wouldn't be worse than her past life. Huo Qingshan finished tidying up at home and then went to the group office again. Su Suining stayed at home watching the children, waiting for Lu Beiting. She had been gone for half a day and didn't know what was happening. By noon, Luo Zhenping returned with Lu Beiting in his arms. Lu Beiting's face looked like a cooked shrimp, with red blush spreading up to her neck. Su Suining asked Luo Zhenping to place Lu Beiting on her bed in her room. Because her tailbone was injured, Lu Beiting didn't dare lie flat. She could only lie on her side or stomach. At this moment, lying on the bed, she didn't dare lift her head to look at Luo Zhenping. Luo Zhenping also looked a bit uncomfortable, explaining to Su Suining, "Sister-in-law, please help watch over Bayan. I need to return to the team, and will come to see her later." Su Suining smiled and nodded. "Okay, you go ahead and do your work. I'll stay here." Once Luo Zhenping left, Su Suining couldn't wait to ask Lu Beiting, "Did something else happen at the hospital?" Lu Beiting's face turned even redder, and she hesitated, not wanting to say anything. Su Suining sat down beside the bed and gently pushed Lu Beiting's arm. "What exactly happened? Tell me. I told you about my second brother's matters." Lu Beiting looked a bit amused and helpless. "Second sister-in-law, it was you who insisted on telling me. You like how my second brother is so dull." Su Suining was really outspoken and dared to say anything. She even told her about how Qingshan reacted when she took the initiative to kiss him. Su Suining chuckled. "I'm just teaching you what men like. Don't be fooled by their serious looks. Inside, they can be quite playful." Lu Beiting's face felt like it was burning. In the end, she couldn't help but tell Su Suining what happened at the hospital. I went to the bathroom, lost my balance and fell again. Then Brother Zhendong heard the noise and came in. Su Suining's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Oh, so everything was seen?" Lu Beiting thought about that scene and wished she could disappear into the ground. "Yeah, pretty much." Su Suining laughed. "That won't do. I need to make Luo Zhendong responsible. He saw my little sister-in-law like that and must marry her." Lu Beiting wanted to get up and cover Su Suining's mouth, but moving caused her tailbone to hurt. She winced and lay back, pouting with a small, wrinkled face. With a slightly resentful tone, she said, "Second sister-in-law, why didn't you ask how my ankle or tailbone are doing before laughing?" Su Suining happily replied, "It's probably fine. If there's a serious problem, your ankle would be immobilized and Luo Zhendong wouldn't have mentioned it. It's just a sprain. It'll heal with rest. Later, I'll go buy pig's trotters from the service shop. It's right next door, so shopping will be easier for us." Lu Beiting whined softly twice, lying on her pillow, no longer wanting to pay attention to Su Suining. Zhujuaning still wanted to tease Lu Beiting. The children were crying next door, so she hurried to check on them. She wanted to see the children, but Lu Beiting couldn't help, so she couldn't prepare lunch either. The bread and stewed potatoes were brought back from the group by Huo Qingshan. Zhujuaning liked eating them. Huo Qingshan watched her eat and mentioned that Yan Jianzhong was hosting a dinner at his house tonight and invited him to join. Zhujuaning took a bite of bread and looked at him curiously. "They called you? Why did they suddenly invite you to eat?" Huo Qingshan wasn't sure. They also called Qin Zheng and Luo Zhendong. Maybe they want to improve relations? Zizhuaning quickly swallowed her bread. Then you should go. Later, while the children are sleeping, I'll start making dinner. It's fine. Huo Qingshan thought for a moment. I'll bring back the food. The stove in the yard hasn't been cleaned up yet, so don't cook now. The stove was the same as before, used for a long time and a bit blackened. Worried that Zizhuaning might dislike it, Huo Qingshan thought about finding some blue stones from the riverbank to repair it later. Zizhuaning immediately smiled and agreed. Great, I'll find some blue stones later. If I can't find any, I'll use some pretty small stones and put a layer on top. Huo Qingshan responded with a nod. After eating, you and the children can sleep for a while. Before I leave, I'll fill the thermos bottles. When the time comes, just add milk powder for the children. He also told her which thermos had warm water and which had boiling water, so she could mix them properly. Zizhuaning watched Huo Qingshan talk nervously, seeming especially worried. He didn't seem to trust her to take good care of the children. In the afternoon after work, Huo Qingshan went to his house with Luo Zhendong and Yan Jianzhong. On the way, Yan Jianzhong explained the purpose of tonight's dinner. Your sister-in-law insisted we come over for dinner, mainly for Shenhua and Qin Zheng's wedding. Luo Zhendong was a bit surprised. Isn't it already settled? Why have dinner now? Yan Jianzhong sighed. It's settled, but I don't quite understand Qin Zheng's side. It seems they are willing, but not very eager. You're getting married to the girl's family, but they don't come to the house much. Luo Zhendong also didn't understand. Maybe it's to avoid suspicion. Since you're not married yet, they often come over, which might hurt your sister-in-law's reputation. Yan Jianzhong didn't think that was the reason. Anyway, Qin Zheng's attitude puzzled him a lot. He asked Huo Qingshan again, what do you think of Qin Zheng? Huo Qingshan looked at him and said he's pretty good. Yan Jianzhong exclaimed, I'm not asking about his professional skills or workability. I mean, do you think he's someone who can handle daily life after marriage? Huo Qingshan remained silent. He thought the question was silly. How could they know? Luo Zhendong chuckled and said, you can only find out after you get married and live together. Since you asked us, we haven't even lived with Deputy Captain Qin. Yan Jianzhong couldn't help but laugh. Really? What kind of nonsense question is that? The three entered the family compound gate. Qin Zheng hurried over on his bike. He greeted Huo Qingshan and Luo Zhendong, then also greeted Yan Jianzhong. Yan Jianzhong glanced at the things hanging on Qin Zheng's bike handlebar, looking a bit puzzled. He didn't expect Qin Zheng to come home for dinner and carry a jar of canned food in a net bag, hanging openly on the handlebar. So embarrassing. It would have been better if he hadn't brought anything at all. Qin Zheng clearly didn't think he brought little. He smiled and discussed the incident where he was scolded with Huo Qingshan. Recently, I haven't had a chance to talk to you privately. That day, I was wrong. I shouldn't have ambushed you. But, Captain, your martial skills really impressed me. Huo Qingshan frowned. In the future, don't attack your comrades from behind. That was what made him most angry, just like you shouldn't point a gun at a comrade. Attacking behind someone's back outside of training also annoyed him. Qin Zheng nodded repeatedly. You're right, Captain. I definitely won't do that again. Then, he continued chatting with Luo Zhendong about other things. Feng Shenhua was cooking in the yard. From afar, she saw Huo Qingshan and the others approaching. Among the four, Huo Qingshan was the most eye-catching, tall, upright, and commanding presence, easily drawing attention. Luo Zhendong was second, and Qin Zheng was really unremarkable in front of them. Feng Shenhua looked on, feeling a bit disappointed, and withdrew her gaze. Maybe Su Suining had truly been reborn. Her heart started to stir again. Feng Shenhua saw them approaching and greeted with a smile. We originally planned to make dumplings today, but Shenhua said she wanted to make a 1,000-layer meat pancake for you. Try Shenhua's cooking. She's just as good as city restaurant chefs. Feng Shenhua looked down, frowning. Her sister really compared her to a cook. Everyone sat down, but no one looked at Feng Shenhua. Not even Qin Zheng glanced at her. After sitting down, Qin Zheng naturally called out to Feng Shenhua, Shenhua, when you pour tea, put a little more tea leaves in my cup. I have to work night shift tonight, so I need a strong cup to stay alert. Feng Shenhua responded with a serious face and went to pour tea. She also served everyone, and when she poured tea for Huo Qingshan, she suddenly leaned in a bit closer. Her full chest nearly brushed against Huo Qingshan's arm. Huo Qingshan reacted quickly, moving aside to avoid her. Feng Shenhua lost her balance, and the teacup in her hand flew out. Huo Qingshan's hand moved even faster, catching the teacup, but half of the tea spilled onto Feng Shenhua. The hot tea burned her, and she cried out in surprise. Feng Shenhua quickly came over to pull Feng Shenhua away, worriedly asking, "Oh no, how did you slip? Come inside, and check if you're burned anywhere." Yan Jianzhang's face looked grim as he forced a smile at Huo Qingshan. "My little sister-in-law is always clumsy with her work. She's still young and not very steady." He then looked at Qinzheng and said with a smile, "In the future, you'll need to be more patient with her." Everyone here was sharp, and Qinzheng clearly saw that Feng Shenhua had deliberately made those moves and leaned toward Huo Qingshan on purpose. Her eyes looked at Huo Qingshan with affection. Qinzheng's face darkened as he picked up his teacup to drink, ignoring Yan Jianzhang. Luo Zhenping glanced at Huo Qingshan, who remained calm, and thought to himself, "I didn't expect there would be such an interesting scene." Inside the house, Feng Shenhua looked at Feng Shenhua with a displeased expression, poking her forehead. "What are you trying to do? Do you want us all to embarrass ourselves because of you? Feng Shenhua, if you don't want trouble, go back quickly and don't make us look bad." Feng Shenhua's eyes reddened. "Sister, I didn't do it on purpose. I just slipped a little. I know what's important. Could I do something so embarrassing at such a time? I was just distracted and lost focus. It's not intentional." Hearing this, Feng Shenhua hesitated but believed her. She thought, even if Feng Shenhua wasn't very smart, she wouldn't do something so outrageous at this moment. She scowled at Feng Shenhua. "You'd better not. Just change your clothes and go out. Look at how you behaved just now. How do you think Qinzheng will feel?" Feng Shenhua silently went inside to change clothes, secretly hoping Qinzheng would notice something and then regret not marrying her. She also believed that even if Qinzheng saw, he wouldn't say anything recklessly, since it involved a girl's reputation. Without evidence, who would dare to spread rumors? After changing clothes and going out, Feng Shenhua felt much better. She made a 1,000-layer meat pie, cooked some millet porridge, and prepared 2 cold dishes. Then she sat quietly beside Qinzheng, listening to their conversation while eating. She still noticed that Qingshan hadn't really touched his chopsticks or eaten the meat pie. He was just drinking tea. Feng Shenhua also saw this and smiled, saying, "Captain, this meat pie is pretty good.
Try it.
Today, the filling is extra flavorful." She then picked up a piece to offer to Qingshan. Qingshan raised his hand to cover his bowl and politely declined. "I'm not very hungry. I'll go to the cafeteria later to get some food and eat with my wife at home." Luo Zhenping coughed a few times, holding back a nearly uncontrollable laugh. He didn't expect Qingshan to be so straightforward. And now, he wasn't even hiding his feelings openly. Feng Shenhua awkwardly withdrew her chopsticks, saying, "Look at me. I forgot Xiao Su hasn't eaten yet. Later, don't go to the cafeteria either. Just take some of the meat pies from home and bring some millet porridge." Qingshan again refused. "No need. She doesn't like greasy food. I'll just go to the cafeteria to get some." Feng Shenhua forced a small laugh, but inside, she was dissatisfied. Who wouldn't want to eat greasy food? Her stomach was craving oil and water. Feng Shenhua was jealous of Qingshan's kindness to Su Suining. His words and actions were full of pride and unconcealed affection. Qinzheng glanced at Feng Shenhua and smiled at Qingshan, saying, "Captain, your relationship with your wife is really good. We should learn from you. Keeping a happy, united home helps us serve everyone better and protect the country." Qingshan ignored him and looked at Luo Zhenping. Luo Zhenping immediately understood and smiled, saying, "Your good fortune with Xiao Feng is coming soon. Your days will be even better. Just look at Xiao Feng's cooking skills. Your wife is right. She's no worse than city chefs." Qinzheng chuckled. Good luck wishes accepted. Deputy Political Commissar Luo should also think about his own big plans soon. Luo Zhendong laughed loudly. I'm in no rush. Let's enjoy your wedding feast first. They exchanged teasing words back and forth. Qingshan felt a bit bored, looked at the time, and said, if you're done, I'll head to the cafeteria now. They hadn't discussed anything serious all this time. Yan Jianzhong also didn't have the face to keep Qingshan saying, all right, you go ahead. When you're free later, call Xiao Su to come over and eat together. Seeing Qingshan leave, Luo Zhendong also got up and left, leaving Qinzheng and the others to eat. After leaving the family compound, Luo Zhendong almost laughed. Yan Jianzhong's little sister-in-law is really interesting. I think she has feelings for you. Think carefully. When did you ever provoke her? Didn't you see those eyes just now? They were glued to you. Huo Qingshan frowned. Don't talk nonsense. I have no relation to her. Luo Zhendong quickly nodded. Yes, I know you have no relationship, but she likes you. Anyway, keep your distance from Feng Shenhua. This girl has a bad heart. Huo Qingshan was even more confused. I don't know her at all. We haven't even spoken. Why should I keep my distance? Luo Zhendong shook his head. You. Didn't expect you to have a side that others like. I don't even know what they like about you. Now, do you think Qinzheng can't be with Feng Shenhua? I saw his face just now. It didn't look right. Huo Qingshan wasn't interested. Whether it works out or not has nothing to do with me. You should stop talking about this in the future, to avoid unnecessary trouble. At the same time, he decided he would never eat at Yan Jianzhong's house again. The food was terrible, and they still expected praise. Luo Zhendong saw Huo Qingshan rushing quickly to the cafeteria, looking anxious to get food to bring home for his wife. In the end, he held back his curiosity and didn't follow Huo Qingshan. Su Suining was quite surprised that Huo Qingshan came back so early, especially since he brought a bowl of sweet potato porridge and some mixed flour buns. Why did you come back so early? I thought you wouldn't be home until it got dark. She went over to help Huo Qingshan tidy up the small dining table, then took out bowls and chopsticks. First, she served a bowl of porridge to Lu Beiting and handed it to her before sitting down at the table. Seeing Huo Qingshan fill 2 more bowls of porridge, she was a bit surprised. Didn't you eat dinner tonight? Did Yan Jingwei's family not feed you? Huo Qingshan took a sip of the porridge and instantly felt very comfortable in his stomach. No, I didn't eat. I don't like their food, so I didn't eat. Even a meat pie wouldn't be as good as drinking porridge with Su Suining at home. He really disliked Feng Shenhua. However, Su Suining was very curious. Didn't you say you were going to discuss marriage? Have you decided? What was the final answer? When are you getting married? Huo Qingshan shook his head. No, they didn't say anything. They just talked about random things. I don't know what they're planning. He also thought that getting married shouldn't be so complicated. As long as the organization approves, you just go get the marriage certificate and then marry. Why bother with all the fuss? Su Suining was very curious about what was said at night, but Huo Qingshan was not a gossip person. Even if asked to repeat, he wouldn't remember what was said. They happily ate dinner and discussed together. I want to build a vegetable cellar in the corner of the yard. Then I can store some cabbage there. If we keep it inside, it will rot and smell too bad. Huo Qingshan had no objection. When we rest, I'll call some soldiers to help dig it. Su Suining thought for a moment. Should we also prepare meals for everyone? We could make a braised noodle dish, buy some pork belly, and cook radish braised noodles. It would be very tasty. Huo Qingshan agreed. Good idea. Make enough. These young men eat a lot. They sat in the yard, eating and chatting. Lu Beiting was inside, anxiously barking, second sister-in-law, second sister-in-law. Before Su Suining could speak, the gate was pushed open, and a head peeked in. Su Suining was surprised to see the person peeking in, an unfamiliar middle-aged woman. Who are you looking for? The woman looked a bit panicked, trying to step back. When she saw Huo Qingshan, she exclaimed, Qingshan, I am fourth aunt. She said this while walking in without hesitation, muttering, Qingshan, do you remember me? I know you are now a big leader, but you haven't come back to visit. Huo Qingshan frowned, stood up, and looked at her. Why are you here? The woman was Huo Qingshan's foster father's sister-in-law, Zhang Guilan's sister-in-law, not a good person. In the past, she schemed to get Huo Qingshan to do work for her, but didn't feed him. Over the years, seeing Huo Qingshan succeed, she started to flatter him. Lu Mei didn't mind Huo Qingshan's harsh tone and sighed. Qingshan, now that you are a leader, you look so impressive. Walking on the street, no one would recognize you. She also looked at Su Suining. So this is your wife? She's really pretty, but her backside is a bit small. It might be hard to have children later. Su Suining was a little angry and wanted to speak, but Huo Qingshan stopped her. Huo Qingshan frowned at Lu Mei. What exactly are you here for? Lu Mei immediately forced a smile and looked at Huo Qingshan. Qingshan, I just want to trouble you with a small favor. I have a nephew in my family who is also in the army. Can you help connect some relations and transfer him from the Tibetan area? You are now a high official. I know this matter, and I believe you can handle it. Huo Qingshan frowned. I don't have that authority, and soldiers can't choose where they are assigned. Obeying orders is the first step. Lu Mei looked upset. That place is very hard. You can't see a single person for years. If you serve for a few years and come back, you'll probably be brainless. Huo Qingshan replied coldly, if you're afraid of hardship, then don't join the army. Lu Mei's eyes darkened with anger. This Huo Qingshan was just like when he was a child, stubborn and tough. He wouldn't say nice words, and he wouldn't be flexible. No matter what Huo Qingshan said, she sat down on a stool and said, Qingshan, if you don't go back now, do you know what the villagers are saying about you? They say you're ungrateful, that you don't care about kindness, and that you put Zhang Guilan in jail. Anyway, the Huo family raised you. Don't be a traitor now. Huo Qingshan's face turned pale. Talking reason with someone who twists the truth was useless. Su Suining got angry. Seeing Lu Mei waving her arms, it seemed she had bullied Huo Qingshan many times before. She stepped forward and blocked Huo Qingshan, looking coldly at Lu Mei. You're really good at threatening people. Looks like you bullied Huo Qingshan before, just because he didn't have parents to care for him. Lu Mei was startled by Su Suining's sudden words. After a moment, she forced a smile. I'm talking to your man. Why are you butting in? You really have no manners. Su Suining smiled. You call that manners? You're not even a real woman, yet you look down on women. Were you born from a stone? I don't care if you bullied Huo Qingshan before. Now you're in my house and still bullying him. You're really shameless. You're old enough to do good deeds, but instead you're causing trouble here? Fine, let me see how I deal with you. I've never been afraid of Zhang Guilan. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? Lu Mei didn't expect Su Suining to be so fierce. She glared and asked, What do you want to do? I tell you, I am Huo Qingshan's elder. I raised him when he was young. He can't repay kindness with hatred. Su Suining was shocked by Lu Mei's shamelessness. How did you treat him? Tell me clearly. Give me a few examples. From Huo Qingshan's attitude toward Lu Mei, it was clear she had bullied him many times before. Su Suining was worried she couldn't find those who had bullied Huo Qingshan before. And now they were right here. Lu Mei, seeing Su Suining ask her like that, hesitated for a long time but couldn't say a single thing. Because she had bullied Huo Qingshan many times. Su Suining saw Lu Mei's unhappy face and smiled slightly. In the past, when Huo Qingshan was young, you all bullied him. Now you want to come and take advantage?
Dream on.
Lu Bayan grimaced as she supported herself against the wall, gripping the doorframe tightly, glaring at Lu Mei. Second sister-in-law, why are you still talking to her? Just hit her. Back then, she definitely hit my second brother. Now, hitting her back is just fair. Lu Mei looked at Lu Bayan with a displeased face. I didn't talk to you. Lu Beiting interrupted forcefully. You don't need to tell me. Today, I can't walk well, or I would have beaten you so badly, you'd be crawling on the ground. Huo Qingshan is my real second brother. Because of you heartless human traffickers swapping him, our family can't be together. If I didn't hit you, would I still keep you around for the new year? Lu Mei's face twitched with anger, but she knew that today's Huo Qingshan was not the same as the one who used to endure their insults and beatings. She only exchanged a few words with him, hoping he would remember their old bond. She dared not say anything more aggressive. Lu Beiting, clutching her waist, jumped out fiercely, ready to rush at Lu Mei. Terrified, Lu Mei took several steps back. What are you going to do? She quickly looked at Huo Qingshan. You can't just stand by. We're all relatives. Before Huo Qingshan could speak, she hurriedly ran outside, afraid that Lu Beiting would catch her if she moved slowly. Su Suining quickly went over to support Lu Beiting, who was unsteady. Don't get too excited. You might hurt yourself even more. Lu Beiting snorted. It's thanks to her running fast that I didn't beat her to a pulp. She looked at Su Suining. Second sister-in-law, don't talk to her in the future. Just call me, and I'll handle her. You can't hit her. If you do, this reckless woman will just cling to you and second brother. Let me do it. I'll deal with this old witch. I'm not afraid she'll cling to me. Su Suining chuckled softly. She really couldn't hit anyone first. If she did, Lu Mei would just say she was abusing her power as the wife of the regiment commander, and it could cause trouble for Huo Qingshan.
All right, fine.
You get healthy first, and from now on, all these things are up to you. Lu Beiting was satisfied and then looked at Huo Qingshan. Second brother, how did that old witch bully you before? Tell me, so I can avenge you. Huo Qingshan looked at Lu Beiting, feeling very touched. Lu Beiting made him feel the unconditional support and protection from family.
Although he didn't need it right now.
Lu Beiting was a bit anxious. Second brother, hurry up and tell me. If you don't, I'll go find her later. Huo Qingshan looked at her helplessly and said, You should go home and rest properly. Don't move around, or you'll get sick. Lu Beiting looked at Huo Qingshan in disbelief, then turned to Su Suining and said, Second sister-in-law, listen. Is my second brother really caring about me? Su Suining smiled happily and quickly nodded. Yes. Your second brother is caring about you. Now, can you go back and rest? Lu Beiting was about to turn around with one leg bouncing when the front door was pushed open again. Huo Qingshan's guard hurried in and said, Commander, there's an urgent meeting at the division headquarters. Huo Qingshan needed to go to the division headquarters, so he carried his military uniform, told Su Suining, and hurried out. After Huo Qingshan closed the courtyard door, Su Suining helped Lu Beiting into the house. Lu Beiting became angrier the more she thought about it. I wouldn't be so mad if I didn't see these people. Seeing them just makes me think of what my second brother suffered. They're worse than animals. Su Suining was also angry. I was holding back earlier and didn't hit her. She must have bullied your second brother a lot before. Lu Beiting believed it completely. Just look at how sharp-tongued and mean she is. She's definitely not a good person. The more she spoke, the angrier she got. Secretly, Lu Beiting made up her mind. Even if she had to jump around, she would deal with Lu Mei. Huo Qingshan arrived at the division commander's office, where the leader of the neighboring division was also present. Lu Zhenping saw Huo Qingshan and quickly waved him over. Come look, there's a new task. Huo Qingshan walked over and looked at the sand table on the desk. Lu Zhenping handed him some documents and said, This is a recent report from above. The military district mentioned your suggestion about the explosion at the flour factory last time. Some results have come in. Take a look. Huo Qingshan opened the files, and his expression gradually became serious. Su Suining bathed the children, changed their clothes, prepared milk powder, and watched them fall asleep. Then she sat at the table reading a book. The room was much bigger now. Besides a large bed, there was also a big desk. Sitting by the window reading was very comfortable. The only problem was, the light was too dim, which made her eyes tired after a while. Su Suining thought it would be great if she could get a desk lamp. Her eyes felt a little sore. With Huo Qingshan still not back, she put down her book and looked out the window into the dark night, relaxing her eyes. Suddenly, she heard a noise from the room opposite. After a while, Lu Beiting bounced in happily on one leg. Su Suining hurriedly stood up to help her, Just lie down and rest properly. Why did you come back again? You really? Does your tailbone not hurt like this? Lu Beiting frowned, chuckled softly, and took a deep breath. It hurts. Very much. But I wanted to come talk to you. I'm too bored alone. Su Suining helped her to lie on the bed. Maybe I can give you a massage? Lu Beiting quickly covered herself. No need, no need. I'll feel better after a rest. Second sister-in-law, do you know about what my second brother went through before? Su Suining shook her head. Not really. I only know what you know, that Zhang Guilan's family mistreated him. Lu Beiting shifted into a more comfortable position. Once I recover, I want to go to Lu Zhenping and deal with these people. Su Suining disagreed. No, you can't go alone. It's their territory. Even if you're strong, you can't fight 4 against 1. What if you get hurt? Lu Beiting angrily hit the pillow. I can't swallow this anger. Don't you think it's unfair that Lu Beiting is fine and Zhang Guilan's family is fine, but we suffer? Su Suining smiled and comforted her. We need to follow the law. There's no evidence that Lu Beiting committed a crime. If your parents don't want to pursue it, there's nothing we can do. Anyway, we shouldn't act impulsively. Maybe there will be a turning point. Lu Beiting didn't want to take any more frustration. She muttered and cursed for a while, then finally sighed heavily. She knew she had to respect the law. Until midnight, Su Suining heard the children whimper and cry. She got up to change their diapers and realized that Huo Qingshan hadn't come back yet. Yawning, she got up to change the diapers and prepare milk powder for the 2 children, forcing herself to stay alert while feeding them. The little ones ate their fill, clenched their fists, whimpered twice, then started snoring and sleeping again. Su Suining felt more energetic. She sat cross-legged on the bed, reached out to touch one child, then the other, and occasionally checked their noses. Finally, she was amused by her own childish behavior. After playing with the children's tiny hands for a while, she felt sleepy and was about to sleep when Huo Qingshan returned. She sensed that Huo Qingshan looked a bit serious when he entered. She whispered, "What happened? Is something wrong?" Huo Qingshan hung up his military uniform and said, "It's nothing, just a work matter. It's been resolved. Why aren't you asleep yet?" Su Suining sat on the bed, reached out to hold his waist. I was already asleep, but the children woke up, so I woke up too. After finishing with them, I actually felt less sleepy. Huo Qingshan stood still, letting Su Suining lean against him.
Go to sleep now.
When they wake up later, I'll handle it. Su Suining yawned again. They're like little piglets, needing to eat several times every night. When will they sleep through the night? Huo Qingshan felt a bit helpless. Su Suining used the image of piglets to describe their children. She then cuddled him for a while, finally letting go. After Huo Qingshan sat down, she hugged his arm. Huo Qingshan, can you tell me about your childhood? He was silent for a moment. Not much. I don't remember most of it. Su Suining thought for a moment. What about Aunt C today? Was she mean to you? Huo Qingshan remained silent for a while before saying, "It's nothing. She just looked down on me and thought I was dull and couldn't comfort people." Su Suining didn't believe it. She must have bullied you. Huo Qingshan, if I knew you as a child, I would have protected you. Huo Qingshan chuckled and gently touched her hair. Go to sleep quickly, or you won't wake up in the morning. Now that they didn't have children, she could sleep as long as she wanted. When Huo Qingshan went to the team, Su Suining had to get up to take care of the children, leaving no time for her to sleep in. She hugged Huo Qingshan's arm tightly. I know they're probably mean to you, so you don't need to be polite to them.
Just refuse if you want to.
Huo Qingshan didn't reply. He hadn't gone back in years and had no contact with those so-called relatives. As for Lu Gaihua's past treatment of him, he definitely hadn't forgotten. Lu Gaihua had told him that as long as he helped carry firewood home, she would give him a bowl of porridge. At 8 years old, he carried a bundle of firewood heavier than himself, wearing shoes with toes exposed, walking on cold snow. He struggled to get home, and Lu Gaihua proudly snatched the firewood away, then poured a bowl of porridge on the ground, smiling and telling him to lick it clean if he was hungry. There were many such incidents, which is why he left Lu Zhenping at that time, with only one thought: to leave. The next morning, Su Suining woke up a bit late. The two children, rarely sleeping in, were still sleeping soundly. She got up, looked at the children for a while, then checked their diapers. They were dry, probably changed by Huo Qingshan before he left. She tiptoed out quietly. In the yard, a row of clean laundry diapers was hanging. She didn't know what time Huo Qingshan had gotten up to wash them. Su Suining looked at the waving diaper for a while, then smiled and went back to her room. She knocked on Lu Bayan's door. "Are you up? What do you want to eat this morning? Your second brother was busy earlier and didn't bring breakfast back. I'll make something for you." There was no response inside. Su Suining wondered, had she not gotten up yet? She called a couple more times, but still no sound. Frowning, she pushed the door open, only to find a room completely empty. Su Suining was very confused. Where had the injured Lu Beiting gone early in the morning? She went around the yard again, stood at the gate for a while, but didn't see Lu Beiting. Since there were two children at home, she couldn't go out to look for her. She puzzled over it, washed up, then waited in her room, planning to wait for Lu Beiting to come back and discuss breakfast. She also had a faint guess in her mind. Early in the morning, Lu Beiting heard Huo Qingshan leave, then she jumped up and went out. She waited at the gate to make sure she didn't disturb Su Suining before leaving confidently. Her injured foot didn't dare to step hard, so she moved slowly. First, she went to the inn in town. If Lu Mei hadn't left, she could only stay there. Lu Beiting was getting angrier the more she thought about it. Those who had bullied her second brother, how dare they still come to disturb their lives? It was because they were too indulgent, making them shameless. Lu Beiting sat opposite the inn's entrance waiting. She guessed Lu Mei probably hadn't left yet. After all, Lu Mei's goal wasn't achieved, so how could she be willing to leave? She waited for over half an hour before seeing Lu Mei come out, accompanied by a man. They didn't seem to know each other, and there was no conversation. After leaving the gate, the man turned right and walked away. Lu Beiting watched them without speaking, guessing they were just guests staying there and didn't know each other. Lu Mei didn't notice Lu Beiting sitting across from her. She headed toward the military office, still planning to find Huo Qingshan again. Huo Qingshan was doing so well now, and the ones who had bullied him felt the worst. They were jealous and worried, jealous of Huo Qingshan's success, worried he might take revenge. But at the same time, they wanted to get some benefits from Huo Qingshan. After all, Huo Qingshan was someone they had watched grow up. Lu Mei walked and pondered how to talk to Huo Qingshan today. She didn't notice someone following behind her. Once she left the town and entered the farmland and hills, she felt someone behind her after crossing A. She wanted to turn around and look, but just as she was about to, she was suddenly pounced on and rolled down the yellowed hillside. Suddenly, a bag was placed over her head, and then she was hit repeatedly in the face. Lu Gaihua couldn't shout or even tell where she was hurt. Because her head was covered, she couldn't see who was hitting her. The person kept hitting her face and then forcefully struck her stomach. Lu Beiting was careful with her strikes. As long as Lu Gaihua wasn't seriously hurt, she wouldn't let her get away unscathed. She wanted her to feel pain for at least 10 days or half a month. Luo Zhendong was driving by and saw a fight happening on the hillside from afar. He vaguely thought it looked like Lu Beiting, so he paid more attention. After closer look, he confirmed it was indeed Lu Beiting. He quickly drove up the hill, stopped by the roadside, and rushed over to pull Lu Beiting away. Seeing her angry little face with fire in her eyes, he didn't say much but signaled her with his eyes to leave quickly. Lu Beiting pushed Lu Gaihua's stomach and shouted in a sharp voice, "You shameless person, if you dare to flirt with my man again, I'll make sure you regret it." Then she stood up, forgetting her injured foot, and stomped the ground. The sharp pain shot through her, making her face scrunch up, and she couldn't help but curse loudly. Luo Zhendong felt a bit helpless. Despite being injured, she still ran out to fight. He bent down and quickly carried her horizontally, then hurried into the car and drove away. Lu Gaihua was beaten with her head covered. After the others left, she struggled to get up, painfully tore off the clothes covering her head, and looked around. She didn't see anyone. There was only a car on the road kicking up dust as it drove away. She was furious and swore loudly, but didn't know who it was. Thinking back, the person who hit her earlier said something. Could they have mistaken her for someone else? She moved slightly, but felt pain all over her body, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly where. She sat on the ground for a while before staggering to her feet. At this point, she knew she couldn't go look for Huo Qingshan anymore. Luo Zhenping drove for a while and, after losing sight of Lu Gaihua, couldn't help but ask Lu Beiting, "Who did you hit?" Covering her head and leaving behind harsh words, she clearly didn't want the other person to recognize her. Lu Beiting confidently snorted and said, "That old witch. She used to bully my second brother too. I definitely won't let her go." Luo Zhenping understood what was going on. A relative of the Huo family? Lu Beiting nodded, shifted slightly in her seat, as she had been so focused on hitting Lu Gaihua that she didn't feel her tailbone hurt. Now, sitting was uncomfortable, and the pain made it hard to sit still. Luo Zhenping saw her small movements and felt a bit helpless. "You're injured. What if you hurt yourself again?" Lu Beiting didn't care. "As long as I can avenge my second brother, I don't feel the pain." "Zhenping, you don't know this, but Lu Gaihua, with her harsh attitude, probably bullied my second brother a lot in the past. Grandpa already sent someone to investigate in Lu Zhenping, and you know what my second brother's life was like before joining the army. His clothes didn't fit well, and he often couldn't get enough to eat. I'm afraid he was beaten a lot when he was young. I only fought back once, and that was already being kind to them." Zhenping suddenly smiled and said, "It seems that's true, but we still need to make sure we're safe first." Lu Beiting responded with a soft then suddenly felt shy, blushing and trying to find a new topic. "Zhenping, where are you going? Am I delaying you?" Zhenping chuckled. "I'm taking someone to the train station late at night. Now I'm heading back to the group headquarters, and I can drop you off on the way." Hearing that it's on the way, Lu Beiting felt relieved and smiled more brightly. "Thank you, Zhenping. If not, I'd have to run back, and my feet would be completely worn out." Zhenping looked helpless. "You know the consequences? Be more careful in the future. Don't be so reckless." Lu Beiting shook her head firmly. "I'm not reckless this time. If I don't go now, Lu Gaihua will leave, and I won't be able to get revenge for my second brother. I originally wanted to go to Lu Zhenping and settle those who bullied my second brother. But my second sister-in-law said that if I keep doing that, I might just get bullied myself." Zhenping was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Lu Beiting to have such impulsive ideas. Finally, he laughed bitterly. "That could backfire, so don't be impulsive. It might cause trouble for your second brother." Lu Beiting pouted. "Anyway, I won't let them go." Zhenping glanced at Lu Beiting from the corner of his eye. The sunlight fell on her face, giving her a golden glow that was warm and made her small face look especially lively. He hesitated for a moment but then looked away. When Su Suining heard the door open, she came out of the house. Zhenping was already helping a stumbling, groaning Lu Beiting into the yard. Seeing her covered in dust, she knew Lu Beiting guessed right. She went over to support Lu Beiting on the other side. "Why didn't you tell me before you went out?" Lu Beiting chuckled. "I saw you were still sleeping, so I didn't want to wake you. I just went for a walk and happened to meet Zhenping, who then brought me back." Su Suining smiled, but didn't expose her. "Next time, tell me before you go out so I won't worry." Lu Beiting happily nodded. "Don't worry, I'll definitely tell you next time." Zhenping saw them off at the door. "Sister-in-law, I'll head back to the group now. I have a meeting in the morning." Su Suining nodded with a smile. After Luo Zhenping left, she looked at Lu Beiting mischievously and said, "You two are making good progress." Lu Beiting looked at Su Suining in surprise. "Second sister-in-law, what are you talking about? How do you know we're making progress?" Su Suining chuckled, reaching out to brush away the dry grass on Lu Beiting's shoulder. "You went to roll in the grass early this morning. Isn't that quick?" Lu Beiting was so shocked her jaw almost dropped. She had heard people talk nonsense before, but never like Su Suining. She quickly shook her head. No, second sister-in-law, that's not what you think. I just went to give Lu Mei a beating and Brother Zhendong happened to pass by, so he gave me a ride home. Su Suining snorted with laughter. Finally telling the truth? And you lied to me about going out for a walk. She helped Lu Beiyan sit on the bed. Change your clothes later. I washed this one for you. You're so brave. Lu Mei looks weak, but she's been working on the farm and has plenty of strength. Plus, you hurt your foot and tailbone. What if she beats you up? What would you do?
Lu Bayan chuck it.
Second sister-in-law, don't worry. I've thought about it. If I had a direct fight with her, I'd definitely lose. That's why I sneaked up on her and covered her head with my pocket, then gave her a good beating. She still doesn't know who hit her. She even practiced what she said to Lu Mei when she left. Su Suining laughed and said, "You really are such a funny girl." Do you think Luo Zhendong would think the same when he hears this? Lu Beiyan paused, then widened her eyes at Su Suining. Second sister-in-law, I forgot. I forgot that Zhendong was there too. I just said it. Oh my, do you think he might overthink? Su Suining poked her forehead. Now you're embarrassed? It's too late.
But
with your personality, Luo Zhendong should like you. I can see his eyes are different when he looks at you. Lu Beiyan felt a bit happy, but also a little shy. Second sister-in-law, don't make me happy. He treats me like a little sister. After all, we grew up in the same big yard. However, Brother Zhendong has always been very outstanding. The first time I saw him, I thought he looked really handsome, so I often like to visit his house. Uncle Luo and Aunt Luo really like me. They said since they don't have a daughter at home, they want me to be their daughter. Speaking of this, she suddenly looked discouraged and hung her head. Who knows, later Lu Beiting married Brother Zhendong.
they
Ended up having such a bad fight and our two families stopped talking to each other. I also feel embarrassed to visit Uncle Luo and Auntie. Su Suining comforted her. Don't think so much.
take it step by step.
When fate comes, everything will turn around. If there's no fate, no matter how hard you try, it's useless. Lu Bayan's eyes brightened. Second sister-in-law, you make a lot of sense. Su Suining affectionately poked Lu Bayan's face and went to get clean clothes for her to change into. Wanting to do laundry, she was quickly stopped by Lu Beiyan. Second sister-in-law, I'll do it. I can wash it later. She held her tightly in her arms, not letting Su Suining touch her. Their second brother treasures his wife so much that he wouldn't even let Su Suining wash the diapers. If second brother knew that second sister-in-law was washing her clothes, he would be heartbroken. Su Suining couldn't argue with Lu Beiyan, and since the children started fussing again, she had no choice but to go see the kids. It was late morning, the weather was warm, and the sun was gentle and not blinding. Su Suining held the children outside in the yard, letting them lie on a simple military cot under the shade of a tree. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light on the children. It wouldn't hurt their eyes, and they could enjoy a little sunbathing. Lu Beiyan also didn't want to stay alone inside, and jumped out to sit beside her. Su Suining felt helpless. You need to lie on your stomach and rest properly. Lu Beiyan, with her injured foot on a stool, smiled. As long as I find the right position, sitting like this isn't tiring at all. Huo Qingshan had been busy these days, but Su Suining didn't know what he was busy with. Since it was military work, she understood well enough that unless Huo Qingshan told her, she couldn't ask. Even if he was busy, Huo Qingshan still arranged for soldiers to bring back meals. They didn't need to cook, so Su Suining and Lu Beiyan had more free time. Lu Beiyan was also a restless person. Once her foot improved, she eagerly took over washing clothes and diapers. Su Suining didn't allow her, but she secretly did it anyway. All she could do was let her, reminding her to rest more. The two children grew quickly with the wind, less than 2 months old, and they had grown a whole circle, chubby and adorable. They also started to make sounds and turn their little heads to look for people. Both Lu Beiyan and Su Suining found this fun. Every day, they played with a wave drum to entertain the children. While playing with the children, Lu Beiyan laughed and said, Second sister-in-law, look at Yang Yang. He seems smarter. Every time I move, he's the first to turn his face. Su Suining nodded and said, He always leads the crying and fussing. Compared to him, Mo is much easier to take care of. As long as Mo is fed well and the diaper is dry, she stays quietly lying down. Yao Yao is different. She starts whining and acting spoiled. If you hold her, she stops crying, but once you put her on the bed, she begins to whimper and want to cry again. Su Suining had heard before that children shouldn't get used to being constantly held, or they will always want to be held and can't be put down. So, she made up her mind not to hold Yao Yao. The little one cried for a while, then whined a bit and quieted down again. She wasn't sure if her firmness worked or if the little one just needed to whimper a little to feel comfortable. Lu Beiting loved grabbing the child's little feet and kept rubbing Momo's feet while saying, "I really want to bite one." Su Suining laughed and said, "Later, your second brother will call the staff to come take some photos. He'll take a picture of you biting Momo's feet as a keepsake, so when Mo grows up, she can see it." When mentioning Huo Qingshan, Lu Beiting looked curious. It feels like second brother hasn't come home for dinner several nights lately. Su Suining also didn't know what Huo Qingshan was busy with. He had been coming home very late these days, usually after she had already fallen asleep. And these past 2 days, taking care of the kids was exhausting. When Huo Qingshan came back, she just said he was home, then turned over and went to sleep again. The only difference was that whenever she sensed Huo Qingshan was back, she could fall asleep very soundly and peacefully. From then on, changing diapers and feeding milk to the children became Huo Qingshan's job. Lu Beiting thought for a moment and said, "October is already busy enough, and it will get busier when it gets colder. The old soldiers are retiring and new recruits are coming for training. Just being able to go home every day is good." Huo Qingshan rarely came home early one day and brought back some meat. As soon as he arrived, he put down his things and hurried to pack up, washing the clothes and diapers the children had changed. Su Suining heard the noise and came out of the room. Seeing Huo Qingshan packing, she quickly went over to stop him. "No need. Once the children are asleep, I'll wash them." After saying that, she noticed she hadn't looked at Huo Qingshan properly these days. He looked much thinner, and there were many red blood vessels under his eyes. Huo Qingshan nodded and said, "It's nothing. Recently, there have been many meetings at night, and there are training sessions during the day, so I haven't had much rest. It will be better in a few days." Su Suining felt worried and said, "Then don't do it. Let me do it." Huo Qingshan didn't agree. He pointed his chin toward the dining table and said, "There are wedding candies in what I brought back. Go and get them." Su Suining felt a bit strange.
Wedding candies?
Whose is this? Huo Qingshan didn't pay much attention. "It's from Qinzheng and Feng Shenhua." Su Suining sighed and quickly lost interest in the wedding candies. Her wedding candies? "I won't eat them. They might give me a toothache." Huo Qingshan couldn't help but laugh. "It's not that serious. The candies were brought back from the city by the chief of staff, and they're pretty good." Su Suining also didn't want to eat but was curious about how Qinzheng and Feng Shenhua suddenly got married. Wasn't it supposed to be at the end of the year? Why did they get married so suddenly? It feels a bit rushed. Huo Qingshan heard a little. Qinzheng's mother was ill, so he wanted to get married early. Su Suining found it hard to believe. So sudden? Did Qinzheng's parents come? Huo Qingshan shook his head. No, they were at the regiment's cafeteria. Qinzheng and Feng Shenhua bowed to thank everyone, and they handed out some wedding candies and peanuts. Then they stayed at the regiment's family housing, the same place we used to live. Su Suining didn't expect the original heroine to give in so easily. It was rare for Huo Qingshan to share so much gossip. "All right, I'll go wash the clothes. You go check on the kids. You haven't spent proper time with them in days. Momo and Yang must be missing you." Huo Qingshan didn't think a baby less than 2 months old would understand missing someone. Seeing Su Suining's insistence, he obediently went inside to see the children. Lu Beiting came back from outside carrying flour and saw Huo Qingshan entering the house. She exclaimed, "My second brother came back pretty early today?" Su Suining nodded. "Yes, it's rare for him to come back early today. Also, Feng Shenhua and Qin Zheng had their wedding at the regiment's office. Lu Beiting sighed. Wow, they got married so quickly? But Feng Shenhua and Qin Zheng do seem quite a good match. The two whispered and discussed Qin Zheng and Feng Shenhua for a while. They were both surprised. Getting married so suddenly was really rushed. After October, the temperature dropped sharply here. In the morning, a layer of frost covered the ground. To keep the children warm, Su Suining started a fire early in the house, making it cozy, and she slept in a bit longer. She also received 2 more packages from Lu Yuanguang. Su Suining felt a bit embarrassed because she had promised to send photos to Lu Yuanguang, but due to Huo Qingshan's busy schedule recently, it kept getting delayed. Looking at the pile of things Lu Yuanguang sent again, she thought she should remind Huo Qingshan and discuss with Lu Beiting. I need to tell your second brother quickly, so someone can come take a photo. Lu Beiting thought it was no rush. No need to hurry. When Momo and Yang turn 100 days old, we can take a photo then. Su Suining even wondered if Huo Qingshan had already forgotten about taking photos, or maybe he never mentioned it at all. Huo Qingshan truly hadn't forgotten about taking photos, but he had been busy lately, attending meetings at night, training during the day, and dispatching squads on missions. His squad still hadn't returned. Huo Qingshan rarely lost his temper, but he decided to discuss it with Lu Zhenping. No, I need to go see for myself. Lu Zhenping looked at him sharply. What are you going to see? If you leave, who will run the team? Qin Zheng. He paused, looking a bit disappointed. He is very capable, but he's too focused on personal gain. He can't handle big responsibilities. So, even if you're transferred away, he won't be able to become the team leader. Huo Qingshan stayed silent. That decision came from higher up, and he couldn't say much. In his mind, Qin Zheng was also not suitable to be the leader of the reconnaissance team. A good team was being turned into a place chasing fame and profit because of him. Lu Zhenping thought for a moment and then said, regarding mission, you should still be responsible for commanding and let Qin Zheng go on the mission. Huo Qingshan frowned. He just joined the team recently and isn't familiar with many people's abilities. Lu Zhenping disagreed. Then he should adapt. Qin Zheng is capable, but he's also a bit ambitious and needs more training. Currently, we're waiting for Qin Zheng to return so he can go on the mission. Huo Qingshan was silent for a moment. Qin Zheng just got married. Lu Zhenping cut him off directly. So, what if he just got married? He still has to go if there's a mission. All right, I understand what you're thinking, but this time, you're not allowed to go. Stay in the team and focus on your duties. Huo Qingshan didn't move, just looked at Lu Zhenping. Lu Zhenping suddenly became alert. The last time Huo Qingshan looked at him like that, he had asked if there were any difficulties. But Huo Qingshan hadn't been polite then, asking for this, that, and finally even a courtyard. Huo Qingshan remained still and silent. Lu Zhenping also stayed cautious, but he couldn't hold back his curiosity about Huo Qingshan. Finally, impatient, he waved his hand. I really give up on you. Just tell me, what do you want now? Huo Qingshan looked honest. I don't want anything, Commander. You're overthinking. Lu Zhenping hesitated, wondering if he was just imagining things. That's all. You can go back now. Huo Qingshan still didn't move. He slowly spoke. I heard there's a publicity officer from the military department who recently studied in the city, and the photos he took are really beautiful. Lu Zhenping was a bit confused. Yes, Li Shuo went to the Magic City for further studies, but he's not just good at taking pretty photos. He's also very talented with writing. Many promotional materials were written by him. He looked puzzled.
Why are you asking about this?
Huo Qingshan didn't reveal his own motives directly. I want him to handle the publicity for our team's upcoming veteran retirement event. Lu Zhenping was surprised. Just a farewell event for veterans, and you need to borrow someone from the division? What about the publicity officer in your team? Huo Qingshan looked serious. Their photos aren't very good. Lu Zhenping almost laughed out loud. Are you choosing a beauty contest? Whether it looks good or not. Just tell me honestly, what do you really want? This time, Huo Qingshan didn't hide his intentions. Later, I might ask Officer Lee to take a family photo for my family and also a full-month photo for my 2 children. Ray Zhenping looked at Huo Qingshan, silent for a moment, then finally laughed. Huo Qingshan, you really have become quite something. You're even thinking of using the army for personal gain. Huo Qingshan felt his reasons were solid. It's just a side thing. I'll pay for the film myself. I won't take a single penny from the army. Ray Zhenping was too tired to argue with him. This honest man was becoming more and more untrustworthy. Maybe all his little tricks were now focused on himself. Finally, he waved with a mix of anger and amusement.
All right.
I'll tell Officer Lee later. Sunday is our day off. I'll ask him to come to your house to take a family photo. After all, your 2 sons are also young soldiers in our division, and they're good material. Huo Qingshan was satisfied. After leaving the division headquarters, he first went to his team. He happened to meet Qin Zheng, who had just returned from visiting his family. This time, Qin Zheng brought Feng Shenhua back with him. Originally, he planned to leave Feng Shenhua at home to take care of his sick mother. But Feng Shenhua refused, so they had to come back together. Qin Zheng looked unhappy. When he saw Huo Qingshan, he nodded lightly. Huo Qingshan was surprised that Qin Zheng had come back early. Just to take leave? Come to my office. I have something to talk to you about. As Qin Zheng followed Huo Qingshan to the office, a soldier hurried over. Quick, sister-in-law is in trouble. The soldier only realized he hadn't explained clearly and quickly looked at Qin Zheng. Vice Regiment Commander, she is your sister-in-law. She was injured by falling stones while saving someone. Qin Zheng was surprised and hurriedly went outside. What's going on? Huo Qingshan heard that Feng Shenhua was hurt and didn't feel as worried. But since she was a family member of the regiment and was injured while saving someone, he still wanted to go see her. Feng Shenhua was injured in the town and was taken to the local hospital nearby. Huo Qingshan and Qin Zheng arrived at the town hospital. Feng Shenhua was already sitting in a simple ward, with bandages wrapped around her head. In the middle of the ward, there was a small stove and along the wall a row of beds, at least 7 or 8, but now only Feng Shenhua was a patient. Feng Shenhua was holding her young son nearby, watching over her. When Feng Shenhua saw Qin Zheng and Huo Qingshan, her expression looked a bit pitiful. Qin Zheng saw she was conscious and relaxed a little. How did you get hurt? Feng Shenhua looked at Huo Qingshan and whispered, We went to the village to see if we could find some eggs. On the way back, near the mountain, a stone fell. Shenhua pushed a passerby out of the way and was hit on the head. Qin Zheng looked suspicious and asked Feng Shenhua, Falling stones from the mountain? Feng Shenhua nodded. Yes, Shenhua was lucky. She was hit by a small stone about the size of an egg. If a bigger stone had fallen, her head might have been seriously injured. Qin Zheng frowned and turned to Huo Qingshan. There's nothing serious here, Commander. You can go back first. Huo Qingshan saw that Feng Shenhua's injury wasn't serious and nodded slightly. He also reminded Qin Zheng, check the road near the mountain. Report to the headquarters. Maybe engineering troops can come fix it. It's about to snow, so we should prevent more danger. Qin Zheng responded and saw Huo Qingshan out. Feng Shenhua glared at Feng Shenhua. How are you going to explain this? You got hurt in a conflict, but you insist it was falling stones from the mountain? Huo Qingshan wants to send people to repair the road. Why bother fixing it? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. You really can't change your ways. When the truth comes out, how will you and Qin Zheng get along? Feng Shenhua was very confident. Sister, don't worry. It won't happen. Just give your testimony. As for the passerby we saved, we don't even know them, they left already. The road near the mountain has had many falling stones before, so this incident isn't unusual. Feng Shenhua had no idea what she was planning. You should live your life peacefully. Don't cause trouble. Feng Shenhua remained silent. She now had her own ideas. She was already married to Qin Zheng and still wanted to find a way to change her fate. She knew that in just over a year, the college entrance exam would be held again. She had little education and, in her past life, she didn't like studying and couldn't read many words. She had even less interest in studying now. but she could think of a plan. What if, before the exam, she managed to get a recommendation to attend university? As long as she spent 2 years in college, she would be placed in a good job afterward. Wouldn't that improve her social status? Huo Qingshan naturally didn't know Feng Shuanhua's little plan, but her forehead injury clearly wasn't caused by falling rocks. In that high place they spoke of, even a large stone the size of an egg could have caused a fatal head injury. It was life-threatening. Clearly, Feng Shuanhua and the others didn't have this kind of knowledge, so they weren't at all guilty about lying. As for why Feng Shuanhua lied, Huo Qingshan wasn't interested in knowing. He only reminded Qinzheng to go to the military engineering unit to repair the mountain road. Qinzheng, being so clever, would surely understand his intention. Huo Qingshan gave a few instructions outside the hospital before leaving. Back home, he tidied up the clean diapers he had taken from the bed and told Su Suining about Feng Shuanhua's injury. Lu Beiting was originally sweeping outside the room. Hearing Huo Qingshan, she came in out of curiosity.
What?
Feng Shuanhua acted bravely? And she got hurt? Can she really be brave? Su Suining also found it hard to believe, but she was happier that Huo Qingshan was willing to come back and talk about it now. She smiled and said, if she's lying, she must have a purpose. We'll find out in a few days. Recently, Lu Beiting had been reading and studying a lot of specialized books, so she was very interested in Feng Shuanhua's situation. I think her injury doesn't quite add up. No one saw it happen, and it doesn't seem serious. Was she rescued? Did she make it up herself, or did she leave after getting hurt? She can't even explain clearly. Su Suining made a surprised sound. Lu Beiting, you're quite something. Your logical thinking has improved a lot with your recent studies. Lu Beiting proudly lifted her chin. It's okay. Huo Qingshan knew Lu Beiting was secretly studying law books, which Su Suining supported. Seeing the two discuss, he reminded them, when you go out, don't talk about these things casually. Lu Beiting saluted Huo Qingshan with a smile. Second brother, don't worry. I'll be careful when I go out.
I know what to say, and what not to say.
Huo Qingshan also told Su Suining that in a few days, the propaganda officer from the military headquarters would come to their home to take a family photo. Su Suining was very happy. We must dress up nicely then, and dress our Yang and Mo in the best clothes. She felt a slight regret, thinking that even the nicest clothes would only appear in black and white photos. Lu Beiting was also very enthusiastic. I want to take a picture with my 2 nephews too. Also, I want to take a family photo with you all. I haven't taken a photo in many years. Su Suining happily nodded. Sure, let's take it together. She was already planning to take several photos, including one with Huo Qingshan. While they were chatting happily, 2 little kids started whining, and Huo Qingshan hurriedly went to take care of them. On the day of the photo shoot, the first heavy snow of winter fell. The wind blew snowflakes everywhere, flying through the air. Early in the morning, Su Suining changed the kids into new clothes and brought out new hats to wear for the photos. She and Lu Beiting also changed into new clothes and waited at home for Huo Qingshan and the propaganda officer to come back for the photos. Lu Beiting looked out the window, watching the small yard covered in white snow, with snowflakes flying all around, connecting the sky and earth into a white world. She was a little worried. Second sister-in-law, with such heavy snow, do you think they won't come? Su Suining smiled. No, they might be a bit late. My second brother always keeps his promises. And the headquarters is not far away, so they could come after the snow stops. Don't worry, we can take the photos in the afternoon or even tomorrow if needed. Lu Beiting tugged at her new cotton coat. Second sister-in-law, do I really look good in this red? Does it seem a bit strange? I haven't worn such a bright red before. Su Suining nodded confidently. You look great.
Trust my taste.
The color and style I chose for you make you even more beautiful when you wear it. Lu Beiting felt a little shy from the compliment and turned her head to look out the window again. She saw Huo Qingshan pushing open the door against the wind and snow, then turning around to close the door behind him. There was no propaganda officer with him. She exclaimed, Second brother came back alone? Su Suining was also surprised, looked over, and indeed saw that it was only Huo Qingshan. After entering, Huo Qingshan brushed off the snow from his clothes and took off his military coat while saying, Li Shua is interviewing Feng Shenhua in the regiment. He will come over after lunch. Lu Beiting was shocked. Interview? About her, that useless thing of saving people? Don't they know the truth? Why are they interviewing her? Su Suining was surprised. After the interview, will it be published in the newspaper? Huo Qingshan nodded. Yes, maybe even in the Northwest Military District newspaper. The impact would be quite significant. Lu Beiting exclaimed. If Feng Shenhua makes it into the newspaper, she could gain many benefits in the future. Maybe later, we can organize something to learn from her, like being a model military wife, a heroine, or similar titles. With a few more titles, she could get a good job. She sneered. She really knows how to plan ahead. Su Suining was also surprised. Had Feng Shenhua suddenly become so clever? If she was really so smart, why would she have done such foolish and ridiculous things after rebirth? Her step-by-step plans clearly didn't seem like something Feng Shenhua could come up with. Did Qinzheng help her come up with the idea? Huo Qingshan shook his head. Qinzheng left on a mission a couple of days ago. It wasn't him. Although he hadn't worked with Qinzheng for long, Huo Qingshan knew him well. Qinzheng was ambitious and always thought about personal gain. Even in marriage, he prioritized his own interests. He would plan carefully for his future, but he wouldn't think much about Feng Shenhua. He definitely wouldn't want Feng Shenhua to go out and work. He just wanted her to stay obedient and take care of the family. So, this plan definitely wasn't Qinzheng's idea. Su Suining muttered. So Feng Shenhua is actually smart now? Forget it, I won't bother with her. It's snowing so heavily. Let's make hot pot instead. Lu Beiting agreed. Sounds good, but we're out of meat at home. Su Suining thought for a moment. There's still that lamb spine. We can cut it up and boil it for broth. Just dip tofu, cabbage, and radish in the meat soup. Yesterday, she and Lu Beiting went to the service station and happened to find some lamb meat for sale. They went late, so only the lamb spine was left, just a piece of the sheep's backbone, which many people dislike because it's mostly bones. Su Suining looked at it. The meat on it wasn't very cleanly shaved. She bought it anyway, not sure how to cook it, and hung it in the small storage room to freeze. Lu Beiting suddenly remembered. Great idea. That sounds delicious. I'll go prepare now. She got up, changed into new clothes, grabbed an axe, and headed to the storage room. Su Suining watched her lively and eager figure, smiling. She's so adorable. I think Luo Zhenping doesn't deserve her. Huo Qingshan glanced at Su Suining. Don't talk nonsense. They sat by the fire wall, warming their hands and shaking off the coolness. Then, they went to see the children. The children were sleeping on the warm Kong in the inner room. Su Suining, Lu Beiting, and Huo Qingshan sat outside by the stove, eating hot pot. Su Suining first braised the lamb spine, then added water and started to cook vegetables. There was sesame paste, sesame oil, and the chive flour sauce sent by the neighbor. The side dishes were also ready. Just as everyone was enjoying the meal, someone knocked on the door, and then it was pushed open. Huo Qingshan got up, washed his hands, and went out. It was Li Shua, the publicity officer. He was a bit surprised, but still brought the person inside. Su Suining saw that the visitor was a clean, polite young man wearing glasses. Although she didn't know him, the camera bag on his shoulder made her guess who he was. Li Shua entered the house and awkwardly apologized to Su Suining, saying, Sister-in-law, sorry about this. I was supposed to come in the morning, but I got delayed with work. I finished quickly and rushed over, but I didn't expect to arrive right at mealtime. He had avoided the usual mealtime of the team. Who would have thought that Huo Qingshan and the others would eat so late? It was a bit embarrassing. Su Suining quickly stood up and said, It's our fault. With so much snow, we shouldn't have asked you to come. It's okay, if we don't shoot today. We can do it tomorrow. We don't want to delay your work. She also hurriedly invited Li Shua to sit and eat with them. It's cold, so we're having hot pot. You came at the right time. Join us for a bit. Li Shua quickly waved his hand and said, No. I already ate at the team's place. Sister-in-law, you all eat first. I'll sit nearby and wait a little. Su Suining didn't want Li Shua to wait, so she decided not to eat and said, I'll go see if the kids are awake. You can start taking photos first. She went with Lu Beiting to change clothes in the main bedroom. Huo Qingshan watched Li Shua fiddling with his camera and casually asked who arranged this project. Li Shua knew that Huo Qingshan was asking about Feng Xuanhua's matter. He shook his head and said, I don't know. This morning, the director said that higher-ups knew about this and hoped to promote it widely as a good example. He also mentioned that recently, the work of military wives has been somewhat lax and their education and thoughts vary. So, they want to improve the military wives' awareness through this learning and education. Huo Qingshan frowned, not convinced that Feng Xuanhua's case was enough to become a model for the Northwest Military District. In fact, it seemed a bit exaggerated. Did you report this in detail? Li Shua smiled awkwardly and said, Captain Huo, you also read the newspapers often. A lot of the content is probably exaggerated compared to the real situation. Huo Qingshan nodded and said, Thanks for your trouble. Li Shua smiled and replied, It's what I should do. He thought Huo Qingshan wanted to make the report more dramatic. After all, it was also a matter of the reconnaissance team's honor. Su Suining and Lu Beiting changed clothes and came over. The little ones woke up, so first she took group photos of the three of them, then individual shots. No special background was needed, just hang a dark cloth on the wall. In front, place 2 chairs, standing or sitting is fine. When taking photos, Su Suining saw that Huo Qingshan sat properly. She smiled, reaching out to hold his arm, refusing to let him move. She tilted her head and leaned on his shoulder, smiling brightly. Huo Qingshan struggled a bit, but didn't move, so he let her lean on him. His eyes unconsciously showed a smile. Li Shua was a bit surprised. He had never seen this strict team leader smile before. He quickly pressed the shutter to capture this precious, warm moment. After they finished, the 2 little ones were still sleeping. Su Suining went over to wake them. The children hadn't slept well and cried with small open mouths. Li Shua found it funny and took 2 more photos of the children crying. He comforted them with milk powder. The children calmed down, and they successfully took a few family photos. Su Suining knew how precious film was, so she didn't feel like taking many more pictures. When Li Shua was leaving, he still asked, when will the photos be developed? Knowing she was anxious, he smiled and said, Sister-in-law, very soon. The headquarters has a darkroom, so you can develop the photos yourself. Once this roll of film is used up, it can be developed immediately. Su Suining felt relieved and asked Huo Qingshan to see Li Shua out. She and Lu Beiting put the pot back on the stove, preparing to continue cooking hot pot. Huo Qingshan saw Li Shua out the door, and then a soldier ran over from the commander's side. Huo Tunzhong, the commander wants you to come, there's an urgent meeting. Huo Qingshan didn't have time to tell Su Suining and didn't even put on his military coat. He followed the soldier quickly to the headquarters, feeling uneasy. An urgent meeting at this time probably meant something went wrong with Xingjia's mission. When Huo Qingshan saw the commander, Lu Zhenping's first words were that there was a problem inside and Xingjia's mission had failed. Huo Qingshan was surprised. Were there any casualties? Compared to the mission failure, he was more concerned about the soldiers who went out, whether they were hurt. Lu Zhenping shook his head. No casualties, but they were exposed and the enemy escaped. It will be much harder to catch them next time. We've already handed the mission over to the armed police. It was still quite regretful. It was supposed to be foolproof. So how did it fail? There must be a problem inside. Minister Dong is coming soon. Whatever the reason, we must handle this before he arrives. Nothing should go wrong while the leader is here. I also discussed with Huo Qingshan the main reason for this mission's failure. Su Suining and Lu Beiting waited for a long time, but didn't see Huo Qingshan return. Why did it take so long to send Li Shua? Su Suining, wrapped in a cotton coat, looked around the gate. The wind was blowing snow everywhere, making it hard to see far. She walked a bit further but still didn't see Huo Qingshan or Li Shua. Where could they have gone? The snow and wind were too strong. After standing for a while feeling cold, Su Suining hurried back inside. Probably went to the group for something. Let's keep eating, she guessed. She thought that since they left so quickly, it was probably because someone came to call them and there was an emergency. Lu Beiting also knew Huo Qingshan's work well and, being curious, discussed with Su Suining, second sister-in-law. Why do you think Feng Shenhua suddenly became so smart? Don't you think her actions from getting hurt to reporting seem like a plan? Su Suining agreed. I also think someone is helping her. When Officer Li was here earlier, I didn't dare tell Huo Qingshan because I didn't want Li Shua to think we were jealous. Lu Beiting nodded repeatedly. That's what I think too. With her simple mind, if something happened, she would just drink pesticide. How could she be so clever? But who could that be? Su Suining couldn't figure it out, and Lu Beiting couldn't either. Feng Shenhua was feeling a bit happy now. She thought about how she could report to the newspaper after the interview, especially to a well-known newspaper in the Northwest Military District. She couldn't help feeling proud. Today, she even wore a red cotton coat, tied a red scarf, and had 2 dark braids draped over her chest. However, Feng Shenhua felt uneasy. The lie was growing bigger and bigger. Even in front of her husband, Yan Jianzhong, she didn't dare tell the truth. After Yan Jianzhong sent away the publicity officer, Feng Shenhua frowned and looked at Feng Shenhua. Aren't you afraid of being found out? Have you thought about this? If we keep lying, we will have to keep lying forever. Feng Shenhua didn't care, sister. Even if everyone finds out it's fake later, the newspaper has already reported it. Will the leaders admit they made a mistake? Of course not. They will go along with this mistake. Plus, sister, if I establish this character, my brother-in-law probably won't need to transfer jobs. He can stay for a few more years without problem. What if Su Suining comes back to life? What can she do besides having children? Feng Shenhua still felt uneasy. You should stay low-key for now. Although what you said makes sense, I still worry about causing trouble. How did you come up with such a good plan? Feng Shenhua's expression looked a bit unnatural as she turned her head to the side. I thought of this myself, sister. Don't overthink it. The photos are already taken, and Officer Li will write the report when he goes back. It will be in the newspaper in a few days. By then, I will definitely be seen as a role model and promoted everywhere. Maybe I'll even have to give a report. Thinking about it, she felt proud and hoped she could get into a university. Isn't that more respectable than just attending one? It would be very impressive. With her current status, it would benefit Qingzheng and her brother-in-law too. Huo Qingshan didn't come back until evening. The snow outside had lessened but hadn't stopped. He didn't enter the house right away. Instead, he grabbed a broom and started sweeping the snow in the yard. Su Suining called through the window, "Come inside and warm up first. Wait until the snow stops before sweeping the yard." Huo Qingshan responded, but he still finished sweeping the yard before coming inside. Su Suining held a broom and gently brushed the snow off Huo Qingshan's shoulders. I thought you had an urgent task. Huo Qingshan nodded. The commander asked me to come and discuss something. Su Suining continued sweeping his back. Let me tell you, if Feng Shenhua's story gets reported and it turns out to be false later, will our group be embarrassed? Huo Qingshan stayed silent. He had other thoughts but couldn't explain them to Su Suining. She kept talking, with her kind of mind. How could she save someone? And if your group didn't report it, how would the military district know? This whole thing seems suspicious. Besides, who did she save? How did she do it? And her injuries are so minor, such light injuries, and they're making such a big fuss? Something's not right here. After she finished speaking, Huo Qingshan took the broom from her hand and swept the snow off his shoulders again. If she's planning something against the reconnaissance team, the consequences could be serious. Not only her, but Qingzheng and Yan Jianzhong could also be involved. Su Suining was surprised. Really that serious? Huo Qingshan nodded. This is the army, not a child's game. She frowned and remained silent, knowing that many childhood heroes she learned about later turned out to be just a facade. She was worried Feng Shenhua might be using this, especially since now people only get information from newspapers. Who knows what's true or false? Huo Qingshan patted her shoulder. Don't worry too much. I have arrangements. Su Suining still looked uneasy. Anyway, she can't be allowed to succeed. If she overturns this, it will be very difficult. Huo Qingshan became busy again because the leaders were coming to the grassroots level and also because there were internal problems. After the snow, the weather was cold and dry. Su Suining and Lu Beiting decided not to go out, staying at home to watch the children every day. One was reading a book about law, and the other was reading a book about traditional Chinese medicine. Lu Beiting admired Su Suining very much. Second sister-in-law, you're so serious about reading. You've made so many notes and annotations. Su Suining smiled. I can't help it. I'm not a professional, so I just write down what I don't understand and plan to ask Teacher Hua later. Plus, the more I read, the better I understand the meaning inside. She now regrets not being able to ask Teacher Hua questions whenever she has them, as she has a lot of doubts. She kept reading the book over and over, almost memorizing it. Lu Beiting was influenced. Second sister-in-law, I want to do the same. Take notes and write down what I don't understand. Repeated reading will help me understand. Su Suining nodded repeatedly. Exactly. We don't have a teacher now, so we have to rely on ourselves. We're not geniuses. If we could remember everything after one read, we just need to read it a few times. Better to be a slow bird that flies early. Lu Beiting laughed. Second sister-in-law, you're not slow at all. You're very smart. After chatting, the two of them each picked up their books and studied seriously. Before long, the loudspeaker outside kept calling. Su Suining listened carefully for a while. Because the speaker had an accent, she didn't catch what was being said and turned to Lu Beiting. What are they saying through the loudspeaker? Lu Beiting also listened carefully. It seems like they're announcing something to be distributed. Su Suining was surprised. You're watching the children at home? I'll go see. Maybe they're giving out cabbage? Recently, the weather had been bad, and winter vegetables hadn't been distributed yet. Su Suining put on her cotton coat, packed her ration tickets, wrapped a scarf around her neck, and went out. When Su Suining arrived at the service station, there were already many people gathered outside. There was also a military truck loaded with a truckload of cabbage, confirming it was the winter vegetable distribution. Some family members saw Su Suining and greeted her with a smile. Sister-in-law, why didn't you bring a cart? Each family gets 200 jin. How will you carry it all home? Su Suining was surprised. So much? I thought each family only got a few dozen jin. Few dozen jin isn't enough. We also need to make pickled vegetables. We rely on these cabbages and radishes for the whole winter. She looked at the line, which was still quite long. Since her family didn't have a cart, she decided to borrow one from the kitchen staff at the back. To go to the cooking team, I need to go around the family housing area. It has just snowed these past few days, so the road is a bit difficult to walk on. Su Suining walks a little slowly. Just as she turns a corner, she bumps into Feng Shenhua. Feng Shenhua clearly didn't expect to meet Su Suining and looks startled. Her expression stiffens in fear. Su Suining looks at Feng Shenhua with suspicion. No one else is around her. Why would she be so scared to see herself? Not planning to pay her any attention, Su Suining tries to go around her. But Feng Shenhua steps in front of her quickly and stops her. Older sister-in-law, Feng Shenhua says hesitantly. Su Suining stops and looks at her calmly. Feng Shenhua meets her gaze, and the words she wants to say get stuck in her throat. Su Suining is very patient and just watches quietly. Since Feng Shenhua doesn't speak, she doesn't either. Feng Shenhua grits her teeth and finally asks what she's been holding back. Have you also been reborn? Su Suining blinks in surprise, looking at Feng Shenhua. What do you mean? Reborn? What does that mean? Feng Shenhua sees Su Suining's innocent look and doesn't believe she can really not understand. I know you definitely came back to life because you died giving birth last time, and you wouldn't have fallen for Huo Qingshan. You must know that Huo Qingshan can become a high official someday, so you're willing to live a good life with him. That's why. You didn't die this time. Su Suining steps back in shock. Are you crazy?
What are you talking about?
Reborn? Are you out of your mind? Talking about ghosts and spirits. Feng Shenhua moves closer again and asks sharply, "Stop pretending. You must know everything. You came back to life, and I did too." Su Suining looks at her as if she's seeing a ghost. "Are you nuts?" She turns to walk away, but is grabbed by the arm by Feng Shenhua. Su Suining doesn't hold back and yells, "Feng Shenhua, what nonsense are you talking? How can someone be reborn? Are you possessed by something?" Her voice is loud enough for a few passers-by to hear and look over. Feng Shenhua's face turns red. She quickly lets go, afraid to admit to everyone that she believes in superstitions. She hurriedly explains, "Older sister-in-law, you must have heard wrong.
I didn't say anything."
Su Suining smiles softly and looks at Feng Shenhua. Her voice is very quiet, so quiet that only Feng Shenhua can hear. "Is your newspaper not out yet? If you keep spreading superstitions, no matter how talented you are, you won't be able to save yourself." She gently patted Feng Shenhua's shoulder and said, "This is a bit old-fashioned. I'll help you dust it off. By the way, you should focus on your own life and not watch me all the time. I am a very cautious person." Feng Shenhua suddenly froze, remembering that her report still hadn't been published. If something went wrong, her plan would be ruined. Su Suining smiled at her again and walked away to borrow a cart. Feng Shenhua watched Su Suining's distant figure, feeling her blood freeze. Why did she have to be so reckless and question whether Su Suining was reborn? Now, she had given her another reason for suspicion, and Su Suining might tell others. The more Feng Shenhua thought about it, the more she wanted to slap herself. She didn't know why, but whenever she saw Su Suining, her mind felt out of control. Of course, Su Suining would tell others and exaggerate the story. She went twice to bring back cabbage and radishes. Since she couldn't store them alone in the cellar, she left them by the entrance, waiting for Huo Qingshan to return and deal with them. After returning the cart, she changed her clothes quickly, ignoring the children, and immediately looked for paper. Sitting at the small table on the Kong, she started writing a letter. Lu Bayan watched her busy and was curious. "What are you writing? Why are you in such a hurry?" Su Suining said firmly, "A report letter." Lu Bayan was shocked. "A report letter? Whose? Why are you reporting?" Su Suining put down her pen and whispered to Lu Beiting, "Feng Shenhua. Today, she saw me and said some superstitious things. I want to report her for spreading superstition and evil spirits." Lu Beiting was surprised. What happened? Su Suining looked mysterious. Feng Shenhua said she was reborn and knew about her past life. She also said I died during childbirth. Lu Beiting stared in shock. "Nonsense. Is she crazy? She just died. Second sister-in-law, you need to write quickly. Reporting her is for her own good.
Her thoughts are very problematic."
"We're only doing this to help her."
Su Suining nodded repeatedly. "Exactly.
"I also think so. I was very loud at the time and a few people heard me." She chuckled to herself. Now, as long as she said the wrong thing, there would be no investigation. Just reporting was enough to hold on to her. When Huo Qingshan returned, Lu Beiting went to cook. While waiting for Huo Qingshan to hold the baby, Su Suining repeated Feng Shenhua's words to him. Huo Qingshan naturally didn't believe her. "Is she crazy? You don't need to pay attention to her. If she says anything else, just report her." Su Suining patted the letter on the Kong table. "I've finished writing it. I'll submit it tomorrow." Huo Qingshan said nothing, hugged his eldest son, then his younger son, and tidied up the kids' small socks. The two little ones, just over 2 months old, had lively little feet, kicking and squirming whenever they were awake. The socks couldn't stay on their tiny feet at all. Su Suining thought for a moment. Feng Shenhua also said that in her past life, I died giving birth, and then she married you. You two lived happily together. So, in this life, she was reborn just to get her life back. Huo Qingshan was a bit surprised. How could that be true about Feng Shenhua? Su Suining pursed her lips. "It makes me feel so bad. She even said I was supposed to die, and that I surviving was taking her happiness away. She described everything so vividly. Maybe it's true." Huo Qingshan couldn't listen anymore. He reached out. "Where's the report letter?" I'll submit it tomorrow. Su Suining was surprised. She had only spoken casually, yet Huo Qingshan wanted to personally hand in the report? Still, she obediently folded the letter and handed it to him. You should submit it anonymously, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Huo Qingshan didn't say anything. Everyone was already pushing at her face, and he still wanted to submit anonymously? Just then, the article was still suppressed and not published yet. Now, he had an extra name. Feng Shenhua wanted to get on the newspaper, but it wasn't that easy. Seeing that Huo Qingshan remained silent, Su Suining pocketed the report letter, chuckled, and reached out to hold his arm. When Feng Shenhua said that a few family members from the yard were passing by, we can have them testify later. Even if they didn't hear what the two of them said at that moment, in such situations, everyone would want to clear their own name. No one would actually testify for Feng Shenhua. Then, she could be branded as feudal. Let her ruin herself. Huo Qingshan looked at Su Suining's cunning smile and had a bold guess in his mind. Maybe everything Feng Shenhua said was true.
But
Su Suining was not just Su Suining. After experiencing what Su Suining went through, Huo Qingshan could quickly accept that Feng Shenhua was supposedly reborn. However, he didn't believe that Su Suining was also reborn. She must have been someone else. Earlier, Su Suining had muttered a sentence that was correct. Even if a person is reborn, they might learn from past failures, but their personality and way of thinking wouldn't change. Like Feng Shenhua, she probably had little foresight in her past life. After rebirth, she still managed to ruin her good opportunities. She clearly knew the conditions for the future, but chose to walk the path of self-destruction, going further and further down it. Huo Qingshan did not actually submit the report letter written by Su Suining, but instead wrote his own. He didn't want to involve Su Suining in this matter to avoid unnecessary trouble for her. If an investigation was needed, just investigate him. Because of Huo Qingshan's report, Feng Shenhua's side was suppressed before it could be published. Lu Zhenping was even angrier. What's going on with Yan Jianzhang's sister-in-law? Yan Jianzhang is a political officer, and he can't even educate his sister-in-law's thoughts? And Qinzheng, when he returns, I'll talk to him properly and tell him to keep an eye on Feng Shenhua's words. Huo Qingshan felt that although the commander was angry and furious, he still handled the matter with a somewhat high and light attitude, not giving Feng Shenhua any serious punishment. He was naturally dissatisfied. Feng Shenhua was supposed to be a role model, praised across the army. But now she made such a mistake at this critical time, making people doubt whether her act of saving someone was genuine. Lu Zhenping was silent for a moment. I understand what you mean, but look, Yan Jianzhang and Qinzheng are doing well now. If Feng Shenhua is punished, it might also affect them. But Huo Qingshan clung to this issue. Feng Shenhua's current state might be the result of their tolerance. Many small problems, if not dealt with promptly, could become big issues later. And Feng Shenhua, she previously made a mistake by attempting to hide her suicide attempt with Pesticide. Now she's made such a serious mistake again. If this kind of leniency continues, everyone will follow her example. What will the family compound become? A marketplace? Lu Zhenping opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond to Huo Qingshan at that moment. Although Huo Qingshan's words carried some personal grudges, they were not wrong. The family compound was not like a local family area. If chaos and these incidents spread, it would damage the army's reputation. Finally, he waved his hand. All right, I'll discuss this with the division leaders and see how to handle it. Huo Qingshan was satisfied. He knew Lu Zhenping's temper. Once he loosened up, he would immediately deal with the matter and give him a satisfactory answer. The decision was made quickly. Yan Jianzhang's role as political commissar was suspended for a month, and he would first handle his family affairs. After Qinzheng returned, he took a month to rest and encouraged Feng Shenhua to focus on studying culture, not to be influenced by superstitions. As for Feng Shenhua, although she wasn't punished, any blame for the two men's issues would be placed on her. Yan Jianzhang received a disciplinary notice from the military headquarters and was publicly criticized, so he returned home with a dark face. He was already planning to leave the army soon, and this new punishment made his departure even quicker. Plus, this veteran's retirement was a crucial month for training new soldiers. Yan Jianzhong stormed into the house, scowling, and immediately started yelling at Feng Chunhua. That sister of yours will end up ruining us all. I ask you honestly, does Feng Chunhua have any hope of saving people? Feng Chunhua shivered in fear. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? It's already been reported, and it's going to be in the newspapers. Yan Jianzhong angrily threw his coat onto the small bed. Forget about that. She was openly reported by Huo Qingshan for practicing superstitions at the headquarters, and she even told Huo Qingshan's wife that she was reborn and knew about her past life. This scared Xiao Su so much that she started running a fever that night. Is Feng Chunhua mentally ill? Feng Chunhua opened her mouth, but didn't expect Feng Chunhua to go and tell Su Suining about this. She had previously warned her strictly that no matter if Su Suining was reborn or not, Feng Chunhua must not reveal her own rebirth. She also told her not to ask Su Suining about it, as it would give others a handle against them. Yet Feng Chunhua, being clever, had promised to keep quiet but still went ahead. She stubbornly denied it. How is that possible? Rebirth? Past life? Chunhua couldn't possibly know about that. Maybe it's just the cold weather making her feverish and talking nonsense. Yan Jianzhong's face darkened. If she has a fever, she should stay at home. Instead, she runs around talking nonsense. Now look at us, both Qinzheng and I are forced to rest because of this. The good part is that later, we managed to persuade the family to accept it, but in reality, it just halted our work. Do you realize that Minister Dong is coming soon? If he looks favorably on us, we could transfer to the provincial capital. But now we're both at home resting, and we can't even meet anyone. How can we get transferred? Feng Chunhua, hearing this, was terrified that her husband's future was at stake. Her face turned pale. What should we do? Maybe I should let Chunhua talk and admit her mistake herself. Then it won't be our fault. Yan Jianzhong closed his eyes briefly. Will that help? The punishment has already been issued. And why did she go and provoke Su Suining? She's just living her own life. What does that have to do with her? There is also Huo Qingshan. When she provoked Su Suining, she never thought about how much Huo Qingshan now cares about his wife. Everyone in the group says that Huo Qingshan is now a devoted husband, protecting his wife fiercely. Huo Qingshan is also considered a treasure by the commanding officer and is a favorite in the military district, not to mention his connections with the Lu family. Getting more and more angry, she stormed into the inner room, slammed the door, and lay down, refusing to speak to Feng Chunhua anymore. Yan Jianzhong now feels that Huo Qingshan was right to insist on finding a cultured wife. At least, they wouldn't have such trouble communicating over big issues. Feng Chunhua was frightened by her husband's state. They had been married for many years, and although they often argued and didn't say much, she had never seen Yan Jianzhong like this before. She stood in the room for a while, then called her two older sons to watch over their younger brother. She went to find Feng Chunhua. Feng Chunhua was still waiting to report to the newspaper. She had just received yesterday's paper, but her story wasn't in it. She felt uneasy. Yesterday afternoon, she had offended Su Suining again. Could she be planning to retaliate? While she was pondering, Feng Chunhua entered and started scolding Feng Chunhua loudly. Feng Chunhua was shocked to hear that Huo Qingshan had personally reported her. Her face lost all color. Huo Qingshan actually reported me?
Why?
Feng Chunhua was really annoyed with Feng Chunhua's stupidity.
Why?
The things you said. Anyone would report you. Now, with the crackdown on old customs, they can arrest you just for one sentence. You know that, right? If it weren't for your brother-in-law and Qinzheng, you'd be taken away now. Where's your brain? You're supposed to be reborn. Don't you understand the risks? If you keep doing this, you deserve the bad life you had in your past. Thinking about it made her furious. I told you to stop being so clever. Now, not only have you harmed Qinzheng, but you've also endangered your brother-in-law. You really are. She wanted to curse her own sister, but couldn't find the right words. Feng Chunhua's mind was also in chaos. She didn't expect Su Suining to be so petty. She also didn't expect Huo Qingshan to go this far for Su Suining. Feeling somewhat unwilling, she said, I'm going to find Huo Qingshan. I have something to say to him. Feng Chunhua couldn't stop Feng Shenhua at all. Feng Shenhua put on a cotton coat and hurried to the group to find Huo Qingshan. She had made up her mind. Even if Huo Qingshan thought she was crazy, she had to clarify that she was reborn. Su Suining had died last time. This was her real experience. She wasn't making it up. When she went to see Huo Qingshan, he had just returned from the training ground. He glanced at Feng Shenhua, understanding what she wanted to say. Not wanting others to overhear, especially since it involved Su Suining, he took Feng Shenhua to the office. Before closing the door, he also asked the guard to stand nearby and not to be disturbed. Huo Qingshan sat down and looked at Feng Shenhua. What do you want to say?
Just tell me.
He was sitting, but he looked up at her. Feng Shenhua felt an invisible pressure, making her afraid to breathe too hard. It was even hard for her to speak. Huo Qingshan's sharp gaze fixed on her, but he said nothing, just waiting for her to speak. After holding back for a long time, Feng Shenhua finally struggled to speak. Brother Huo. Call me Captain Huo. He interrupted coldly, frowning with displeasure, clearly not wanting to get involved with her. Feng Shenhua's eyes reddened, looking a bit pitiful. I know what I'm saying sounds crazy, but it really happened. If you don't believe me, I can tell you a few big things. Maybe you'll see if they come true. Oh, and before that, do you remember? The time when my sister-in-law was injured and hospitalized in the city. When you went to pick her up, I told you that you had injuries on your body. That was from the past life. My sister told me that when you brought her back, you were still badly hurt. In the past life, my sister-in-law died during childbirth. You were single with a child. Later, you got promoted and moved to Beijing. Huo Qingshan frowned slightly, looking at Feng Shenhua as if he was thinking about whether her words were true. Feng Shenhua didn't understand why, but Huo Qingshan didn't seem surprised at all. So, I believe my sister-in-law definitely came back reborn. She knows you became an official in the past life, so. Huo Qingshan was about to ask her again. You said she died during childbirth in the past. How does she know I became a high-ranking official then? Feng Shenhua choked, realizing she had forgotten about this detail. But since she had already said it, she couldn't take it back. She could only grit her teeth and say, but she was in poor health during pregnancy and couldn't have the abortion. She didn't want to settle down and live a normal life. Her health was very bad, so she died during childbirth. Huo Qingshan fell silent again. So, in this life, Su Suining came back because she liked him and wanted to live a good life with him. Suddenly, his heart was filled with happiness. Fortunately, she was the one who came back. Feng Shenhua saw that Huo Qingshan still didn't speak, so she started talking about some things from the past life again. Huo Qingshan listened casually to a few words, but they didn't really help him. Feng Shenhua mentioned that in 2 years, the college entrance exam would be restored. Huo Qingshan suddenly understood why Su Suining was studying with Lu Beiting, even studying the now discredited subject of law. It was for the college entrance exam. She loved studying, was ambitious, and brought her friends along to improve. Su Suining's good qualities in his mind increased by 1. Feng Shenhua spoke until her throat was dry, but Huo Qingshan remained silent and even looked lost in thought. Suddenly, she didn't know what to say. Captain Huo, I'm telling the truth. I didn't do any superstitions. I just want to help you. I think. Huo Qingshan looked at her coldly and indifferently. That's not superstitions? It's impressive that you can come up with such a good excuse. You know so much, I could easily think you're a spy.
But
Qin will be back tomorrow, and I will talk to him about your situation then. Feng Shenhua's eyes widened. Did Huo Qingshan not listen to her at all? I'm telling the truth. I definitely won't harm you. Huo Qingshan frowned and looked at Feng Shenhua coldly. Before, someone said that Qin Shi Huang was reincarnated, recruiting soldiers among the people. You should have heard about the ending, right? Feng Shenhua shivered, never expecting that Huo Qingshan would ignore everything she said. Not a single word was heard. She was a bit anxious, but Su Suining lied to you. Huo Qingshan stood up. What did she lie about? If you don't stop spreading rumors, I will contact the mental hospital and take you to see a doctor. Feng Shenhua fell silent. She couldn't persuade Huo Qingshan at all, and instead made him dislike her more. She couldn't understand where the problem was. She left Huo Qingshan's office with heavy steps, thinking about Qin's return tomorrow and how he would mock her again once he knew what she had done. Her mind was a mess, and she couldn't think of a good solution. Maybe she should go find that person again? Huo Qingshan stood by the window, watching Feng Shenhua's slow departure. Until she was out of sight, he withdrew his gaze and went to check the training plan, then took it to other camps for inspection. Su Suining still didn't know the outcome of Feng Shenhua's punishment. Lu Beiting had somehow brought back some raw sunflower seeds and peanuts, which she roasted in a flat pan and placed on the Kong table. She also brewed red date tea on the stove using a teacup, drinking tea while gossiping with Su Suining about this matter. Based on Lu Beiting's experience, if this happened locally, Feng Shenhua would be finished. People with nothing to do would definitely target her, and they might even cut her hair without hesitation. But if it happened in the military, it might not be so serious because there's no proof. At most, she would be criticized and educated, but nothing more. After all, she is just a military family member. Then they would call Qinzheng to give her a warning, and the matter would be over. Su Suining thought it was the same. Even if she is disgusting, as long as the newspaper reports are gone, her arrogance will be broken. Maybe the person who gave her advice will come up with new ideas. Lu Beiting nodded, nibbling on sunflower seeds and taking a sip of red date tea, then sighed comfortably. Winter is quite nice. I just lie around every day. Su Suining also felt the days were easy. The hardships were there, but everyone was suffering, so she didn't worry. She ate well, slept well, and thought about what to eat next when she woke up. Her mind felt relaxed. Dinner was ready when Huo Qingshan returned, bringing a steamed bun from the cafeteria, filled with pork fat and pickled cabbage. Limited supply, Huo Qingshan took his share home. Su Suining noticed that tonight, Huo Qingshan was in an especially good mood. During dinner, he served her several dishes and looked at her very attentively many times. After eating, Lu Beiting eagerly tidied up the dishes. Once finished, he thoughtfully went to his room to rest and read. Huo Qingshan boiled water, first giving the two children a bath. He didn't understand why Su Suining insisted on bathing the children every day at such a young age. He knew many families didn't bathe their children in winter, waiting until the new year to do so. They trained daily, crawling and rolling around, so bathing was necessary. In rural areas when idle, who would bathe every day. But he didn't dare tell Su Suining these things, afraid she would think he was unhygienic. After the children finished bathing and drank milk, they went to sleep. Su Suining took her bath afterward. She lay down after bathing, while Huo Qingshan was still outside, busy with something. Then he took a cold shower outside. Feeling cold, he came inside and warmed himself by the fire. Just as Su Suining was about to tell Huo Qingshan that it was below freezing outside and cold showers were bad for health, he pulled back her quilt and got into bed with her. Over such a long time, Huo Qingshan carefully followed Dr. Hua's advice, not engaging in intimacy for 3 months. At first, he would still hold her and kiss her gently. But just teasing himself only caused more frustration, so he decided to be more disciplined, keeping busy every day with work. Tonight, surprisingly, he slipped into bed with her. Su Suining was happy, tightly held by Huo Qingshan. Feeling warm, she nudged him and said, "Relax a bit. I just took a shower, don't make me sweat again. I need to shower too." Huo Qingshan stayed silent and didn't respond. He reached into her clothes, his dry hand resting on her belly. Su Suining paused for a moment. Her baby was over 2 months old, and her figure had improved somewhat, but her belly was still soft and loose. Because she was carrying twins, there were some wrinkled lines on her skin. Every time she showered, she felt a bit dissatisfied. She thought about learning to make a cream that could help with beauty and scars. Now, with Huo Qingshan's hand on her, she reached out and held his hand, saying, "It's all just flesh, so ugly." Huo Qingshan pressed close behind her, his lips near her ear. His warm breath made her shiver. He lowered his voice and whispered in her ear, "Not ugly." He leaned in to kiss her ear, and then her neck. Xia hesitated, lifting her hand to remove her clothes, and also tugged at Su Suining's shirt. Su Suining felt his clumsy but careful movements and smiled indulgently. But many images flashed through her mind, some quite explicit, scenes she had even dreamed about before. She reached up and wrapped her arms around his neck, actively kissing him. Huo Qingshan was eager to learn and very dedicated. Su Suining's soft, coquettish voice acted like a catalyst, almost like a battle cry, encouraging him to want more. At a crucial moment, Huo Qingshan suddenly stopped, his jaw tight, sweat trickling down his temples. He looked at Su Suining, who was smiling sweetly in his arms, with red eyes and a spring in her gaze, and his voice was tense as he said, "No. Dr. Hua said 3 months. Su Suining chuckled, hooking her arms around his neck and pulling him closer to kiss his lips. Dr. Hua was lying. "I know my body, I can do it." Huo Qingshan paused for a few seconds before lowering his head without hesitation. Su Suining got up to wipe herself and then lay back down, watching Huo Qingshan, who was shirtless and busy changing diapers and feeding the 2 children. She couldn't help but giggle. If only there was a little umbrella at home. If only the children didn't wake up and cry at critical moments. Tonight could have been very beautiful. However, Zizhuaning looked at the red marks on Huo Qingshan's chest from her scratching and the teeth marks on his shoulder, smiling secretly with her lips pressed together. Her bright eyes looked at him. This man, who is cold and serious during the day and speaks awkwardly, actually has a pair of good hands. Since pregnancy, he has taken good care of her. Huo Qingshan finished with the children, carefully moved them together, and then came over to sleep with Zizhuaning. He reached out and held her in his arms, enjoying the feeling of skin contact. Zizhuaning smiled and kissed his chin.
Do you want me to
"Help you?" Huo Qingshan pulled the blanket over her shoulders. "No need, it's late. Go to sleep quickly." He didn't want to bother Zizhuaning too much because she had to look after the children tomorrow during the day. Just holding her like this made him very happy. Zizhuaning mischievously reached down. Lu Bayan woke up in the morning, and Zizhuaning was still not up. Even the 2 children were sleeping quietly. She looked at the chimney in the yard smoking, knowing Huo Qingshan had lit a fire when he left, so she didn't disturb Zizhuaning's lazy sleep. She went back inside to read for a while. It wasn't until the 2 children cried loudly that she went over. She saw Zizhuaning with swollen eyes, yawning, changing the diapers of the children. She hurried over to help. "Second sister-in-law, it's almost 10 o'clock. Did you stay up all night? Why are you so tired?" Zizhuaning's arms and shoulders ached, and she wanted to speak, but her throat hurt. She simply sat aside and watched Lu Beiting busy. She thought to herself, she was really asking for trouble. Why did she help Huo Qingshan open the door to a new world? Lu Beiting finished changing the children's diapers, prepared 2 bottles of milk powder, and handed one to Zizhuaning. She picked up Yang to feed him. She let Zizhuaning hold Momo to feed her milk. Yawning, Zizhuaning fed the milk. "No, I'm too tired. I'll sleep a little more later." Lu Beiting didn't mind. "When the children sleep, you can sleep too. I'll cook lunch." She then curiously asked, "Second sister-in-law, what time did you go to bed last night? Why is your voice still hoarse?" Zizhuaning lied calmly. "I went to bed quite early. I woke up hot at night. Your second brother made the stove too hot, and I got a bit angry. It was so hot I couldn't sleep, tossing and turning on the bed." Lu Beiting was still naive and believed her. "Your stove shouldn't be too hot either. I felt stuffy when I came in. It's easy to catch a cold outside like this." While speaking, she let Zizhuaning sleep and watched the children beside her. After winter began, many families only ate 2 meals a day. Zizhuaning and Lu Beiting also ate 2 meals. They would sleep until almost noon to eat 1 meal, then have another in the afternoon. Everyone in the group noticed that today the leader was in a good mood. Even during morning training, he wasn't as strict as usual. When watching from the side, although he didn't comment much, his expression was much gentler. Luo Zhendong found it strange and asked, "Is there something good happening at home? You seem very happy today." Huo Qingshan glanced at him calmly and said, "I heard from the senior officer that there will be a social gathering around New Year's. You should think about your personal matters too." Luo Zhendong was speechless. "I'm not in the mood for that now. Why are you even thinking about this?" Huo Qingshan ignored him. His wife and children are warm at home, but Luo Zhendong, being single, wouldn't understand. As he looked at the training ground with his hands behind his back and was about to leave, Qin Zheng ran over. Seeing Huo Qingshan, he saluted first, then straightforwardly said, "Leader, I feel unfairly treated. Why was Feng Shenhua punished just because of a slip of the tongue? I wasn't involved in this matter." Huo Qingshan frowned, his expression turning cold. "Unfair? You usually don't pay attention to education and propaganda at home, which is why she dares to act so boldly. Talking about reincarnation? Do you believe people have past lives?" Qin Zheng opened his mouth but knew he couldn't say he believed. "Where are we? Have you thought about the consequences of her words?" Qin Zheng was eager to scold Feng Shenhua to death, but still forced a smile and said, "She didn't mean it. It's her first time, so I can forgive her." Huo Qingshan shook his head. "Whether she meant it or not, only she knows if it was intentional. But I will not allow such things to happen in the group. If this matter isn't dealt with, no one will take it seriously." Qin Zheng didn't speak anymore, mainly because he had offended Su Suining. Huo Qingshan was laying down the law here. If he kept pushing, he might even get dragged in. Luo Zhendong also supported him. "Deputy Leader Qin, this is thanks to Leader Huo's attention. If your sister-in-law makes a fuss that can't be handled, you might not just get a month off at home." Qin Zheng clenched his teeth, but held back from arguing with them. According to Luo Zhendong, he should be grateful to Huo Qingshan. Qin Zheng didn't get the outcome he wanted and returned home with a dark face. Luo Zhendong watched Qin Zheng's back and shook his head. "I heard that the failure of this mission was partly because Qin Zheng was too focused on heroism. There's no evidence for this." Huo Qingshan chose not to comment, but he was in a good mood now. Qin Zheng returned home, closed the door, and kicked over the stove in the middle of the room. Feng Shenhua was so frightened she immediately stood up, pressed against the wall, and dared not meet Qin Zheng's eyes. Qin Zheng stared at Feng Shenhua with wide eyes. "Are you crazy? What nonsense are you telling Su Suining? If your mind is sick, go see a doctor quickly." He regretted even more, wondering how he had thought Feng Shenhua was obedient, virtuous, and capable. Feng Shenhua trembled, her face full of grievance as she looked at Qin Zheng. "No, Qin Zheng, listen to me. Everything I say is true. I really have been reborn." Qin Zheng squinted and stared at Feng Shenhua. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed her braid. "Even now you're talking nonsense? I'll send you to a mental hospital." Feng Shenhua quickly held his hand and cried out, "Let go." "I won't go. Everything I said is true. If you want to know something, I can tell you." Qin Zheng pulled her, then covered her mouth with his hand. "Be quiet. Do you want everyone in the family compound to know I'm dealing with you? Come with me." He took Feng Shenhua into the inner room and made her repeat everything about her rebirth. Feng Shenhua was terrified, truly afraid Qin Zheng would hit her. She stammered and recounted her rebirth, including many details. Qin Zheng frowned, his sharp eyes fixed on Feng Shenhua. "How old were you when you died last time?" Feng Shenhua trembled slightly. 53. Qin Zheng looked at her still pretty face and suddenly felt sick. So, inside this young body was a 53-year-old woman? 53. Older than his mother. The moment he realized, Qin Zheng felt even more disgusted. He asked Feng Shenhua again, "Did you have children?" Feng Shenhua didn't dare to hide. 2 children. Qin Zheng didn't want to speak anymore. He glared at Feng Shenhua with a dark face for a moment. "You're really disgusting." Feng Shenhua cried, tears streaming down her face, reaching out and grabbing Qin Zheng's arm. "I told you I know a lot of things. I can help you in the future." Qin Zheng suddenly smiled. "You're really stupid. Since you've reborn and know so much, why not do something? Why bother with Su Suining? Is it just because Huo Qingshan might become a high official in the future? Does she even look at you? You're not even worthy of tying her shoelaces. Feng Shenhua shook her head repeatedly. That's not true. Su Suining is probably going to die. She must have also reborn. Qinzheng grew impatient, suddenly pushed her away, and slammed her against the wall. Are you crazy? If you can be reborn, why can't she? Is heaven only going to be kind to you alone? Feng Shenhua started crying. That's not true. It shouldn't be like this at all. Qinzheng looked at the foolish Feng Shenhua, remembered they had shared a room before, and covered her chest before going out too. Feng Shenhua, beaten until her face was swollen, had no mood to ask questions. Feng Shenhua originally wanted to find her sister to complain, but seeing Feng Shenhua ignoring her, she cried, "Sister, I can't go on like this. Qinzheng actually hit me." Feng Shenhua frowned. That's your own fault. Why are you so talkative? Keep some secrets and live properly. Isn't that better?
Now.
The whole family compound knows. People think you're crazy. Even if they believe it, they won't say they believe it. They'll just think you're crazy. Feng Shenhua sobbed. Sister, I only did it for our family. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. It must be Su Suining. She's the one who made Huo Qingshan do this to us. Hearing this, Feng Shenhua also got angry. Because of Su Suining, Huo Qingshan even ignored their long-standing friendship. One sentence, and Yan Jianzhang is now lying at home. But she was angry and couldn't say Huo Qingshan did anything wrong. Why did you provoke Su Suining? She's living her life. It's your own foolishness that caused all this. Now it's so serious, and you deserve it. I've gone crazy believing your nonsense every day. Go back quickly. When your brother-in-law comes back, he'll be even more upset if he sees you. Feng Shenhua didn't move. She knew Qinzheng would definitely hit her if she went back. Feng Shenhua pushed her. If you can't go on, divorce if you want. Run away if you want.
Just don't come to me.
You've really ruined our family. The story of Feng Shenhua's rebirth spread throughout the family compound in no time. Now even the military family compound and the townspeople knew. Su Suining went shopping at the service station when she overheard two military wives talking. She's reborn? That's so absurd. How could she say such things? She must be out of her mind. Who knows? If she really was reborn, how could she do such foolish things? So her mind is sick. If she's really reborn, she's someone who died once. She should cherish her life and live well. Su Suining agreed with them. Rebirth was to change her fate, but she also wanted to cherish her life more. Anyway, she valued her life highly, even though she said she wasn't afraid of death. When the two family wives saw her approach, they smiled kindly and quickly changed the subject. In the evening, Huo Qingshan returned late. When he arrived, Su Suining and Lu Beiting had already finished dinner. Lu Beiting saw Huo Qingshan come back and politely packed up her books to go to her room. As she left, Huo Qingshan took out a small, sleepy animal from his military coat and placed it in front of Su Suining. She was a bit surprised and looked at the tiny rabbit, no bigger than a fist. Where did you get this?
She asked.
Today I was training on the mountain and saw it in a snow burrow. I plan to raise it until the new year, so we can eat meat, he replied. Su Suining was speechless. She thought he brought it back as a pet for her. But animals from the mountain often carry germs, and since there are small children at home, it's easy for them to get sick with all sorts of diseases. Get a cage to raise it. If you want to eat it later. Maybe when the kids are a bit older, they can play with it, she suggested. Huo Qingshan disagreed. Why not raise a dog? When a retired military dog comes back, I can get one for the kids to play with. He was about to sit next to Su Suining but suddenly remembered something. Wait a moment, I need to go out. Before she could ask what for, he hurried out. Today was very busy, and Huo Qingshan felt like he had forgotten something. He needed to go to the logistics department at the headquarters to ask for some supplies. The logistics officer was surprised when Huo Qingshan asked for these items. We don't have those here, he said after a moment. After all, The family planning policy hadn't been officially implemented here yet, although it was being promoted and supplies hadn't been distributed. Huo Qingshan usually didn't pay attention to where to get these things. "Where can I find them?" he asked. The officer thought for a moment. "Are you in a hurry? If not, we can go to the city later and bring some back for you." Huo Qingshan heard later and wasn't sure which day that would be. His expression became serious. "I'm in a hurry," he said firmly. He couldn't help but mutter, "We've already talked about family planning. Why don't you follow the higher-ups' decisions?" The officer sighed. "Policies are different here. We have some special circumstances." Huo Qingshan didn't listen further. He turned around to find Lu Zhenping. Lu Zhenping had just finished a day of meetings when Huo Qingshan hurried in, just as Lu Zhenping was about to start eating. Recently, Huo Qingshan's stomach problems worsened. The communal meals at the headquarters were hard to digest, so he usually returned home to his wife, who cooked soft noodles for him. Lu Zhenping's wife, Yu Hong, saw Huo Qingshan come in and was a bit surprised. "Little Huo is here? Have you eaten? I just cooked some noodles. Want a bowl?" Hearing it was Huo Qingshan, Lu Zhenping's temples throbbed painfully. It was break time now. There shouldn't be any urgent matters. He is probably looking for something again. Huo Qingshan politely greeted Yu Hong, saying, "I've already eaten, sister-in-law. No need to trouble yourself. I'll just say a few words to the commander and then leave." Lu Zhenping sighed helplessly and put down his chopsticks. "What's wrong now?" Huo Qingshan sat across from Lu Zhenping. "Commander, you eat first. After you're done, we can talk."
Lu Zhenping snorted coldly.
"You sit in front of me like a respectful Buddha. How can I eat? Just tell me, what's the matter?" Huo Qingshan guessed a little. "I remember there was a document this year about family planning to control population growth. Officials are supposed to lead by example." Lu Zhenping was momentarily stunned and nodded. "Yes, there is such a policy. But your family has 2 sons, so it doesn't really concern you, unless you're planning to have more children?" Huo Qingshan shook his head. "No, I think it's a good policy. It's just that it's not being enforced well here." Lu Zhenping was surprised again. "That's not your business. We have logistics and women's federation. Besides, our situation is special. There was no strict requirement to follow family planning, especially for Huo Qingshan's group, which often undertook dangerous missions. If the first child was a girl, they even encouraged having a second child. They worried about accidents and wanted to leave a backup. So, this work wasn't strictly carried out here. But Huo Qingshan didn't think that way. "We could establish a department to serve families in need. That way, they can have real peace of mind." Lu Zhenping looked confused. "What are you trying to say? After all that talking, what do you really mean?" Huo Qingshan changed the subject. "Also, I think it's getting cold. The family compound should hold some learning activities. Organize everyone to learn about labor so they don't get too bored and cause trouble." Lu Zhenping was silent for a moment and slowly nodded. "You're right. I've been thinking about that too. The families in the compound generally have low education levels. In winter, when they're bored and have nothing to do, they should be organized to learn, even simple literacy. Just hanging out at each other's homes all day, causing trouble is not good." When Huo Qingshan left, Lu Zhenping saw him to the main gate. At the gate, Huo Qingshan suddenly stopped and looked at Lu Zhenping. "Logistics should prepare some family planning supplies for couples who don't want children." Lu Zhenping was momentarily stunned, then reacted and laughed bitterly. "You little brat, turning a corner, and now you want that? Fine, you've got a point. We should consider this. They are all young people full of energy and vitality. At night, with nothing to do, it's easy to get into trouble, so it's important to control oneself. However, these things are not unlimited and are in high demand. Many people also need to use them repeatedly. Some find them difficult to use and refuse to try." Lu Zhenping watched as Huo Qingshan left before turning back to his room. Yu Hong had already reheated the leftovers. "Now it's better. The noodles are softer. Hurry up and eat." Lu Zhenping took a few bites and suddenly smiled. "Do you remember Huo Qingshan?" Yu Hong also smiled. "How could I forget? The first time I saw him was during the New Year when he came to dinner at our house. Among a group of young men, He was the only one silent but alert. He sat quietly during the meal. She also had a good impression of Huo Qingshan, an energetic young man who was quiet but capable. Lu Zhenping chuckled. That's not the case anymore. For his little wife, he's been scheming with me every day, a bit petty, putting all the blame on me. But still, I'm happy to see him like this. Before, he didn't seem like a real person, more like a machine, without any emotion. Yu Hong knew Lu Zhenping cared most about the subordinate. He is twins, a boy too. The young couple has a good relationship, and it will only get better. Lu Zhenping nodded. Yes, he's finally made it through. He knew everything about Huo Qingshan. The more he understood, the more he felt sorry for what he had been through. Now he must be happy. A few days later, the team suddenly organized a family member training session. Children who are young or educated didn't need to attend. A female doctor went door to door delivering family planning supplies and teaching everyone how to use them. Su Suaning, because her child was young and she was educated, didn't need to attend the training. She was just surprised when the female doctor came to deliver the supplies. The doctor was in her 30s, named In, very gentle. She handed Su Suaning a few paper bags and a packet of powder. Patiently, she explained, this can be used multiple times. After each use, wash it thoroughly, then roll it in this powder. It helps with lubrication. Su Suaning was silent. She knew these items were reusable, but she still found it hard to accept. Lu Beiting, standing nearby, widened her eyes as she listened. After the doctor left, she exclaimed several times, this. Can it really be reused? How do you use it? Su Suaning smiled and put the items away. You young lady, stop asking so many questions. Lu Beiting became curious. I don't understand much, but I've heard that washing this thing and using it again might make it very dirty, right? Su Suaning chuckled. Conditions are limited, so maybe they don't pay much attention to that. All right, let's hurry and cook. With a small umbrella, Huo Qingshan didn't get a chance to use it. Over the past 2 days, Director Dong came to visit and stay for half a month. He had to train and live with the soldiers. Luo Zhendong's idea was to slaughter one of the 2 pigs raised by the regiment headquarters for the new year. He wanted to improve the soldiers' meals so the leaders wouldn't come and find the food too poor. But Huo Qingshan disagreed. What we eat normally, we should still eat now. No special treatment. 1 pig for the New Year meal at the headquarters, and the other to be slaughtered for the family quarters. That can't be changed now. Luo Zhendong frowned. You don't understand. Improving the food now makes the soldiers' lives better, and the leaders will see that. Huo Qingshan was very straightforward on this point. You're being fake. If we report it, we'll get praise. And then, what do we eat for the new year? Usually this is what we eat. When leaders see it, they understand how hard the soldiers have it. They endure hardships and train hard. They should find ways to increase the soldiers' meal allowances. Luo Zhendong felt helpless. Huo Qingshan, sometimes you need to be flexible. The higher-ups care about achievements. Huo Qingshan insisted, as long as my soldiers have a good life, I don't care about anything else. Luo Zhendong felt that Huo Qingshan was a stubborn mule. He had been in Beijing for many years and knew all the tricky ways. He understood the subtle tactics of official circles very well. He knew what the leaders liked and what they loved to hear. He wanted to speak again to persuade him, but Huo Qingshan stopped him. I used to think you were pretty good, but today, I think you're not suitable. Luo Zhendong glared, pointing at Huo Qingshan. You. I only do this for your good. The neighboring regiment slaughtered 2 pigs. Huo Qingshan frowned. That's exactly the problem. It encourages this kind of bad behavior. Luo Zhendong couldn't understand, but he was worried inside. When the leaders come to eat, how can these dishes be presented properly?